Year 139 of the Star Era. Blue Star Jiangshui City Awakener Hall Main Lobby. Name: Du Ming. Your identification number has been confirmed. All right, registration is complete. You may now use the awakening device. Okay. After thanking the staff, Du Ming walked past the front desk and came to a door on the second level. The awakening device was inside this unused, empty room. Du Ming was a transmigrator and had already lived in this world for quite some time. At present, he was a senior student in Class 4 of Grade 12 at Jiangshui No. 1 high school in Jiangshui City. This world was a vast and magnificent realm. This era was one even more fantastical than the wildest of legends. In this age, humanity was no longer confined to a single planet, but soared freely through the cosmos. Not only could they traverse the universe by relying on all manner of advanced technology, it was even possible for fleshly bodies to stand amidst the firmament itself and shuttle between the stars. Everyone upon reaching roughly Du Ming's age had a chance to awaken the aptitude to transmigrate and enter replica worlds. Beep, 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 beep. On both sides of Du Ming's room, there were many other identical rooms, with each cold electronic chime echoing from elsewhere. Boys and girls, some silent, some despairing, some sullen, some sobbing uncontrollably, others stunned with joy, stepped out one after another from those separate sealed rooms. You. Am I destined to remain just an ordinary person? All 3 chances are gone. I'm finished. Then I'll just live as an ordinary person. If I never traverse the myriad worlds, at least I won't be risking my life. Sigh. Extraordinariness was never meant for me. I should just find a normal job and quietly live out this life. With a single sweep of his gaze, Du Ming could only sigh inwardly. These people, most of them had failed to awaken. Awakening was not a stroke of fortune granted to everyone. Those who could not awaken the aptitude to traverse would either remain ordinary for life or, if fortunate, be looked after by powerful elders in their family. Though unable to enter replica worlds, they might still be allowed to learn some of those elders' martial arts or immortal techniques. Fortunately, each person had at most 3 opportunities to awaken. Only after failing all 3 would every last shred of hope be extinguished. However, the textbooks clearly stated that according to large-scale statistical data, the probabilities for a second and third awakening plummeted off a cliff. If one failed the first attempt, it was exceedingly difficult to grasp the chances offered by the second and third. Because success or failure in awakening largely determined a person's future, awakenings were usually carried out in places with no outsiders present unless they were part of a group awakening organized by schools or official departments. Bothered by the clamor, Du Ming shook his head, took a deep breath, and opened the empty room's door. At the center of the room floated a transparent sphere shimmering with multicolored starlight. This was the awakening sphere, also called the awakening device. It was a tiny fraction of energy that had leaked from a dimensional gate, a part belonging to the very gate used for traversing otherworldly realms. Following the instructions, Du Ming stepped up to the sphere and gently placed his hand upon it. He waited quietly for the result. If he failed, he would live and die as an ordinary man in a world filled with infinite possibilities. If he succeeded in awakening, a world of iridescent brilliance and unfathomable wonders would unfold before him. By all reasoning, those mighty figures who had entered replica worlds dozens or even hundreds of times would surely pour vast resources into their children. Their offspring ought to be many steps, hundreds of steps, ahead of others. Du Ming had originally thought so as well. Later, however, he learned that reality was not so simple. In the earliest era, when dimensional gates first appeared, many mighty beings wanted their children to win entirely at the starting line of life. Before awakening, they frantically enhanced their children in every possible way, improving physique, strengthening martial and immortal power, raising their level of mystery, pouring all the cultivation methods and bloodline inheritances they had gained from replica worlds into their heirs. By the time those children reached the age of awakening, many of them already surpassed people who had entered replica worlds several times, or even over a dozen times. Just when those powerful elders believed their children would blaze with resplendent radiance in the future, they discovered in horror and fury that almost every prematurely strengthened child failed to awaken. Yes, the stronger one already was, the lower the probability of awakening became. Later, the mighty gathered mountains of data, proposed more than 10 hypotheses, and through arcane calculations finally reached a conclusion. The farther a person's aptitude, bloodline, level of mystery, and other such states strayed from their condition at birth, the lower their chances of awakening became. After that, most people adopted a more natural approach to educating their children, focusing primarily on knowledge. Just as Du Ming's thoughts were drifting, the transparent sphere suddenly changed. Buzz. In the next instant, the 7-colored starlight condensed into a single enigmatic ripple. That profound energy hovered for a moment over the back of Du Ming's left hand, then surged into it. So hot. The surge of energy erupted across the back of his hand, and a faint crescent-shaped mark slowly surfaced there. After a short while, even that mark itself faded from sight. Beep. Congratulations, awakening successful. You have become a novice awakener and may henceforth traverse replica worlds across the myriad realms. It was the voice of the dimensional gate. At last, Du Ming lowered his somewhat tense hand and let out a long breath. He had indeed succeeded. Listening to the electronic voice at his ear and reading the congratulations on the floating light screen before him, Du Ming smiled. Next is to wait for the dimensional gate to open. Those who awakened the physique for traversal were called awakeners. They could enter replica worlds through dimensional gates located in awakener halls or other special structures, thereby embarking on dazzling and fantastical lives. The next opening of the dimensional gate would be in half an hour. Du Ming had deliberately chosen this time to awaken, so that his first traversal into a replica world would begin immediately afterward. When Du Ming stepped out of the room, he again heard the voices of boys and girls emerging from neighboring rooms, some weeping, some overjoyed beyond measure. He sighed softly. In this world, only those who had reached the proper age, roughly around Du Ming's age, could use the awakening device to have a chance of awakening the aptitude for traversal. Those younger than that age would elicit no response from the device at all. It would not allow them to awaken successfully. As for those who had awakened and gained the aptitude to traverse replica worlds, although they could choose not to enter them, for the sake of a brighter future and the desire to stand out, many awakeners still chose to venture into those replica realms. Those who obtained the mark representing their aptitude could pass through the dimensional gate into replica worlds and gain all manner of improvements. The dimensional gate opened each day from 1 p.m. until midnight. It was this time that Du Ming was waiting for. Returning to the main hall, he found an empty seat, sat down, and waited quietly. In his mind, he reviewed the text their teacher Lu Ziyuan had gone over in Friday's review session for Class 4 of Grade 12, as well as the key points he had emphasized. Let me stress this once more: every replica world described in this book must be memorized thoroughly. Engrave every single word into your mind. Do you understand? The entire book must be recited. You're already in your final year of high school. If any of you receive an awakening mark and wish to make a name for yourselves by venturing into the myriad realms afterward, you must first adjust your mindset and study diligently. Otherwise, if you enter a replica world blank and bewildered, you may lose your life in a haze of confusion. Lu Ziyuan was a middle-aged man and also Du Ming's homeroom teacher. He was a very responsible teacher. As everyone knows, at novice and low levels, there is a certain pattern to which replica you transit into through the dimensional gate. Du Ming remembered clearly how Lu Ziyuan had tirelessly drilled knowledge into his students from the podium. Intermediate and high-level replicas have much stronger randomness, and the higher the level, the less our learned knowledge can be applied. Sometimes you may find yourself in a replica with no humans at all, only endless swarms of insectoid beasts. Sometimes you may traverse into an utterly mundane world with no fantastical power whatsoever, yet for some unknown reason die inexplicably. There are even times when, if your luck is slightly worse, you might enter an ultra-high martial replica where one can grasp the stars in their hands only to be touched in an instant by some unnamable power and be annihilated into dust. Fortunately, the novice replicas you will enter in the future generally do not possess such extremes of randomness. According to the summaries of our predecessors, the basic replicas accessible from Blue Star undergo rotation or updates roughly every 10 years. Each cycle consists of 13 replicas which will appear during your first traversal and before you reach life level 5. The 13 replicas introduced in this book will not change for the next 6 years. They are precisely the basic replicas you are likely to enter, so you must firmly remember the information about them. The better you understand the circumstances of these basic replicas, the more likely you are to obtain superior rewards from them. This is why I keep telling you to put in the effort to memorize this book. The more thoroughly you memorize it, the safer you will be in these familiar basic replicas. Unfortunately, even for basic replicas, there is still a very, very small chance of entering an unknown replica. Every year, a small number of students traverse into unknown replicas. Some with good fortune survive, others less fortunate. He sighed. At your age, you will awaken one after another, and once you do, many of you will certainly be eager to enter the dimensional gate. So I'm saying this in advance: if you intend to enter replicas, seize the time now to thoroughly review and recite the descriptions of the 13 basic worlds in this book. Strive to build a solid foundation within those replicas. In this way, your chances of surviving in the future will be much greater. Du Ming still remembered that when teacher Lu said this, his mood had grown somewhat heavy. He had once personally watched his most outstanding student traverse into an unknown high martial replica only to be reduced to nothing but smoke. Again and again, even though he had already stressed the lethal danger hundreds and thousands of times, the new batches of students who had never personally experienced ultimate despair and knew danger only from hearsay could never fully take his words to heart. At that hot-blooded age, their anticipation for replicas and the future far outweighed any concern for danger. Their eyes shone one after another. Many of them, once they entered the dimensional gate, never returned. Thinking of this, and not wishing to die carelessly, Du Ming once again silently recited the knowledge of the replicas from his book. The sole purpose of the book introducing replica worlds was to ensure that every student could fully understand, and ideally completely memorize, its contents, so the language used was extremely simple and easy to grasp. The Blood Chi Realm. The Blood Chi Realm is one of the 3 replicas most suitable for building a foundation. All first-time traversers of appropriate age are advised to seize the opportunity to temper themselves there. The world's unique blood Danqi cultivation methods are highly beneficial for novices to temper their body's vital essence and will. Several Grandmaster-level techniques unique to the Blood Chi realm, such as the Chi and Blood art and the Flesh scripture, not only excel at foundation building, but are also quite easy to obtain and can remedy frail physiques in ingenious ways. Landmass covers 44 of the surface. Gravity is 1G, and cities and population are distributed across 5 continents. On the central continent stand the 3 largest sects: Remnant, Moon, Blood, Ghost Gate, and Explosive Flame. For newcomers entering the Blood Chi realm for the first time, you may determine your time and location of arrival by the following methods. Then head toward the 10 recommended cultivation sites in this replica to seek a master as soon as possible. Next, the Fire Path realm. Although this realm is slightly inferior to the 3 great foundation replicas, Martial Heart, Blood Chi, and Farstrider, it is still an excellent realm for novices to build a solid base. In the Fire Path realm, one can use techniques such as the Glazed Flame art to awaken one's life force, transforming it into almost tangible flames, and then refine and cultivate that power. Different from the 3 major foundation replicas and the other 9 novice replicas, newcomers to the Fire Path realm need not rush to find a master immediately. It is best to spend 3 consecutive days meditating in stillness on a mountaintop as the sun rises. After continuously absorbing a wisp of yang energy at dawn for 3 mornings, your physical aptitude will undergo an extremely subtle change. Only then seek a master. You will achieve twice the result with half the effort. The 3-leaf world. The non-martial realm. The demon disciple world. One by one, Du Ming recited the entries on the basic and novice worlds until he had gone through them all once more. Feeling there were no problems, he raised his head and glanced at the clock high on the hall's wall. It's time. From the main doors of the Awakener Hall, if one walked straight across the lobby, they would see directly ahead a vast gate of light. It radiated intense brilliance, yet was not harsh to the eyes, and even inspired a strange sense of depth and antiquity. This was the dimensional gate. The awakening device's energy also originated from it. It existed throughout the cosmos, scattered in countless places, omnipresent. By the time Du Ming stood up, many people were already entering the gate one after another, men and women, young and old. There were also many boys and girls around Du Ming's age stepping through the gate with expressions of eager expectation or nervous tension disappearing from everyone's sight. Following the scattered crowd ahead, Du Ming walked forward. The surroundings were far from quiet. Discussions and conversations rose and fell all around him. I heard the replica you entered last time had never appeared before. How was it? Did you get through unscathed? Ah, that so-called magic goblin world. Just a level 3 world. I could handle it. That's good to hear. Have you heard about last week's incident? That powerhouse Mingri Huang apparently encountered a replica with an extremely low probability of appearing. Not only had it never manifested before, it also far exceeded Mingri Huang's strength, and he fell there. How tragic. Mingri Huang was a void-crossing powerhouse who could grasp stars and suns in his hands. Sigh. Someday we might perish like that as well. Yet I still can't give it up. Replicas are an addictive, slow poison. Impossible to quit, impossible to quit. Listening to their news, Du Ming felt both anticipation and nervousness as he followed the crowd up to the Gate of Light. Just then, the crescent mark on the back of Du Ming's hand flickered faintly. This signified that the dimensional gate had accepted his credentials. Immediately afterward, the mark once more grew dim and sank back beneath his skin. With a crisp step, Du Ming strode into the Gate of Light. Beep. The world you are about to enter is a new world, the Dragon Ball world. Please prepare yourself within 30 seconds. Du Ming fell silent for a moment. The Dragon Ball world. Du Ming drew in a sharp breath. The Dragon Ball world. Was it the same Dragon Ball world from his memories? The one where Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the famously clownish Vegeta all existed. He had never once heard of anyone entering the Dragon Ball world before. Had this instance simply never appeared, or had it merely never been made public? Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world, if his luck was even slightly bad, someone as ordinary as him would die without even knowing how. That world was defined by one thing: gather the 7 Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and make a wish. The Dragon Ball world was far vaster than the real world where Du Ming lived. Within a single universe, there were divisions such as the living world, the underworld, the realm of the Kaioshin, the demon realm, and subspace. Scattered across the cosmos were universe emperors whose combat power was terrifying. From what Du Ming knew of his own reality, the mightiest beings there might at best reach the level of Frisia at 100% power. Yet in the Dragon Ball world, the original Frieza, despite bearing the title of Emperor of the Universe, was by no means at the very peak of power. Above Frieza, there were Super Science Majin Buu time travelers from the future androids, and even beings like the god of destruction Beerus, whose strength stood at the very pinnacle of the cosmos. Beyond a whole host of gods of destruction presiding over 12, 18, or perhaps even more parallel universes existed the ultimate being known as the Omni King. If beings on the level of Majin Buu were perhaps barely within the distant sight of top experts in the real world, then someone like the Omni King was entirely beyond their reach. They would not even be qualified to scratch him. With such ceiling-shattering existences, this world clearly was not something that should appear as a mere level 1 world, nor was it a place a newly awakened rookie like him ought to be thrown into. Under the Dragon Ball worldview, whether one wished to live or die often had little to do with one's own will. If his luck was good and no earth-destroying event occurred during the 7 days he spent in the Dragon Ball world, he would be relatively safe. If his luck was bad and some villain just happened to come to Earth for a casual visit, then there would be nothing more to say. The planet would probably remain intact, but people like him could only bid farewell to the world. It could only mean that an event of vanishingly small probability had occurred, and he had been thrown into a random instance. Du Ming felt miserable. He had spent so long memorizing data on the 13 basic instances, and now none of it would be of use. Those world dossiers he had recited from textbooks did not only contain information on the worlds themselves. They also listed the possible locations and time points he might be sent to when traversing into an instance. Key points that were always heavily tested. Now that he was crossing into the Dragon Ball world, all of that became completely useless. What he most needed to worry about now was at what time and in which place he would arrive. If he appeared on Earth of Universe 7 around the time Goku first showed up, or even earlier, that would still be acceptable. But if he materialized at some other point in time or space, Du Ming could only take things one step at a time. Just then the voice rang out again. Ding. Duration of this traversal 7 days. Initial entry detected. World quest time limits and progress requirements have been removed. World quest issued growth. Learn martial arts within 7 days. 3, 2, 1. Entering the Dragon Ball world. Year 745 of the age. Pumpkin City by the sea. The white radiance faded. When Du Ming came back to his senses, he opened his eyes and glanced around. Waves crashed against the shore and warm, humid air filled his nostrils. Not far behind him, modern high-rises stood along the coastline, tranquility and hustle intermingling in the soundscape. I'm by the sea. Du Ming checked the mission prompts. Hint 1. Pumpkin City is a place where martial practice is highly valued. Many martial artists here have open dojos and training halls, each teaching different styles and schools. Perhaps you could try entering one. Hint 2. Entering a dojo to train requires money, but you do not have a single zenny in your pocket. The corner of Du Ming's eye twitched. Zenny, if he remembered correctly, was the currency unit on Earth in the Dragon Ball world. Why couldn't this dimensional gate print him some zenny while it was at it? In those 13 basic instances, the textbooks had taught many methods for temporarily acquiring money. For example, where one could pick up a certain blood jade gemstone at some location, or how much silver one could exchange at a particular bank. Let's walk ahead and take a look first. According to the mission hints, Pumpkin City had more than one dojo. Perhaps he could find a place willing to let him work part-time in exchange for martial arts training. Hey, young man over there, could you come give me a hand? As Du Ming was deep in thought, a somewhat muffled, indistinct voice reached his ears. Along with that voice, an elderly man with snow-white hair, but a rosy, vigorous complexion walked over from the left. He wore a loose outfit very similar in style to Du Ming's plain white clothes and was smiling with narrowed eyes. The old man carried several square opaque paper bags in both his left and right hands, and even had 4 more clamped between his teeth. No wonder his words had sounded so unclear. He was trying to talk through gritted teeth. You calling me, eh? Du Ming was taken aback. The old man nodded with a smile, the bag handles still between his teeth. You want me to carry these bags? After confirming once more with the old man and receiving a definite nod, Du Ming took the 7 or 8 paper bags from the old man's right hand. It was just a small favor along the way. He had intended to take the bags from the old man's left hand as well, but to his embarrassment, he realized that what the old man had been carrying in one hand required both of his hands together just to barely lift. Curious about their contents, Du Ming cast a quick glance into one of the bags. At a glance, it seemed to be packed with magazines and books. No wonder they were so heavy he could barely manage them with both hands. Sir, your body is in remarkable shape, Du Ming exclaimed in surprise. You're just too weak, the old man retorted cheerfully. Putting the bags from his mouth into his free hand, the old man chuckled. A frail martial artist like you is a rare sight. Are you new here to learn martial arts? The old man glanced at Du Ming's clothes, which were nearly identical to his own. Du Ming nodded. I'm planning to study martial arts here for a bit. Remembering the system quest, Du Ming realized the old man was not wrong and forced a smile through his exertion. Sir, these bags really are quite heavy. They're not so bad. It's only this short stretch to the Mimi Hotel. Look at these old bones of mine. I can carry them just fine. Hang in there. The old man puckered his lips and pointed ahead. Ahead stood a high-rise that stood out even among the many tall buildings around it. The old man smiled as he pointed toward it. Du Ming estimated the distance at roughly 500 to 600 meters. Then casting a sidelong glance at the old man's brisk, vigorous stride, he raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll give it a try. Du Ming shrugged. 500 or 600 meters. If he grit his teeth, he could manage it. It wasn't that far. It seemed the old man's destination was that Mimi Hotel. Inwardly, Du Ming thought this physique. He's most likely a seasoned practitioner. Thinking this, Du Ming grew curious and asked, Sir, why didn't you call a car or ask someone else to help with all these things? The old man's features were kindly, his spirit was clear and bright, his clothes neat and clean, the calm sincerity of his smile, giving him the air of someone well off in content. His body was robust, his strength clearly surpassing Du Ming's by a wide margin, yet there were no relatives or juniors helping him carry things, nor had he spent a bit of money to hire someone or call a vehicle. Du Ming found it puzzling. Haha, but I have a good kid like you, don't I? I originally meant to carry these books myself, so I told the others to go take care of other matters. I didn't expect there to be so many. Had I known, I should have driven over. He gave a dry chuckle. These, magazines are ones I personally picked out shop by shop. There are also some art collections commissions I rushed out of famous artists and had them send over in a hurry. They're all fine things. The master loves them, so I have to prepare them properly and deliver them in person. The old man glanced again at Du Ming's clothes and nodded. The clothes Du Ming wore were almost identical to his own, clearly resembling the uniform of his dojo. Yet he had no recollection of this young man. Had this kid joined during the 2 days he had been away? Magazines, art books, the master. Du Ming couldn't help but smile. For an old gentleman, his tastes were surprisingly youthful. Judging by his well-honed body, he was probably familiar with the local dojos too. Just as Du Ming was about to ask, the old man beat him to it. Young man, what's your name? Du Ming. Du Ming. The old man muttered the name twice under his breath. He truly had no impression of it, which he found odd. After all, every martial artist who joined the dojo had been personally approved by him. Yet here was this youngster already wearing what looked like his dojo's uniform, and he did not know him at all. Curious, the old man asked, when did you come here? Taking it as a question about his arrival in the city, Du Ming paused and replied, I only got here a few minutes ago, sir. Only a few minutes. The old man spoke quickly, cutting off the question Du Ming had been about to raise. As they made their way toward the Mimi Hotel, he continued, makes sense. Your body is so soft and weak. If you'd been training around here for any length of time, you wouldn't be like this. Talking, the two of them stepped into the hotel. The front desk staff noticed them and bowed slightly in greeting, but did not come over. These things are really heavy. Should I just put them here? Following the old man into the hotel lobby, Du Ming stopped beside a low glass table encircled by sofas. Seeing the old man nod, Du Ming laboriously set all the bags in his hands down onto the spotless low glass table. With a dull thump they landed. He shook out his energy-drained arms as if reborn. With a helpless chuckle he asked, Sir, I wanted to ask, where is there a dojo nearby? The old man also set his bags down on the table, apparently planning to sit and rest for a moment. Hearing this, the old man studied him carefully. He had already been wondering why Du Ming hadn't recognized him. Now it seemed this youngster was truly brand new, not even knowing where the dojo was. With a resigned gesture, the old man pointed toward a huge plaza on the other side of the hotel entrance. Right beneath that plaza, the dojo is under there. In front of his eyes, the place had been there all along. Du Ming's eyes lit up. Where's the entrance, please? Take the dedicated hotel elevator over there down. The old man pointed toward one of the elevators deeper inside the elevator hall. Thank you, sir. Du Ming's eyes grew even brighter. He clasped his fists in thanks and was just about to turn and leave to advance his quest progress. Actually, I still have something I need to. Seeing Du Ming heading straight for the elevator, the old man hurriedly stood and grabbed his hand. Wait, what are you in such a rush for? Rushing for a few seconds like this? I'm not even in a hurry. What are you so anxious about? The old man muttered, rolling his eyes. The place the elevator led to was the Pumpkin City branch of his dojo, Mimi Martial Arts. Today, all the martial artists of the dojo were gathering there, and he needed to go down to give the opening address. If Du Ming went ahead alone, he would only end up sitting there staring blankly while waiting for him. He had already decided that Du Ming was one of his own, a new apprentice of the dojo. He simply did not know who had recommended him, that they had not even bothered to greet him, the owner, and he would definitely scold them later for it. Du Ming stopped, thinking that perhaps the old man still had something he needed help with. Sir, if there's anything else I can help with, just say the word. Help with what? The old man said, speechless. Well, no, that's not quite right. Here, Xiaoming class is about to start. Help me carry these fine things up to the 28th floor of the hotel. No, forget it. With those skinny arms and legs of yours, as if you've never had a decent meal, you won't manage it. I'll do it myself. You go on ahead and wait where the class is. Du Ming stood listening to the old man's self-talk speechless. After a moment, Du Ming asked in puzzlement, "What class?" The old man looked even more exasperated. "Aren't you here at my Mimi martial arts specifically to attend the master's martial arts class?" Mimi martial arts, a martial arts class. Du Ming realized something was off. The old man seemed to think he was a martial artist from Mimi martial arts. After a brief silence, he said, "Just to clarify, I did indeed come to this city intending to find a dojo and study martial arts, but I haven't joined any dojo yet." "What?" The old man stared, pointing at Du Ming's white clothes. "Aren't you already wearing the uniform of Mimi martial arts?" Du Ming looked down at his own clothes, then glanced at the old man's. The cut was indeed very similar, but aside from that, it was easy to see they did not come from the same place. "Sir, take a closer look." Du Ming could not help complaining. "If you look carefully, aside from the similar design, isn't the fabric obviously different at a glance? And if you look closely at the patterns on the cuffs and collar, they're different too. Also, your clothes are clearly smoother, almost silky, and much looser than mine." "Impossible. My eyes are always sharp," the old man protested. "Turn up your sleeve and see if Mimi martial arts isn't printed there in small characters." He rolled up his own sleeve to show Du Ming. On the inside of the cuff, a few elegant black characters spelled out Mimi martial arts. Du Ming shot him a sidelong glance, then flipped up his own sleeve. "See for yourself." He had already realized that the old man's eyesight was not as good as he claimed. "How can that be? How can that be? There really isn't anything there." Muttering to himself, the old man turned Du Ming's sleeve over and over, examining it inside and out, before finally looking utterly stunned. You really aren't from Mimi martial arts." "That's right," Du Ming said with a laugh. "I see." The old man's eyes spun in their sockets as he gave Du Ming another once-over, then suddenly said, "You just said you wanted to find a dojo to practice martial arts, didn't you? I think you're a decent lad. How about coming to my Mimi martial arts?" "My Mimi martial arts is like a dojo, a place dedicated to training martial artists. See this Mimi hotel. After training during the day, you can go straight up to your room to rest. Food and lodging will all be taken care of by me. You can focus entirely on your practice here." Du Ming was moved. He had only 7 days in the Dragon Ball world, so the time spent searching for a dojo to join had to be minimized. He did not have the luxury to be overly picky. As long as it was a place where he could steadily learn real skills, he could accept it. At the very least, this would be less of a waste than wandering the streets looking for another dojo. He simply did not know how much he would actually be able to learn here. Seeing that Du Ming was tempted, the old man chuckled. "If you're hesitant, you can sit in on today's martial arts class before deciding. Today's lesson is personally taught by the martial arts master who once saved my life as a child. For someone who wants to become a martial artist, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Then, I'll be in your care." There was no reason for Du Ming to refuse. Inwardly, he wondered, though, would this so-called master the old man spoke of truly live up to the title? After all, this was the Dragon Ball world where the path of martial arts was anything but ordinary. Entering through the main entrance of the Mimi Hotel, 2 rows of elevators are located on either side. Taking the elevator down, a long, straight, bright corridor unfolds. On both sides of the corridor are several rooms. Du Ming used the access card he received from the old man to open room B203, where he found various sizes of loose white clothing that resembled the outfit he was wearing. These are the uniforms of the martial arts learning institution called Mimi Martial Arts. Du Ming learned from the old man that his name was Mimi, the owner of the Mimi Hotel, and also of Mimi Martial Arts. In simple terms, he is a wealthy man. The martial arts institution is similar to a dojo and was entirely funded and established by the old man Mimi, who is the boss of Mimi Martial Arts. After changing into a fitting outfit, Du Ming closed the door and continued walking down the straight corridor. Soon after pushing open a door, a spacious and bright assembly hall came into view. According to the old man Mimi, after waiting here for a while, a martial arts master would come to give a lesson. The assembly hall was crowded with people, all wearing the same white clothing as Du Ming, sitting cross-legged in this vast indoor space. The indoor area was nearly the size of a football field, with a platform about a foot high at the front, surrounded by approximately 100 people. Du Ming looked around, and like the others, casually found a spot on the ground to sit down. Surrounded by strangers, he could only sit quietly, occasionally listening to the conversations around him. For instance, the 2 people sitting 1 seat away in front of Du Ming were speaking, and he found their words quite engaging. "Bro, what does the boss want us to do here? I was still practicing hard trying to secure a spot in the Western Capital Martial Arts Conference for the boss, and suddenly got called here. It seems not everyone knows why they are here. Some came here in a daze. As for the details, I'm not too sure either. But I heard that the boss spent a lot of money to invite a martial artist, saying he would give us a lesson." "What? A martial arts master? There are not many people who can be called martial artists. Let me count. Half step. Could it be Luo? It can't be Kieran, right? Hey, who knows? The boss, has a lot of money and is very fond of martial arts, but lacks I'm the kind of extraordinary talent, yet he really wants to cultivate his own martial arts master. As a result, he keeps finding those so-called martial arts masters. Some of them are even weaker than me. Shoo, speak quietly. The boss is such a good person, providing us with a worry-free environment for practicing martial arts, but sometimes he gets deceived by petty people. Sometimes I really want to rush into the boss office and tell him not to waste money. However, to be fair, it is thanks to the boss' unwavering enthusiasm for martial arts that we can have such stable salaries and a secure environment. Yeah, I heard that when the boss was young, he nearly drowned and was saved by a kind-hearted old man who passed by. I also heard a senior mention this a few times, saying the one who saved the boss was a martial artist with nearly all white hair who rushed across the water's surface to bring the boss to the shore. Hey, we martial artists know that walking on water is impossible. Perhaps the rumor was exaggerated after being passed around a few times. Right. I think so too. Du Ming thought with great interest. He didn't know much about martial artists in the Dragon Ball world. All Du Ming knew were the turtle hermit who was called the god of martial arts, and his master whose name he almost forgot, the martial arts master Wu Tai, as well as the main and supporting characters related to Goku. Everyone in this main character group could probably be called martial artists. As for the stories about Mimi mentioned by those two, Du Ming believed half of them. In the Dragon Ball world, given the combat power, there were plenty of monsters capable of walking on water, and flying and teleporting were also commonplace. However, such occurrences are not something ordinary people could encounter. Hey bro, are you new here? I haven't seen you before. A voice came from Du Ming's left. Du Ming turned his head to look and found a man with a fleshy face wearing a friendly smile. This person seemed to be a bit bored and wanted to find someone to talk to. The man also sat cross-legged, and seeing that Du Ming acknowledged him, he moved closer. Yes, I just came today. Du Ming was secretly surprised. This person's muscles looked well-defined and powerful, making him seem not easy to provoke. Du Ming estimated that if this person slapped him, he would definitely end up spinning 360 in midair before crashing to the ground. Huh, I thought you didn't like talking to people at first glance. Seeing you as a newcomer, I thought you were lonely, so I came to keep you company. Then I can only thank you. No problem, we all work under the same boss, so we should help each other out. The smiling man moved a little closer and whispered, did you hear what those people over there were saying? Let me share a little insider news with you. The martial artist the boss invited today seems to be the old man who saved him when he was a child. The boss Mimi clearly holds a good image in the hearts of these martial artists. That martial artist sounds impressive, Du Ming replied with a smile. The smiling man, upon getting closer, did not give off any intimidating aura. He seemed quite friendly. I don't know, the smiling man said decisively. To be honest, I don't really believe this insider news. Just think about it, our boss is already over 60, right? You have to consider that nearly 50 years have passed. Could he really run into that old man again? To be realistic, he probably passed away long ago. Even if that old man is still alive, he must have changed a lot. How would he recognize him? The boss supports us with money, so we should obediently listen to the boss and do whatever he wants. It would be best if we could showcase our skills at the martial arts conference in the big city to repay the boss investments in us. As for other matters, it's enough to just listen. Du Ming did not respond. In the Dragon Ball world, if someone were a real martial artist, they wouldn't necessarily have passed away. Take the famous turtle hermit in the Dragon Ball world, who was already over 200 or 300 years old when he first appeared. Even in the latest plot, that Du Ming knew, the turtle hermit showed no signs of aging. Other martial artists on Earth might not be comparable to the turtle hermit, but living to over 100 is not impossible. What is your name? The man leaned in closer, sitting beside Du Ming, and with keen interest observed him laughing. Looking at your physique, there's not a single good muscle. You clearly are a complete novice martial artist. Let me tell you a secret, just listen to the so-called master's lesson today and get through it. If you want to learn some real skills, you can wake up early tomorrow and start morning training with us. Thank you, Du Ming. The two exchanged names. The man's name was Hallett, and he usually was not in Pumpkin City. According to Hallett, this time, Mimi had summoned students from all over the world who practiced at Mimi martial arts, intending for all students to train under a martial arts master for several days. Du Ming and this smiling man exchanged a few words. Dozens of people continued to arrive in the assembly hall, and after about 10 minutes, fewer new people were seen sitting down, and the noise in the hall gradually diminished. The boss is here, right in front. Someone shouted, and everyone looked up. Du Ming also looked ahead to see an elderly man with white hair and a radiant complexion walking over. The old man looked particularly energetic, smiling broadly and appearing very happy when speaking to Du Ming. The boss Mimi was neither tall nor short, and like everyone here, he wore a loose white outfit, the same one he had on when he was with Du Ming earlier. It looked somewhat worn yet clean, as if it had been washed many times. Hey, the boss looks really good. This is the first time I've seen him so excited. Hallett looked around like a monkey, showing both respect and regret towards the boss. What a pity. Our boss truly has a heartfelt love for martial arts. He has been exercising since childhood, without slackening, and his physique is quite good. It's no wonder. Du Ming recalled how he struggled to lift things with both hands while Mimi could do it with one hand, and he exclaimed his strength surpasses mine by a lot. Who? Hallett paused for a moment, realizing Du Ming was speaking about Mimi, and laughed. The boss is stronger than the average person, but not by a huge margin. Haha, it's just that your strength as a newcomer is too small. Du Ming had no rebuttal to that. At that moment, a powerful voice from Boss Mi quickly reached everyone's ears. Today I have gathered all of you who have learned martial arts, are currently learning martial arts, or wish to learn martial arts. The crowd erupted in a noisy murmur. Today, I want to give you an opportunity. Boss Mi paused with a smile before continuing loudly, an opportunity to step into the true martial path. People below looked confused. Boss, what do you mean by true martial path? Yes, boss, I have been training very hard. Are you saying my efforts have all been in vain? Those who didn't know might think we had been practicing in vain all this time. Boss Mi smiled with narrowed eyes and gestured for calm. Actually, I know there have been many rumors about me among you, like how I was saved by a martial artist when I was young. Now I want to tell you it's true. Moreover, today, I was fortunate to encounter this senior again. Through my sincere and heartfelt requests, this senior has finally agreed to devote an hour each day for the next week to guide you. Unfortunately, my body isn't as young anymore. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be you brats benefiting you. I would also want to learn a few techniques from this senior myself. If given the chance, I truly hope you can become his disciples and become true masters of martial arts. That would fulfill my own regrets. Boss Mi shook his head regretfully and smiled. Now give me some applause to welcome the master of martial arts, Mr. Chenglong, Master Chenglong. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted into enthusiastic applause under Boss Mi's lead. Although many didn't know who Chenglong was, they knew they had to show respect for their boss, and the sound of clapping continued without end. Amidst the applause, Du Ming appeared somewhat out of place. He was taken aback. Chenglong. The name Chenglong, if it appeared in the Dragon Ball world, likely represented an important figure. Kame Senin. Chenglong is Kame Senin, also known as Master Mateto. Du Ming's eyes brightened. As Du Ming pondered, a strong voice came from behind Boss Mi. If Mimi wants to learn, starting to train now is no problem. Of course I won't take any disciples. I'm only here to teach the basics, so please don't make me take on disciples, that would be too troublesome. Accompanying the voice was an elderly man who exuded no hint of lewdness, but rather an amiable and dignified aura with a head full of thick hair. Du Ming's eyes shone even brighter. At first glance, this elderly man with gray hair looked more and more like Kame Senin, especially his eyes, which when not wearing sunglasses would occasionally dart around, as if searching for pretty girls. Kame Senin. Du Ming secretly concluded. Kame Senin had a history of disguising himself in the early plot of Dragon Ball, posing as a martial artist named Chenglong, essentially taking off his sunglasses and wearing a wig. If this was indeed Kame Senin, he might not know Boss Mi as the Kame Senin martial arts god, but rather as the identity of Chenglong. If his martial arts journey began under Kame Senin's guidance, that would undoubtedly be a remarkable start. In the Dragon Ball world, while Kame Senin often appeared lewd, he also inherited the righteous heart and spirit of a martial artist from his master, Master Rashi. Haha, Master Chenglong, you are joking. At my age, starting to practice martial arts now seems impossible to me. Boss Mi laughed heartily while shaking his head. Then he whispered to Chenglong. Master Chenglong, the latest batch of good magazines has been placed in your room, all personally selected by me. Also, I have prepared a villa for you in the West City. If you go there, you can stay there. Additionally, Master Chenglong, do you really not need a private island? You mentioned last time that living on a remote island was inconvenient for transportation. I still have a few vacant islands under my name, one of which has a helicopter landing pad. If needed, I can handle the development and renovations as well. Ha, magazines. Boss Mi, you don't need to underestimate yourself. Although your training path isn't right, your foundation isn't solid, and your training isn't scientific. However, Master Chenglong squinted his eyes, pinching Mima's muscles through his clothes, nodding. Indeed, this body must have been developed through years of training, right? With this foundation and perseverance, it seems you haven't slacked off for a single day over the past decades. In these days, you should come beside me to observe and learn. I. Mimi, who had been laughing heartily like an adult, suddenly choked up, unable to speak. He founded a martial arts school that hardly generated any income, not for any other reason, but simply because he harbored a fervent heart for martial arts, a heart that yearned for the path of martial arts. Years ago, a child who almost drowned was saved by an old man walking on water, and from then on, the seed of learning martial arts was planted in the child's heart. Longing for the martial artist who saved him, Mimi had to meet his parents' expectations over the years to gain the freedom to train in martial arts in his spare time. Over the decades, he diligently studied and established many companies while preserving his own seemingly insignificant and unyielding path in martial arts. No one ever mocked his martial arts dream, for no one cared about it. They merely considered it a trivial hobby. In terms of results, everyone only saw Mimi's mediocre martial arts skills, thinking it was merely a physical exercise for the big boss in his free time. But Master Chenglong's words were like a senior validating his decades of effort, affirming the martial arts dream he had maintained for so long. Suddenly, after decades encountering the Master Chenglong who had saved his life back then and being recognized for his efforts over the years by someone he had long admired, made him feel that his persistence was not in vain. Almost unable to suppress his tears, Mimi quickly forced a smile and said with a slight tremor in his voice, Hey, they'll go arrange the work now. I will trouble you for the next few days. Master Chenglong, you really won't take any disciples? I suddenly feel that my talent might be better than I thought. Why not consider it? Chenglong glanced at him again. Mimi immediately understood the master truly had no intention of accepting disciples. Perhaps it was that he and the people here simply didn't have such fortune. He sighed inwardly, took a couple of steps forward, and cleared his throat. All right, everyone, listen up. Boss Ms. Authority made the hall quiet immediately. Master Chenglong will teach you for an hour every day for the next week. You all must learn with your full hearts. As for how much you can learn, that depends on yourselves. Don't worry about the trivial matters like food and sleep. The nearby Mimi Hotel has vacated most of its rooms. For the next week, just leave all your matters to the hotel to handle. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. Upon hearing that there would be no worries about food and clothing, and even subsidies, the crowd's enthusiasm soared. This 1 million Sony could allow 100 people to enjoy a feast at the Grand Restaurant. At this moment, they no longer cared about the abilities of this old man called Chenglong, whether he could withstand even half a second under their fists. At least, because of him, they could celebrate the new year. Du Ming wore an expressionless face. 1 million Sony. What is the purchasing power of 1 million Sony? The number sounds significant, but Du Ming had no concept of the value of Dragon Ball currency, so he felt no fluctuation in his heart. Moreover, he was only invited by Mimi temporarily and probably wouldn't receive the 1 million Sony subsidy. Mimi was still saying some encouraging words, but Du Ming was uninterested and focused on his own state. When the dimensional gate first appeared, it merely possessed the basic function of allowing people to enter the copy world. As humans entered the copy world more frequently, and their wishes regarding the dimensional gate increased, the dimensional gate began to evolve adaptively. For instance, before the ancient era, when awakeners returned from the copy world to the main world, it was very sudden. If they were severely injured in the copy world, they would leave in the same state. Awakeners might have struggled to leave the copy world in a severely injured state, only to be ambushed by enemies outside the copy, lamenting their downfall. As such tragic occurrences increased, they even affected the enthusiasm of awakeners to enter the copy world. Awakeners became timid, fearing that they might not die in the copy world, but instead perish upon returning to the main world. Later, the dimensional gate responded to the awakeners' inner expectations and created an extra space, known as the Between Dimensions. Each time an awakener leaves the copy, they do not return directly to the original world. Instead, they appear in a separate space between dimensions. The space between dimensions is a closed personal space devoid of any extraneous functions. Awakeners returning from the copy can wait in the space between dimensions for their injuries to heal before returning to the main world in full form, or they can return directly to the main world. This is just one of the many functions that the dimensional gate has evolved over a long period. Currently, Du Ming is using one of the earliest functions produced by the dimensional gate, the visualization of personal attribute data. Muttering open personal data, a data panel appeared before Du Ming, visible only to him. Name: Du Ming. Age: 18 years. Life level 0. Copy count 0. Task: World Dragon Ball World. World task: growth, learn martial arts within 7 days. Progress requirement: none. Ability: none. Special notes: number of new worlds discovered: 1. Although the names are slightly different, the functions are generally similar to the personal panels of the transmigrators that Du Ming is familiar with, allowing him to understand his state. Among these data items, the life level is the way the main world and the dimensional gate classify the ranks of awakeners. Generally speaking, an individual who can contend against an adult wielding an ordinary pistol would have a life level around 1. A life level of 0 signifies that the person has not yet entered the extraordinary realm and remains within the category of an ordinary person. Whether an awakener or a non-awakener, as long as their life level has not reached 1, there is essentially no distinction. They might be a bit stronger, faster, or have a better appetite, but they are generally hard-pressed to exceed ordinary people. Only at life level 1 are they referred to as extraordinary beings, and extraordinary beings and awakeners are different concepts. Above life level 1, there are over 100 ranks. Typically, in the most renowned cultivation copy, the Sword Immortal World copy, a strong individual who has transcended a heavenly tribulation is defined to have a life level of 100 as a benchmark. Generally speaking, strong beings with high life levels are certainly stronger than those with low life levels in a broad sense. However, it does not mean that individuals with low life levels cannot kill those with high life levels. For example, a group of low-level vampires, while having life levels around 5, can still be ambushed and killed by ordinary people who know their weaknesses. Conversely, an ordinary awakener with a life level around 2 could even take down a vampire without sustaining injuries provided they know the vampire's weaknesses. There are also reverse examples which Du Ming has learned about through extracurricular reading. There is a copy world known as Absolute Death Star. In this copy world exists a species called the Terror Thunder Lizard which has a life level of around 30, yet they possess a strange ability that even many strong beings fear, the Mouth of Absolute Realm. The mouths of Terror Thunder Lizards do not reveal anything unusual when consuming ordinary food. However, if they detect the scent of barriers, formations, or protective shields, their mouths transform into a vast maw capable of swallowing both the barrier and everything within it, converting it into their own energy. Records indicate that barriers swallowed by a Terror Thunder Lizard become a source of power for it, trapping the creatures that originally existed within the barrier. To escape from the belly of a Terror Thunder Lizard after being swallowed ordinarily, without special powers, one would need a life level of around 60 to resist and escape. Of course, there are some things that are not in the books, but that Du Ming has heard through rumors. Some life forms experience fluctuations in their life levels, sometimes even dropping below 1, while at other times rising to dozens. If encountered in the copy world, one must be exceedingly cautious. However, such life forms seem to only appear in mid to high-level copy worlds which ordinary awakeners are unlikely to encounter. The fluctuating life levels of these creatures differ from the concealed energy techniques in the Dragon Ball world. In the Dragon Ball world, even when one conceals their energy, their strength does not change, whereas for these creatures their life level itself fluctuates, which is quite different. Most of this knowledge was learned by Du Ming from textbooks and extracurricular required and recommended readings, much of which must be memorized. Looking at his nearly empty data profile with nothing noteworthy, Du Ming shrugged and closed the interface. He wondered if he could make any progress in his level after just 7 days in the copy world, and how many times he would need to enter the copy world to grow into an extraordinary being with a life level of 1. On stage, Mime's speech came to an end. Du Ming raised his head and listened to the elderly man resembling Master Rashi Chunlong speak. Without a microphone, it was hard to tell how much effort he put into his voice, yet Chunlong's voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears in the venue. Du Ming's heart stirred. Chi, what kind of nonsense is this? I've never heard of it. What does it have to do with martial arts? Quietly, he's definitely a fraud. The favorite trick of frauds is to come up with all sorts of bizarre new terms. Quietly, I think so too. After today, when the boss is alone, let's talk to him about it. We should prevent him from being scammed by this fraud. Although the people here had been immersed in martial arts for many years, very few had truly encountered Chi. Chi, why does it feel like I've heard of this somewhere before? Of course, not everyone was completely ignorant of the concept of Chi. While they hadn't personally studied or sensed Chi, some individuals who had practiced martial arts for years might have heard of Chi by chance, though they had never paid attention to it before. Hey, could there really be such a thing? Quietly, it must be fake. If you believe even a bit, you lose a bit. Chunlong's voice rang out again. It refers to a certain power hidden within the body, a kind of aura. To become a true martial artist, one must attempt to sense Chi, refine Chi, and utilize Chi. Of course, the later stages may be too difficult for you, and in these 7 days you are not geniuses like me. It's almost impossible to sense complete Chi. My requirements for you are very low. You only need to sit quietly in front of me every day and feel the aura on my body. This is only possible because of Mime's great support. Cough, cough, this is due to Mime's reputation. Wow. Chunlong's words made a crowd of people start to lose their composure. Was this old man perhaps taking advantage of Mime the boss a bit too far? What does this old man mean? Sit quietly for an hour every day. Just sit there facing this old man for an hour. And that's it. Is this what they call martial arts teaching? This is pure fraud. Not teaching any real skills is one thing, but this doesn't even seem to have an ounce of real skill. It's pure nonsense, treating their boss Mime like a fool. Suddenly, some began to underestimate him. Hey, this is definitely a fraud. Absolutely a fraud. Yeah, how can you learn martial arts without doing anything and just sitting there staring blankly? Exactly, this old man could never have been the savior of the boss back then. Just a bad person. Right, just a bad old man. A portion of Mime's martial arts personnel sensed the aura of a fraud and began to discuss among themselves. Some of the martial artists invited by the boss for a free meal were somewhat reliable. At least they had some real skills, so they didn't say much. However, this so-called martial artist they invited this time was too much. There was clearly no real skill, and yet he was trying to cheat. Cheating Mime was one thing. Did he think they as martial artists could be easily deceived? Even a few who were very fond of Mime became extremely agitated. Boss, don't be confused. At worst, I won't take the subsidies for these days. You just don't let this kind of person scam your money. Boss, boss, boss. Mimi the boss listened to the voices of the discussions with a smile, without saying a word. Then he took a few steps back to stand beside Master Chenglong, clearly showing his support for the master beside him. Qi. As the most important fundamental and essential existence within the Dragon Ball power system, Qi occupies a significant portion of the narrative. From the earliest Kamehameha to the spirit bomb, from the instant transmission to the ability to sense and suppress, Qi, the role of Qi, is undeniable. It is the very foundation of countless thrilling battles in Dragon Ball. Only in the later stages of the Zizai Ji Gong did the warriors of Dragon Ball cease to overly rely on Qi. Yet, even then, the quantity and quality of one's Qi could still reflect the strength of a martial artist, making it an essential part of combat. But that was a time long gone during the multi-universe era of Dragon Ball. In the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world, it was an era where only a few elite individuals like Goku could participate. Ordinary people couldn't even dare to hope, as it was certainly out of reach. Not to mention the Dragon Ball universe in the main world, there hasn't been any known powerful beings who broke through the limits of a single universe and began to traverse multi-universes or the multiverse. Despite the protagonist Sun Wukong's decades of effort, his combat power soared to this extent. If a top genius from the main world were to train for the same duration, they might just barely reach Krillin's level, which is already the most optimistic scenario for Du Ming. Most of the powerful beings in the main world are ancient monsters who have lived for a long time, while some have only recently become powerful, but they are true monsters among monsters. Du Ming has no idea how long it would take him to reach that level if he were to live forever. He can only speculate. Having crossed over to the main world for so long, he hasn't discovered any extraordinary abilities in himself, nor does he have a grandpa's external aid, a unique system exclusive to Traverser's incredible talent that overshadows the world, a chat group, a domineering aura, or encounters with his future self offering items like small green bottles. He doesn't even have a unique bloodline, and his family consists of just one. Unless he encounters some fortuitous event in the instance world later or suddenly awakens an astonishing talent for cultivation, it would be quite difficult for him to become a powerful being, let alone dominate Blue Star. In the hall, the noise gradually quieted down. Although there were still many who believed that Boss Mimi had been deceived, seeing how stubborn he was at the moment, they could only sigh and hide their anxious hearts, giving Boss Mimi a bit of face. After the so-called teaching ends today, they would persuade the boss to be rational. Boss Mimi isn't completely oblivious to their feelings, nor does he fail to notice. He simply trusts Master Chenglong. Without saying a word, Boss Mimi smiled and looked at Chenglong. Let's begin today's lesson now. Chenglong spoke plainly with his hands clasped behind his back. The crowd suppressed their impatience and sat still, unsure of what to do. Close your eyes and quietly feel my Qi. At this moment, a vortex of Qi will form within the palms of my hands. To help you sense it, this Qi is chaotic and intensely turbulent. Focus your mind and try to feel this power. The crowd glanced at their boss, helplessly closing their eyes while internally complaining. It was as if nothing was said, not even a fabricated explanation for what Qi feels like. This scammer truly goes too far. Du Ming remained calm, sitting still. Regardless of whether this Chenglong is truly Master Roshi, he decided to give it a genuine try. An hour was still acceptable for him. He gently closed his eyes early, calming his mind and trying to clear his thoughts to sense the aura of Qi. Chenglong, with his hands clasped behind him, nodded slightly as he observed everyone before him close their eyes. Then a small white light gathered in the palms behind him, forming a vortex of Qi. To help these seemingly ordinary martial artists who had never encountered Qi understand what it is, allowing them to feel it directly is certainly the most suitable approach. However, without undergoing rigorous training, most people would find it difficult to truly sense Qi. The vortex in his palm was actually controlling the Qi within his body to concentrate in his hand, increasing its density to 100-fold of an ordinary person, yet without stabilizing the Qi, it merely remained chaotic within the confines of his palm. Thus, while these individuals had closed their eyes, they might be ordinary, but they were at least trained martial artists and should somewhat be able to sense the anomaly in their own Qi. As long as they could sense this abnormal Qi, even if they struggled to feel the aura of Qi in the next 7 days, they might eventually learn to control it due to some opportunity in the future. As for why he didn't directly use Qi in front of these individuals, that was also a form of training from Chenglong. It is natural for martial artists to fight through their eyes and ears, yet simultaneously what they must avoid most is to rely solely on these means. To become a master of martial arts, keen physical instincts, the perception of Qi, and the judgment of the sixth sense are all crucial. They cannot rely solely on their eyes and ears when life and death are at stake. I hope there will be someone among these people who can break free from the constraints of their bodies and minds and step into the true realm of martial arts. Chenglong sighed lightly, then turned his gaze to Mimi beside him, smiling faintly. Mimi was staring in shock at the white vortex of qi in Chunlong's palm, utterly speechless. He knew the master was powerful, but he had no idea just how powerful. "And master, is this what is called qi?" Mimi asked, controlling his voice, trembling as he spoke cautiously. He had just been telling his people to witness the true essence of martial arts, only to realize he was mistaken. He had thought that the Chunlong master who came to rescue him decades ago was the true representation of martial arts, only to discover he was deeply mistaken. The true martial arts appeared to be even more profound than he had imagined. He thought he had glimpsed the future of martial arts, only to realize he had no idea what true martial arts looked like. Having practiced martial arts for decades and invested his money to nurture numerous martial artists, he had occasionally heard of a concept called qi. When he heard Master Chunlong explain what qi is, Mimi had thought it was an invisible existence similar to the concept of vital energy. He was wrong, completely wrong, absurdly wrong. Chunlong smiled and said, "You are closest to me, making it easier for you to sense the aura of qi. However, Mimi, your aptitude is indeed average. For the next few days, stay by my side and feel the energy of this qi. I hope you can comprehend something from it." Yes, master," Mimi exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Ahem. Excitement aside, about what you promised me." "Of course." Mimi couldn't contain his excitement. His face flushed as he repeatedly replied, "Whatever the master says goes. No, one set is simply not enough. I will immediately arrange for someone to get you a new villa in Nandu, master. Of course, I will also personally select the magazines you like and deliver them to you." "Oh." Chunlong's eyes lit up, turning crescent-shaped. A mischievous smile flashed across his face before he quickly composed himself. Had it not been for the strangers present, Chunlong would have certainly dropped the act. Ahem, remember well. Du Ming kept his eyes closed, completely relaxed. The grand hall gradually quieted down, the sounds of complaints around him slowly subsiding. As the noise diminished, the sounds of breathing also gradually disappeared. Du Ming couldn't shake the feeling that he could even hear the steady and powerful breath of the cheerful man next to him, Harold, after he settled down. Qi. Du Ming might understand it better than the others present. Of course, he couldn't see the qi vortex behind Chunlong, but he was familiar with many applications and manifestations of qi. Especially the gathering, forming, and attacking of qi in the Kamehameha technique was very clear in his mind. Scenes of Goku and Gohan using qi in Dragon Ball flashed through Du Ming's mind. However, it was of no use. Du Ming soon realized that the scenes he had seen in Dragon Ball anime and manga did not help him at all. He furrowed his brow slightly, but didn't feel discouraged. With his eyes closed, Du Ming reorganized his emotions and imagined the position of Master Roshi in front of him. Qi. What exactly is the aura of qi? He felt troubled. In both the world before he crossed over and the current Dragon Ball world, he had never experienced anything extraordinary. So, can one really feel it, the so-called aura of qi? No. Du Ming recalled that aside from geniuses like Gohan, it seemed that even a human genius like Biddy Li took about a day to understand qi before he could slightly learn the instant transmission technique. Du Ming believed his talent for martial arts wasn't very high, not to mention Biddy Li, he likely wouldn't match the martial artists present. With that in mind, it was best to mentally prepare himself to spend the full 7 days trying to feel the aura of qi. As long as he could sense the aura of qi during these 7 days and grasp its use, this first journey to the world would not be in vain. By the way, thinking back to Master Rose's mischievous appearance, Du Ming thought he could also buy some nice magazines to honor Master Roshi, privately ask for advice, or at least gain a few pointers. It would be best if he could become a disciple, but the likelihood was slim. After all, Master Roshi wouldn't casually take on a mediocre person as a disciple unless there was a special reason. With that thought, Du Ming furrowed his brow again. In the Dragon Ball world, the currency, Sony, he currently had none. It seemed a bit difficult to buy beautiful magazines for Master Roshi. Sigh. Du Ming sighed softly, shaking his head left and right, not wanting to think any further. The most important thing at this moment is to feel the aura of qi. Perhaps because he had just been overwhelmed with thoughts, many distractions in Du Ming's mind had dissipated. His mind became calm, free from the previous impatience. However, Du Ming's perception wouldn't become stronger just because his mood was calm. He merely became more patient. His breathing gradually steadied, yet his mind remained dark with no clue about the so-called aura of qi. Around him, a group of martial artists who had originally closed their eyes were at a loss, and many reopened their eyes. Glancing at each other, some wanted to shout complaints, but upon seeing Boss Mimi, they ultimately kept their silence. Others, meanwhile, continued to sense with their eyes closed out of sheer boredom. Some even accidentally fell asleep. Some even started to snore. Listening to those snoring sounds, another part of the less focused martial artists became agitated, scratching their heads in frustration. Wait, all of this gradually became irrelevant to Du Ming. The surrounding sounds slowly faded, and in the darkness, Du Ming could no longer hear the external noises. Gently, the sound like a gentle breeze gradually echoed in Du Ming's mind. This sound, Du Ming's ears twitched, and in the darkness his consciousness drifted toward the direction of the sound. Time passed swiftly, and more than half of the 1-hour teaching time mentioned by Master Chenglong had already elapsed. On stage, Boss Mi shook his head regretfully and said with a wry smile to Master Chenglong, "Master, it seems I truly lack talent." Compared to the people below, he was closest to the swirling qi in Master Chenglong's hands, yet he still did not show any signs of perceiving it. Take your time, one step at a time. Master Chenglong did not offer any empty reassurances, understanding, while that Mi's aptitude was very poor, truly inadequate. He could see that although Mi's martial strength was far superior to an untrained ordinary person, when faced with skilled and talented martial artists, Mi would probably be just as helpless as any commoner. He did not intend to comfort Mi. Neither kind words nor harsh truths would be appropriate or necessary. Mi rallied his spirits and asked with a smile, "Master, looking at all these students, do you see anyone who can learn your unique skills and master the use of qi?" Master Chenglong glanced over. As for the use of qi, if anyone could perceive it within 7 days, that would already be a success. Moreover, the perception and cultivation of qi were not some extraordinary skill. They were merely the stepping stones for a martial artist, the key to opening the true path of martial arts. Considering the appeal of Mi's attractive magazines, he had already glanced at the students an hour earlier, and the answer was certainly. None of them were capable. He found no one among the martial artists here worthy. However, since Mi had asked, he casually looked over the few hundred people ahead, observing the current state of these martial artists. Before him, over 100 martial artists sat quietly. Most of them were fidgeting, clearly impatient with being asked to sit still. Some had even fallen asleep. The remaining ones were more complex, lost in thought, sighing or frowning, each showing different expressions. Suddenly Master Chenglong was surprised. Among these people, an unremarkable figure caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, Master Chenglong directed his gaze towards a youth hidden in the right rear. To perceive qi is to perceive it. If one cannot, then they cannot. These are two completely different states. The scenes from when he trained under Master Wu Taido seemed fresh in his memory. From every move to sparring with his junior brothers, the joy of mastering qi was deeply etched in Master Chenglong's mind. Master Chenglong was familiar with the aura of qi. He understood how to conceal it and how to perceive the flow of qi within others. The flow of qi within an ordinary person is quite regular. The movement of qi corresponds to human actions. Waving hands, lifting feet, jumping, running. Breath flows with it. In contrast, skilled martial artists who have learned to control qi experience some differences. The flow and gathering of qi are influenced by their own thoughts and subconscious. If they do not undergo special training, the flow of qi will not be as natural as that of ordinary people. Similarly, without training to conceal their aura, even martial artists who can control qi will not know how to hide their qi, making it easy for opponents to detect the quantity and strength of their qi. To learn to control qi, one must start by sensing its existence. Master Chenglong's teaching over these 7 days serves as an introduction. When these martial artists train sufficiently in the future, they may feel the presence of qi due to this opportunity. Though this is equally challenging. To naturally and clearly perceive one's own qi and that of others may take hours, days, even months or years. During this time, different stages present different sensations. From completely failing to sense qi to subtle hints of sensing it to seemingly being able to sense qi and then easily perceiving the qi of oneself and others. These stages have subtle distinctions. Ordinary people might not notice, but Master Chenglong could. Moreover, based on his experience, the younger and more accomplished a martial artist is, the easier it is for them to perceive qi. Martial artists of the same age, particularly those who are more powerful, find it easier to sense qi. The younger and more powerful they are, the easier it becomes. However, from his experience, for those with little to no martial arts training, the difficulty of sensing qi is extremely high, almost impossible. Of course, this is Master Chenglong's current summary of his experiences. He still does not know that many exceptional talents will arise in the future, such as Ku X Kong, X Fan, X Tian, and X Fong, who will skip these intermediate stages entirely. For them, one moment they know of qi's existence, the next they can fully perceive it, and in the next moment they can skillfully utilize and control qi, unleashing waves endlessly. After scanning the entire venue, Master Chenglong easily detected a subtle difference in one person. Lowering his voice to avoid disturbing the other martial artists sensing qi, he turned to Mi and asked, "Who is that youth?" Mi was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. Master Chenglong's question clearly indicated he had found someone among his group worth noting. "This person is really boosting my confidence." He then immediately put on a distressed expression and respectfully asked, "Master, which youth are you referring to?" "The one in the southeast corner, the youngest looking one. Clearly someone who has never trained in martial arts before." Mi paused, carefully identifying the youth in the southeast direction, quickly finding the one Master Chenglong referred to. "It's him," Mi exclaimed in surprise. He recognized this person as the lad who had helped him carry things earlier, not one of his martial artists. This young man is called Du Ming, Boss Mi said, doubting his own judgment. He comes from? Oh, I haven't asked yet. It seemed to be his first encounter with martial arts. He had just come to find a martial arts school to study today, and I invited him here to listen to your lecture, Master Qinglong. I forgot to mention this to you. No problem, I teach everyone the same. Master Qinglong said with a smile, staring at Du Ming thoughtfully for a moment. Then he slowly infused more qi into the swirling energy in his palm, far exceeding its previous level. Though it took some effort, this should make it a bit easier for the young man to sense qi. Du Ming, with his eyes closed, appeared slightly delighted. He increasingly clearly sensed a gentle breeze swaying not far ahead. This feeling, is this the qi from the Dragon Ball world? It must be Master Rose's qi. To sense qi so quickly, could it be? I have a bit of talent. Du Ming felt that not much time had passed while he was trying to sense qi with his eyes closed, and was quite pleased, then prepared to try sensing his own qi. Although everyone's qi varies, Du Ming believed it made no sense for him to sense Master Rose's strong qi, but not his own. Though his qi might be very faint, as long as he is a living being, qi must exist. With that thought, Du Ming focused his awareness back on himself. Though weak indeed, he joyfully discovered that he could sense a very faint and inconspicuous aura around him, truly too insignificant. Then Du Ming quickly glanced around. The auras of the several hundred qi around him were much stronger than his own. These must be the other martial artists under the same roof. He could not stop his exploratory thoughts upon sensing qi for the first time, and focused his mind back on himself, hoping to see if he could control the qi. Unknowingly, time passed quickly. It seemed only a few minutes had gone by, yet Du Ming in meditation had not found a way to control qi. Hey, dude, are you still asleep? After an unknown period, Du Ming felt a tap on his shoulder, and a cheerful voice rang in his ear. Opening his eyes in a daze, Du Ming looked to his side, and saw the one who had awakened him. The cheerful young man Harriet, who had previously spoken to him. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to take this time to feel the qi more? Du Ming asked in confusion. Oh, my brother, you were sleeping so soundly. Harriet pointed with his thumb beside him, saying, the so-called teaching session is already over. Look around, everyone is leaving, and I have to leave with my damn brother too. He gestured to another man standing next to him, yawning as he waited. Du Ming looked around. On stage, Master Rashi had left at some point, and Boss Mi was standing on stage, surrounded by a crowd for some unknown reason. Du Ming guessed that it was probably the person who had just been making a fuss to tell Boss Mi, this master is a big fraud. Below, the martial artists had already begun to disperse with a constant buzz of noise. Strange, weren't we told the teaching would last an hour? Du Ming wondered, why did it end so quickly? Hey, they say time passes the fastest when you're sleeping, but really is like this, huh? Harriet laughed. I understand, during those boring teaching sessions, I also sleep as much as I can. Du Ming was dazed in his perception. Only a few minutes had passed, yet an hour had actually gone by. With a thought, he gently closed his eyes and sensed his qi again, immediately relaxing his entire body. Opening his eyes, Du Ming smiled and asked, did you sense any signs of qi? How could that be? The young man smirked. I think I've heard of this qi somewhere before. But let's not even discuss whether it's real or not. Even if there is such a thing as qi, how could I be so lucky to encounter it? Think about it, if such a good thing really existed, wouldn't it be kept secret and used by oneself? How could it be taught to so many people in public? To be honest, I'm not that kind-hearted. This is the difference between people, Du Ming thought. Master Rashi is someone an ordinary person might find hard to meet. Even if they do, they might not even recognize him. He is not keen on accepting disciples. Yet Master Rashi truly does not mind imparting his skills to others. Perhaps Master Qinglong is a martial arts master with profound martial ethics. Du Ming hinted to Harriet. To be honest, he doubted he could be as open-hearted as Master Rashi is in teaching his martial arts knowledge. Maybe that is a possibility. Harriet did not particularly refute, Du Ming appearing contemplative. Halot's brother is named Lot. After a brief chat with Du Ming, Halot was pulled away by his brother, who said they were going for a training match. Once the two left, there were hardly any people left in the main hall. On the stage, the group that had been surrounding Mimi had also mostly dispersed. Mimi comforted the remaining staff and sent them away. After bidding farewell to Halot, Du Ming was about to leave the hall when a voice came from behind him. Du Ming, are you free? Du Ming turned back in confusion and saw Mimi, who had come down from the stage, smiling. Yeah. Du Ming nodded. He hesitated, unsure of how to address Mimi. Du Ming was not part of Mimi's martial arts team, but was wearing their uniform. He pondered whether it would be better to call him Boss or Master Mimi, or if there was a better title. Just call me Mimi or Old Master, Mimi said cheerfully, playfully teasing him. He noticed Du Ming's hesitation about how to address him. He was very happy. Today, no, perhaps the luckiest thing this year was encountering this young man named Du Ming by chance, and by a twist of fate, bringing him into this grand hall to listen to Master Jackie Chan's lesson. Although he had learned from Master Jackie Chan that Du Ming seemed to vaguely sense the aura of Jackie Chan, he still cautiously and eagerly asked, I heard Master Jackie Chan say that you seem to be able to sense his aura. Old Master me, right? Okay, I'll call you that then. Du Ming misheard the name. Without hesitation, Du Ming nodded and said, yes, I can clearly sense the aura of Master Jackie Chan. He thought for a moment and added, including the aura of everyone present, as well as the weakest aura, which is my own, I can sense them all. There was nothing to hide. Really? That's great. Mimi excitedly rubbed his hands together, almost wanting to jump up. His spirits were high and he was extremely excited. I heard Master Jackie Chan say you can sense the aura. Do you know how extraordinary that is? Originally, Master Jackie Chan believed that none of us here could sense the aura within 7 days, and it's all thanks to you that we found you and brought you along. By the way, Du Ming, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay here for the next few days. How about learning martial arts at my Mimi Martial Arts? Mimi smiled and said, you wouldn't want to leave here and struggle to find an unknown martial arts school, would you? Indeed, I can only trouble you for these few days, old Master me. Du Ming smiled and nodded in thanks. In the Dragon Ball world, there are hardly a few better teachers than Master Rashi. It would be foolish not to stay here and learn from him. Old Master me, when Master Jackie Chan is teaching us to sense the aura, you are right beside him, right? I see you are also skilled, but you can't sense the aura. Du Ming's address took me by surprise. He then shook his head with a smile, saying, you are making it too difficult for a regular old man like me. How could someone like me achieve that? Mimi knew his martial arts talent was poor and had long stopped expecting any achievements on the path of martial arts. He studied Du Ming closely, sizing him up. But you, Du Ming, you are wearing my Mimi martial arts uniform, which makes you half a martial artist of Mimi martial arts, right? Mimi's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Du Ming with shining eyes. Du Ming, look, Master Jackie Chan's martial arts class is quite good, isn't it? Hearing Mimi's promotional tone, Du Ming couldn't help but shudder. It's definitely top-notch. There are hardly any martial artists who can teach better than Master Jackie Chan. Du Ming honestly evaluated Master Rashi. Mimi rubbed his hands and said, since you're here at my Mimi martial arts and have attended Master Jackie Chan's class, why not take a step further and join my Mimi martial arts? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. To be honest, that's indeed a good suggestion. Du Ming's tone shifted, but I refuse. Why not? Mimi said with a disappointed face, eager to add, the benefits I offer will surely satisfy you. Based on your talent, I promise you permanent housing for over a year here, and after 3 years I can arrange for a villa. I won't assign you any tasks, just focus on practicing martial arts. Don't say any more, old man. Du Ming turned away, tears welling in his eyes. Such treatment would rank among the best for an average person in the main world, but unfortunately this was the Dragon Ball world. Du Ming stubbornly said, I have absolutely no interest in the benefits you offer. Why is that? Mimi was surprised. Du Ming turned back slightly, tilting his head, and said nonchalantly, as martial artists, we take it upon ourselves to promote the martial way in this world. Instead of joining your Mimi martial arts, why don't I seek out Master Jackie Chan directly and become his disciple? If he accepts me, I could go much further on the path of martial arts. Mimi thought for a moment and helplessly nodded, then said, in that case, why not try asking if Master Jackie Chan will accept you as a disciple? If he doesn't, then consider joining my Mimi martial arts. How does that sound? Besides, becoming a disciple and joining my Mimi martial arts actually aren't mutually exclusive, right? His eyes sparkled again. Du Ming sighed and shrugged. All right, old master, here's what I'll say. I only have a week here, and after that I will a retreat to a remote place in the mountains where no one can find me to practice. So I won't expend energy considering joining Mimi martial arts or becoming Master Jackie Chan's disciple. Focusing on martial arts practice is my top priority. I see. Mimi lowered his head, looking dejected. But soon he had a thought, and suddenly raised his head, his eyes brightening again. Du Ming, how about this? You see, you don't mind being associated with my Mimi martial arts, right? How about being affiliated with my Mimi martial arts? You are a rare talent capable of sensing the aura. My Mimi martial arts cannot do without you. Is that so? Du Ming paused for a moment, didn't answer immediately, and instead asked another question. The number of martial artists under Mimi martial arts is about 200 each year, right? I heard that the martial artists of Mimi martial arts generally do not worry about food and clothing, and you have been good to them for over 20 years. That must be quite a cost, right? Mimi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is considerable, but my other businesses can fully support Mimi martial arts. In fact, Mimi martial arts does not need to contribute revenue. Du Ming looked intently at Mimi. I am very curious to know what is the reason behind your continued efforts, the reason for establishing Mimi martial arts, the reason for absorbing so many martial artists. What do you aim to gain? What do I want to gain? A moment of confusion appeared in Mimi's eyes. No one had ever asked him this question, and he had never considered whether doing this would benefit him. In his youth, tirelessly practicing martial arts until he reached middle age, when he finally despaired of his martial arts talent, he unconsciously established Mimi Martial Arts, unknowingly recruiting more and more martial artists, never thinking about this question. However, if he had to say the one thing he could gain, it brings me great joy. Mimi's eyes were bright without a trace of falsehood, and he said straightforwardly, I have poor talent and no further opportunity on the path of martial arts, but seeing children like you walk the path I long for at this age is worth being happy about, right? Huh. Looking at it this way, I must thank you, Du Ming, for allowing me to witness a different and extraordinary unfolding of the martial arts path that I once wanted to walk, but couldn't. It truly brings me joy. Du Ming, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. His gaze was steady without a hint of insincerity. Du Ming slowly shifted his gaze away from Mimi's bright eyes. Although Du Ming hadn't encountered many people like Mimi, such individuals certainly existed, those who are happy for others, who bless others when they encounter good fortune, and who rejoice when they see others climbing mountains they cannot scale. Eyes are not always reliable, and feelings cannot always be trusted. However, Du Ming decided to trust his instincts and his eyes at this moment. Today, perhaps he truly stumbled upon a good old man. Shaking his head and smiling, Du Ming thought for a moment and said, Old Master Me, it seems you are a good person. Cough ha. Mimi's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he clutched his belly, laughing heartily. Am I a good person? So I'm actually a good old man, huh? Not bad, not bad. So what do you say, Du Ming? Want to be affiliated with me? The grand hall was empty, and Mimi had left. In the vast space, only a few dozen martial artists were practicing, their shouts echoing throughout the venue. Du Ming once again called up the data panel of the dimensional gate to check his data and status. Name Du Ming. Life level 0. Ability Chi Perception. Reminder: Dragon Ball World instance preparation in progress. There was a slight improvement compared to the last time, but it was still dismal. His level remained at 0, having not increased even after learning to perceive Chi, a fact Du Ming had long anticipated. The most significant change was the addition of Chi perception under the ability section. In the Dragon Ball world, the existence of Chi is independent of whether one can perceive it. Chi is the energy within one's body, representing not only life and vitality, but also reflecting a person's strength. Any living being can enhance their Chi through cultivation. However, most people are unable to perceive and manipulate Chi, unable to unleash its power freely, nor can they employ more effective methods to cultivate Chi. Being able to perceive Chi is akin to having a stepping stone, granting access to more and better methods of becoming stronger. Yet, even with contact with Chi, Du Ming still could not be considered extraordinary. He needed to learn to control Chi and use it to generate a certain level of destructive power or abnormal effects to be deemed extraordinary. Being able to perceive Chi might provide a shortcut to becoming extraordinary, but it certainly did not mean he had reached that level. He was comparable to an adult with a regular handgun with a life level around 1. Du Ming contemplated his current combat power. Just moments ago, among the more than 100 martial artists in the Grand Hall, any slightly stronger individual could knock him down with a single punch, leaving him on the floor groaning in pain. Then Du Ming looked at the last item on the data panel with a complex expression: World instance preparation in progress. He sighed softly. Instance creation is one of the functions of the dimensional gate. Whenever a new traversable world appears, the dimensional gate obtains 2 pieces of information from the traveler. One is the world coordinates, indicating the location of the traversable world for future reference. The other is world information. After a reading period that can last from a few seconds to several minutes, or even hours, the dimensional gate will complete the collection of information about the traversable world. Once the information about the world is fully collected, the dimensional gate will use this information to nurture an identical world instance. Subsequently, after a period of cultivation, the dimensional gate will continue to produce new instance worlds based on the information of the original world. After instance creation, this world will no longer exist as a single entity, but will become one of many parallel world instances. These instance worlds will also be assigned suffix numbers by humans. For instance, the new Dragon Ball World instance will be labeled Dragon Ball World 9527, a Dragon Ball World 10031, a Dragon Ball World 19090. Every awakened individual entering the Dragon Ball world will find it indistinguishable from the original, with every person, every word spoken, every random variable, and every planet being identical. Whenever a new instance world is formed, the dimensional gate will open it to the world. As for the time and location of traversing into the instance world, the dimensional gate will introduce some randomness to ensure that every person will have a unique experience upon entering. So the Dragon Ball world is going to be instantiated too. Du Ming muttered to himself, feeling a complex emotion. It is said that some high-level awakeners in the past fell in love, or even married, and had children in the instance world, forcibly bringing characters from the instance through the dimensional gate into the main world. This led to an absurd situation. Many people discovered that their wives brought from the instance world not only looked identical to others' wives, but even shared indistinguishable memories prior to meeting them. Morning greetings were the same catchphrases during conversations were identical. They shared the same favorite books, the same favorite dishes, and even, like the same postures. This truly troubled some big shots. Later generations restrained themselves, significantly rarely getting involved with individuals from the instances, yet this situation is still not uncommon in today's era. That being said, Master Wu Tian would also split into countless versions, right? And Goku and the others too. Du Ming sighed softly, his mood not being very good. However, just as Du Ming sighed, the voice of the dimensional gate echoed in his mind once again. Error, instance creation failed. Error, instance creation failed. My. Du Ming looked up slightly surprised. Instance creation was something covered in the textbooks, which also mentioned that if one accidentally entered a newly appeared world, there would be prompts and rewards for instance creation, allowing those experiencing it for the first time not to worry or fear. Yet he had never heard from textbooks, television news, or from teachers, friends, and classmates that instance creation could fail. Currently attempting a second try. Reading world information again. World information is empty, reading failed. Data rollback. Failed retrying. Error. Instance creation failed. Abandoned retaining this world's coordinates. My. The lines of text scrolling through the data panel made Du Ming's smile increasingly crooked. The inability to create an instance meant that the Dragon Ball world would remain the one and only. Whether it be Master Roshi or his familiar Goku and others, there would only be one of each. Moreover, according to the textbook, after instance creation, the dimensional gate would nurture one new world after another, and once the new worlds were complete, they would be open to awakeners. Without the step of instance creation, there would be no new instance worlds, and the Dragon Ball world would no longer have other awakeners in the future. According to the knowledge I learned from last semester's textbooks, I could still return to this Dragon Ball world. Du Ming's smile grew more crooked. According to the book's claims, when a person traverses to a world, the dimensional gate will link the world's coordinates with that person. The next time if they traverse to the same named world, it will still be the original. For example, the basic Blood Chi realm. If you entered the Blood Chi realm instance, numbered 114514 on your first try, the dimensional gate would bind the Blood Chi realm world with that number to you. In the future, when you have another chance to enter the Blood Chi realm instance, barring any special interference, you would still enter the instance of number 114514, not another Blood Chi realm instance. Of course, the dimensional gate does not assign numbers to instances. Such numbering is done by inhabitants of the main world for organization. Additionally, one instance or world corresponds to multiple individuals, establishing a onetomany relationship. An individual will only enter the same instance, but those who first enter an instance around the same time have a certain chance of entering the same instance world, allowing one instance to accommodate hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of awakeners. Du Ming was different from them. In the Dragon Ball world, the dimensional gate attempted instance creation. Although it failed, it indicated this world was the first to have an awakener enter. The occurrence of a new world has two possible scenarios based on historical experience. One is the normal situation where a new world appears as expected. The Mimi Grand Hotel Room 1012 on the 25th floor is the room Mimi arranged for Du Ming. Pumpkin City, located by the sea, overlooks the central capital across the ocean, with waterways directly connecting to the neighboring regions of the West City Central Capital and East City. To the north lies the sea, while to the south stand the mountains. Although it cannot compare to the splendor of the East City or West City, and certainly lacks the grandeur of the central capital, Pumpkin City, blessed with coastal resources, remains a bustling city, with major brands and banks having their corner here. The Mimi Grand Hotel is a chain of luxurious hotels established by the Mimi owner worldwide, and this particular hotel in Pumpkin City is built by the sea, offering a view of the ocean through its floor-to-ceiling windows during the day. Building a 31-story luxury hotel in such a prime location showcases Mimi's extravagance. In Du Ming's room, a pleasant coolness fills every corner. It was early summer in the Dragon Ball world. After a bath, Du Ming changed into a clean, loose, white martial arts uniform from Mimi and sipped on his favorite iced soy milk. The room contained a large wardrobe. Inside the open wardrobe hung 2 rows of outfits, all the same style as the one Du Ming was wearing. Martial arts uniforms he could change into at will. However, there were no other types of clothing. Ah, refreshing. Du Ming lay back comfortably on the soft bed, feeling utterly relaxed. What was this brand of soy milk called? Mimi soy milk from my own home. If I ever return to the Dragon Ball world, you'll be my only choice for soy milk. Lying on the soft bed, Du Ming was immediately enveloped by the bed's plushness, rendering him too lazy to move even a finger or toe. As for meals, the hotel provides 24-hour dining. I'm not very hungry right now, so I can wait until later when I feel like going. Closing his eyes, Du Ming sensed the barely perceptible chi around him and couldn't help but exclaim, Such a tiny chi, if Raditz passed by me, he would hardly notice me due to my insignificance. It must be said that he truly felt weak. If it weren't for the enemies capable of piercing through the earth with a single blow, this mundane strength would still provide a sense of security. After resting for half an hour on the bed, Du Ming's stamina had largely recovered. Feeling a bit better, he closed his eyes once more to sense his own chi. He smoothly sensed his own chi, and compared to an hour ago, it was still just as insignificant. Indeed, I am still so weak. Du Ming couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Earlier at the Grand Arena, even the old man from Mimi had a much more solid and powerful chi than him. Fortunately, I am gifted and exceptional, able to sense the chi that ordinary people cannot in such a short time with my mortal body. Du Ming praised himself calmly and collectedly, his heart untroubled. He had always been an optimistic person. Excluding those cheating scions and a myriad of alien warriors that could not be counted, and the countless martial arts geniuses on Earth from Dragon Ball. If the comparison is limited to the Mimi martial arts realm, Du Ming still had quite a bit of talent. What a pity that no system or cheat has taken notice of me. It seems the days ahead will be filled with hard work and struggle. If he had a cheat or a system, Du Ming would certainly not hold back using it without a second thought. No matter what deep blue points, or the cost of acquiring a system is to marry 12 beautiful wives, or starting with a trillion cultivation level, I will be invincible. He wouldn't disdain any of that. Unfortunately, there were none. Let's just work hard as a mortal then. Du Ming relaxed his mindset. Right, I should check the current timeline of the Dragon Ball world. Du Ming almost forgot such an important matter. The textbooks emphasize that upon entering a parallel world, two things must be investigated and confirmed early. One is the location of the crossing, and the other is the time of the crossing. By knowing the location and time point, actions can be facilitated more easily. There were no clocks or similar items in the room, so Du Ming opened the computer provided in the room and conducted a voice search to check the time in the Dragon Ball world and in the city of Pumpkin. Pumpkin City, north facing the sea, south facing the mountains, a coastal city, close to the central capital and West City, and also very near the East City. Year 745 of the Age of AI. Silence. The Age of AI. I remember, it's the calendar of Dragon Ball. Du Ming rubbed his eyes. But what happened in the year 745 of the Age of AI, in the Dragon Ball plot? Caught up in checking the time, Du Ming forgot an important matter. He had no recollection of the events in the Dragon Ball timeline corresponding to the years of the Age of AI. Du Ming had thought that after checking the time, he could align the current time with positions in the Dragon Ball storyline. However, while he found out the time, he was equally confused. Who knows what year 745 of the Age of AI is? What use is it to find that it's now the year 745 of the Age of AI? He felt that knowing the Dragon Ball era used the Age of AI was quite impressive, but what normal person could remember the timeline of the Dragon Ball world? Du Ming thought to himself, feeling guilty. Oh right, the Capsule Corporation. Du Ming's eyes lit up. I can check how old Bulma, the female lead of Dragon Ball, is now to roughly determine the timeline. Du Ming then looked up the Capsule Corporation. On the official website and other materials, he indeed saw someone named Brief. He wondered if it was an ancestor of Bulma. As for Bulma's information, he saw none at all, and he didn't know if it was hidden. Forget it, no matter, let's focus on the upcoming 6 days of training first. After laying a solid foundation, I will think about these things later. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, well past the usual dining time. He touched his stomach, but wasn't very hungry. His eyes blinked, but he felt no sleepiness, lying on the bed feeling quite bored. I should go for a walk. Du Ming thought of a good place. Previously, he learned about Chi under Master Rashi at the Grand Arena, which was underground. In fact, directly above that Grand Arena's ground area, there was a similarly sized open-air venue. I heard from Mimi that the open-air venue is a similar-sized entertainment area. She suggested that after dinner I go for a walk there, saying there would be exciting things in the evening's open-air venue. I'm not hungry right now, so I could just go there and take a look. Remembering Mimi's words when they parted and her strong recommendation, Du Ming felt some anticipation. He pushed open the door. The corridor on the 25th floor of the hotel was very quiet, with no one around. From the elevator down to the first floor, only a few hotel staff were working in the lobby, and there were no other people in sight. Exiting the Mimi Grand Hotel, Du Ming came to the side of the hotel, where a long slope extended into the distance beyond a few sparse bushes. As he walked to the end of the slope, Du Ming heard sounds. Boom, cha, boom, cha. As Du Ming approached, the noisy sounds immediately reached his ears, making him marvel at how well the Mimi Hotel insulated sound. Taking a few more steps forward, he saw a spacious square that appeared even larger than the underground Grand Arena. At one end of the square was an open-air bar serving drinks, while at the other end stood a raised circular fighting stage. Doro, get him. Yes. Kick him in the ass. Ha ha, let him suck on that. Ouch, that damn snake. This is so thrilling that Chi training this afternoon is nothing compared to this. Yo. Oh. Ha. Bang. Da-da-da. On the fighting stage, muscular fighters were engaged in a wild brawl. Below the fighting stage, men and women drenched in drinks cheered excitedly in the square. Here at night was a party. The lights around the stone platform, the open-air bar, and the square transformed this place into an arena for wild beasts. Here alcohol and martial arts coexisted, and men and women enjoyed themselves together. In the square, the crowd was bustling, and the two brothers were already in position, creating a lively atmosphere. At a glance, most of them were robust men dressed in plain martial arts uniforms, like Du Ming, presumably warriors of Mimi martial arts. Oh, but that's not all. He could also see a blonde woman in a red and white dress mixed in with her evening gown, revealing a hint of pale skin. At first glance, the blonde woman seemed out of place with this scene, but her boisterous cheers from time to time made one feel she fit right into this atmosphere. On the fighting stage, two burly men were grappling with each other, seemingly close to determining a victor. Below the fighting stage, the music was as loud as a square dance, but the raucous voices of the crowd were still faintly audible. Go for it, meat. Kill that dumbass python. Ouch, that damn python, you got me. My Sony. Haha, earned enough for a drink, feels good. Which two idiots are up next? I'm going for 5 wins today, ready to go all out. Damn it. Someone, throw some drink on me. Shine the spotlight on me. Look, I am an idiot. The shouts in the square surged, even attempting to drown out the music. The musical fountain danced with the music, and the flickering lights pulsed in rhythm with the beats. Du Ming's heartbeat mirrored the rhythm of the music. Hey, brother. As Du Ming stepped into the plaza, a familiar voice reached his ears. At the edge of the plaza, 2 figures stood there, one of whom was the grinning man Harat. The moment Harat spotted Du Ming, he immediately ran over with a light step, wearing his signature smile. Yo, Harat. Du Ming also smiled, glancing at the man beside him. This one, you never introduced him before. Ha! Harat laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of the man beside him, saying, Let me introduce, this is Lot. You can call him Lot. Lot, standing next to Harat, had a somewhat plump physique, but his solid muscles were strikingly evident, much stronger than Du Ming. Du Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly calculating that both of these men could probably lift him with a single finger. Harat gestured with his mouth, smiling as he introduced Lot. As for this one, Du Ming, don't be fooled by how he looks like he hasn't exercised at all. He slept the longest and most soundly during Master Jackie Chan's class. Hey, now that you mention it, I remember. Lot, the man beside Harat, chuckled. I was wondering who kept sleeping. Turns out it was you, brother. Hello, Du Ming, I'm Lot. My name is quite similar to Harat's, but we're not brothers. Du Ming raised an eyebrow. How could this Harat tarnish someone's reputation out of the blue? Harat exclaimed, Hey, brother, aren't we brothers? Lot glared disdainfully, saying, You don't let me smoke and you don't drink with me either. Is this how brothers behave? Harat shouted loudly. As the saying goes, no smoking and no drinking. We have each other on the path to longevity. Can't you listen to what my master said? Lot widened his eyes. Heretical nonsense. My grandfather smokes and drinks and he lives long. You. Seeing these two good brothers naturally start arguing in front of him, Du Ming decided to speak up. Is it always this lively at night here? He looked at the martial arts platform, where another pair of fighters were about to clash. Oh, looks like Du Ming you don't know yet. Hearing Du Ming speak, the argument between Harat and Lot came to an immediate halt. Lot leaned closer, laughing. You must not have slept enough during practice and went back to your room to continue sleeping, right? It's rare for so many brothers to gather. Brother Aid said he wanted to organize an elite fighting tournament in the evening starting in half an hour. A fighting tournament? I've never heard of it. Who is Aid? Du Ming didn't know. But since there would be excitement, it was perfect for him to take a look. Hey, it's definitely going to be lively. Harat nodded repeatedly with a grin. The fighting tournament is about to start. Du Ming, you must watch us brothers showcase our prowess later. Oh, Du Ming's curiosity was piqued. You two are going to compete. That's right. Lot slapped his thigh. Haha, I almost forgot. This internal fighting tournament is by invitation only. Only the 7 strongest fighters from our Mimi martial arts are invited, making a total of 8, including Brother 8. Surely Du Ming, brother, is not among those 8. Du Ming's eyes twitched. Haha, don't be sad, Du Ming. Harat patted Du Ming's shoulder hard, laughing heartily. You as a fledgling can't even step onto the ring without at least 3 years of training. As for the future, it belongs to you young people. Indeed, Lot chimed in with a mocking laugh. Just to let you know, Du Ming, I and Harat both trained under our respective masters for 10 years, just to barely catch up with the last West Capital martial arts tournament. Harat teased, even though you were eliminated in the 2nd round of the preliminaries. You were eliminated in the 3rd round too. Lot retorted angrily, and Brother Aid, didn't he also get eliminated right after entering the main competition? Harat laughed, saying to Du Ming, You're still young, no need to rush, train for another 8 to 10 years before going out, otherwise when you stand on the martial arts platform, you really won't be able to show your skills. Lot shook his head, sighed, and smiled. What a pity, I don't know how the Mimi boss passed your review and let you come to Mimi martial arts. Look at your arms and legs, they don't look like they've ever been exercised. You slept straight through class this afternoon, huh? Du Ming couldn't help but retort, I was there to sense the qi. Harat smiled, regretfully patting Du Ming's shoulder. I understand, we all understand. Since the Mimi boss is not around, we can speak freely. It's not just you who slept through Master Jackie Chan's so-called class. You just slept the longest. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I took a little nap too. Du Ming was speechless. Talking to these two who couldn't sense qi was exhausting. However, Du Ming could feel that these two had no malice. He didn't mind, and after thinking for a moment, he still said one reminder. Regardless, Master Jackie Chan is the one the Mimi boss invited to teach. It's best to pay attention and learn in his class, or perhaps you will gain unexpected rewards. They might not be able to sense qi as easily as he does, but Du Ming believed that carefully listening in Master Turtle's class for a week would definitely benefit them for a lifetime. Harat and Lot exchanged glances, and Harat teased, what you said makes sense, but Lot joked, it's amusing to hear this from you, Du Ming, someone who slept through the master's class. Du Ming felt a headache coming. Was this topic never going to end? Luckily, the two brothers didn't say much before they started arguing again. Harat grinned. Lot, don't pick on Du Ming. I remember you were so nervous during your first competition that you wet your pants, right? At that time, it was a pity I didn't have my phone to take pictures of your miserable face. Lot's fists clenched. I did fine during my first match. I stood in the middle of the arena like a punching bag getting hit in front of a large audience's jeers, and I didn't even flinch, and you dare to talk about me. No matter what, I'm still better than you. Haha, it seems like it's been a long time since you fought. You're itching for a brawl. Lot cracked his knuckles, turning to grin menacingly. Herod, it's been a long time since we had a proper match. You told me not to smoke or drink. Just in time, Brother Aid's fighting tournament hasn't started yet. Let's have a little match first. Come on, let's talk on the martial arts platform. Bring it on, watch me make you cry. Herod's playful face also gradually turned fierce. I'll smash that dog head of yours. Let's go, let's go. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, pushed through the crowd with fierce expressions, charging towards the martial arts platform. In the plaza, martial artists brushed shoulders and sleeves. Looking around, aside from a few passers-by who had wandered in and hadn't been scared away, all were figures in martial arts uniforms. Harat and Lot moved straight ahead, bumping into people along the way. Whoa! To their surprise, the people they bumped into didn't seem displeased and laughed heartily. It seemed they were used to this scene. It's the Lot brothers. Harat shouted angrily, not Lot. Lot shouted angrily, not brothers. Haha, here we go again. The cruel battle of the Lot brothers. Harat and Lot shouted angrily. We said we're not Lot brothers. Will the miracle record of 215 flat continue to unfold? Du Ming didn't expect these two brothers to be so popular. He wanted to find a place to sit down, but all the nearby seats were occupied. Even the tables with empty spots had an atmosphere that made it awkward to force his way in. He looked around. Du Ming's eyes lit up. In a distant corner by the bar counter, there were plenty of empty seats. It seemed that since it was far from the martial arts platform, people didn't go over there. To his surprise, the bar area turned out to be the quietest place. Let's see what I can drink. Du Ming approached the bar counter. The bar was a self-service system without waiters. Du Ming had already learned that this was also part of Mimi's business, and all consumption here was free. He casually selected a non-alcoholic drink called Pashinaya from the menu. Ho, it looks good, really good. Before Du Ming could sit down, he heard a lewd voice nearby. Turning around, he was surprised to see Master Jackie Chan sitting at another table a couple of seats away in the shadow of a corner. From his spot, he could see everyone in the plaza. It was an excellent vantage point to observe the beautiful women in the area. Indeed, this lewd look is the master of martial heaven I have in mind. Du Ming muttered. Master Turtle's ears twitched. He seemed to hear some murmuring nearby and immediately sat up straight. When there was no danger, he indulged in the view of beautiful girls. Even if someone approached, he wouldn't sense it right away. He turned with a serious expression, wondering who was disturbing his observation of the beautiful girls in the plaza. Kafetsu kid. Master Turtle revealed, a faint smile appearing like a transcendent sage. This afternoon, was it you who sensed the qi in my class? Why are you here in this secluded corner instead of going to the martial arts platform to spar with those fighters? His tone was friendly, filled with resentment towards Du Ming. Master Turtle truly wanted to shoo Du Ming away like a fly, leaving only himself here without interruptions while he discovers beauty in every charming woman and every beautiful moment. But in front of outsiders, the image of Jackie Chan must be that of a serene sage, so he couldn't reveal a lewd appearance. He was anxious, glancing at the plaza from time to time, fearing that the beautiful girl he just saw in a corner might disappear into the crowd. If you want to watch, you can look freely. Du Ming took a sip of his cold drink and teased, Teacher, your lecherous reputation is well known. Even beings from outside the universe must have heard of your lechery. Young friend. Master Turtle chuckled amicably. You must have mistaken me. I am very dedicated to martial arts, contemplating its future every moment. During that time, I was carefully observing these fighters' body steps and techniques. You probably misunderstood me. Du Ming paused for half a second. If I call you Master Wu Tian, will you dare to respond? Lecherous Master Turtle. Master Turtle's face suddenly changed. I'm not a don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, kid, be careful with slandering Master Wu Tian. He might throw you onto an uninhabited island tonight. Oh sure, Master Wu Tian is quite impressive. Is this the point of issuing a criminal warning? Nonsense. I just made a slight prediction about Master Wu Tian's actions. I didn't mean it at all. Yes, Master Wu Tian, whatever you say, I believe it. Du Ming chuckled and asked, are you hungry? Should I grab a pizza for you from the hotel? In his memory, Master Turtle loved pizza. If he dangled pizza in front of him, Master Turtle might just tacitly acknowledge his identity. This was his first time speaking with a familiar. In the Dragon Ball world, it felt pleasant, a strange sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was due to his good impressions of Master Turtle. Du Ming felt especially relaxed talking to him. Sure enough, Master Turtle leaned closer. I want a large one. Remember to seal it well so the heat doesn't escape. Otherwise I won't eat it. All right, Master Wu Tian, please wait a moment. Du Ming grinned and turned to leave. Master Turtle was momentarily stunned, shaking his head in bemusement. This kid knows I like pizza. Du Ming Feng swallowed 2 small pieces of pizza like a whirlwind, carrying a box of fresh pizza back from Mimi Grand Hotel. Arriving at a corner of the square, Du Ming unwrapped the pizza packaging and handed it to Master Rashi. Oh. Master Rashi drooled, taking a small piece and putting it into his mouth. Delicious, kid. Where did you hear about me? Recently, he had rarely gone out under the name of Wu Tian for 100 years, yet this kid actually knew his name and could recognize him. Ordinarily, an ordinary person would not care about or know an antique from several hundred years ago. Oh, where I come from, there was a comic from 100 years ago, and one martial arts master was designed based on your image and name. When I saw you, I felt you were almost identical to the master in the comic. I didn't expect it to be true. Du Ming had of course learned about Master Rashi from the Dragon Ball anime, and the way Master Rose's eyes glistened. Upon seeing him, Du Ming recognized him almost immediately. He kept these thoughts in his mind, without voicing them, rephrasing what he had seen in the Dragon Ball comic, then showing a surprised expression. The comic said the martial arts master lived for an unknown number of years. I didn't expect you, Master, to be so long-lived. Impressive. Master Rashi didn't mind Du Ming's flattery, but revealed a pained expression. Was it really a comic from 100 years ago? Indeed, it should have been someone who saw Wu Tian's true face over 100 years ago, Du Ming replied. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been drawn to look exactly like you. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi became even more annoyed. Why didn't you tell me this decades ago? Now I can't collect any royalties. I'm at a loss. So that was what he was concerned about. Du Ming wiped the sweat off his brow. By the way, kid, what's your name? Master Rashi finally remembered that Du Ming was a living person. In the afternoon, Mimi had mentioned this kid's name, but he hadn't bothered to remember it, so he asked carefully this time. Du Ming. Du Ming, huh? Sounds like just a passerby. Master Rashi picked his nose. If you want to achieve something on the path of martial arts, you should change to a more unique name now. He still felt a bit resentful about losing out on income and how the image of a reclusive master had shattered in front of this kid. Master Rashi pouted. How about you take the surname Gue? Name yourself Gue. You can double dip off my name and profit greatly. Gue. Du Ming momentarily froze, then nodded vigorously, saying in agreement. What you said makes sense, Master. I think the name can be slightly altered. What do you think of this name I thought of? Master Rose's precious disciple. You can call me Little Precious or Little Disciple. It's all up to you. Master Rashi coughed twice, nearly choking on the pizza. You little rascal, trying to take advantage of me. Let me tell you, I have no intention of taking a disciple. Don't harbor such bad thoughts. Du Ming laughed nonchalantly. Hey, Master Wu Tian, what you said really touched my heart. What a coincidence. I also have no intention of becoming your disciple. I just thought you were enjoying the pizza so much and wanted to tease you a bit. Du Ming gently shook his head, revealing a look of regret. It didn't have much effect. Master Rose's eyes widened in anger. Since that's the case, you won't have a say in this. He took off his wig and pulled out a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket, transforming completely into the image of Master Rashi in Du Ming's mind. Du Ming, right. Being able to sense chi in just 1 hour is quite impressive. Master Rose's sunglasses glimmered with a hint of golden light, as if a chill passed through. Come here a step closer. Du Ming sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, and immediately took a step back. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. My ears are good. I can hear clearly from a distance. You are Master Rose's precious disciple. How can you not come closer to speak? The air in front of Master Rose's sunglasses was torn apart by a glint of cold light. Let me teach you how to use chi. He stepped forward and disappeared from Du Ming's sight, then took another step and appeared right in front of Du Ming. This is how you use chi. Golden binding technique. He lightly tapped Du Ming's forehead with 2 fingers, then slowly retreated back to his corner. On the other side, Du Ming, who had been tapped on the forehead, stood frozen like a statue. This was Master Rose's technique, capable of rendering the target immobile, and few had seen it. Damn it, to use such a vile technique on a normal and kind person like me. I've misjudged you, Master Wu Tian. Du Ming couldn't move anywhere else, but his mouth was still loose enough to speak. It seems that you are still lively, so I can rest easy. Master Rashi chuckled. If you want to break free from my golden binding technique, learn to use qi. Use your own qi to break through the confinement of my technique. Du Ming wanted to cry. He just couldn't help but want to tease Master Rashi, yet he was immediately captured and taught a lesson. Indeed, without strength, one must tread carefully. Du Ming, feeling soft-hearted, immediately begged for mercy. Master Wu Tian, I was wrong. Could you spare me? No way. Otherwise, could you teach me how to control my qi to break free from this golden binding technique's confinement? Among my disciples, you are the one who looks the least like a disciple. Master Rashi revealed a slight smile. Do you see the martial arts platform over there? Martial arts platform. Du Ming glanced over. It turned out that Harat and Lot were still up there, and the battle inside the martial arts arena was still ongoing. It had been a while since he returned with the pizza, and to his surprise, Harat and Lot's match was still not over. One of the functions of qi is to enhance all-around capabilities. This naturally includes sensory and observational abilities. Come and see the techniques and flaws of these two on the field. Master Rashi, not knowing when he had come to Du Ming's side, pinched the statue-like Du Ming and moved him to a better viewing position. Du Ming expressed his speechlessness to himself, accepting the bizarre fact that he had inexplicably become Master Rose's disciple. He watched the two combatants on the field. One was skilled with his fists, striking like the wind, fierce and fiery. The other was adept with his feet, moving gracefully and skillfully, like floating fireworks flaring here and there. Master, I can't see anything. After watching for a while, Du Ming surrendered. The two were fighting beautifully, but he really couldn't see any flaws or understand their techniques. Master Rashi didn't expect Du Ming to see anything at this moment. He pointed at the two, wanting to analyze them for Du Ming. Du Ming, what are the names of these two? I understand at a glance the one using his fists is Harat, and the one using his feet is Lot. Everyone calls them the Lot brothers. Good. Du Ming, let's first look at Harat's attacks, Master Rashi continued. Harat's boxing style should originate from a variant that combines Fire Snake Fist and Spring Fist. With the advantages of Spring Fist's balance between offense and defense combined with the unpredictable changes of Fire Snake Fist supplemented by techniques such as lifting, breaking, and holding, if mastered well, it could go further. If mastered, Du Ming wanted to nod, but couldn't move. He could only continue to listen to Master Rashi talk. However, his movements and stances lack flavor. Though stable, his footwork shows no variation. This should have been a boxing style combining the advantages of both, yet it doesn't quite work. Du Ming curiously asked, Master, what about Lot? He seems to be a master of using his feet. Master Rashi pondered for a moment and said, Do you know about street dance? Du Ming nodded in affirmation. He should have learned street dance for a long time before practicing martial arts. From his stance, he must have later practiced kickboxing techniques, as well as dabbling in leg techniques, kicking techniques, and Tai Chi. Master Rashi pointed at Lot, who was both attacking and retreating on the martial arts platform, and said, Du Ming, do you notice anything about Lot? He truly wanted Du Ming to feel something and learn a bit through the battle between the Hart brothers. Du Ming also focused on the fighting in the arena. Harat pressed forward step by step, yet Lot remained completely unfazed, playing tricks on Harat as he shifted and dodged. Although he hardly landed any hits on Harat, he forced Harat into a desperate state, as if he wanted to seize Lot without letting go. Du Ming had no martial arts foundation. He figured Master Wu Tian wasn't asking about specific techniques. After some thought, Du Ming shared his impression. Master, it seems that Lot's fighting a combat, while the rhythm of the duel is a bit strange. Master Rose's eyes lit up, smiling. Tell me what's strange about it. Du Ming lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then shook his head and said, Master, I just feel that if I were Lot, I wouldn't know how to win. If I were Harat, it seems I would quite enjoy having such an opponent, feeling that the pressure isn't that great. Master Rashi nodded in satisfaction. Having such a superficial understanding is already commendable. He pointed at Lot and Du Ming. Observe Lot's center of gravity closely. Du Ming looked over, but didn't find anything. If you observe Lot's center of gravity carefully, you'll notice that his techniques may seem unpredictable, but his center of gravity always tends to move away from Harat's body. This advantage is evident. Harat's boxing style hardly reaches Lot, but similarly, he himself finds it difficult to touch Harat's body. Even if he makes contact, because his center of gravity isn't forward, he can't exert force and can't deliver proper damage. Du Ming imagined this in his mind and memorized it all. Moreover, Master Rashi said seriously, Du Ming, this kind of fighting may seem very elegant, but it has significant flaws. The opponent only needs to notice the change in your center of gravity. The instant your center of gravity shifts from back to front, that's when they will attack, which is Lot's moment of inevitable defeat. It seems Harat hasn't noticed this point yet. Du Ming felt embarrassed, wondering why, while listening to Master Rashi, the Heart brothers seemed so weak, as if he could defeat them himself. The turtle sage raised an eyebrow and said, Du Ming, do you know what the biggest problem with the Latte brothers is? Oi. You haven't learned anything from my turtle sage style's insight. The turtle sage rolled his eyes and continued, the Latte brothers have learned a great deal, but their foundation is not solid. If they continue like this, it will be difficult to advance without 5 or 10 years of hard work. Really? Du Ming exclaimed in disbelief. They don't look like they lack training. And their boxing and kicking techniques should be quite impressive, right? No, that's not what I'm talking about, the turtle sage replied. Their physical abilities, eyesight, punches, kicks, and stamina may be sufficient, but they are lacking in control over their bodies, and more importantly, their minds cannot keep up with their martial arts skills. In addition to that, their level of control over their bodies is somewhat inferior, and more importantly, their minds are far behind their martial arts skills. Teacher, are you saying they are foolish? I mean, they lack mental coordination during competitions. Du Ming understood. This meant the Latte brothers fought without using their brains. The turtle sage believed that martial artists must not only train their bodies, but also learn synchronizing their mind and body. As for your question, if Latte were to use a trick to exploit Hallet's weaknesses, that generally wouldn't work well. The turtle sage nodded with a smile, saying, you can't fly, you don't have superpowers, and during combat you can't change your direction of movement with a jetpack. Movement has inertia, your center of gravity cannot be changed arbitrarily. The corners of the turtle sage's mouth lifted in a smile as he said, but you can deceive your opponent by disguising changes in your center of gravity. Back in the day when I fought with Master Wu Tai Do and Junior Brother Crane, we tricked each other with this technique many times. However, if your own abilities are not strong enough and your body is not coordinated, this will only lead to an unstable center of gravity with many flaws. Du Ming listened intently to the turtle sage's anecdotes about Master Wu Tai Do and Junior Brother Crane, nodding continuously behind the turtle sage. He felt he had learned a lot. I was clever since I was little, understanding the principle of fighting with my mind. Back in the day when I competed with Junior Brother Crane to the ends of the mountain and the sea, I still managed to gain the upper hand, forcing Master Wu Tai Do to step in and tell me to hold back. Du Ming let the last few words enter one ear and exit the other, not knowing how much of what Master Wu Tian said was true or false. And then, oi, Du Ming urged. Bang! The turtle sage expressionlessly punched Du Ming, who was in the way of his boasting, and irritably asked, you don't expect me to say it myself? I was just curious, Du Ming said logically. Teacher, after learning Qi, your battles must be quite different, right? Indeed, you can think of that. The turtle sage said proudly. Before we learned Qi, my strength and Junior Brother Crane's were almost on par, but after we started making progress with our Qi, he hardly ever won against me. He stood with his hands behind his back as if he alone could block the sky, his aura swallowing the sun and moon. Originating from the body yet transcending the body, this is the mystery of Qi. Du Ming, you have already taken your first steps in Qi. There are some things you need to know. He straightened his right index finger. Qi can do what ordinary people cannot. The turtle sage's index finger glowed with white light, the energy of Qi. The people in the square were captivated by the battle between the Heart brothers on the martial arts stage, and no one was looking this way. Gathered Qi can even penetrate my wooden floor. Look! With his fingertip, the Qi wave formed as the turtle sage pointed to the ground, precisely controlling the force of Qi. A fingertip-sized wave burst forth towards the wooden floor outside the stairs not far away. Du Ming watched closely. Even seemingly insignificant Qi can pierce a hole in this wooden floor. A hole. Before he finished speaking, the turtle sage's Qi wave exploded on the distant floor, then shattered into particles of light. Looking back at the floor, only the center where the Qi wave struck had a slight crack, scattering a few fragments, which was far from the hole the turtle sage had described. The turtle sage stared in silence for a while. Du Ming wanted to laugh, but held it back. The turtle sage raised his fist, and seeing Du Ming not laughing, he angrily withdrew his hand, which was about to knock his head. Du Ming chuckled to himself. Master Wu Tian, it seems you are not very capable. Even wood cannot be penetrated. The turtle sage's face turned red. He picked up the broken wood chips from the ground, examining them closely. Then his expression darkened. Yamstone. Du Ming curiously asked, Teacher, what is yamstone? This seemingly cherry wood fragment is not actually wood, it's a stone resembling cherry wood called yamstone, which has a beautiful color and hard texture comparable to diamonds. His expression remained dark as he spoke. This stone looks nice and is almost identical in color to cherry wood, and it is more durable and cheaper than cherry wood. Aside from being heavy, it has no drawbacks. I had just controlled the strength of my Qi to be able to pierce cherry wood, but I didn't expect to misjudge it. Ha ha ha. So it was yamstone. Ha ha ha. Had I known, I wouldn't have held back. Ha ha ha. Du Ming, still in a state of shock, quickly stifled his laughter and praised, as expected of Master Wu Tian, you were able to leave marks on yamstone. No. You even made the yamstone slightly crack. That's truly impressive. The turtle sage's mouth quivered slightly. In any case, Du Ming, you must know that she has many uses and effects beyond your previous knowledge. The turtle sage stood with his hands behind his back, trying to appear serious as he continued. Martial arts is not just for competitions and winning or losing, it's about overcoming oneself. However, we are still human. Qi is not omnipotent and should not be overly relied upon. You must still learn the basics of combat and fighting skills, and you cannot slack off on physical training. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, Du Ming nodded earnestly. Knowing how chaotic the Dragon Ball world would become later, he understood that Qi was far more omnipotent than the turtle sage believed. However, the turtle sage's words were not without merit. Qi complements the body and is rooted in one's physical and mental state. Training one's body is the most fundamental and effective approach at this stage. Yo, big boss, me good evening. Du Ming yawned repeatedly, hanging over the chair, casually greeting. Oh, Mimi. The turtle sage did not even turn his head, his eyes wandering around the square, searching for new beauties. Mimi knew about his little hobby. The main condition for agreeing to teach here for 7 days was that Mimi would collect some magazines featuring beautiful girls for him, so he could have more fun once he returned to his island. Mimi was not bothered at all by the turtle sage completely ignoring him. He smiled cheerfully. Master Jackie-chan, are you interested in the upcoming fighting tournament? In this tournament, invite all 8 participants are elites of my martial arts, the strongest 8 of my martial arts. Oh, the turtle sage responded weakly, his 2 lecherous eyes still wandering. All right, Mimi immediately understood that Master Jackie-chan was not at all focused on the upcoming tournament. He turned to find another person to chat with. Du Ming. Mimi took a can of ice beer from the bar, popped it open, and took a sip, teasing. Watching the exciting battles on the martial arts stage, are you feeling itchy, wanting to go up and spar a bit? Haha, let's skip that. Du Ming waved his hand and laughed, not to mention competing with Harrod and Lot, who just fought up there. Any martial artist present, do you believe I could go up and fight them for 5 seconds before they start crying for me to spare them? Haha, you really know how to joke. Mimi took another sip of the cold beer, chuckling. He had a good impression of this young man and wanted to chat more. You? Mimi had just started to speak. Du Ming. A loud voice exploded beside Mimi's ear. Covering his ears, Mimi looked, and it turned out to be the turtle sage suddenly appearing here. It's decided. I want you to catch up with the martial artists here within a month. The turtle sage squinted his eyes, clearly displeased with Du Ming's words. No matter how careless a disciple received is still a disciple, it was time to set a goal for Du Ming. Let's start with getting him on the right path in martial arts within a month, allowing him to survive among these martial artists. So that in the future, when Du Ming goes out, he won't be crying and begging for mercy, which would be a disgrace to his teacher. Mimi was stunned for a moment. The master actually wanted to actively teach Du Ming. How lucky Du Ming was. Impossible. Du Ming waved his hand. I only have 7 days here, and after 7 days I have something very, very important that I must attend to. You can ask Grandpa Me about it, right, Grandpa Me? Du Ming's clear gaze and the turtle sage's piercing gaze both turned to Mimi. Grandpa Me. Mimi thought about this title in his heart, feeling that he had aged another year. Seeing the two staring at him, Mimi honestly said, Du Ming indeed mentioned that he would only be here for a week. However, the opportunity for Master Jackie-chan to personally mentor you is rare. Du Ming, if it weren't for the matter you must attend to, I think you could follow Master Jackie-chan to learn martial arts first. Mimi believed that since Master Jackie-chan was willing to spend time mentoring Du Ming might as well set aside other matters and learn well under Master Jackie-chan. Rubbing his ears, the turtle sage calmly nodded. Important matters. Is it about a friend? The turtle sage asked kindly. No. Du Ming thought for a moment and replied it was about the return time of the dimensional gate and had nothing to do with friends. Then is it related to family? The turtle sage asked more kindly. Not really either. The return time also had nothing to do with family. Then it must be something entrusted by an elder. The turtle sage asked with a warm smile again. This? Also not. Du Ming was in distress. So then what could be more important than me, a master-level martial artist, teaching you martial arts? Teaching personally. Mimi looked confused and leaned in to listen closely. Du Ming was even more troubled. Tell me the reason I won't make it difficult for you. The turtle sage squinted his eyes, wearing a dangerous expression that seemed to say if you can't provide a reason, you'll pay for it. At this moment, the turtle sage emitted wisps of energy that floated and swirled around Du Ming, binding his body. Du Ming raised his alertness to the maximum, and in this unexpected situation faintly sensed the effect of this constraining energy. I cannot lie. This was the energy used to detect every subtle movement of the human body, observing every tremor of the eyes, and exploring each breath of the opponent. As for the dimensional gate and the matters of another world, Du Ming had no intention of discussing them with his teacher Wu Tian. If he spoke of the dimensional gate to people from other worlds, while the dimensional gate wouldn't directly erase him, it would close the passage between the main world and the world of traversal, preventing awakeners from returning to the main world. Du Ming did not want to remain in the Dragon Ball world indefinitely, so he needed to come up with a reason that was not a lie, but absolutely truthful. School is starting soon. Du Ming pondered for a moment and said, if I don't go back in a few days, I won't make it in time. He was originally a student in Class 4 of the 3rd year at Jiangshui City in the main world, and he entered the Dimensional Gate during the weekend. Mimi and the Turtle Sage fell silent for a while. Oh, you need to go to school? Then there's nothing I can do about that. The Turtle Sage patted Du Ming's arm, speechless. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have stopped you from going to school. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, the Turtle Sage's face turned cold. When you return, I will come to peel your skin off. Mimi blinked. He suddenly felt that the relationship between Master Jackie Chan and Du Ming seemed somewhat strange, an unusual connection that he couldn't quite understand. It was odd, the relaxed atmosphere between them didn't feel like they had just met. Had they known each other before today? But Master Jackie Chan had asked Du Ming for his name earlier today. Mimi was very curious. Du Ming's expression darkened. This teacher was quite disconcerting. Teacher, you are a Odyssey Millennium martial arts model. Act a little more like a good teacher. What is the threat to a good young man who is harmless and kind? Du Ming lamented. Perhaps his apprenticeship process was a bit different from that of the Turtle Sage's other disciples. The Turtle Sage looked at Du Ming as if he were a mischievous child, not at all kind. Teacher, Mimi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. A group teacher is a teacher, and a personal teacher is also a teacher. Logically, since Du Ming attended a class taught by Master Jackie Chan in the afternoon, it wouldn't be an issue to respectfully call him a teacher. However, Mimi sensed something different in the air. Master Jackie Chan, could it be? Mimi flailed his arms excitedly, blood rushing with enthusiasm. Could it be that Du Ming is the master's disciple? What is going on with this Du Ming? Is he a gift sent from heaven to him? There are so many surprises in just one day. Oh, it's you, Mimi, you're still here. The Turtle Sage exclaimed, lightly smiling faintly. You said Du Ming. He saw my abilities and knelt before me for an hour, and I thought he was quite sincere. Even though his talent is mediocre, I still accepted him as my disciple. Du Ming, who knelt? Who begged? Du Ming wanted to refute, but as the words reached his lips, he was silenced by the cold, fierce energy of the Turtle Sage, his body immobilized by the overwhelming energy, unable to speak. All right, who told him that the person was strong? He accepted it. Du Ming shrugged, quickly yielding under the chilling aura of the Turtle Sage, and honestly replied yes. Only then did the Turtle Sage proudly retract his energy back into his body. Really? Mimi exclaimed with delight. Seemingly in disbelief, he asked Du Ming again, really? Have I become Master Chenglong's disciple? Glancing at the still watching Master Rashi, Du Ming shrugged helplessly. It seems so, I inadvertently became. His eyes lit up as Mimi laughed joyfully, feeling both delighted and somewhat amused, wondering what Du Ming thought of this. What did he mean by inadvertently? Who doesn't know you must have pleaded with Master Chenglong for a long time before successfully becoming his disciple? I understand. Young people, after all, need some face. It's cool to talk about embarrassing or difficult things in a calm and relaxed tone, right? It's all good as long as it happened. Nodding happily, Mimi's mind began to wander with thoughts that shouldn't have arisen. It seemed unrealistic to take on another disciple, which would also be a burden from Master Chenglong. Mimi thought it might be interesting to hear Master Chenglong's views on martial artists like him, to see if there were one or two, or even more martial artists with talents close to Du Ming's. Are there any who could become great masters of martial arts in the future? Master Chenglong, how do you view the talents of these two on the martial arts platform? Mimi took a can of ice cola from the bar, moved closer to Master Rashi, opened it, and handed it over. At this moment, amidst the conversation among the three, the 8-person combat tournament had officially begun. The ones fighting on the martial arts platform were two familiar faces, Harold and Lot, who had just finished a fight and had come down from the platform. One of them had a bruised face, while the other was trembling, appearing to have little strength left. Yet the tournament began with a match between the Lot brothers. The two, not backing down at all, immediately started hurling insults. Spouting trash talk all the way, they jumped back onto the martial arts platform, clinging to each other's collars in provocation, jostling each other, as if they wanted to take each other down before the fight even started, completely unrecognizable from how close they had been before. On the martial arts platform, Harold unleashed powerful punches and palm strikes, using his fists like hammers and palms like surfaces, employing half-body strength with a balance of speed and slowness, executing, pushing, smashing, and striking techniques with steady precision, while his footwork remained subtle yet progressive. Lot was different from Harold, demonstrating remarkable skill in his waist movements. His footwork was agile, employing tactics of sneaking, striking, and shifting, allowing him to maintain his balance like a weeble despite his graceful attacks. As their fists and feet collided, the sharp sounds of impact drew cheers from the audience. Master Chenglong, look. Mimi praised again. The punches and footwork of the Hart brothers on the platform each have their unique characteristics, already forming their own style and their future achievements could be limitless. Perhaps they could become great masters themselves. Master Rashi remained silent, listening to Mi's incessant chatter. Without any hint of impatience, his gaze fully focused on the beautiful figures in the large arena below, searching for hidden insights. However, Mi's words made his ears twitch and his brows rise. Forming their own style, Master Rashi understood Mi's hopes, wishing that his martial arts could produce a few more masters. Normal. But, Master Rashi muttered curiously to Mi, is that how you see it? Mi found it hard to answer, feeling that he might have said something incorrect based on Master Chenglong's words. However, he indeed thought so he mustered up the courage to respond. Yes, Master Chenglong. Master Rashi turned to Du Ming and asked, what about you, Du Ming? What's your take? Of course I can't see anything. Du Ming thought without hesitation. As an ordinary person with normal abilities facing the Lot brothers, he would surely be the one getting beaten. Don't ask me, don't you know me? Previously, Master Rashi had analyzed the two shortcomings for him, but that was something only someone with Master Rose's martial arts insight could discern. Despite what Master Rashi saw, he found nothing wrong with the two of them. Even a random group of famous martial artists from Earth would appear full of flaws in Master Rose's eyes. Du Ming lamented that with his martial arts skills, he couldn't comment on others. In the absence of a keyboard, he aimed to be a humble and virtuous young man. Master Rashi smiled and continued, it's okay not to understand, just share your thoughts and feelings. In the combat arena, the Hart brothers moved with agility, delivering punches and kicks that were truly spectacular. Du Ming didn't know what realm Harold and Lot had reached in their training, but he was sure of one thing. They were definitely not as powerful as Master Rashi, the monk from Shaolin, or the Saiyan Son Goku, and those martial artists appearing in Dragon Ball. Even those martial artists rarely dared to claim they had formed their own style, so it was unlikely for the Hart brothers to do so. Just expressing my feelings. That's my forte. At least they're stronger than me. Du Ming carefully chose these 5 words to express his thoughts and feelings. That's it. Mimi couldn't help but ask. Master Rashi quickly burst into laughter. Mimi's mind was a bit slow to catch up, but hearing Master Chenglong's laughter made him furrow his brows for a moment before slowly relaxing them, lost in thought. These 5 words carried 2 meanings. The Hart brothers were stronger than Du Ming, which was one, but it also implied that they were only stronger than him. Mimi understood that Du Ming's words were somewhat euphemistic, yet clear. He meant that the Hart brothers were merely stronger than him and had not yet reached the realm of forming their own style. Mimi let out a bitter smile, realizing that Master Rose's laughter likely indicated agreement with Du Ming's view. He sighed. It seems my Mimi martial arts may never produce a true master of martial arts. Although Master Rashi has hinted several times that most of my hundreds of martial artists possess mediocre talents, I still hoped they could become great masters. Aside from the occasional lucky encounter with Du Ming, it seemed my Mimi martial arts wouldn't amount to much. Mimi sighed inwardly. However, this conversation isn't quite over yet. Master Rashi glanced at Mimi and shook his head, saying, a person's martial arts talent is indeed innate. The people here have average talents. Their martial arts skills, while noteworthy, are merely what any ordinary person could achieve through diligent practice. But aside from physical talent, people also possess comprehension. In a fleeting moment of enlightenment, sometimes it is more important than 10 years of hard training. Not only that, but beyond physical talent and comprehension, there is also opportunity. When the opportunity arises, even a pig can fly. Du Ming lightly tapped Mimi's back, grinning mischievously. Did you hear that, boss me? The teacher is praising himself. With this opportunity, even hundreds of pigs in Mimi martial arts can easily take flight. Bang! The suddenly appearing Master Rashi expressionlessly flicked Du Ming's forehead. You're included too. Ouch, Master. Du Ming quickly rubbed his head. Amidst the commotion, Mimi couldn't help but laugh heartily. The 8-person invitation-only martial arts tournament organized by Mimi is the most powerful and prestigious fighting event of the AID organization. The 8 participants wager their status and position for the next month in intense battles. Status is divided into 4 levels: champion, runner-up, top 4, and top 8. The top 8 must address the top 4 with the suffix brother and refer to the runner-up with the respectful title of father, while the champion must be addressed as grandfather. Similarly, for the top 4 and the runner-up, addressing someone 1 level higher requires the term brother, while addressing someone 2 levels higher requires the title of father. This is a fierce battle without smoke, where only the champion emerges as the sole victor, marking a century-long duel filled with both joy and sorrow. The champion and the audience are in high spirits, the cheers resonating throughout. The remaining 8 contenders, however, wear expressions of grief amidst the overwhelming applause. The tournament proceeds smoothly. Du Ming simply watches as a casual spectator, enjoying the matches with pleasure. The final victory goes to the previous champion, AID, who expresses his joy by committing to hold this tournament monthly, proclaiming his intention with delight. Harlot and Lot achieve the 7th and 8th places, a result so unfortunate that Du Ming almost bursts out laughing. According to Mimi, the two brothers in their prime should have ranked between 3rd and 5th. The brothers' premature squabbles led them to suffer the consequences. Mimi laughs heartily beside Du Ming, her laughter ringing out loudly, and she even inquires about Master Jackie Chan's evaluation of Aid. Though the burly champion Aid displayed overwhelming strength throughout the competition, Master Rashi merely rated him as on par with the Harlot brothers. Mimi's face, which had been bright with laughter, suddenly fell. Throughout the match, Master Rashi only allowed Du Ming to watch without needing to ponder the intricacies, merely to enhance his martial arts understanding. It felt like watching a World Cup or a WBA match. Du Ming enjoyed the entire event, feeling quite pleased. The tournament concluded around midnight. As the audience began to disperse, the sight of women who should not be seen faded away, and Master Rashi waved dismissively at Du Ming and Mimi. Let's go, it's boring time to sleep. I'm heading back too. Du Ming yawned and bid farewell to Mimi as he left with Master Rashi. Mimi smiled as she watched them leave, then moved to a shadowy corner, witnessing everyone exit until the square became desolate before finally departing. After leaving the tournament venue, Master Rashi returned to the same place as Du Ming, which was arranged for everyone by Mimi, the Mimi Grand Hotel. Master Rashi resided on the 28th floor of the Mimi Grand Hotel, which also housed the presidential suite, where Mimi treated him as a distinguished guest. After escorting Master Rashi to his room, Du Ming returned to his own room on the 25th floor, room 1012, to rest. The bedroom was Western style, equipped with a bed for sleeping and a tatami area for relaxation. Du Ming was initially surprised to find tatami in the Dragon Ball world. Then he recalled that there was indeed a ninja in the Red Ribbon Army who used tatami to block darts. The bedroom was separated from the living room by a barely there curtain. He pushed aside the curtain and entered the warmly colored, comforting bedroom, where the smooth, wrinkle-free quilt exuded a refreshing aroma. System, give me a hefty boost. Pretending to have a system, Du Ming naturally spoke to himself in the room, grabbing a chilled soy milk from the fridge and savoring a sip before lying on the bed. The non-existent system obviously did not respond to Du Ming's words, nor would it grant him any boosts. Though life without a system in this alternate world feels incomplete, still I suppose I'm on the right track now. Du Ming wore a faint smile. Entering the Dragon Ball world was his second crossing. His first crossing was from his birthplace to the main world, where all people entered the myriad realms. In the main world, people's aspirations have long reached for the stars and the sea, the vast universe. Even the most ordinary individuals, those unable to gain abilities from the alternate worlds, or those who haven't awakened, can still find numerous ways to survive if they wish. However, due to the existence of dimensional doors, many cannot suppress their greed, desires, and ambitions. They desperately seek to acquire more from the alternate worlds, yearning for uniqueness and to demonstrate their worth beyond others. There are many who wish to leverage the power of the dimensional doors to soar high and engage with the powerful beings of the main world. Du Ming harbored no such grand ambitions, nor did he dwell on them. He simply found it amusing. He once read a comic called The Mountain of Gods, depicting the story of men obsessed with climbing Mount Everest, illustrating those captivated by its grandeur. In the comic, climbers always attempt to conquer the mountains. Even the frozen bones of the dead, eternally unchanged on the mountainside or summit, cannot deter the relentless determination of people to conquer the peaks, despite the high likelihood of becoming the next frozen remains. The climbers say the mountain is there. Du Ming did not share this awareness, nor did he wish to possess such an understanding. Could it be called self-awareness? From the speed at which he learned to sense chi, Du Ming believed he indeed had some talent, even surpassing all third-year students in Jianshui City this year. But if this scale were expanded from Jianshui City to Blue Planet, even to the galaxy where Blue Planet resides, and to the entire universe of the main world, this is still from a spatial perspective. If the scale were extended back 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the true powers of the main world are the select few who have emerged from a long history. Du Ming did not harbor such grand thoughts. Of course, for now, the dimensional doors are quite intriguing. Entering this kind of world a few times seems only reasonable, as it would be a disservice to his curiosity. There are also significant practical considerations. Becoming an awakened one and learning various abilities from the alternate worlds would provide him with more job options than ordinary people. If he were to enter several alternate worlds, whether joining a large company or starting his own business, would be easier than for an average person. To live comfortably and provide for his family, entering the alternate worlds via dimensional doors is a priority. Tomorrow he'll just work a bit normally. Du Ming nestled into his blanket, closing his eyes. After entering the Dragon Ball world, he was fortunate to learn to sense chi and unexpectedly became Master Rose his disciple. His beginning was quite fortunate. For now, he only needed to lay a solid foundation, strengthen his body, learn and train his chi, and by the time he entered the next alternate world, he might reach the level of a top-tier genius in the city. As for the first-year planetary, or even beyond planetary prodigies, he had no thoughts of that nature. It is said that planetary geniuses can achieve growth equivalent to 5 or 10 times that of ordinary awakened ones after just one alternate world experience. Whether that is exaggerated remains unknown. It certainly cannot be understated. As he pondered, fatigue and sleepiness crept in unbeknownst to him, and Du Ming slowly drifted off to sleep. In the Dragon Ball world at Pumpkin Town, the location where Du Ming arrived, the dark night sky was torn open by a gap, and a humanoid girl fell from the rift, landing on the sandy beach. Falling from a great height seemingly left her unharmed. As if still asleep, after a while she finally opened her eyes, as if waking from slumber. With golden hair and crimson eyes, she wore pure white attire resembling her distinctive mark. Morning. The sea breeze blows softly. The coastal city feels refreshing in the early hours, a blend of tranquility and bustle, as Du Ming is awakened by a ray of sunlight streaming through the window. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside table, he realized it was earlier than he had expected, with 1 hour less sleep than usual. He has a bit of a habit of being sensitive to unfamiliar beds. Although he often dreams of being oppressed by ghosts, when sleeping at home, it still feels particularly comfortable. Sleeping on an unfamiliar bed means his sleep time is shorter than normal. Fortunately, the environment and bed at the Mimi Hotel are very comfortable, otherwise he might have woken up even earlier. Personal data. Name: Du Ming, life level 0. Still at the stagnant level 0, Du Ming quickly shook his head, pretending not to see the glaring 0, and immediately cleared the remnants of memory from his mind. After yawning a few times and unable to fall back asleep, Du Ming silently sighed, took 20 minutes to lazily finish washing up, and walked out of the room. Exiting the room, he took the elevator down to the first floor, which was surprisingly quiet, with not a single practitioner of Mimi martial arts in sight, only occasionally encountering hotel staff passing by quietly with a smile and a nod. The Mimi Hotel is situated by the sea and river, surrounded by lush trees, and there are no other hotels nearby. One side of the hotel leads to the outdoor bar he visited yesterday, while the other side is a park. Upon arriving outside the hotel, Du Ming was suddenly drawn to a series of synchronized voices coming from the park. 121. 121. The park echoed with the rhythmic chants of runners. Wow, are there really people out jogging this early? Is it a football team, a baseball team, or just some elderly folks from the park? Curious, Du Ming strolled slowly towards the park. As he navigated the winding path lined with dense broadleaf trees, the sounds from the park grew more robust. I thought it was strange why the hotel was so quiet. Turns out you all aren't even asleep. The runners in the park were all practitioners of Mimi martial arts. The Hatter brothers, Aid, and other top 8 fighters from the fighting tournament were all present, seemingly joined by over 100 practitioners from Mimi martial arts. Hundreds of martial artists were divided into dozens of teams, running counterclockwise along the vast paths of the park. The running teams were quite casual, with some practitioners occasionally breaking away to rest on the sidelines, while others, after a short break, would casually join the tail of a running team. Du Ming happened to spot the Hatter brothers, who had been fiercely competitive yesterday, actually jogging in one of the teams. Morning exercises: running. This was essentially the most basic training for martial artists. Du Ming watched, feeling a bit of an itch in his feet. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the speed of these runners seemed a bit odd, so he observed closely. The speed actually varies by levels. Du Ming noticed that the running teams were not quite the same. For instance, Aid, who won the championship in the fighting tournament yesterday, led the fastest team, running as if in a sprint. That Aid seemed to have jet boosters attached to his heels, running tirelessly without a hint of fatigue. The members of his team were all sweating profusely, with some occasionally falling behind or leaving the team, while others would awkwardly join the tail, trying to keep pace. The Hatter brothers were also leading a team which was slightly slower than Aid's, not quite sprinting, but still incredibly fast, not to be underestimated. Among these fast-running teams, aside from the 8 martial artists who had competed in the fighting tournament yesterday, the remaining practitioners frequently came and went, often unable to keep up with the leaders. Those who can't keep up look just like me. Seeing that among the hundreds of martial artists, the number of those unable to keep pace with the leaders was quite a lot, Du Ming felt satisfied. He continued to observe for a while, roughly understanding that there were about 6 leading teams with speeds categorized into 6 different levels from fast to slow. The faster teams were definitely beyond his reach, but he could manage to run alongside the slower teams. After waiting for a while, his eyes lit up as he finally saw the slowest running team approaching, led by one of the top 8 contestants from yesterday. Without hesitation, Du Ming took a deep breath and lifted his legs to join the slowest team. At first, Du Ming smiled, closely following the larger group. Half a minute later, something feels off. Du Ming's expression changed, realizing that this slowest running team seemed to be running at an unexpectedly fast pace. Another half a minute later, huff ha huff ha. Du Ming mechanically swung his arms, struggling to keep up with his legs, gritting his teeth to stay with the team. Yet another half minute later. Du Ming gasped for air with his mouth wide open, unaware if he was even sweating. This running speed was truly exhausting. Despite having chosen the slowest team being in, it made him feel that their running speed was faster than his usual pace. After about half a minute more, Du Ming still wanted to struggle to keep up with the team, but contrary to his wishes, his legs couldn't keep up and the team gradually pulled further away until he could only see their tail in the distance. I can't. I need to rest. Du Ming felt close to collapsing. As an ordinary person, although he couldn't run like a typical athlete, he could usually manage 1,500 meters at a slower pace. But what was up with these martial artists? Each one could run exceptionally well. Their speeds were astonishing, and just 2 minutes of running with the slowest team left him feeling utterly spent. This is absurd. These guys. Du Ming trudged heavily towards a bench under a tree, ready to sit down. Don't sit, stand. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Teacher. Du Ming looked up as sweat dripped from his forehead into his right eye. With his hands damp and no dry towel at hand, he could only wipe his right eye with his clothes and happened to see Master Turtle. Haha, I thought you would sleep until noon, but you actually woke up early, quite unexpected. Master Turtle chuckled. Du Ming indeed wished he could sleep longer, regretting being awakened by the unfamiliar bed. Good morning, teacher, he greeted wearily. It's just morning exercises. A look at how exhausted you are, truly useless. Master Turtle rolled his eyes. You look inadequate all over. I'm now a distinguished disciple under Master Wu Tian. Grievances have their roots, debts have their owners. Every bone in my body has been trained by Master Wu Tian. Those who think I'm inadequate can go find him. You talk too much. Master Turtle's eye twitched, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It's already late. Master Turtle squinted his eyes and then looked at Du Ming, who was half asleep, saying, Hurry up while your body is still tired. Feel the fluctuations and instability of the qi within your body and try to control it. At this moment, Du Ming nodded with a pained expression, feeling weary, but it was clear that what Master Wu Tian said would be beneficial for himself. Taking a deep breath, Du Ming closed his eyes and sweat trickled down from his forehead to his eyelids. Then he immediately opened his eyes again, blinking. Master, how useful is this? The turtle hermit clenched his fist, irritated, thinking, couldn't this disciple have asked earlier? However, he quickly answered Du Ming with a huff after taking a breath of, Energy is the power within oneself. Feel the energy, use the energy, control the energy, and then the energy and oneself become indistinguishable, training the energy and oneself to surpass the ordinary. A person's physical state varies subtly when healthy or injured, before and after eating, before and after sleep, in the morning and evening, and in spring and autumn. Energy is the same, and even more so. The energy is more sensitive than the human body, allowing one to perceive every minute change in the body more acutely. Similarly, energy can move the body like a gentle breeze stirring the water's surface, the turtle hermit said, pinching Du Ming's arm, which had been attending class. Feel the changes in energy at every moment. You can even understand what changes your body will undergo. With full strength and a punch, you will be aware of the changes in your muscles and energy. You will understand it all, and when battling others, you will better grasp how much strength and skill to use. In the end, it's not just about oneself. You can even perceive the energy of others, sensing the movements of their muscles and the intensity of each strike. Du Ming nodded. The turtle hermit truly was knowledgeable. He exclaimed, After all, master is master, knowing so many techniques. It seems you must have learned the various changes and techniques of energy long ago. Master Wu Tian, you are truly impressive. The turtle hermit replied, Well, this state I am not yet very skilled at. Of course, I still have opportunities. And you, kid, to reach this state may take you a lifetime to barely scratch the surface. This technique could be easily learned by certain individuals in the Dragon Ball world, allowing them to use it at will. Yes, we're talking about the Science gods of destruction, angels, those geniuses and extraordinary bloodlines. I thought what Master Wu Tian said was a realm too difficult for me to attain. You must have achieved it long ago. Du Ming sincerely sighed. It was already quite impressive to remember the stories and characters of the Dragon Ball world, expecting him to understand the specific states of certain individuals at specific times. Let's spare him that. The turtle hermit's eye twitched. He felt Du Ming was being sarcastic, yet the energy Du Ming emitted was so righteous and warm, showing no signs of insincerity. I indeed have not reached that level, but I have recently had some insights. Who knows when I might reach a higher tier, he said. All right. Not wanting to give Du Ming any more time to speak, the turtle hermit firmly stated, Quickly close your eyes and properly feel the changes in your energy. Du Ming still had questions such as how long he needed to practice and why he had to stand to feel the energy instead of sitting. Did standing yield better results? He was just about to voice these thoughts. Don't speak. The turtle hermit glared at him. Du Ming obediently closed his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in energy within his body. Through this perception, he quickly noticed some differences. His energy was fluctuating more intensely than usual, as if his bodhi's fatigue was entirely intertwined with the energy, its essence rising and falling like a breath. Indeed, this feeling is quite different from when I was sitting in silence before. He began to understand why he needed to perceive energy in this physical state. It seemed that when the body was fatigued, the fluctuations of one's energy were more pronounced. With such intense fluctuations, observing and perceiving the differences became much simpler. Energy originates from the body, soul, spirit, will, and vitality. The turtle hermit's voice echoed in Du Ming's ears. Due to the close connection between energy, the physical body, spirit, and will, energy manifested unusually. The amalgamation of these elements, their entirety, is energy. Energy is the embodiment of all concepts like the body, soul, and spirit. Energy harbors astonishing power. It can be released outward, exhibiting force greater than a gun. It can also be concealed within, nurturing oneself and cultivating energy. Ordinary people cannot perceive the existence of energy, rendering them incapable of vividly using and controlling it, thus limiting their potential. The turtle hermit's voice resonated in Du Ming's ears, and he subconsciously nodded. Du Ming's heart moved in sync with the voice, his thoughts following the energy as he stepped through the sensations within his body. Gentle morning light filtered through the gaps in the treetops, delicately illuminating the clothes of Du Ming and the turtle hermit, creating a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. The energy circulated in his body, leaping and bouncing with his breath, and Du Ming's thoughts closely followed, observing the changes in energy step by step. As he breathed, Du Ming's chest rose and fell with a rhythmic flow, and over time the energy transitioned from turbulent to gentle along with his calming breath. Within him, the state of energy was initially chaotic and agitated, but as time passed and his breath steadied, the ripples of energy also began to gradually calm. Du Ming's thoughts gently touched the boundary of energy, as if the energy became tranquil due to his soothing thoughts, gradually dissipating its turbulence. Time passed unknowingly. When Du Ming opened his eyes again, the jogging group in the park had vanished. It seemed the morning run had ended. Not far away beneath a pine tree, the turtle hermit lay slouched on the grass, snoring softly, his right hand restlessly rubbing his belly, which made soft gurgling sounds. Surprisingly, though a bit fatigued, I feel quite refreshed. Du Ming pulled his thoughts back from his body. This was the first time he had touched the sensation of energy, and the first time he had fully immersed himself in the experience of its changes. After silently feeling, he realized he was nearing his limit. His physical state had basically returned to normal, and the energy had also returned to its usual state. He could no longer perceive excessively subtle changes, and continuing would yield diminishing returns. Glancing at the sleeping turtle hermit, Du Ming chose not to disturb him. He returned to the Mi Hotel and followed the directions to the restaurant on the 13th floor. He took 2 sticks of fried dough, soy milk, and 3 buns, placing them in 3 food bags. He also took a plate with bacon, milk toast, jam, and a slice of pizza for the turtle hermit. Du Ming specifically asked the restaurant staff. The food and utensils were allowed to be taken out, but it was best to be careful not to spill anything. When he returned to the park at a leisurely pace, the turtle hermit was still asleep, and Du Ming set down the food, preparing to wake him up. Hiss! The turtle hermit's eyes were still closed, but his mouth and nose were greedily inhaling, sucking in the last remnants of aroma from the plate. With a snap, his eyelids flew open like a switch. Delicious! The turtle hermit's eyes widened, still carrying a hint of sleepiness as he lunged forward. Without any courtesy, he opened his mouth and poured the food from the plate into it. After a few chews and some gulping sounds, the entire plate of food had vanished into his mouth and down into his stomach. He reached out to pour the buns from the food bag next to him into his mouth, and as his eyes rolled, he finally spotted Du Ming. With a soft he took out a bun and chewed it slowly. Du Ming, eat up. The breakfast isn't bad. Du Ming was speechless. The way he was eating almost made Du Ming think he was seeing a scion. Never mind, it's actually quite a stretch. If Goku were here, he would have cleaned out the restaurant first. Du Ming took a casual bite of the bun, and his eyes brightened. Though the meat bun didn't glow or contain any aphrodisiacs, the moment it entered his mouth, he could feel its soft texture. As he bit into it, the delicious aroma burst forth, fragrant, yet not greasy, leaving him craving more. Before he knew it, a large bun had already disappeared into his mouth. Du Ming reached into the food bag to grab the last bun. Rustle, rustle. Huh? Where did the bun go? There was only the sound of the bag rustling with no bun in sight. Delicious, delicious. It turned out the turtle hermit had unknowingly scooped the last bun into his mouth and devoured it. Shaking his head with a smile, Du Ming took out 2 other bags containing fried dough sticks and soy milk. Master Wutian, do you want some? After finishing breakfast and returning the dishes, Du Ming approached the turtle hermit again. Can you sense the chi now? Hearing Du Ming's description of his training, the turtle hermit was quite surprised. Yesterday, he had merely sensed Du Ming had some signs of being able to perceive chi, but just after one night the kid had leveled up. He had intended to let Du Ming feel the change in his own chi during a moment of heightened heartbeat from running, but unexpectedly Du Ming had gone further than he expected. Feel. I suppose so, Du Ming replied. The turtle hermit took a breath, somewhat amazed. The kid's talent was better than he had anticipated. Looking closely at the boy's stance, aura, and complexion, indeed he could confirm that he had never had contact with Qi before. This level of talent could be compared to his disciples. He had 2 disciples before Sun Wufan and the Bull Demon King. Wufan was naturally intelligent and had good comprehension, but unfortunately his physical aptitude did not surpass his own. The other one was rather restless and not very grounded in martial arts. He didn't know if his temperament had changed after leaving. Both had one commonality in martial arts: they had only reached a level of contentment. Sometimes the turtle hermit thought if he had been born in this era, perhaps he wouldn't have improved to his current level. If it weren't for having witnessed Master Wu Tai sacrifice himself to seal the Demon King Piccolo, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard to break through his own limits. Thinking of the current peaceful era, even he lacked training. Without any pressure, it was understandable that those 2 disciples had only reached that level. It had been a while since he last saw Wufan, and he wondered how things were going for him lately. Turning his head to look at his 3rd disciple, the turtle hermit felt a spark of irritation rising within him. Then he sighed. Originally, it was supposed to take about a week to cover this material, yet you completed it so quickly. But your physical foundation is really lacking. Forget it, come with me. Master, we just had breakfast, don't we need to rest a bit longer? It's not good to exercise right after eating. Seeing this, Du Ming guessed the turtle hermit was about to start some training again. Look at the time. The turtle hermit glared. It's been half an hour since we finished eating, and you're still digesting. You're the hardest disciple to raise, Sai. Back in the day, your 2 senior brothers could start training right after finishing a meal. Sai, today's martial artists really have poor digestive capabilities. Du Ming was speechless. The turtle hermit's disciples should be Sun Wufan and the Bull Demon King. It's not that Du Ming had poor digestion, it was that these people were too peculiar. Senior brother, if I have the chance, I still want to meet them. At this point, he wasn't quite sure when this fit into the Dragon Ball storyline and didn't know if Goku's grandfather Sun Wufan was still alive. But the turtle hermit subconsciously nodded, suddenly remembering other important matters. We'll talk about this later. Hurry up and train with me. This time, without waiting for Du Ming to speak, the turtle hermit grabbed him and walked away. The turtle hermit brought Du Ming back to the underground arena where he had taught about Qi the day before. The turtle sage had Du Ming run 100 meters, not primarily to know his time, but for other reasons. The turtle sage wanted to observe Du Ming's running form, breathing rhythm, body coordination, and whether there were any potential physical issues. Generally speaking, ordinary martial artists might gauge a person's abilities and training experience from a 100-meter test. Experienced martial artists may discern a person's body coordination and explosive power from such tests. The turtle sage could see with even greater accuracy the potential of this body on the martial path and any issues that might need attention and cultivation. While it may not provide a complete picture, it could reveal certain aspects. Ready. The turtle sage raised his hand to signal Du Ming to start, then quietly moved behind him. Du Ming, undeterred, assumed his starting posture, and upon hearing the turtle sage shout "run," he immediately intended to exert himself and sprint. Suddenly, as the turtle sage shouted "run," he kicked Du Ming in the backside, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Confused, Du Ming almost turned to question the turtle sage. "Run faster. Just run. Don't look back at me." The turtle sage's clear voice rang in Du Ming's ears. This kick was intended for a more comprehensive assessment of Du Ming's physical condition. He observed Du Ming's body coordination and mental judgment in response to the sudden kick. He controlled the force and angle precisely, making it uncomfortable for Du Ming without causing him to fall. Du Ming disregarded everything and gritted his teeth, charging forward. The air conditioning in the venue continued to blow cold air, a chill seeping through the gaps in his martial arts uniform. With a powerful stride, he inhaled the cool air through his nose. Bang! He felt as if he shot out like a rocket, racing between seconds. Running without hesitation seemed to unleash all his potential. He was speeding up. Are you a snail? Running so slowly, are you aiming to finish by tomorrow? Wait. The turtle sage's shout interrupted Du Ming. Glancing to the side, he realized that the speed he felt was merely an illusion. He had not even covered half the distance. Thinking about it, he had not entered a state of explosive power, nor had he experienced a moment of enlightenment or sudden mutation. Wanting to burst forth with extraordinary speed was simply unrealistic. He had overthought. His breathing grew heavier. Yet the turtle sage's shout caused Du Ming to forget everything else, focusing intently as he charged forward. At that moment, the qi within Du Ming began to move, responding to his concentration. "Oh!" the turtle sage exclaimed in surprise, sensing that Du Ming seemed to be harnessing the power of qi. He felt the power of qi within Du Ming no longer flowed naturally, but was influenced by Du Ming's own strength. I am running." Du Ming's consciousness flickered with clarity. He pushed off with his right foot. The qi followed suit, unconsciously flowing with his attention to his right foot, exploding forth in an instant. In that moment, this surge of qi provided Du Ming's right foot with even greater strength. Crack! The sound echoed sharply. Due to the unexpected power from his right foot, Du Ming's entire body lost balance, crashing towards the left side of the ground. Du Ming looked baffled. Lacking experience with falls, he could only protect his head with his hands, crashing heavily onto the floor. Ouch, Teacher Wu Tian, it hurts, it really hurts. Du Ming cried out in despair. You're really loud. The turtle sage had already arrived, checking Du Ming's bones, and then said irritably, not only is your running form poor, but you don't even know how to fall without getting hurt. It seems I have much to teach you. I can't help it. Du Ming felt pain all over. Have I not exercised for too long? Why is the power in my left and right feet so uneven? It doesn't make sense. It's just running. How could I forget as an adult? Du Ming was frustrated. In his high-speed movement, he had not realized he had used the power of qi, leaving him confused about how he fell. The turtle sage noticed that Du Ming had subconsciously learned to use the power of qi. He raised an eyebrow, deciding not to reveal this, yet as he needed to confirm whether Du Ming had begun to control qi unconsciously. If that were indeed the case, perhaps Du Ming could start mastering qi right away. Teacher Wu Tian, please check if I've broken any ribs. It hurts. The turtle sage remained expressionless, smacking Du Ming on the back. Such a minor injury, you'll have plenty more in the future. He shot a glance at Du Ming from behind his sunglasses and said, get up and run again. He had just checked Du Ming's bones, and the qi had scanned Du Ming's entire body, confirming that he had no external injuries. I'm getting up. Du Ming felt around for the painful spots on his body, staggering back to the starting line. He trusted the turtle sage's judgment about his body. Since the turtle sage said there was no problem, he believed he would be fine. However, the feeling he had before falling, where he seemed to be connected with the qi, had vanished. Du Ming was unsure if that sensation had been an illusion. Ready? Du Ming felt sweat dripping as he took a deep breath. Run. Once again, he concentrated and dashed forward. Bang. 5 seconds later, Du Ming once again fell in confusion during his run. This time it was due to his left foot exerting too much force, causing him to tumble to the right. It seemed a force surge through his left foot, and he had no time to control it. This was his 6th fall in the 100-meter run. Teacher Wu Tian, I think I've developed a condition where I fall whenever I run, or I might be hopeless. Half an hour ago, he was laughing happily. Half an hour later, he felt despondent. Du Ming was speechless. His left and right feet were so uncoordinated it felt like they didn't belong to him. Could it be that he had developed a condition of transmigration? But that didn't make sense. He had never heard of predecessors entering dungeons having this problem. Du Ming felt as if he had been looked down upon, though he could not see the turtle sage's eyes behind his sunglasses. The turtle sage said nothing, approached Du Ming to check his bones, confirming that he had not sustained any internal injuries. He then grabbed Du Ming by the collar with 2 fingers, lifting him up. Both of your feet are still functioning, yet you can't run. If you can't run properly, then practice until you stop falling. The turtle sage had not yet determined when to start training Du Ming to control qi, but now this unexpected incident prompted him to make a decision. Starting now for the next week, Du Ming would intensely train to control his qi. Qi is inherently one's own power, and with practice, he should be able to master it. Moreover, the qi Du Ming had just experienced within his body was blind to his subconscious intervention. To transform Du Ming's unconscious use of qi into conscious control, perhaps the training wouldn't take too long. After all, to be honest, Du Ming's qi was indeed too weak. Teacher Wu Tian, should we take a break for a moment? Du Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and said, isn't it almost lunchtime? Let my feet rest a bit. Maintaining this constant sprint is completely exhausting. The continuous sprinting of 100 meters, especially the kind that could lead to a dangerous fall, truly drained Du Ming of a great deal of mental and physical energy. He suspected that his increasingly poor physical and mental state heightened the likelihood of falling during the sprint. Master Rashi, there is still more than an hour until lunchtime. You reminded me it is indeed almost lunchtime. Master Rose's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. I'll go have my lunch and some snacks first. Du Ming, you should keep running here. Once you can sprint 100 meters without stopping, then you can take a break. After all, the Hotel Mimi is right there, and the dining area is open 24 hours. It's no problem if you return a bit later. Teacher Wu Tian, I feel like I really need to supplement my protein. No need. Master Rashi glanced at Du Ming's belly and said, look at your stomach. You haven't even digested what you had for breakfast. Just focus on your training. Du Ming. Teacher Wu Tian, your eyes shouldn't always be so sharp in such places. By the way, there's one more thing. Master Rashi paused and turned his head to say, think carefully about the power you possess and try to control it. When I return, I will check your progress. After saying that, Master Rashi swaggered away, disappearing around the corner of the door. The power I possess. Du Ming was taken aback, suddenly realizing. It must be the ability to sense qi. There are no other special skills. Does Teacher Wu Tian mean for me to control my own qi? But if I had a clear understanding, I wouldn't be stuck now. No, wait. Since Teacher Wu Tian said so, can I assume that he believes I might be able to control my qi even now? Du Ming pondered. To master the use of qi, sensing it is one aspect, and controlling it is another. Sensing is undoubtedly the first step. But what about controlling qi? To manipulate my qi, do I need to use my thoughts or something similar to connect and control it? In the Dragon Ball world, how did Goku and the others control their qi? It seemed that controlling qi for them was as natural as eating and drinking. Du Ming frowned, unsure of what tool to use to manipulate qi. If he could learn to control qi, his methods of cultivation would increase, and his explosive power would strengthen. Explosive power. Speaking of which, could the reason I fell while running earlier be because of qi? Did I inadvertently control qi in my left and right feet, causing sudden bursts of power that led to my loss of balance? So, is that why Teacher Wu Tian believes I have the potential to control qi? Du Ming's eyes brightened. If the reason for his imbalance was indeed so, then this could become his opportunity to learn to control qi. Moreover, this possibility indeed seems feasible. Once he thought of it, he acted. Du Ming returned to the starting point, confirmed that no one was ahead, took a moment to prepare, and dashed toward the finish line. Bang! He quickly fell again, and this time it was even louder. Strange, my right foot did indeed exert more force subconsciously, but I didn't sense the aura of qi. Du Ming frowned, wiped the sweat again, and returned to the starting point. I don't believe it, I'll try again. Bang! In less than 5 seconds, Du Ming fell again. This time he felt a sudden strength in his left foot, but the aura of qi. Still no perception. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and rubbing his sore shoulder, Du Ming struggled back to the starting point. This isn't working. After several more attempts, Du Ming made a judgment. His body would unconsciously use the power of qi while sprinting at high speed, but he himself couldn't sense it while moving due to his insufficient ability to perceive qi. I was sensing qi with my eyes closed before, now it's likely that my lack of proficiency makes it difficult to perceive the aura of qi with my eyes open. Taking a deep breath, Du Ming closed his eyes in place. Like a white flame in the darkness, Du Ming quickly sensed his own qi after calming down for half a minute. The power of this qi was weaker than a small white flame, almost undetectable. This is it. If I maintain this state while running, it should work. With my eyes closed, I can sense qi. When I run, it seems that this qi is unconsciously controlled by myself. If I run with my eyes closed, will I be able to sense how this qi is being controlled by me? The possibility is slim, as this qi was originally controlled unconsciously by him. Now consciously observing it might lead to ineffective efforts. But Du Ming believed it was worth a try. Ready, go. The moment his foot stepped forward, cold sweat began to pour down Du Ming's face. The panic of running with closed eyes hit him hard. Even though there was nothing ahead, he felt as if countless monsters, walls, and even blades were rushing towards him. Gritting his teeth, Du Ming ran a couple of steps recklessly before his legs trembled and he stopped. Logically, there should be at least 50 meters to the wall ahead, but the moment he started running with his eyes closed, the distant wall seemed to suddenly be right in front of him. He had to gasp for breath, slowing down. His heart was racing. The only comforting thing was that he managed to resist the urge to open his eyes and could still barely sense the aura of qi. I can't keep going like this. I have to focus entirely on sensing qi, trying not to think about anything else. My legs just need to run, and my mind shouldn't wander beyond my body. Du Ming closed his eyes, sweating coldly, and after a moment he calmed down and returned to the starting point. This time I'll charge forward without hesitation. Du Ming took a deep breath, gathering all his focus, and with a push of his right foot sprinted straight ahead. Bang! A full sprint. His heartbeat slowed after a rapid, fearful thumping, not crossing the Bodis warning line. Du Ming slowly immersed himself in his mind. In that moment, when Du Ming sank into his mind, he saw his own qi swirling up. His qi, under the gaze of his mind, surged like thunder and lightning, wanting to rush into his right foot. Du Ming's mind was highly concentrated, reaching the peak of focus in that instant. Whoosh! With a sound, his mind seemed to be glued to the qi mass rushing down along its trajectory. This is the feeling. Du Ming had an epiphany. During the previous 100-meter run, when his feet went out of control, it was precisely like this: a powerful force of qi surged into his left and right feet, causing him to lose balance and fall. Indeed, it's this qi causing trouble. Du Ming suddenly realized, as long as, oh no, I'm going to fall again. While still in thought, the power of qi gathered in his feet, and Du Ming once again fell to the ground due to the loss of control over the strength of his feet. No way if I fall this time. It will definitely hurt like hell. Du Ming's expression was quite grim, instinctively wanting to change the trend of this energy, wanting it more than ever before. But changing the trend of this energy was no easy task. With a bang, Du Ming fell heavily. However, this time he quickly got back up, smiling cheerfully. So that's how it is. As he lost control, his mind sensed something unusual. Originally, this energy seemed to be unconsciously controlled by his body, used without awareness. But at this moment, his mind unexpectedly altered the position of the energy's exertion slightly, due to a strong thought at the final moment, causing the energy to sway imperceptibly according to his will. Though it was merely a trivial change, the exertion of his right foot was slightly lessened. The mind that could originally only sense this energy was suddenly able to slightly control its flow due to a strong desire to manipulate it. The energy. In an instant when Du Ming's mind was completely focused, the energy in his body seemed to be closely connected to himself, no longer visible, yet elusive as before. The energy around his body was like threads entwined around him. No, even more than that. It felt as if the energy was an extension of his hands and feet, like an extension of his consciousness, swirling around him, easily manipulable. Du Ming finally saw the dawn of his growth. From this moment on, he had finally opened the door to controlling the energy. I do have a bit of talent after all. Looks like there's a small harvest. When Du Ming came back to his senses, he saw Master Rashi standing at the door where he had left. Master, you didn't leave? Du Ming exclaimed. How could a teacher leave at ease when his disciple is here, training hard? Master Rashi chuckled. What if you make a mistake in your training? What would happen if I wasn't here? It was precisely because Du Ming was too new to sensing the energy that he easily overlooked Master Rashi. He pretended to leave to give Du Ming time to ponder, but in reality, he had been pacing outside, secretly watching. As a teacher, after imparting a great deal of knowledge, it was necessary to give the disciple enough time to think and practice. This not only lightened the disciple's burden, but also stimulated the disciple's thinking ability, ensuring that when the teacher was not present, they would not become stagnant. What Master Rashi did not expect was that Du Ming had made gratifying progress in such a short time. From Du Ming's last fall, the unnatural steps he took showed that he had clearly gained insight into using the energy. Master, how about it? I have never stopped surpassing myself. Are you proud to be my teacher? Du Ming chuckled as he poked Master Rashi. Master Rashi approached, raising an eyebrow at these words. You feel something in using the energy? He shot a glance and asked with a smile. Sort of. Du Ming was still sweating all over. This sweat was not from excessive exercise, but from being startled. The fear of running in darkness with impaired vision was something he had never experienced. It was like diving deep into the ocean with a gigantic monster the size of 10 football fields resting with its eyes closed to his left. It felt as if someone had told him that if he touched it, it would wake up and devour him, but while moving forward in the dark, he had no idea when he would touch this enormous beast. This self-imagined fear was the most terrifying. Because of this fear, Du Ming had been sweating profusely earlier, but now he felt a bit better. However, relaxation also brought fatigue. Seeing Master Rashi, Du Ming half opened his weary eyes and happily spoke. To have such gains on the second day of entering the Dragon Ball world far exceeded his previous expectations. Take the Blood Chi realm, which is one of the 3 basic dungeons most suitable for beginners, as an example. Upon entering the Blood Chi realm and learning the Blood Chi circulation technique, there are various methods to easily manipulate the Blood Chi. Mastery of Blood Chi has many functions as summarized by powerful practitioners. Cultivating the physical body is fundamental, and even the internal organs can be cultivated. Cultivating Blood Chi is also a method to open up meridians and regulate heart and blood. It can even use the strength of Blood Chi to refine one's nature and train the spirit and will. Moreover, because the techniques of the Blood Chi realm have been extensively developed, there are many hidden insights from great families. It's no wonder that the Blood Chi realm has such a high reputation among basic dungeons. The energy in the Dragon Ball world is also extraordinary. Originating from the human body itself, containing the power of body-heart, and it can not only allow a person to exert greater strength than usual, but also a strong body-heart, and can stimulate and promote the growth of energy. The relationship between energy, people, and power is deeply intertwined, growing together and breaking through together. Both the cultivation in the Blood Chi realm and the Dragon Ball world start from one's own foundation, making them quite suitable for foundational work. Master Rashi fell silent for a moment. He looked Du Ming up and down, and after a while an expression of satisfaction appeared on his face. That's enough for today. Go back and eat something, rest a bit, and in the afternoon, we can see if we continue. And Master, I'm not hungry yet. Du Ming replied. Master Rashi rolled his eyes, having just told him to keep running, and now, when he asked to rest, he said he was fine. His fists were clenched tightly, but after glancing at Du Ming's weary expression, he ultimately held back. Hurry up and go back to the hotel. Your body is worn out and your spirit is tired. Your 2 senior brothers are not as precious as you. Master Rashi shooed Du Ming away like a fly. Well, fine. After Master Rashi urged him, Du Ming felt even more fatigued and nodded. By the way, Master, how have my 2 fellow disciples been lately? Du Ming asked curiously. Master Rashi pushed Du Ming while replying, who knows? I haven't seen your 2 senior brothers for a long time either. Son Gohan, your eldest senior brother, is exceptionally gifted. Gohan. The last I heard, he was looking for a secluded forest. I don't know if he's going for meditation or what. Ox King, your second senior brother, used to be quite down to earth, but later he went astray. I wanted to educate him properly, but unexpectedly he ran off before I could do that. If you happen to see your second senior brother, forget it, I'll talk about it when I see him next time. Master Rashi spoke vividly about his 2 disciples in front of his 3rd disciple Du Ming. It had been a long time since he had someone to discuss his 2 disciples with, and he kept talking all the way until Du Ming escorted him to the door of the presidential suite, at which point he concealed his longing heart and entered the room. Returning to his room, Du Ming took a quick shower and changed into a new set of Mimi martial arts clothes one after another. Though the room may lack other items, it was filled to the brim with clothes, and the hotel frequently provided fresh ones. After having lunch, although his body felt exhausted, his drowsiness gradually faded away. After pondering for a moment, Du Ming decided to go out for a walk to stretch his legs. While he thought about the matters that had angered him, he strolled aimlessly. The sea breeze gently caressed Du Ming's face. When he came to his senses and looked around, he realized he had unknowingly walked to the seaside. He had even arrived at a familiar place. The waves crash against the sky and the warm, humid air fills his nostrils. Not far behind him stood modern high-rise buildings along the coast, a harmonious blend of tranquility and commotion. Du Ming stood still, glancing back at the towering buildings. He let out a hearty laugh. The scenery here was familiar to him, as it was the first sight he beheld when he traversed into the Dragon Ball world. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually returned to the place of his traversal. Let me think. What was my first sentence after crossing over? Am I at the seaside? Is it this sentence? Du Ming reflected on his memories of the traversal, chuckling and feeling delighted. Never stop surpassing oneself. If I need to learn some words that can impress and show off, so that when the time comes I can casually say them with ease. Thinking back to the morning when he spoke these words to Master Rashi, Du Ming deeply reflected. He must never neglect his language studies upon returning to school. The waves rolled in with the sound of the wind crashing against the railings by the beach. Never stop surpassing oneself. To put it bluntly, it's actually about continuously doing things beyond one's own capabilities, right? A proud chuckle echoed from a distance by the railing. Is someone there? Du Ming looked over in confusion. His voice was so soft it was almost like a whisper, and it shouldn't have been heard by anyone. He scanned the area and spotted only a white figure by the railing. Shoulder-length golden hair paired with an outfit as pure white as her signature. Her slender brows and crimson pupils. She was the kind of girl who would easily be described as beautiful after just one glance. She seemed to be forever 17 years old. Sitting on the railing, her feet swung back and forth. It looked as if she was intentionally waiting for someone. The moment she noticed Du Ming turning to look at her, she smiled at him. As if greeting an old friend, the girl waved her hand and jumped down from the railing. Her golden hair swayed with her steps as she approached him with a radiant smile. Who are you? Du Ming assessed the girl before him. She was not someone who appeared in the Dragon Ball storyline, at least not an important character, as he had no recollection of her. But her aura seemed reminiscent of a leading lady from some filming set, which wasn't particularly surprising. Du Ming was somewhat astonished that there was still a girl who would take the initiative to greet him in this day and age. He had a small urge to rebut the girl's statement about always doing things beyond one's capabilities. It sounded as if it implied he was rather unskilled. Alright, perhaps he was a bit unskilled. Du Ming felt a bit surprised, but did not show it on his face. On the contrary, the girl opposite him appeared quite astonished upon hearing his words. Wasn't it you who brought me to this place? Why do you look so clueless? Who are you? Du Ming was filled with countless questions. This girl spoke in such a nonsensical way that none of her words made sense. At this moment, he could only smile. Sister, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Du Ming smiled. Are you unable to find your family? How did your family get lost? You could go to the police station to inquire about your family. Mistaken. After staring at Du Ming's face for a while, sniffing the air, the girl huffed and said, You're lying. The scent on you is the same as mine, not from this world. Du Ming raised an eyebrow. He had entered this world through a dimensional gate, or perhaps due to some other unexpected circumstances. Though the methods varied, they were essentially a form of crossing over. Was this person also a traverser? The girl gazed at Du Ming, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile. I've been waiting for you here all night and morning, and I finally got to see you. Although you are very enthusiastic and flirtatious, this is actually our first meeting. Where do you come from, and where are you headed? Du Ming chuckled. Aren't you supposed to introduce yourself by name first? The girl shrugged in disappointment. Du Ming raised an eyebrow. Brother, what is your name? Du Ming chuckled. The girl displayed a shocked expression from the bottom of her heart, seemingly surprised that Du Ming would actually heed her suggestion. Du Ming raised an eyebrow. Didn't you tell me to start with names? Why are you so shocked? This person, was she just a bit naive, or did she possess a bit of a foolish attribute? It felt a bit strange. To be more precise, it was a completely natural folly that overflowed. Yes, folly. Speaking of foolish attributes, could it be that this person truly had a hint of that quality? After looking at the girl's appearance, Du Ming suddenly noticed that on her golden hair, there was actually a tuft of golden cowlick. Indeed, there is. A cowlick is such a rare feature that it shouldn't belong to a minor character. In the Dragon Ball world, cowlicks were unique to Majin Buu. From which filming set did you emerge as a leading lady? The girl leaned forward and smiled. My name is Iroquois. The full name is quite long. You can just call me Iroquois. Iroquois. Du Ming rolled the name around in his mind. He had no impression of this name, and at least he hadn't heard it in the Dragon Ball storyline. Was she another traverser? Did she cross over from the main world through a dimensional gate or from another world? But it could also be that she was just a playful spirit. Or could it be she was actually just a bit delusional? The girl's appearance certainly seemed like one at an age of delusions. Could she be a delusional person who is also a social terror, being able to chat so freely with a stranger on the street? My name is Du Ming, and I have recently been practicing martial arts here. Du Ming frowned slightly. If she did have a delusional disorder and had the kind of illness that would cause her to die if she didn't engage in awkward conversations with strangers, that would be perfect. Du Ming took another look at the girl, constantly guessing in his heart. Where are you from? How about I take you to the police station to help you find your family or find your way home? Iroquois smiled and said in surprise, I come from Earth. Does this world also have police? Du Ming found it difficult to continue the conversation. If this person was suffering from a Chinibu syndrome, they were certainly too deep into their role. Throughout his life, he absolutely completely never had a hint of a Chinibu past, making it impossible to relate to such behavior. Just as Du Ming was lost in thought, a new message popped up on the information board of the dimensional gate in front of him. Beep. Detected special circumstances of energy leakage in the intruding individual. Iroquois processing. Special handling result. The intruding individual has discovered information about the world transition. In this world, any information exchange, acquisition, or giving between the awakened ones and the intruding individual Iroquois will not be considered a leakage of dimensional gate information by the awakened ones. Du Ming was astonished. Individuals like Iroquois who crossed over from other worlds were referred to as intruders to distinguish them from the awakened ones. Besides the awakened ones and intruders, the locals of the copy world are typically called natives or aborigines. Some awakened ones derogatorily refer to them as primitives, while others prefer to use different special titles. Under normal circumstances, awakened ones cannot directly or indirectly, intentionally or unintentionally reveal information about the main world and the dimensional gate to the locals of the copy world, nor is it allowed to be exposed or stolen. If they mention the dimensional gate to the natives, the dimensional gate will close the passage between the main world and the crossover world, making it impossible for the awakened ones to return to the main world. There are exceptions to this rule. For example, unknown situations detected by the dimensional gate, individuals in the copy world discovering the dimensional gate and main world on their own, as situations where the dimensional gate and main world are discovered, and other special circumstances. In these special cases, the awakened ones will not be pitifully stranded in the copy world, and they may even receive assistance from the dimensional gate. Like now, Iroquois must have caught the unusual situation when the dimensional gate sent Du Ming into the Dragon Ball world due to a spatial fissure following the spatial gap into the Dragon Ball world. This might be the reason why the dimensional gate determined that the information leak had nothing to do with Du Ming. Du Ming wanted to complain about the dimensional gate. He had nearly concluded that this girl was a Chinibu, yet the dimensional gate suddenly claimed she was truly a crossover individual. It made him want to slap her. Du Ming sighed softly. Also, I haven't eaten anything all day. Could you invite me to lunch, Du Ming? Iroquois looked at Du Ming with a proud expression. Let's find a place where it's just the two of us. I know the spot where you arrived in this world is right here at the position where you are standing. Du Ming was startled again. When an awakened one crosses over the dimensional gate, will spread a concealed barrier at the location after the crossover. It ensures that even if there are people around after the crossover, no abnormalities will be detected. This girl even knew the spot where he crossed over. Was the dimensional gate rusty? Shrugging, Du Ming said, All right, let me find you a place to eat. At the second floor of the Mimi Hotel, in a private room of the restaurant. Du Ming watched as Iroquois ate for a long time, and finally she finished. Du Ming, you are very patient, Iroquois said with a cheerful smile. Of course, Du Ming replied with a glance. It's a major issue to not let someone eat well at the dining table. All right, can we talk now? Where do you come from? Du Ming asked. Is that all you want to ask? How about we start from a more fundamental place, like what worlds we both crossed from? Iroquois looked at Du Ming with a smile. Or are you pretending not to know about other worlds? Du Ming replied with a smile, shaking his head. I won't hide it. I will speak. Generally speaking, Du Ming would not discuss his matters, let alone mention the dimensional gate and the main world. Because if he did, he wouldn't be able to return to the main world. What prompted Du Ming to gather his thoughts and speak was the hint that popped up from the dimensional gate during his previous conversation with the girl. Seeing the hint from the dimensional gate, Du Ming confirmed that this girl indeed came from another world and was an entity available for communication. He would not be rejected by the dimensional gate after revealing information that should not be disclosed, making it impossible for him to return to the main world. The dimensional gate allows awakened ones to exchange information with intruders. This situation was something Du Ming had rarely seen in textbooks, and it was quite rare. Erquit looked at Du Ming's face with great interest. The day before yesterday afternoon was when you crossed over, right? Du Ming was surprised that this girl even knew when he crossed over. He nodded. The day before yesterday afternoon, you probably wanted to cross over from your world to this one, but due to energy leakage, a spatial fissure was torn open in the world I was in. With her lips absorbing a crimson beverage, Erquit animatedly recounted her story to Du Ming. At that time, I remembered your aura. The scent of your blood wafted through the spatial fissure into my world. Although I was curious about the fissure and the power that caused it, I had something a bit more important to deal with at that moment, so I had to resist my curiosity and didn't enter the fissure right away. Erquit's red eyes revealed immense excitement. Last night when I entered from the fissure, I didn't expect to arrive in another world. After I came here, the spatial fissure actually closed, and I couldn't go back. Moreover, my power. It seems that this place is not Earth. I only have half of my power left. Erquit lamented a little, which was rare for her. Then she quickly perked up again, her bright eyes looking at Du Ming. Du Ming, when can we go out and have fun? Once I've had enough fun in this world, I want to go to your world. Du Ming's maintained smile shook incessantly. Sigh. Du Ming sighed slightly, formally responding to her. This is indeed Earth, but it should be a different Earth from the world you are in. Not the original Earth. Erquit blinked her eyes and became even more excited. She squeezed her hands, feeling the remaining power within her body, and kept smiling. Wow, Du Ming, how amazing. So it's a different Earth. That makes sense. Du Ming was speechless. What are you laughing about? Can you say something that humans can understand? Du Ming wants to hear what I have to say. Erquit said proudly. Have you heard of vampires? You mean those creatures that are afraid of garlic crosses and exorcism items? In the main world's books, it is recorded that the life levels of vampires typically range from 5 to 20, 30, or even higher. However, the weaknesses of vampires are too obvious. They have weaknesses such as fear of sunlight. As long as an awakened one is prepared, they usually do not fear vampires. It shouldn't be a vampire, right? Du Ming muttered. He glanced at the sun high in the sky, and then at the girl who had walked with him from the sunlight, excluding her from the category of vampires. Just as Du Ming remembers. But I am special, a true ancestor unafraid of the sun or the cross. The girl's first sentence overturned Du Ming's judgment. Erquit smiled. Since Du Ming knows this basic knowledge, explaining becomes easy for me. My power comes partly from the planet I am on, which is Earth. Yesterday, I traversed through a rift in space to come to this world, suddenly losing contact with Earth. Oh, I mean the planet I was originally on. Losing the connection to my original Earth caused me to lose most of my power in an instant. I nearly knocked my head. After falling through the rift in space, losing my power suddenly made it impossible for me to control my body, and I fell from the sky. Fortunately, there has been some good news. After arriving in this world, this planet, on the Earth beneath our feet, it established a connection with me, allowing my power to gradually recover. Moreover, this connection is deepening and my power is recovering faster and faster, quicker than at any time before. From the speed at which my power is recovering and increasing, this planet, this Earth, this world, seems quite extraordinary. It appears to be much more powerful than the Earth I was originally on. Du Ming felt a bit dizzy listening to vampires and true ancestors. This was information not belonging to the Dragon Ball world. In any case, you are not human, right? Du Ming clapped his hands, grasping the key point. Gao. Erquit showed a fierce expression, transforming into a fierce tiger pouncing towards Du Ming. She grabbed Du Ming's hand and bit down. What kind of strength is this? Du Ming wanted to resist, but Erquit's strength, how should he put it, her strength was astonishingly great. Using both of his hands, Du Ming was even suppressed by a single finger of Erquit. He thought to himself that if Erquit used both hands, she could twist him like wringing a towel without any effort. Is this the leisure of a true ancestor of vampires? Terrifying, too terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the strength of the monsters and divine beings in the Dragon Ball world is 1,000 times stronger than that of the girl, Du Ming might have been compelled to call her a deity. However, the girl seemed to be holding back her strength and did not exert much force. Du Ming's hand showed no signs of bleeding. With her strength, it would have been simple for her to break Du Ming's skin. She was being merciful. With her mouth closed, Erquit snorted and smiled with satisfaction. That's what Du Ming gets for insulting me. But you definitely are not human. Du Ming was about to argue, but looked at the girl's delicate hands, which showed no sign of abnormality, and swallowed his words. Although her hands were cute, their strength was undeniable. His fists weren't as big as hers, so he temporarily let her off the hook. But what about me? Erquit stared at Du Ming. But I've heard that vampires can turn others into vampires. You won't turn me, right? Du Ming patted his chest, looking quite scared. I've heard that you have something like a thrall. If you bite someone, they must obey you for life and cannot resist. He never thought he would become a vampire. He didn't want to be turned into one for no reason. If possible, Du Ming wanted to steadily grow stronger step by step. If he were to change his bloodline or race, it should also be his own will and choice, not someone else's decision. That won't happen. Erquite's red eyes sparkled. Du Ming is special, bringing me from that earth to here. I won't do anything that Du Ming doesn't want to do. Besides, I haven't sucked your blood, so Du Ming will be fine without blood loss. Also, Du Ming curiously asked, what was your original world like? The Dragon Ball world was the first world he entered. The textbooks and the internet in the main world often introduce other strange worlds, but Du Ming had not yet traveled beyond the main world and was very curious about Erquite's world. That isn't important. Erquite directly chose to halt Du Ming's curiosity. Aren't we in this world? It's more important to explore this world and find joy in it. The original world doesn't have Du Ming. Okay, he had originally planned to exchange some information from the main world with her. Du Ming paused and said, I have been in this world for less than 2 days, and in these 2 days I haven't left this city, not even strayed far from the Mimi Hotel. If you want to learn about this world from me, you've got the wrong person. He wasn't going to reveal what he learned about the Dragon Ball world and its plot from his previous life. I see. Erquite was not at all concerned, staring directly at Du Ming, curiosity filling her face. So what is Du Ming's world like? Du Ming slightly raised his head, glanced at the information provided by the dimensional gate. Information exchange obtaining giving will not be considered a breach of dimensional gate information by awakened individuals. After confirming that speaking about the main world information with Erquite wouldn't prevent him from returning, Du Ming finally said, my world is one where anyone can traverse, everyone can travel to other worlds to learn and grow stronger, and everyone has the potential to become a deity. Erquite nodded excitedly at every word Du Ming said, like a well-behaved kitten. We use a tool called Dimensional Gate, which can also be described as a transit station or a system of sorts. Through it we can traverse and also return. And as a price in exchange, we need to complete the tasks it provides. Then what? Erquite waited for several seconds, realizing Du Ming had stopped talking. The free information ends here, Du Ming said with a serious expression. Having said some seemingly useful but unclear information, Du Ming believed that the subsequent information should come at a cost. In the instance world, one often needs to exchange what they possess for information, techniques, knowledge, strength, materials, and so forth. This is what was learned from textbooks, and teachers had repeatedly emphasized it. Du Ming continued to recite. As it is said, the two ends of the balance should be equivalent weights. To exchange for my knowledge, you need to provide a corresponding price, and then. He was sweating. Du Ming was sweating. He had forgotten the content that followed. The book had a model text for information exchange. 1 was to be recited in full, 2 to be selected for recitation, and there were 6 selected exemplary texts. Half a year ago, he had been quite familiar with it. His language teacher had even praised him. How could he forget more than half in just 6 months? Steeling himself, Du Ming improvised. In short, if you want to know something, you need sufficient chips. He recalled that the popular science literature had mentioned his current situation. In some surprisingly unexpected cases, certain powerful individuals similar to Erquite would come to understand that the universe is not unique and that there are multiple dimensions. These individuals share a common trait. They exhibit a keen interest in other worlds, traversing dimensions, and related topics. When encountering such situations, the book repeatedly advises awakeners to be cautious. As long as the awakeners ensure their own safety, they must seize the opportunity to sell information about other worlds and dimension travel for a good price. If one is even luckier encountering a dimensional gate that allows the disclosure of information about the main world and the dimensional gate, one must seize the opportunity to sell it for a sky-high price. Du Ming pondered that his current situation should be quite similar to what was described in the popular science literature. So he added, if you want to know information about other worlds and dimension travel, even if you want it, those things are irrelevant. Du Ming did not finish his sentence before being interrupted by Erquite. What I really want to know is what Du Ming wants to eat tonight, Erquite said, shaking Du Ming's arm. You such a vampire are quite interesting, Du Ming chuckled. This girl was so unreasonable. If she only wanted to know this, it was unlikely to exchange for something valuable. I might want to eat steak tonight, Du Ming replied. Steak? It must be delicious, right? Erquite smiled, her mouth curving upward and her eyes shimmering with desire. Maybe, but I haven't tried the steak here. Du Ming was halfway through his sentence when he was captivated by the girl's appearance. Erquite was simply too striking. Both were still in the restaurant. Erquite had just eaten lunch and was now drooling. She stared at Du Ming like a hungry cat. Her eyes were bright and lively, like 2 blazing flames dancing. They'll treat you to a meal again tonight, all right. Du Ming paused, then sighed slightly in resignation. Really? That's great. As soon as Du Ming's words came out, Erquite seemed ready to jump for joy. But I have conditions too. There are conditions. The conditions are simple. You are the ancestor of vampires, right? Agree to be with me forever. You cannot use your abilities to turn me into your servant or anything like that. You must not drink my blood. In short, you can't use any of your abilities on me. Oh, and you must not bite me. Quite had previously said she would not drink his blood, and there were currently no signs of it, but Du Ming could not fully trust her words. This condition of not using force was meant to remind Quite in an agreed manner to control her own abilities and not employ them on him. Of course, this condition cannot be considered a constraint, nor does it have any coercive effect. It is merely a reminder. After all, it is just an exchange for a meal, not a contract with effective power. Moreover, Du Ming also played a little trick he learned from textbooks. He intentionally included the word forever in this condition. This was to direct the other party's attention to terms like forever and indefinitely, prompting them to think about what deadlines to add to the exchange conditions rather than whether to accept such conditions. These were all little tricks taught in books. However, Du Ming miscalculated Quite. That's not a condition at all. I agree to everything. Quite looked at Du Ming happily, wearing an expression of having struck a big deal. This made Du Ming seriously doubt his own conditions. Could it be that he was at a loss? It shouldn't be the case. The dimensional gate had certified that the girl was an interloper, and Du Ming had also inferred from their earlier brief exchange that the girl's strength was far greater than his combined. Not allowing the other party to use violence against him was certainly worth more than just a meal. Could it be that this girl had no intention of keeping her word and was only pretending to agree to whatever Du Ming proposed? Oh. Du Ming fell silent for a moment before, unable to resist, saying, "Don't you have anything else to say?" Quite merely looked at Du Ming and blinked. "All right, forget it." Du Ming took a deep breath and checked the time. It was almost time to leave the restaurant. It was time to go back and take a short nap before the afternoon class with Turtle Sage. Recalling that he still had to treat the girl to steak in the evening, Du Ming asked, "It's about time I'm going back to the hotel to rest. How about you? How will I contact you tonight?" Quite looked at Du Ming suspiciously. Du Ming wondered, "Is there something on my face? What's wrong?" "Wherever Du Ming goes, I will go." Quite crossed her arms, looking displeased. "Of course I will follow Du Ming back to the hotel to rest." She stared at Du Ming. Du Ming was speechless. "You just crossed over last night. You don't have a place to rest, do you?" Quite nodded and shook her head, her displeasure gradually fading, replaced by an expression of anticipation. "Now I have one." She seemed to have completely decided to treat Du Ming's room as her own. Du Ming gradually began to understand this girl named Quite. This girl was natural silly and a bit foolish. Beyond that, she was also very straightforward, directly expressing whatever she wanted or needed. Moreover, the girl clearly possessed much greater strength than him and seemed to hide other abilities, yet she had never used them to coerce him. Although she seemed a bit simple-minded, Du Ming had a rather good impression of her. The girl must be a good person. It seems she has nowhere to stay. Du Ming suggested, "You can stay in my room. I have a martial arts class to attend soon. After it's over, ask the owner of me hotel me if he can find you a place to stay for a few days. If not, it just so happens that this martial arts class comes with subsidies or bonuses. I can advance some to you for you to rent a room temporarily. During this time, you can find a stable job. Is that all right?" Oh. Although Quite did not fully agree with Du Ming's suggestion, she obediently accepted it. At the time of checkout, the restaurant staff were stifling laughter. They had only witnessed a scene they shouldn't have seen. The moment the girl had fiercely bitten Du Ming. Du Ming's arm was a bit sore from the girl's bite. The staff merely assumed Quite was stamping Du Ming, not realizing that she had genuinely bitten him and he was still feeling the pain on his arm. In the elevator, Du Ming and Quite headed to the 25th floor of the hotel. The elevator ascended directly and soon reached the floor where Du Ming's room was located. The corridor was quiet with no one else around. Perhaps the people from Mimi Martial Arts had gone off to train. Chatting with Quite, they arrived at room 1012. Du Ming opened the door and invited Quite inside. The door was slightly ajar, not fully closed. "Why don't you rest here for a bit this afternoon?" Du Ming said. "Later, I will go find the hotel owner Mimi, as we discussed earlier, to see if he can prepare a room for you to stay in. If not, I'll cover your rent. After all, I probably won't need the money here." Quate bounced around excitedly in the room, occasionally looking out the window at the view of the street, exclaiming, "Wow," continuously. When Quate had subdued him with just a finger earlier, Du Ming had experienced her strength. Now in his room, he had the chance to witness just how extraordinary her speed was. In Du Ming's eyes, Quate seemed to have opened a shadow clone darting around the room, like lightning, able to teleport from one side to the other in an instant. She gazed repeatedly from window to window. Her figure appeared like a phantom at various locations, leaving a trail of afterimages, as if multiple versions of her existed simultaneously in the room. This extraordinary form not only moved, but left behind elegant curves in its trajectory. Du Ming thought to himself, "You truly aren't human." "Du Ming, what method did you use to tear apart space?" Quate asked curiously. "The power that tore apart space actually affected my world, leaving a spatial rift behind." Du Ming took a sip of chilled soy milk and looking at AI Air Kuwaite, who was finally settled on the edge of the bed, said, "Let me clarify, it wasn't me who brought you to this world. Don't thank or blame me, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you think him some great master who has the leisure to chat with you, I can only say you've mistaken your target." Many predecessors who traverse the main world often like to pose as omnipotent figures in other worlds to gain benefits. Du Ming did not like this. AI Air Kuwaite's transition to the Dragon Ball world had only a minuscule connection to him. Du Ming believed the main issue lay with the dimensional gate. It was surprising that entering the Dragon Ball world would cause energy ripples that affected AI Air Kuwaite's world, creating a spatial rift. It was reasonable to suspect that this dimensional gate had been in use for countless years, aging and breaking down, needing some lubrication. Hey, Du Ming is stingy. AI Air Kuwaite looked displeased, resembling a sulking cat as she fixed her gaze on Du Ming. Even if it wasn't Du Ming who tore apart the space, I still followed your scent over here. Du Ming quickly corrected her. Let's be clear, it's not my scent, it's the scent of my blood. All right, let's forget about that matter. Du Ming was always rather calculating, but what mattered was the future. He was going to live on this earth, so he needed to think about future matters. In the room, AI Air Kuwaite was as natural as if she were at home, without a hint of restraint. To be fair, she truly was a natural presence, her aura radiating into the air. Du Ming found himself at a loss on how to respond to such a familiar girl. He shook his head slightly. In any case, this afternoon, I will take you to find Mimi. You should also ask him if you can stay for a few days, if you really want to live in this world. Indeed, the most important thing is to find a job that pays as you need money for food, lodging, and transportation. Du Ming recalled the various crises that would threaten the Earth in the Dragon Ball world, staring at AI Air Kuwaite, and reminded her additionally, try to be a good person. The dangers of Earth in the Dragon Ball world were severe, and Earthlings were even more dangerous, as they could be wiped out by some alien at any moment. Of course, there was the good side, one could be revived with the Dragon Balls. However, Du Ming remembered that when Goku and others frequently used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Earthlings, their wish seemed quite vague: revive the good people. This was a difficult to quantify, and quite idealistic wish. It was uncertain whether the criteria for resurrection had any biases. Seeing this girl who seemed to want to live on this earth, Du Ming kindly reminded her. Doing one's part. Good person. AI Air Kuwaite pondered for a moment with her finger against her lips before breaking into a smile. I should be considered a good person, right? She laughed lightly. Knock knock. Just then a faint knocking sound came from the slightly ajar door. Du Ming was surprised that someone would actively seek him out in this world. It should be someone from Mimi's hotel. He asked AI Air Kuwaite to sit still and went over to open the door. AI Air Kuwaite sat on the edge of the bed, tilting her head to look. Oh, Mimi. The big boss, are you looking for me? To his surprise, it was indeed Mimi standing at the door. He wore a smile, gently holding out a folded note, and was particularly happy to see Du Ming, who had been accepted as a disciple by Teacher Wu Tian. Here, take this. This is what Teacher Wu Tian asked me to give you when I ran into him on the first floor. He handed the folded note to Du Ming, saying, Teacher Wu Tian said it's your new assignment. Off. Du Ming was speechless. Oh, what kind of teacher was this? He didn't assign any work when they were together, and now that his disciple was happily resting in the room, the assignment comes. It wasn't even him who came over. All right, let me see. Du Ming took the note, pondering whether to keep Mimi from leaving. Oh, who is this? The open door allowed Mimi to see AI Air Kuwaite sitting on the edge of the bed, and his eyes gleamed with interest as he shifted between Du Ming and AI Air Kuwaite. He looked as if he were eager for more details. Oh, she is AI Air Kuwaite. I was just about to tell you. Let me speak, Du Ming. AI Air Kuwaite smiled, saying, You seem to have something going on. Let me talk to this person for a moment, Mimi. Right. Shall we step out to the corridor to discuss something? AI Air Kuwaite's red pupils revealed a rare glimmer of wisdom that hadn't been seen in 100 years after deep contemplation. Surrounded by 99 naivety, the remaining one of wisdom was difficult to discern. She conceived a plan for a worry-free livelihood, a method that required only a few simple steps to ensure she would not worry about food and clothing. Generally, she just needed to show her strength or use it to coerce, and money would come. However, coercing with strength seemed to make one appear as a villain, and Du Ming had told her to be a good person. Thus, she thought of exchanging her strength for money in this world. AI Air Kuwaite pondered this in her own way. Oh, sure. Mimi glanced at Du Ming, who was about to look at the note, scratched his head, and stepped outside with AI Air Kuwaite. The door was not fully shut. Inside, Du Ming unfolded the note. Outside the door, Arcuade and Mimi stood facing each other. Young lady, is there something you need? Mimi asked, warmly smiling. Young lady? Arcuade murmured softly, and accepted the title with evident delight. Arcuade had lived longer than 100 Mimi combined, yet both in appearance and spirit, she claimed to be 17. To call her a young lady was perfectly justified. A dangerous crimson gleamed in her pupils as she fixed Mimi with a terrifying smile. You don't suffer from heart disease or fear of heights, do you? Mimi, ever the gracious host, nodded hesitantly. I train rigorously. I'm in excellent health, free of any ailment major or minor. What about your courage? Is it bold or timid? My courage has always been top tier, Mimi declared proudly, though a flicker of bewilderment crossed his face. There was something elusive about this girl's words, something he couldn't quite anticipate nor decipher her intent. How splendid. Arcuade seized Mimi by the back of his collar with cheerful alacrity and lifted him clean off his feet. Watch your footing. What a... Mimi cried, utterly bewildered. He stood on the corridor of the hotel's 25th floor, solid ground beneath his soles. What then was there to watch? Curiosity stirred. Instinctively he glanced downward, and instantly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In that single suspended instant his eyes contracted sharply, astonishment flooding his features. Where am I? Frantically he scanned the void before, behind, left, and right. Even Mimi, the man famed for unshakable nerve, nearly collapsed to his knees. At that moment he stood upon a circular platform barely half a meter wide, suspended nearly 30 stories above the ground, over 100 meters high. The Mimi Hotel in Pumpkin City had been Mimi's lifelong passion, from its earliest blueprints to its final brick. He had overseen every phase: design, foundation, construction, completion. No one knew the Mimi Hotel better than he did, inside and out, and he was deeply proud of every detail, especially the twin sky platforms atop the building, soaring nearly 10 meters high, spiraling straight upward like twin pillars toward the heavens. He had always adored them. But that adoration was strictly from afar, not from standing upon them. Mimi now bitterly regretted boasting about his top-tier courage. He dangled, lifted by the girl's grip, upon one of the twin platforms, while she stood poised a meter away on the other. The platform was circular, just 1 meter in diameter. Mimi's face paled, sweat dripped steadily from his brow, his trembling lips betrayed profound terror and inner turmoil. His entire world had narrowed to this vertiginous precipice. He forgot the girl, forgot the impossible instantaneous teleportation from the hotel's interior to this open-air abyss. His whole body quaked, as if balance itself were slipping away and only gravity awaited him below. His hands clawed desperately at empty air, seeking purchase, while the towering Mimi Hotel loomed like a ravenous beast, drawing deeper into his soul the primal dread of falling. His pupils lost all focus. His heart hammered, breath came in ragged gasps, every cell screamed for solid earth. His trembling lips tried to speak, but produced no sound. The ground seemed impossibly distant, unreachable. Yet in the next heartbeat it might rush up to meet him. Hey, you claimed your courage was top tier, didn't you? The girl's calm voice startled him back to awareness. Only then did he realize she had brought him here. His lips trembled, his gaze dull and hollow, locked onto hers. She stood with effortless grace, serene, composed like still water rippling gently in the breeze. Beneath her feet stretched not a precarious disk of steel, but an endless tranquil plain. Gazing upon her composure, Mimi slowly regained clarity, only for a torrent of questions to flood his mind. Why in less than a second had he been wrenched from the hotel's 25th floor to this exposed pinnacle? It made no sense. It defied comprehension. The wind howled at this altitude, robbing him of breath. His lungs burned, each word emerged with agonizing effort. How did we get here? With every syllable his legs shook violently, the 1-meter platform utterly insufficient to bear the weight of his terror. So you can still speak. Arcuade beamed. Calm dissolved, replaced by a wild, commanding aura as she gazed down at Mimi dangling limply from her right hand. She murmured almost to herself, my power is returning far faster than anticipated. Is this Earth's doing? Her blood-red eyes locked onto his. Who is Dumaying? And what is his connection to you, and to this Mimi Hotel? Mimi's legs trembled, not from fear of the girl but from sheer involuntary vertigo atop the tiny circular platform. Yet now suspended securely by her grip at the nape of his collar, a strange sense of reassurance settled over him, and his thoughts began to sharpen once more. Dumaying, Mimi replied dazedly. He has no formal ties to the hotel. He's part of my Mimi Martial Arts Academy, but under no binding contract. I see great promise in his martial path. I want to support him further. I see. A flicker of genuine delight brightened Arcuade's gaze at the mention of Dumaying. Let's strike a deal, she announced suddenly. What? Mimi blinked, disoriented. Whenever your Mimi martial arts faces an opponent too formidable, too ruthless to handle, bring them to me. Mimi looked down into an abyss so deep it swallowed sight itself, then back at Arcuade standing effortlessly upon her narrow disk, utterly unruffled. He recalled the impossible instant of transport, how reality itself had folded around him. He believed without reservation in her unimaginable power, a force transcending human limits, surpassing even Master Jackie Chan's legendary chi, far beyond rational comprehension. This was power no mortal should possess. With speed like hers, bullets and artillery would be futile. He swallowed hard and nodded frantically. Agreed. Elsewhere, in Duming's room, staring at the note left by Master Turtle, Duming's face darkened with exasperation. I've hidden a fist-sized stone engraved with the character Turtle somewhere in the park. Find it within 30 minutes, or no dinner. No wonder Master Turtle had vanished at noon. He'd been hiding stones. The park in question was the one Duming ran through each morning. That park was colossal, large enough that even Ed needed nearly 5 minutes to circle it at full sprint. And Ed ran long distances at short distance speed to locate an inconspicuous stone amid such vastness. I truly have no idea how I'm still thinking so calmly. Even in this frantic moment, his mind wandered, leisurely, absurdly. He bolted from his room, sprinting straight for the elevator. No sign of Arcuade or Mimi in the hallway. They must be speaking at the far end, he assumed. Without turning back, he called out, "Arcuade, please hold down the fort. I'll be right back." Before she could reply, he vanished into the elevator, urgency propelling him forward. At 25 stories high, running down was utterly impossible. Jumping would mean certain death, and he had not yet mastered the art of flight. After pressing the button for the ground floor, he took a deep breath. He began to grasp Master Rashi's intent in sending him to search for the stone. Such a trial bore resemblance to those Rashi had previously assigned to Goku and Krillin. Though the task appeared simple on the surface, it demanded both unwavering mental focus and exceptional physical stamina. Perhaps because he was still a novice martial artist, the challenge proved significantly milder than those faced by Krillin and the others. Back then, Krillin and his peers had scoured a vast oceanic island, teeming with bizarre beasts and venomous insects, while also fearing that the suspension bridges beneath their feet might snap at any moment. By comparison, searching for a stone within a city park was far simpler. Such training lacked sufficient rigor for 13 or 14-year-olds like Goku and Krillin, but for the older Du Ming, it was perfectly calibrated. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the elevator delivered Du Ming to the ground floor. He dashed headlong toward the park. Vast, yes, yet not so immense as to inspire despair. The park was immaculately clean. The permeable pavement revealed no hidden objects at a glance, and the grass, though lush, was short enough that a fist-sized stone resting upon the lawn could be spotted with careful scrutiny and focused attention. Thickets, flower beds, and the spaces beneath trees. These were the zones demanding his most meticulous search. One complication lingered. He had no idea when Master Rashi's 30-minute deadline began ticking. What if the tyrannical master had started the clock the moment he pinned that note? Surely Master Rashi wouldn't have tossed the stone into the lake. Du Ming winced at the thought, refusing to dwell further. First, I'll sweep the entire perimeter. Starting from the southeast corner, he began inching methodically across the park. Though he spoke of searching inch by inch, he knew full well he couldn't afford to walk slowly. The park's sheer size demanded speed. A leisurely pace might leave him having covered less than 1/10 of the grounds by the half-hour mark. From the southeast corner, he sprinted northeastward, matching his morning jogging pace, while scanning every direction, never letting a single inch of grass escape his gaze. Where thickets blocked his path, he dropped swiftly to his knees, thrusting his head low beneath the foliage to inspect the ground in an instant. If he spotted a fist-sized stone, he snatched it up immediately and turned it over twice to verify any inscribed characters. No sooner had he risen from the thicket than a banyan tree loomed abruptly to his right. He braked sharply, circled the trunk once, and scrutinized its base for any trace of the stone. The lakeshore posed the greatest difficulty. Near the park's northeastern center lay a small lake, and absurdly both its southeastern and northwestern shores were strewn with scattered stones. Fortunately, only a few of those stones were fist-sized. With mounting frustration, Du Ming flipped each one over one by one. Arriving breathless, he then bent repeatedly, his exhaustion mounting with every stoop and lift. Ordinarily, running allowed his mind to drift freely, but this time his full concentration remained riveted on the search. Neither body nor spirit could relax, an ordeal of profound fatigue. Panting, heavily drenched in sweat, Du Ming lifted his leg once more and surged toward the next section, until at last he had traversed every inch of the park without success. "I can't find it," Du Ming gasped, chest heaving. He had circled the lake and combed the entire park, yet found nothing. Surely Master Rashi wouldn't have cast the stone into the lake. Leaning on his knees, Du Ming stared helplessly at the water's surface. The lake was crystal clear, yet he possessed none of the cultivation world's divine sense, no fiery golden eyes, no Sharingan. Merely standing at its edge, he could discern nothing beyond its shimmering depths. And diving in to search for the stone marked with the character turtle would surely consume hours, not minutes. Though modest in scale, the lake could easily demand half a day's labor if he searched too cautiously underwater. Half an hour was unquestionably insufficient, yet that was not even the gravest concern. Du Ming hesitated. Should he begin formal diving instruction now? He could swim just well enough to avoid drowning, but actual submersion. He could only spread his hands wide and sink straight to the bottom for Master Roshi's amusement. I'll return here only if all else fails. He had already swept every area of the park, a level of sustained, intense focus unprecedented in his prior physical exertions. Logically, no spot should have escaped his notice. Could Master Roshi truly have buried the stone at the very bottom of a trash bin, forcing Du Ming to empty it entirely before spotting it? Or perhaps interred it beneath layers of soil and gravel demanding excavation? Or, far more deviously, slipped it into some unsuspecting passerby's pocket? Such underhandedness, he dared only imagine Master Roshi surely had better things to do. If I were Master Roshi, where would I conceal it? Recalling Master Roshi instantly summoned his most iconic feat, the devastating Kamehameha wave obliterating the moon. It was no wonder Du Ming struggled to recall other memorable scenes. The master spent most of his time leering lasciviously, making serious recollection nearly impossible. During the World Martial Arts Tournament finals against Goku disguised as Jackie Chun, Master Roshi unleashed a full-power Kamehameha, shattering the moon into oblivion. Du Ming stroked his chin. Were he Master Roshi, he'd stand precisely at the park's center, fire a Kamehameha, and launch the turtle-inscribed stone straight to the moon, ensuring Du Ming would never find it. The thought struck him with unsettling plausibility. Could Master Roshi truly be that mischievous? He gazed upward where willow branches hung heavy with dense, sun-dappled foliage, filtering summer's fierce light into slender golden threads. On the opposite side of the willow across the path, a towering banyan tree arched overhead like a vast leafy canopy. Wait. Du Ming rubbed his eyes, locking his gaze onto a small round protrusion on one of the banyan's branches. Surely not. Surely you wouldn't hide it up there, Master Roshi. That dark circular speck atop the branch looked unmistakably like a stone. Under the banyan, Du Ming carefully climbed onto a thick limb, and there it was, a stone nestled halfway along the branch. Fist-sized, it showed no visible markings at first glance. Lying prone, he crawled forward and extended his right hand. His fingers brushed the stone smoothly. Balancing precariously on the branch, he glanced downward. No pedestrians in sight. Then nudged the stone gently. It tumbled cleanly to the ground below. Once Du Ming descended safely and retrieved the stone, relief flooded through him. There, etched clearly on its reverse side, was a handwritten Chinese character turtle. Eureka! Ah, bliss! Clutching the stone triumphantly, he estimated he'd completed the test well within 30 minutes. A quick shower, a light lunch, another perfect day of growth. He glanced at his life tier status, still stubbornly fixed at level 0, not yet reaching level 1. Level 1 represented the combat capability of an adult man wielding a handgun, a benchmark he had yet to attain, which was entirely expected. Yet he felt his body and spirit surging forward, his burgeoning ki accelerating that transformation. If this progress continued, he stood a strong chance of surpassing the novice's first bottleneck before departing the Dragon Ball world and stepping firmly into the realm of life tier level 1. Good days. Feeling comfortable. With satisfaction, Du Ming estimated that he spent no more than half an hour on the test. A quick shower, a cold soy milk, just another day of joyful growth. He glanced at the life level, which still remained at the unmentionable level 0, not yet reaching level 1. The standard for level 1 of this life level is the combat power of an adult man holding a handgun, so it is indeed normal for him not to reach it. However, he could truly feel his body and spirit leaping in growth. The chi seemed to be aiding him, and even regular exercise felt like it was contributing to his constant growth. If this continues, he might very well break through the first bottleneck of a newcomer before leaving the Dragon Ball world and step into the realm of level 1 in the life level. Just as Du Ming was about to return to the hotel, a voice came from behind another banyan tree. Instantly, a black line appeared above Du Ming's head. That voice was too familiar. It was Master Rose's voice. Master Roshi, you are indeed here. Du Ming looked over with irritation. Indeed, Master Roshi had been hiding nearby observing. Du Ming forced a smile and respectfully said, Master Roshi, when did you learn this skill of peeping? Are you going to teach it to your disciple? As for his disciple's veiled remarks, the seasoned Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses, showed no sign of expression. He walked over calmly and said nonchalantly, where is the hiding? I even openly display my chi. If you didn't notice me, only a blind person or a foolish disciple would fail to detect me. Oh wait. When I was younger, I did encounter 2 martial artists who were blind from birth. Their perception of chi was extremely sharp. If I didn't seriously hide my chi, they could easily sense my position. Finally reaching Du Ming's side, Master Roshi gave Du Ming's shoulder a firm pat, shaking his head with a faint smile. You still have a long way to go. Then he laughed and said, as for how to hide your chi, although I plan to teach you the art of concealment well. He teased, Du Ming, with your weak chi, there is no need to hide at all. No martial artist would notice you even standing in a crowd. Du Ming, Master Roshi, Owen. Show some respect to your master Wu Tian. Don't call me Master Roshi. Humph. Master Roshi rolled his eyes. Du Ming, All right, you are the teacher, and you are always right. Teacher, don't you think I've made some progress? In half an hour I ran and stopped, never relaxing my energy, and now I can still speak so fluently, while I can feel my stamina has improved. It seems that the training from yesterday and this morning was very effective. Is this the god of martial arts? Not only has he broken through his own combat power, but he also has such skill in teaching his disciples. Haha, what are you thinking? Master Rashi chuckled, treating Du Ming's comment as a joke, saying, whether it's physical training or chi training, it must be viewed over months or even years. You can't expect that after standing in horse stance in the morning your muscles will grow by the afternoon. If you want to make progress, you must work hard every day without interruption, always remaining diligent combined with the correct methods and exceptional talent, then you might catch up to my level of cultivation in the future. Master Rose's sunglasses glinted and a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Clearly this roundabout boasting made him quite happy. He laughed and said, but since you feel that you have made progress, let me see if your chi has increased by the size of a grain of rice, or... Oh. Master Rashi extended his chi, intending to poke fun at his disciple, but then he noticed something was off. He started sweating. Master Rashi discovered that his disciple's chi seemed to be a bit abnormal. If Du Ming's chi this morning could be described as 1 unit, it now seemed to have risen to about 1.5 units. Such a rate of growth was quite unusual. What did you eat today? Master Rashi asked wide-eyed. He wondered if Du Ming had accidentally eaten some rare treasure, leading to such a sudden increase in chi. How could he enjoy such good fortune without sharing it with his master? It was simply despicable. I had fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk for breakfast, and for lunch. I know that I even stole one of your buns. I mean, what else did you eat besides breakfast and lunch? Nothing. As soon as Du Ming heard Master Rose's question, he understood a lot, and smiled, saying, Master Wutian, has my chi visibly improved? After a moment of silence, Master Rashi nodded slowly. I never noticed before. Du Ming pretended to ponder, saying, could it be that I am a genius? Master Rashi certainly would not be jealous of Du Ming, but Du Ming's infuriating tone made him want to slap him. Teacher, I said that hard work pays off for those who are diligent. Du Ming was quite pleased with himself. As long as a person is willing to work hard, they will eventually be rewarded. Master Rashi was left speechless. If this is called hard work, you might as well kneel down and apologize to all the martial artists. Don't provoke them into coming back from the underworld to beat you up. He scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. This is strange. Do you perhaps have some special talent? A unique physical constitution? Du Ming, it should mainly be my intelligence. Du Ming, shut up. Master Rose's face turned red with anger. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down, before continuing, forget it, let's leave it at that. Today's physical training ends here. Although your chi has increased significantly, your body is still very weak. Don't continue physical training when you go back. After your chi training in the afternoon, I will check your physical condition. In the afternoon, all martial artists of the Me Martial Arts School still needed to gather in the main venue to receive Master Rose's chi training. Du Ming was no exception. Of course, I will just lie down and relax when I get back. Du Ming laughed heartily before bidding farewell to Master Rashi. All right, then I'll head back now, teacher. Du Ming was in high spirits, his steps almost floating as he bid farewell to Master Rashi. Make sure to wash off all your sweat properly. Master Rashi snorted, scolding Du Ming for no reason. However, after Du Ming had walked a bit far with his backpack, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. At the same time, he also felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that when he previously assessed Du Ming's bone structure and measured his aptitude with chi, the results were skewed? Was Du Ming's physical aptitude actually better than the results he measured? Not clear, but Master Rashi did not dwell on it. While he emphasized a martial artist's aptitude, he placed even greater importance on a martial artist's comprehension, resilience, and character. Above all these traits, what he valued most was actually a sense of affinity. After a thorough wash, Du Ming lay back on the bed, accepting the inspection of the bed and the blanket. He felt a bit speechless, realizing that he had spent almost half the day in the bathroom, but there were plenty of clothes in the room for him to change into. Sigh warriors. Du Ming pondered, why can't people just lie in bed and level up automatically? With nothing pressing at the moment, he let his thoughts wander. I wonder if when I cross over to a world of cultivation, I can find a technique that operates automatically for self-cultivation. However, such techniques usually have low efficiency in self-cultivation. Without sufficient lifespan, one cannot fully utilize their advantages. So should I first enhance my lifespan? In the main world, although Du Ming had never seen them, he had heard of ancient beings who had lived for untold years, existing since the dimensional gates appeared. Though he had never encountered these timeless ancient beings, he had seen people on other planets who lived for hundreds or even thousands of years on television and online. Such individuals were not uncommon. Most had achieved a higher level of life through the dimensional gates, while some had acquired rare treasures from dungeons that extended their lifespans. If Du Ming wanted to extend his lifespan, he would need to traverse several dungeons, and eventually his lifespan would surely increase. I wonder if the Dragon Balls would help. Du Ming quickly recalled the focus of the Dragon Ball world. In the Dragon Ball world, once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, and one calls out, "Come forth, Shenron." The dragon corresponding to the Dragon Balls appears and grants a wish. After the wish is granted, it turns to stone and scatters across the land. Healing, resurrection, restoring youth, teleportation, creating something from nothing, erasing memories, even restoring the universe and regaining power. The bizarre abilities that one would only dare to imagine in comedic manga are all crammed into Shenron's powers. Though there exists a limitation that states, one cannot exceed the creator's divine power, this setting is hardly different from having no limitation at all. It primarily serves to prevent Shenron from directly annihilating enemies or major bosses. However, the Dragon Balls also have a rule that prevents the resurrection of those who have died of natural causes. From this perspective, the Dragon Balls may not be able to extend one's lifespan. Our restoring youth might merely rejuvenate the physical body without changing the lifespan. To ascertain whether one can extend their lifespan, one must personally make a wish to Shenron at least once. However, at this moment, Du Ming did not plan to seek out the Dragon Balls. Without Bulma's dragon radar, searching for the Dragon Balls would be like finding a needle in a haystack. His stay in the Dragon Ball world would only last a week, making it impossible to waste time gambling on an endeavor with nearly no success rate. Since he was fortunate enough to become a disciple of Master Roshi, establishing a solid foundation during these 7 days was the priority. However, it seems my chi has indeed grown quite a bit. That feels comfortable. Du Ming closed his eyes and felt the chi that had expanded slightly compared to the morning, nodding in satisfaction. When he bid farewell to Master Roshi, the master mentioned he was going to the nearby beach to soak in the youthful atmosphere, asking Du Ming not to disturb him. All right. Du Ming could guess that he was likely heading to the beach to check for beautiful girls, only to be discovered while secretly watching, resulting in a nosebleed turned to a bloodied mouth. Though Master Roshi advised him to rest, Du Ming found himself with nothing to do. Having experienced it once, he attempted again to use his will to control his chi. This time, projecting his mind onto the chi felt much easier. Just by concentrating, Du Ming sensed that he could slightly control his chi. With steady breathing and focused attention, his chi broke free from the constraints of his body, gradually becoming as familiar to him as his own limbs. Just as Du Ming was filled with joy, a wave of fatigue hit him unexpectedly, making him feel as if he were about to faint. His physical energy was still quite full and his spirits had recovered well, yet Du Ming felt a strange sensation as his body and mind informed him that his work time for the day was up and he did not wish to continue exerting himself. Strange. Du Ming furrowed his brow. After a shower, I should have recuperated enough. How come after just a brief meditation, I feel completely drained? Yesterday, after meditating for an hour in class, he had not felt this fatigued. Du Ming pondered for a moment. Perhaps the fatigue from my body also reflects in my spirit. It seemed that teacher Wu Tian had accurately assessed his physical condition, advising him to rest was indeed correct. But I can feel the progress. Du Ming wore a slight smile. Controlling his chi was only the first step. There were still other practices concerning chi to pursue. His rate of growth had already surpassed his expectations before entering the dimensional gate. At this momentum, he might achieve a life level upgrade to 1 within the Dragon Ball world. It should be noted that from level 0 to 1, most awakeners could only slowly lay the groundwork and grind their way up. After that, the speed of upgrading from level 1 onwards would be considerably faster. Du Ming's speed from 0 to 1 was completely unremarkable in the universe, but if placed on his planet, or even in his city, Jiangshui City, it could certainly be worth discussing. On Du Ming's planet, the average speed of leveling up from level 0 to 1 was 1.6, meaning that all awakeners needed an average of 1.6 dungeons to reach level 1 after their first entry. This data excludes those who are born extraordinary, having already surpassed level 1 before their first entry into a dungeon. In Jiangshui City, the average upgrade speed was even slower, requiring 2.1 dungeons. Du Ming's speed surpassed a large number of awakeners. Because the circumstances of awakeners in dungeons are often not comprehensively understood, one can only know whether an awakener has leveled up after they exit the dungeon. Thus, the data is statistically compiled based on the situation after the dungeon ends. Perhaps one student A upgraded to life level 1 on the very first day of entering the dungeon world, while another student B only ascended on the last day. Both would be recorded as having ascended to life level 1 after 1 dungeon. Though there are discrepancies, the statistical data is plentiful, allowing one to discern the trends and speed of awakeners worldwide over a long period. This method is highly effective and reliable on Du Ming's planet. As for other planets, that's another story altogether. It is said that in the universe there are many planets where awakeners can level up from level 0 to 1 with an average dungeon requirement as low as 1.01 or even 1.001. Such terrifying figures. Some rare planets even have awakeners reaching an unupgradable level of 1.0. Awakeners from these rare planets can be so exaggerated that they only require one dungeon, with each awakener surpassing level 1. Duming had also heard from classmates that because the data on average upgrade speed no longer reflected the levels of awakeners on some planets, those planets that frequently produce prodigies utilized another system to assess their awakeners' talents, such as the maximum level an awakener could cross within 1 to 3 or 5 dungeons. Of course, this method of assessment is something the awakeners on Duming's planet wouldn't even dare to imagine, and even if they did, it would serve no practical purpose. As for those prodigies, awakeners on Duming's planet might not even see one in 100 years who could compare. Moreover, even among those prodigies, it seemed there had never been one who became a formidable being across the universe. Mimi Hotel 28th floor, Master Rose's room. As Mimi approached the door and knocked, a strange cackling laugh immediately echoed from within. He. Her hand paused mid-knock. With an understanding smile, Mimi rapped firmly on the door. Knock, knock. Who the hell is that foul-mouthed, gutless wretch? A sharp retort rang out from behind the door. Mimi, having grown accustomed to such scolding over the past few days, chuckled helplessly and replied, Master, it's me, Mimi. I've brought you some tea and light refreshments. Oh, and 2 newly arrived, exquisitely illustrated picture books which I'd be honored for you to glance over. Master Rose's famed approachability had by now been thoroughly impressed upon Mimi. Silence hung in the air for 2 seconds. Then the door swung open. Ahem. Oh, it's Mimi. Master Rashi stood there perfectly composed, warm, affable, and chuckling softly. You've brought something new again. Just now I was sipping that Duda black tea you sent. It's delightful. Hee. I lay sprawled on my waterbed nibbling mochi and felt my vitality surge back to life. Mimi hurriedly smiled. How fortunate. I bought 2 cases of Duda black tea yesterday, if Master doesn't mind. Honestly, it's been ages since young Gohan, such a fine lad, passed through my tutelage. Not like that Duming, utterly lacking the bearing of a proper disciple. Mimi could only offer a strained, polite smile. This master-disciple matter was far beyond his place to meddle. Oh, Mimi, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Why stand lingering outside? With cheerful enthusiasm, Master Rashi seized Mimi's arm and ushered him inside. This grand suite was the hotel's finest, complete with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, study, office, recreation area, and even a dedicated dining space. From the entrance hall, they passed through an intricately carved doorway, then down a corridor adorned with refined artworks and delicate bas-reliefs, stepping across hand-woven carpets, until the incongruous figure of Master Rashi gripping Mimi's arm entered the equally incongruous magnificence of the main living room. Moments later, beside a leather sofa and solid wood coffee table before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Mimi sat upright and respectfully asked, Master Mutant, may I humbly seek your insight? Among the martial artists of Mimi Dojo, is there anyone with the potential to rise as a true master of their domain? Rise as a master? Master Rashi rolled his eyes. That Ed fellow, and Harriet and the others, they're all promising enough. What's the matter? Dissatisfied with their strength? Worried they won't contend for the Tenkaichi Budokai? Well, under my peerless tutelage, perhaps one day they'll at least lose gracefully on that hallowed stage. Mimi quietly absorbed this assessment. After pouring tea for Master Rashi, he ventured curiously, and Duming, he surely has promised, doesn't he? TCH, just mentioning that brat makes my teeth ache. Master Rashi gritted his teeth in irritation. He isn't even my first disciple. His talent, yes, he possesses it. Yet he came expressly to train in martial arts, yet lacks even the most fundamental physical conditioning and technical grounding. These past few days I merely intended to shore up his basics, but this insufferable boy's body refuses to stay still. His power has surged wildly. If I don't intervene soon, he may skyrocket beyond control. Mimi's eyes brightened, though puzzled. So, you mean Duming might break through imminently? Has he grasped your kick-controlling techniques? Is rapid advancement during foundational training truly auspicious? At least until this phase concludes, I shall teach him nothing frivolous or advanced. Master Rose, his gaze sharpened, then flickered toward the 2 elegant picture books Mimi had brought, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable delight. Every line and stroke in those slender volumes captured the young women with exquisite precision, their forms rendered with perfect fidelity, slender where they ought to be, full where appropriate. Master Rashi glanced back, then spoke gravely. Without solid foundations, one's control over chi remains feeble, not only diminishing its destructive force, but inviting chi dispersion and leakage. Such instability betrays one's position and condition. This is the first peril. More broadly, movements grow stiff and riddled with openings, endurance and bodily coordination deteriorate, combat awareness stagnates, force, breath, and rhythm fall into chaos, making it impossible to unify body, chi, and spirit. Thus breakthroughs stall, battle prowess plateaus, or worse, one collapses inward, shattering one's own formation. Mimi blinked. Master Rashi's considerations ran far deeper than he'd imagined. Indeed, master, you speak wisely. Not only Du Ming, but every practitioner at Mimi Dojo must strengthen their fundamentals. What nonsense are you thinking? Don't speak of others just yet. As for you, given your innate aptitude, your foundation is already remarkably sound. Mimi shook his head with a wry smile. Unlike the others at Mimi Dojo, Du Ming may indeed possess modest, yet genuine talent. Over the coming days, I'll continue restraining Du Ming, refining him patiently. Even if he surges toward breakthrough, I'll hold him back. A flash of keen insight lit Master Roshi's eyes. Once he clears this threshold, then, and only then, this brat may advance at breathtaking speed. No, certainly will. Du Ming opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. Alucard was absent, her usual clamor gone. The room lay silent as ever. After resting another half hour, Du Ming stepped to the door. A murmur of voices drifted from beyond. Curious, he opened it, and the din rushed in. He glanced out. Martial artists from Mimi Dojo filled the corridor. Then he spotted the Hart brothers approaching side by side, heading for the elevator. Harriet wore a mischievous grin. Hart trailed behind, his expression sour and weary. Hey, Du Ming. Harriet slung an arm around Hart's neck. The two looked like inseparable comrades. Haha, we spotted you this morning. Winking playfully, Harriet teased, we saw you trailing behind the slowest group, running like a champion. Hart sighed dejectedly and muttered, yes, less than 2 minutes, then utterly left behind. Right. Harriet clapped Hart heartily on the back, roaring with laughter. Less than 2 minutes. Drenched in sweat, bent double over your knees, gasping for breath. We saw it all. That pitiful sight. Unforgettable, huh? Du Ming's eye twitched. Memorizing such trivialities wastes precious mental capacity. I recommend forgetting them, immediately. Out of the question. Harriet grinned. Must remember. Absolutely must. He, though teasing the brothers, bore no ill intent. Du Ming sighed faintly, watching the stream of passers-by, and asked, why all the commotion? Ah, that. The underground arena was empty earlier, so after lunch everyone headed to the main hall for sparring, just to blow off steam. Du Ming learned that many of Mimi Dojo's martial artists possessed extraordinary vitality. Some trained daily in gyms, others sought out matches for rigorous practice. They were either honing their art, or en route to doing so, under the leadership of the strongest among them. Ed. They trained together, exchanged insights, analyzed each other's strengths, weaknesses, and ingrained habits, and aided one another's growth. Du Ming watched in quiet admiration. His gaze drifted to Hart, who seemed oddly despondent, sighing repeatedly and standing out conspicuously. Hart, what's wrong? Why all the sighing? At this, Hart let out another long, mournful sigh, his face etched with profound melancholy. Oh. He cast Du Ming a woeful, lingering look, mouth opening and closing, words trembling on his tongue, yet withheld, repeatedly sinking into sorrowful silence. Du Ming turned to Harriet, who struggled to suppress his mirth. Well, actually, Harriet began. No, brother, let me tell it myself. Hart hastily clapped a hand over Harriet's mouth, fearing embellishment. Well, he began slowly. As Hart spoke, Du Ming gained deeper insight into Earth's reality within the Dragon Ball world. On today's Dragon Ball Earth, beast people were common, humanoid figures bearing animal heads, differing from ordinary humans only in appearance. They spoke, conversed, held civic office, and faced no discrimination. Yet long ago Earth had not been thus. Its people were entirely human, just like Du Ming. Then, no one knows who exactly, some wretched fool invented a potion transforming humans into beast people. Harriet explained. For a time such potions swept Earth, granting temporary transformation. Ceasing ingestion reverted one to human form with no adverse effects. But later counterfeit substandard versions emerged. Those who ingested them remained permanently transformed, and their descendants inherited the same form. Nonetheless, at their core they remained human. Harriet added, when we say cat people, lion people, tiger-headed, or wolf-head, we mean humans. But demons are different. They are not human. A cat demon is no human. Du Ming nodded, understanding at last a cat person was simply a human wearing a feline visage. The complication arose here. Hart had met a wonderful girl online, and they'd become romantically involved. Recently, however, she revealed herself to be a cat demon, not a cat person. A cat demon could assume the guise of a cat person, but was categorically non-human. Reproductive isolation existed. Hart flushed crimson. How could a human possibly be with a cat? And, my parents keep urging me to give them a plump grandchild. Humph. Of all people Hart gets to stumble upon such fortune, Du Ming murmured. Instantly both Harriet's and Hart's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Utterly speechless. Latte was still entangled and troubled by his girlfriend's matters, unsure of how to handle them. Seeing Latte in distress, Du Ming exchanged a few words before parting ways with his brothers and encountered Master Roshi. That description isn't quite accurate. It was while Du Ming was meditating under a tree in the park that Master Roshi approached with a serious expression. Could it be that he didn't find a beautiful girl on the beach and wants to take his anger out on me? Du Ming's expression changed and he immediately became respectful, standing up and bowing obediently. Hello, Master. Master Rashi, I Du Ming, suspiciously sensing a bad vibe from him and suspecting that Du Ming was cursing him in his heart. Never mind, I won't hold it against you today. Master Rashi said, pouting before continuing seriously. Du Ming, show me a set of punches. Any leg techniques, free fighting judo. Just give me a demonstration of whatever you want. A set of punches. Du Ming hesitated, unsure of what Master Rashi was intending. Nodding, he stood up and performed a set of punches he had just learned over the past few days, an exercise he practiced with other students during their breaks. Shifting his weight down, he focused his mind, his eyes fixed on Master Rashi as he tightened his right fist and thrust it towards him. His body tensed with the punch, his muscles working in unison to channel strength towards his fist. Master Rashi remained unchanged as Du Ming's punch stopped just in front of his chest. As the punch concluded, Du Ming switched his stance, relaxing his body like a game, shifting his center of gravity downward, stepping sideways, and suddenly thrusting his right knee forward. At the same time, all the muscles and bones in Du Ming's body exerted force, contributing to the power of his knee strike and amplifying its impact. Master Rashi stepped back slightly, causing Du Ming's powerful knee strike to miss its target. Du Ming relaxed again, preparing for the next charge. This was the practice of energy accumulation, power release, and retraction that the students of Mi martial arts engaged in regularly. After 5 minutes of repetitions, Du Ming was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. How was that, Master? Du Ming panted. Master Rashi remained non-committal, lifting his head to glance at the Mi hotel behind Du Ming. After contemplating for a moment, he focused his gaze on a 7-story building to the east of the hotel. Got any energy left? Master Rashi asked, not waiting for Du Ming's answer before pointing at the tall building. Climb to the top for me. Du Ming looked in the direction Master Rashi pointed, his expression slightly changing. That building was part of the Mi hotel, serving as a supplementary structure. It had 7 floors and was usually used for conferences and exhibitions, as well as housing fitness and yoga rooms and a scenic restaurant level. The exterior was designed to complement the surrounding rocks, featuring a unique appearance. The entire structure was cylindrical, made of tempered glass and metal panels adorned with many protruding decorations, making it extremely difficult to climb. Could this ordinary person really climb it? Master Rashi stood at the base of the building, hands clasped behind his back, looking relaxed. Du Ming, your energy has improved greatly, but it's still superficial and lacking substance. When climbing such a tall building, don't rely solely on brute strength. You must use your energy to support your body and spirit. Master Rashi raised his hand, pointing at the smooth mirror-like walls of the building and the protruding objects. Climb up from this position, allowing your body energy and even your mindset to become the strength that elevates you. Du Ming hesitated for a moment. Then, standing before the building, he took a deep breath and looked up. If he fell, would Master Rashi catch him, or would he be left to fend for himself like Yukong and Krillin? Master Rashi glanced at him, observing Du Ming's expression. He didn't immediately let him start, but continued. Energy is not merely brute strength, it is a presence that permeates both your internal and external being. It is your physical strength, your mental power, and your perception of both your body and surroundings. When climbing such a building, don't use raw strength, instead use energy to permeate your entire body, coordinating every muscle and movement until your body becomes one. He placed a hand on Du Ming's shoulder, and a warm, powerful flow of energy surged into Du Ming's body, reaching his limbs and bones. Du Ming even felt as if he could hear the sound of energy flowing like a gentle stream within his body, sensing it breathing within each cell, a sensation he had never experienced before, distinct from his previous feelings. Focus your mind and calm your energy, Master Rashi said in a slow, steady tone. Close your eyes and feel the flow of energy. Place your hand on the wall and imagine it as an invisible rope connecting your body to this tall building. Your goal is to let your body drive your energy and for the energy to resonate with your body. Wherever your fingers or feet touch, the energy must extend there, supporting you as you ascend. Du Ming followed Master Rose's guidance, closing his eyes and concentrating. He felt the energy beginning to gather in his palms, flowing from his shoulders to his limbs, especially concentrated in his hands and feet. Soon Du Ming opened his eyes. Master Rashi let go of his hand and said lightly, "Give it a try, but remember not to use brute strength. It's like touching a girl. Cough, cough. It's like massaging the body. The appropriate amount of pressure should yield a pleasurable sensation." Yes. It feels good. What are you laughing at, you little brat? As he spoke, Master Rashi scolded, "The perfect analogy I came up with is ruined because you chuckled. In any case, use your energy wisely to climb and feel how it enhances your body. Do you hear me?" Du Ming suppressed a laugh, pursed his lips and nodded. Taking another deep breath, Du Ming looked up. Inside Master Rose's energy had completely dissipated, and now he had to rely on his own energy. Let's go. Du Ming leaped towards the wall, pushing off and jumping a little higher, barely grasping the lowest protrusion. Don't use brute strength, Master Rose's voice came immediately. Du Ming instinctively reduced his strength slightly, almost sliding down. Quickly, he pulled himself up, stepping against the wall, using his hands to exert force, curling up onto the protrusion and slowly standing up with his palms and feet pressed against the wall. Imagine energy as a lever prying your body upwards, maximizing your physical strength, Master Roshi said in a flat tone. Du Ming cautiously alternated, placing his palms and feet against the wall, using the irregular protrusions to slowly climb. Though Master Wu Tian instructed him to combine his energy with his physical strength to climb swiftly in practice, Du Ming understood the words, but found it challenging to execute. He relied on his physical strength to climb, while recalling the feeling of Master Wuxian's energy within his body, practicing and learning as he ascended. Master Roshi nodded and continued guiding. Focus on your center of gravity. Don't limit this training to just climbing the wall. Imagine an opponent in front of you whom you must chase with all your might, but each time you reach his back, he will engage you in battle. He'll kick your head and punch your face, and you must find a way to catch him. Master, is this really training suitable for a beginner like me? Du Ming grimaced but gritted his teeth and continued. Stay focused and don't let your mind wander. Seeing Du Ming hesitate slightly, Master Rose's booming voice rang out again. Du Ming, panting and drenched in sweat, felt a faint warmth in his palms as he continued to climb. Unbeknownst to him, several people had gathered behind Master Roshi. They were all students of Mimi martial arts, also Master Rose's current pupils. Master Roshi glanced back at them. Led by 8, a few students stood far away, wanting to see how Master Roshi taught, but feeling too shy to come closer, unsure if they could hear. Too honest. Master Roshi frowned. The students recruited by Mimi were 100 times better than that kid Du Ming, but their shyness in martial arts was unacceptable. Can't they learn from that little brat? Why are you all standing so far away? Master Roshi, seeing them from a distance, scolded. Can you hear me farting from over there? Huh? Or are you eager for dinner? No. Master Jackie, this. Come over here and listen properly. Master Roshi snorted. Can secretly watching be better than my direct teaching? A martial artist in the group felt a bit awkward and wanted to explain, but was stopped by Aid, the top student of Mimi martial arts, who led the others in front of Master Roshi. Master Jackie, this doesn't seem like ordinary climbing training. Master Roshi glanced over, nodded, and looked up at Du Ming's climbing figure. The key points are indeed different. Listen carefully. In the future, when you can sense and control your energy, this can be part of your training method. Du Ming climbed steadily upwards, step by step. When Du Ming climbed to nearly the 3rd floor, he found that he could go no higher and had to climb outward, maneuvering around the protruding eaves to continue. Du Ming observed and felt the grip was quite good, and without much hesitation, he leaned his body outward, reaching for a cylindrical handhold. My. Master Rose's eyes sparkled as he took a step towards Du Ming. Just then, oh no, it's slippery. Du Ming had not observed beforehand and failed to notice the issue with the handhold. As his body leaned outward, he couldn't find footing beneath him, and his left hand alone couldn't support the weight of his dynamic body, causing him to fall from the air. I'm going to fall. Eyes. The voice of the turtle sage boomed, terrifyingly, pouring into Du Ming's mind with a forceful clarity. Eyes. Look behind you. The turtle sage's voice diluted the fear that surged within Du Ming at that moment. Behind. Just as he was about to fall, Du Ming managed to exert himself with his left hand, slightly turning his body from facing the ground, allowing him to see what lay beneath. At a glance, Du Ming immediately spotted a tree resembling a camphor tree in front of him, with a thicker branch extending towards him about 2 meters below. If he spread his body, he could probably just reach it. Booyaloo. The image of the branch consumed Du Ming's sight as he fully spread his body, desperately reaching for the branch with his right hand. Crack. Du Ming grasped the branch, which bent under his weight, and he slid down the branch, leaping off and landing on the ground. Hoo-hoo. Du Ming quickly took a few deep breaths. Only then did cold sweat suddenly pour out from his body, soaking him completely. Are you okay? Did you hurt your bones? Don't stand up yet. Move your hands and feet. Gently check if there's any problem. Several martial artists from the Me martial arts group surrounded Du Ming, concerned as they touched his body. Haha, I should be fine. Du Ming gasped, forcing a smile. The turtle sage was not worried. He had watched Du Ming's descent and knew he was definitely unhurt. This training ends here for now, the turtle sage said. Yes. Sitting on the ground, Du Ming pushed himself to stand up. The turtle sage approached with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. How do you feel physically? Du Ming touched his chest, his hand trembling uncontrollably. I felt fine earlier, but now that I've stopped, my whole body is very tired. Besides that, it might also be an illusion. I feel like my physical strength and chi have slightly increased, and my control over my body and chi has improved a bit. Unexpectedly stronger than I anticipated. The turtle sage revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes, saying, "Good. In the upcoming training, do not intentionally enhance your physical strength or your chi." Du Ming looked slightly puzzled. Not just Du Ming, but the surrounding Mimi martial artists were also confused. After all, isn't the goal of martial arts to become stronger? The turtle sage slowly explained becoming stronger is very important for a martial artist. Pursuing the pinnacle of strength, wanting to battle stronger opponents, desiring to earn more money, fearing weakness, protecting families, seeking revenge. Becoming stronger is a path a martial artist walks throughout their life. Aide and the others nodded. The turtle sage continued, however, not all martial artists are the same. Some are wise, some. The turtle sage glanced at Aide. Some are somewhat simple, some have innate resilient physiques, some possess high comprehension abilities, strong learning capabilities, and can continuously break through themselves, a variety of types. Aide looked embarrassed. The turtle sage asked Du Ming, "What type do you think you are?" Du Ming stroked his chin and all-rounder. Snap. Think again. The turtle sage's beard bristled. Hardworking talent type. Think again. The turtle sage's forehead darkened and his hand felt itchy again. Du Ming thought for a moment. Compared to other awakened beings from the main world, aside from knowing the Dragon Ball world better and having a sister and a house, he seemed to have nothing particularly special. A unique temperament. Du Ming pondered. Bang. The turtle sage fell silent for a moment, then punched his fist. "At least you have some self-awareness. With your face, you are indeed suited to learn from me." The turtle sage himself was unsure if he was speaking the truth and did not let Du Ming continue. "What your body currently lacks is precisely the most fundamental things. Is it basic movements, body techniques, strength, and endurance training?" Aide said from the side. "It's those, but also not right. It's something even more fundamental." The turtle sage shook his head. "Du Ming, all the foundational training I give you can solidify your strength, endurance, and chi, but for you now it's not the most important thing. What's more important is change. You need to let your body, mind, chi, and spirit get used to change. The change in the physical body, the change in chi, when your strength increases, your heart, chi, and spirit can quickly align with your newfound strength, and the same applies to everything else." Du Ming raised his hand. "Teacher, can you explain it in simpler terms that even a monkey could understand?" Aide and the others nodded vigorously, their curiosity piqued. The turtle sage wished he could stuff Du Ming's mouth up his own rear end. "In simple terms, train with me, and don't expect your strength to improve quickly in the near future." Du Ming pondered. "So that means while recently is not viable, after recently his strength might improve quickly." Aide and the others scratched their heads, still thinking that not being able to improve their strength was not a good thing. "All right, let's go back to rest first, and after eating we'll continue." The turtle sage scoffed. Having chatted with this brat for so long, he had less time to go to the beach to search for blue and white. Back to the hotel. After Du Ming finished showering and changing clothes, when he went out to eat and returned, he encountered the Harrop brothers again. He discovered that Latte was still tangled up with his girlfriend, the cat, Demon Mau Mau. "Latte, are you still not ready to marry Mau Mau?" Du Ming chugged an ice soy milk as a pre-meal snack and tossed the empty box into the trash. "Marry?" Latte was taken aback. "I have said it before, Mau Mau, the cat demon." "Exactly." Du Ming was anxious for Latte. "If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another. If you don't hurry, someone else will snatch Mau Mau away." "Du Ming, your brain really is a bit special." Harrop fell silent for a moment, his expression strange. "Special?" Du Ming nodded in agreement. "My family often says I'm too conservative. It seems that they are right." "This." Harrop exchanged glances with Latte, cautiously speaking to Du Ming. "Du Ming, my brother, can I ask you something? I mean hypothetically." "Du Ming, say whatever you want." "Let's say, Du Ming, if one day a legendary female dragon taller than the building flew out of an ancient forest, and she suddenly saw you passing by, flew over, and said she liked you and wanted to marry you. Would you agree?" Du Ming pondered. Then raising his head, he firmly stated, "Of course I wouldn't agree." The Harrop brothers exchanged smiles, delight filling their hearts. "See, Du Ming is still normal occasionally." The Harrop brothers laughed in relief. Such matters of two different species being together are things that normal people wouldn't do, wouldn't think about, wouldn't accept. Yes, something as serious as marriage, I can't be reckless. Du Ming pondered. "She likes me, but that doesn't mean I would fall for her at first sight, right? I need to spend some time with her to see if we are really compatible. Don't you agree?" Harrop became anxious, exclaiming, "Du Ming, don't you have any common sense about not being able to marry a dragon? Is there no such common sense?" Du Ming waved his hand, repeatedly complaining. "Any normal person knows, regardless of wealth or poverty, regardless of age difference or religion, regardless of educational background or appearance, regardless of past experiences or whether they are human. The most important thing is love. You two brothers haven't even heard of such a simple principle, have you?" Du Ming sneered. "What strange theories. Wait. Let's not get into whether what you said is common sense." Harrop was exasperated. "Poverty, age, religion, ethnicity, and even gender, I've heard a little about those kinds of things. But where the hell did you hear this, regardless of whether they are human, nonsense?" Harrop was so angry he was almost gasping. "Latte, and I have never heard such an outrageous statement from you." Du Ming was surprised. "Didn't your teachers or elders ever tell you. Even if they didn't tell you, you must have seen similar proverbs in daily life or in books. If you love a fairy, just catch the fairy home and marry her. Harrot was so furious that he pointed at Du Ming, unable to get a word out. Fundamentally, the proverbs Du Ming mentioned seemed quite strange. It was entirely a declaration of a crime. Moreover, a cross-species crime. The nature was too vile. Latte stammered nervously, saying Du Ming, a person cannot, at least shouldn't. Du Ming pitifully shook his head, patting Harrot with one hand and Latte with the other. It's not your fault. You two have been practicing martial arts since you were young, rarely going out, so it's normal not to have a basic understanding of some common sense. It's you who have the problem. Harrot was about to spit blood. Forget it, I can't continue talking to two people who are so out of touch with reality. Du Ming turned his head to encourage Latte. Latte, I now understand the reason you rejected Mao Mao due to your outdated views. When are you going back to apologize to Mao Mao and marry her? Latte felt both amused and bewildered, a strange thought rising within him. I'll contact Mao Mao when I get back. Why wait until later? Du Ming said sternly. Hurry back and video call Mao Mao. Tell her you'll go marry her. See if she's willing to forgive you. Why aren't you going yet? Yes, I'll go right now. Latte scrambled and rolled back to his room. Latte, feeling dizzy, heatedly followed Du Ming's words. Once Latte left, only Harrot and Du Ming remained. Glancing at Latte returning to his room, Harrot turned to look at Du Ming. Du Ming, my brother, can I ask you something? Harrot smiled cheerfully, just like always. Go ahead. If there really were dragons, fairies, vampires, aliens, and other strange non-human girls, would you like them all without discrimination? He put his arm around Du Ming's neck, laughing heartily. Of course not. Du Ming looked at him speechlessly. I'm not a pig that eats everything I see. Such matters are definitely about fate. It's possible that I could spend half a year with someone, and we might not develop mutual feelings. Who knows? Brother, let me ask you. Hallett paused, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. You just said that's common knowledge. Where did you learn this common knowledge? Oh, from studying. My sister, actually. Du Ming thought for a moment. What? You have a sister? Hallett exclaimed in surprise. Is she the family member you mentioned earlier? Du Ming gave a knowing glance. What's surprising about having a sister? Although she's not a biological sister. So, Hallett's face wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend. Your sister is a girl. Of course. Du Ming shot him a glare. She's my sister, how could she not be a girl? Hallett still looked puzzled. Is she human? Du Ming's eyes twitched. You can only talk like this in front of me. If you said this in front of my sister, she'd chop you up. Haha, brother. Hallett patted Du Ming's shoulder vigorously, looking at him with envy and pity. I'm really looking forward to your future. When you get married, make sure to invite me and Luot. I must see what kind of race your wife is. No, what does she look like? I also want to see what kind of human your sister is. Du Ming smiled. No problem. After bidding farewell to Hallett, Du Ming returned to his room and wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling a bit bored, he initially planned to jog a few laps in the park. However, when he pulled back the curtain, the scorching flames made the air outside the hotel ripple, visibly transforming into flowing heat, and he quickly abandoned the foolish plan. God knows how he could endure the blazing sun before noon, training outside with the turtle hermit. Indeed, after staying too long in a comfortable air-conditioned room, even if it wasn't a long time, it was easy to become lazy, turning into a useless person hiding in the shade of the sun. Can no longer face the righteous sunlight. Even if I'm useless, I still don't want to leave. Squinting his eyes, Du Ming comfortably moaned in the cool room. But being alone in the room is a bit boring. Du Ming slightly reminisced about Airquite, who had just left. How nice it would be if there was another person here playing cards together and sharing insights about crossing over. How about checking out the gym and running a couple of laps on the treadmill? Du Ming thought to himself. Then he remembered that there was a large room for fitness inside the hotel. Du Ming got out of bed and strolled leisurely to the gym. Upon arrival, he discovered it was packed with people, all practitioners of Mimi martial arts. Especially the treadmills, none were available, filled with the sweat and passion of Mimi martial artists. The sounds of hey yo echoed back and forth. I should just go back and lie down on the bed. Du Ming's enthusiasm vanished instantly. True to his word, he obediently returned to his room. After returning to the room, another problem arose. Without a phone, he opened the computer and browsed a few pages, but quickly became annoyed. The computer had none of the games he usually played, and he couldn't access the familiar forum of the main world, losing interest after a few clicks. Closing the computer, Du Ming, feeling helpless, left the room again. Bored, he exited the hotel and took the elevator down to the underground conference hall. Inside the enclosed venue, there was no heat, and a slight cool breeze wafted through, making one feel quite comfortable. There was still some time before the Turtle Hermit's afternoon class, and at this moment the number of practitioners in the conference hall was sparse. Perhaps it was not long until the start of the Turtle Hermit's class. Most practitioners had either just finished their workouts or were sitting resting, making the venue very quiet. The sound of Du Ming's footsteps was particularly loud. Oh, Du Ming, you came early. When Du Ming approached the area where he sat yesterday, the voice of the turtle hermit came from the front podium. Master Wu Tian. Du Ming looked up slightly surprised. The turtle hermit poked his head out from behind a pillar, and Du Ming saw him. To his surprise, the turtle hermit had come early, seeming to have been there for quite some time. The turtle hermit smiled at him, walked around the pillar, and approached. At this moment, Du Ming's mouth twitched. On the turtle hermit's left and right cheeks there were bright red handprints, one slightly larger, the other slightly smaller, still not faded. He recalled when the turtle hermit said goodbye to him, mentioning he was going to the beach to experience the essence of youth, and asked Du Ming not to disturb him. Du Ming reasonably suspected that the turtle hermit must have disturbed some girls and got slapped by at least two of them. Master, the girls at the beach are quite enthusiastic, aren't they? Du Ming teased with a smile. They are quite enthusiastic. The turtle hermit, thick-skinned, as ever, showed no signs of shyness or awkwardness. Each one of them, upon seeing me, couldn't help but get close. I really couldn't stand their excessive enthusiasm, so I had to come here to avoid it. Du Ming realized that the turtle hermit's last statement seemed to be unembellished. It was likely that the turtle hermit went to the beach to openly spy on beauties, probably wanting to reach out and touch here and there, and was ultimately chased away by the united force of the girls. This perfectly matched the image of the turtle hermit in Du Ming's mind. In Du Ming's view, the idle turtle hermit was either on the path of peeping or openly harassing. How could he possibly be bored enough to arrive at this conference hall early? Looks like more people are getting to know the real you, master. Du Ming joked and flattered. Good disciple, it seems you're quite free now. The turtle hermit slowly walked over. Since you have so much free time, why not spar with me? Let's see your abilities. He had a mischievous grin. A grin that suggested he wanted to take the opportunity to teach Du Ming a lesson. Master, actually. Du Ming took a half step back, smiling awkwardly, preparing to concoct an excuse to refuse. However, it was probably very difficult. The turtle hermit had a look that said, I just want to hit you, and any excuse he made would probably be useless. Just then a life-saving voice echoed in the spacious conference hall. Along with it, an excited and hurried footstep sound came from the direction of the entrance. It was Mimi. Mimi was still wearing the slightly yellowish-white loose pants from yesterday, and upon seeing the turtle hermit, he ran over excitedly. Wow. Mimi, Master Chenglong has been waiting for you for a long time. Du Ming was even more excited than Mimi, turning to greet Mimi loudly, as if he were seeing a benefactor. Tisk. The turtle hermit glanced at Du Ming, who had his back to him, his mouth twitching, and he reluctantly gave up the idea of competing with Du Ming for the moment. Ho ho. Du Ming, you're here too. Previously, Du Ming had his back to him, and Mimi was unaware. Now that Du Ming made eye contact with him, his eyes lit up, and he laughed even more happily. Walking over, he respectfully spoke to the turtle hermit. Master Chenglong, once again, I leave today's class in your hands. It's a trivial matter. The turtle hermit pouted, still bothered that Mimi interrupted his lesson with his disciple. You seem quite close with my disciple, huh? You two can chat more. The turtle hermit turned his back, pouting. Rather than being angry with Mimi, it was more like he was sulking at himself for not having dealt with this damned disciple before Mimi arrived. Now that Mimi had arrived, he could still continue to deal with Du Ming, but that would somewhat undermine the reputation of Master Chenglong. Master, Mimi's awkward gaze flickered between Du Ming and the turtle hermit, feeling lost. From Master Chenglong's words, it seemed he didn't know where he had offended the master, but he had no idea what he had done wrong. In his anxiety, Mimi looked toward Du Ming for help, this disciple of Master Chenglong. Du Ming, can you ask for me what I did wrong? Mimi leaned close to Du Ming's ear, pleading softly. Du Ming chuckled. Boss, me don't take it to heart. My teacher occasionally experiences these emotional fluctuations. It has nothing to do with you. Really, no problem. Mimi, trembling with fear, still found it hard to believe. His gaze was fixed on Master Chenglong's imposing and magnificent silhouette. No, really no problem. Du Ming laughed heartily. How could someone as broad-minded, as accommodating and magnanimous as him possibly hold a grudge against you? Besides, you have nothing for him to hold against you. Don't worry, my teacher has a kind heart. He's definitely not the type to fly off the handle or act violently against the weak, so you can rest assured. With every word Du Ming spoke, the turtle sage, facing away from Mimi, trembled with anger. He wished he could tear off his title image and disguise as Master Chenglong right now to give Du Ming's obnoxious disciple a taste of the god of martial arts. To let Du Ming understand why the sky is blue and why the sea is vast. To tell him what a disciple should be like. Then, since Master's disciple Du Ming has said so good, Mimi felt relieved. By the way, Grandpa Mi, where's AI Air Kuwaite? Wasn't she with you just now? Du Ming looked around, but didn't see AI Air Kuwaite following. Oh, right, didn't Miss AI Air Kuwaite say she was going back to your room to find you? Didn't you see her? Mimi asked in confusion. No. Du Ming, also curious, said, I found it strange too. You and AI Air Kuwaite were talking outside my door while I was called by my teacher to pick up stones. I thought she would be waiting in my room when I came back. After all, she has no place to stay here. I was just busy finding her a place to stay, Mimi said with a smile. That's great, Du Ming exclaimed. You Grandpa and me are generous. I was thinking if it really doesn't work out, I could advance some of my own money to help AI Air Kuwaite rent a room, and she can pay me back later when she has money. What she has to pay you back? Mimi's eyes widened, poking Du Ming's waist with his finger. Little brother, you really don't understand at all. If you really helped her, how could she pay you back? You shouldn't even think about it. She's such a good girl, why are you only thinking about money? Don't you think about something better? Isn't that not helping her? Grandpa me, you've already helped her all you could. If I really helped AI Air Kuwaite rent a house, the money wouldn't matter. After all, Du Ming can't be sure he would return to the Dragon Ball world again. Having enough powerful strength or precious and rare items or unparalleled opportunities, one of these is a condition for entering a copy world. If he doesn't meet any of these conditions, he might not have a second chance to enter the Dragon Ball world in his lifetime. The money in the Dragon Ball world is equivalent to waste paper for him right now. AI Air Kuwaite left a decent impression on Du Ming. She seemed like a good person, and spending some waste paper on her wasn't a loss. Mimi was stunned. He slapped his own head and sighed. I shouldn't have rushed to take her out, nor should I have hurried to buy her a place to stay. Oh, these good deeds should be left for you, Du Ming. What? AI Air Kuwaite, that troublesome nature is so efficient in what she does. Du Ming exclaimed in surprise, gaining a bit more understanding of AI Air Kuwaite. Not just efficient, Mimi shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't be fooled by the fact that he stands stable here. Whenever he recalls being grabbed by AI Air Kuwaite at the back of his collar while standing atop Mimi's building, his legs begin to tremble. Especially at the moment when her pair of predatory red eyes stared at him, it felt as though his soul was about to be devoured by AI Air Kuwaite. So, the turtle sage turned around. Who is this AI Air Kuwaite you all are talking about? Oh, Master Chunlong. Mimi immediately responded with a smile. AI Air Kuwaite is quite an extraordinary child. Mimi sighed with a smile. She should now be considered my advisor in martial arts. I have a verbal agreement with her. If there's ever something I can't resolve, I can ask her for help. The turtle sage raised an eyebrow. This AI Air Kuwaite, is she really that powerful? The martial artists of Mimi's martial arts, while they can't last around against him, are still a group that trains daily, vastly different from ordinary people. Moreover, the top 8 martial artists here headed by AI, they are slightly accomplished and have nearly escaped the category of ordinary martial artists. With so much martial power, Mimi actually said that when they can't solve something, they can ask that AI Air Kuwaite for help. It seems this person should have some strength. At least she's not an ordinary person. Hey, Mimi exclaimed excitedly. Before I was so terrified of AI Air Kuwaite, now that she's on our side, I feel so relieved. Master Qinglong, then I really need to have a good talk. Mimi said mysteriously, that AI Air Kuwaite like you is not human. I think her strength might rival yours. The turtle sage's expression darkened. What does it mean to not be human? What does it mean that she is also not human like me? Where is he not human? But he became even more curious. Roughly the same as mine. The turtle sage smiled faintly. Mimi, you think too much. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg of my strength. You haven't seen me truly make a move, have you? This time I really don't rate Master Chunlong highly. He seemed to still be frightened by AI Air Kuwaite, his face and mouth full of flattery. Although she's a girl, her strength and speed are things I've never seen in my life. No, that's a power and speed that humans cannot possibly possess. The turtle sage widened his eyes, looking left and right. A girl? Where? Even though Mimi spoke as if she was very impressive, the turtle sage's confidence came from years of training and the fearlessness of hardly finding opponents on Earth. Only the word girl in Mimi's sentence caught his attention. He didn't care about the girl's strength, as she definitely couldn't be stronger than him. This is not arrogance, it's confidence. It's not that he looks down on others, but rather that the facts have always been this way for 300 years. Du Ming tilted his head slightly, pondering AI Air Kuwaite's strength. He had seen AI Air Kuwaite's power, and he was sure she was hiding a large part of her strength. Her complete power must be immensely strong. But whether or not she is as powerful as the current turtle sage, Du Ming found it hard to say. Not only that, but AI Air Kuwaite's strength seemed to be in a constant state of recovery, growing stronger by the moment. How strong she is now is even harder to say. As for the turtle sage, in the early stages of the Dragon Ball plot, he was almost at the ceiling level of combat power. Moreover, even in the early stages of the plot, the combat power standards in the Dragon Ball world are higher than in ordinary copy worlds and cannot be underestimated. I really want to see the two of you fight. Du Ming's thoughts slipped directly from his lips. Whoever loses gets beaten up, but it seems quite nice to think that way. Oh, the turtle sage narrowed his eyes, drawing a dangerous glimmer. With a smile that seemed kind, yet insincere, he displayed the broadest grin of the day. Du Ming, my good disciple, you seem quite idle at the moment. Just in time, I have a practical training plan. We can start right now. The turtle sage clasped his hands behind his back and lightly stepped back, leaping onto the stage with ease. Upon seeing this, Du Ming realized that the turtle sage likely wanted him to come up to receive an award. The reward is a thorough beating. Judging by the turtle sage's demeanor, he truly intends to personally teach his unruly disciple a lesson. Du Ming quickly wondered if he had offended him in some way. Could it be that he discovered my dream last night, where I transformed into a Super Saiyan and gave him a good thrashing? Waving his hands, Du Ming took a half-step back. Master, no. I am still lacking in skills and have not yet learned even a fraction of your teachings. Can we skip the contest? What? You wish to resist me, your teacher? The turtle sage's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly waiting for Du Ming to decline, ready to deliver a sharp reprimand. Fine then. It seems I cannot escape this. Du Ming nodded with difficulty, and with tears in his eyes said, Master, can I surrender to you? How could I possibly compete against you? He planned to surrender immediately upon sensing the atmosphere was unfavorable to avoid further physical torment. I won't be fighting with you. The turtle sage coldly snorted, still displeased by the interruption from Mimi earlier, and said unhappily, Why would I even fight you? You're so weak that if I accidentally exert myself too much, I might end up crippling you and leaving you in the hospital for half a year. With your talent, you could achieve significant growth in that time. You cannot afford to halt your progress here. The turtle sage was merely joking. Facing Du Ming, a disciple with almost no combat prowess, he would surely be able to control his strength. Moreover, the turtle sage had actually spent 3 years climbing the Corinne Tower over 300 years ago, meeting Master Corinne and receiving martial arts guidance from him. No one could underestimate his martial arts prowess, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the title of God of Martial Arts. Unless it was intentional, it would not be easy for him to truly injure Du Ming, whose combat strength was vastly inferior to his own. If he were to act personally, his desire to vent frustration would far outweigh any teaching intentions. However, due to the earlier interruption by Mimi, which had annoyed him, he was temporarily no longer eager to beat Du Ming. He recalled that he was indeed Du Ming's teacher. Not a chance of being your opponent. Du Ming's eyes lit up as he wiped his sweat and let out a sigh of relief, a smile forming on his face. Master, you overestimate me. My talent is merely mediocre and still lacking in many areas. I'm not praising you. The turtle sage couldn't help but shout, then felt a bit embarrassed that a mere disciple had affected his demeanor in front of Mimi. He quickly cleared his throat and said, I mean Du Ming, your physical condition is evidently neglected. You haven't had proper training for over a decade. It looks like you only run occasionally and do some training at a basic level. You need to make up for lost time. Mimi chimed in with a smile, saying, Indeed, according to Master Jackie Chan, Du Ming, you are the only one among all the warriors I've recruited who can sense chi. Even I am quite envious. Du Ming, just average. Don't rush to envy. The turtle sage glanced at Mimi and said, Originally, I was thinking of teaching you something in light of your special sincerity. Just as Du Ming arrived, I actually thought of something to teach you. Teach me. Mimi's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the turtle sage. Yes, but what I plan to teach you is a bit different. Don't get too excited yet. Master Martial Heaven, I. Mimi was so excited that he could hardly complete a sentence. Seeing him so excited, the turtle sage was startled, thinking Mimi had misunderstood his words. He hurriedly said, Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of accepting you as my disciple. I just hope you can refine your skills given your decades of hard work. Don't think I will take you as a disciple. While speaking, he quickly readied himself to prevent Mimi from kneeling down and bowing to him. After all, he had received too many benefits from Mimi. If Mimi truly kneeled down, he might just accept him as a disciple without thinking. But teaching a disciple is far too troublesome. Having one is already annoying enough. If I had 2, or even 3 or 4. That would really frighten this old bone of mine. No. Mimi laughed through tears, quickly waving his hands. He did have such thoughts, but he knew his own talent all too well and dared not say it out loud. There is a measure to everything. This has been the secret to the success of Mimi's business over the decades, or you could say it's an open secret. That's good. The turtle sage cleared his throat and returned to a serious demeanor, turning his gaze towards Du Ming. Du Ming, see, I just found you a ready-made good opponent. Where? Du Ming looked around and asked, Here, a ready-made opponent. It can't be old man me, right? Master, what kind of opponent have you found for me? Let me assess. Mimi also nodded with a smile. I also want to witness Du Ming's abilities. Master Jackie Chan, please don't keep us in suspense. Let Du Ming's opponent come out. He knew that Du Ming was a direct disciple of Master Jackie Chan. Teaching Du Ming would definitely take precedence over teaching him, so he wasn't anxious at all and didn't continue to ask the turtle sage what he meant by teaching something. The turtle sage rolled his eyes and kept his mouth shut. His gaze remained fixed on Mimi without moving. Du Ming blinked. Mimi blinked, then his expression stiffened, poking his own nose with his index finger incredulously, saying, Me? The turtle sage nodded firmly. Mimi. Du Ming never expected his ramblings would hit the mark. Master, I didn't mean to imply that my strength surpasses that of the long-experienced old man me. In terms of pure martial power, I definitely cannot compare, but I am young, full of energy, and old man me is getting on in years with weaker bones. In the unlikely event that he exerts himself too much and injures himself, it's also possible that in a battle my abilities awaken and I might resolve old man me in just a few moves, causing him to get hurt. Mimi is indeed very strong. He casually lifts things that Du Ming himself cannot move. However, battle is different. It is a physical confrontation, and older individuals inherently have disadvantages in this aspect. Unless one is trained to a level like the Turtle Sage, a normal martial artist, even if they exert more power, still suffers from poorer resilience compared to younger martial artists. Mimi is merely stronger than an average person. In the Dragon Ball world, he doesn't rank high. Coupled with his age in a pure confrontation, Du Ming might be left wailing in pain, while Mimi's bones might not hold up. Mimi also nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes, Master Chunlong, I know my own body better than anyone else. Though I have trained for many years, time waits for no one, who I am indeed getting old. I will give it my all, but I don't know how many rounds this old body can withstand. However, since it's Master Chunlong's guidance, I will fight with all my might. Perhaps I can make further progress on the path of martial arts even in my twilight years." "Zawendo is indeed not bad," Mimi said with a self-deprecating smile. Not a single person agreed with Mimi, as Master Rashi shook his head. "Mimi, how long has it been since you fought with all your strength? How well do you know your own body?" As he spoke, Master Rashi took out his sunglasses and put them on. The glasses shone brightly. If he weren't wearing a wig, he would have already transformed into the form of a martial arts deity. Mimi felt puzzled and said with a faint smile, "I can't even remember how long it has been. It seems like it was after I opened the first Mimi Hotel, so it's been 2 or 3 decades. Since my company has grown stronger, I haven't had anyone to spar with seriously, and now that I'm old, it's even less likely. Training and sparring are common, but he couldn't recall the last time he engaged in a full-blown battle." As expected, Master Rashi sighed. Mimi's aptitude is dull, and the upper limit of his martial arts path is nearly set. Yet he possesses a sincere heart for martial arts. With his daily dedication to training, Mimi should still be able to take another step or two forward on the martial arts path. However, in martial arts, without combat, without genuine battles, it is exceedingly difficult to advance further. Perhaps only a celestial being like Karen would be able to become a grandmaster without an opponent. Master Rashi could see that Mimi's body was far more resilient than Mimi believed. "Mimi, you do not understand yourself at all, and you are fundamentally lacking something important." "What am I lacking?" Mimi furrowed his brow deep in thought. "No need to think about it today. I will make you remember it with your body." Looking at Mimi with a furrowed brow, Master Rashi impatiently said, "Get on stage." Mimi not only lacked physical aptitude, but also fell short in his understanding of martial arts. Perhaps it was also because Mimi, as a successful businessman, had allocated his wisdom points to business acumen rather than martial arts insight. He had long recognized the issue with Mimi and martial arts. He lacked genuine full-strength battles and was overly restrained. Martial arts is about striving for excellence and reaching new heights, requiring a sense of arrogance and ambition that disregards everything else, allowing one to greedily explore the path of martial arts. However, due to Mimi's nature, he has always restrained himself, unless your aptitude, comprehension, and martial wisdom far exceed everyone else in the world. If one lacks all of that, and also does not possess the temperament to rise to the skies, then they cannot advance further in martial arts. Of course, Mimi's martial arts aptitude was already quite lacking. Those with slightly better aptitude could achieve small accomplishments in martial arts after decades of perseverance, while even if Mimi advanced a level, he would still be outdone by those with better aptitude, who could achieve results in half a year. Mimi's martial arts path is clearly at its end. In this regard, Master Rashi felt powerless. He could only do his best to give Mimi a slight push, allowing for a tiny shift in the martial arts path that had not changed for decades. Du Ming opened his mouth to speak, but Master Rashi shot him a sharp glare. "As for you." Upon seeing Du Ming, Master Rose's old temper flared up, blood rushing to his head, and he shouted, "Get up here. If you don't fight Mimi, I'll beat you." "You should have said that earlier, teacher. If you had, I would have knelt to you sooner." Du Ming laughed heartily, instantly feeling convinced. "Humph." Master Rashi glanced sideways. "In terms of martial strength, you are definitely not stronger than Mimi." "Did you think so?" Du Ming blinked, "Not entirely. Actually, teacher, do you see that I have the heart of a natural martial saint? My martial prowess has long surpassed that of Mi Yi." "No, your current martial prowess is indeed inferior to me, Ms. Master Rashi said, silently observing Du Ming. However, Du Ming, on the martial arts path, there must be elements of fighting and battling with others. Your aura could be considered barely at the entry level. Now is just the right time for practical combat to come into play." Master Rashi, having been interrupted multiple times, finally remembered what he wanted to do, saying repeatedly, "Just in time, I want to teach Mimi something. You come over and have a duel with Mimi." Currently, Du Ming, who does not know how to use aura in battle, indeed lacks the martial prowess compared to Mimi. Master Roshi could see that he lacked combat experience and planned to arrange a match that would ignite Du Ming's desire to fight and his heart for martial arts. Fighting against an opponent stronger than oneself, but not overwhelmingly so, is an excellent method to enhance strength and was also Master Rose's previous method of improving his own power. Master Roshi arranged this battle because he wanted to see if Du Ming could grasp the use of aura during a slightly disadvantaged fight. Additionally, Master Roshi had a feeling that Du Ming, this dog apprentice, might surprise him. With Du Ming lacking combat experience and Mimi, who has trained in martial arts for a long time, but is now old and lacking in aptitude, Master Roshi even felt that Du Ming could win. Whether it was Du Ming or Mimi, Master Roshi believed they both needed this battle to improve themselves. While Master Roshi was still pondering, Du Ming's voice suddenly rang in his ears, causing his temper to flare. No, I can't. Du Ming repeatedly denied, saying, "Teacher, I have never studied martial arts at all. You should at least teach me a few moves before sending me into the ring. If I go in without any preparation, won't I just be throwing random punches? That would be quite embarrassing for you." Du Ming cautiously added, "Moreover, what if, just a hypothetical teacher, I end up beating Mimi to a pulp? Can his body handle it? You'd have to take responsibility for that." Mimi beside them could only smile wryly, not knowing what to say, just watching Master Roshi. Master Rose's forehead creased. This kid. He didn't even consider how sturdy Mimi actually is. Well, it seems even Mimi himself might not know that. Although Mimi had not achieved much in martial arts, decades of consistent training had made his physique somewhat better than that of this brat Du Ming. While there is a small chance for Du Ming to defeat Mimi, it is extremely low. However, Master Roshi didn't want to mention this possibility to Du Ming at all. If he told Du Ming that he had almost no chance of winning this fight, Du Ming's eyes would undoubtedly light up with glee, saying, "What, teacher? Are you saying I still have a chance to win?" If Du Ming were to say that, it would definitely be quite unpleasant and frustrating. More frustrating than death. That being said, Du Ming, who constantly claimed he was inferior, always talked about the possibility of defeating others. Master Roshi was somewhat reluctant to admit it, but a stronger voice in his mind told him that Du Ming's somewhat high self-esteem is also a quality suited for a martial artist. Glaring at Du Ming, Master Roshi said irately, "No talking. Come here and have a duel with Mimi. Hurry up." Inside the underground conference hall, today's lesson had yet to begin, and only a few martial artists were present, mostly resting and chatting. The cool air from the air conditioning filled the atmosphere, and the sweat of the martial artists had begun to cool. The lights flickered for a moment, drawing the curious gaze of a martial artist. He glanced at the lights, found them to be functioning, and naturally returned his gaze. At that moment, a martial artist suddenly shouted in his ear, "Hurry and look at the stage." He and the other martial artists immediately turned their attention to the stage in the southern direction, where two figures had appeared, capturing everyone's attention. "What's going on? Is the boss going to take the stage himself? It feels like ages since I've seen Boss Me in a battle." The martial artists gathered curiously, their eyes fixated on the two individuals on the stage. They soon realized to their astonishment that one of them was their boss, who had reached his 60s, evoking both surprise and curiosity. The familiar gaze of the boss scanned the crowd, filled with unease and a resolute determination to fight, as if he were a brilliant star unlike any other. Look at that indifferent gaze of the boss, as if he sees through everything. He must have already planned how to deliver a decisive blow to that young challenger. Are you sure that's not a vacant and soulless stare? You talk too much. By the way, has anyone fought with the boss before? I don't think anyone here has. I heard that Brother AI had a match with Boss Me once, but it was just a brief exchange. The boss has trained quite a bit in martial arts. Indeed, quite a lot, looking quite impressive, even more standard than I am, and he has a commanding presence. By the way, who is the other person on the stage? Does anyone recognize him? I think I've seen him around in the last couple of days. Du Ming had only been here for 2 days, and many martial artists did not know him since he hadn't made any acquaintances. Seems like he's the newcomer from a couple of days ago. I wonder how skilled he is. I bet he has half my level of skill. I bet just a tenth. I bet half of half a tenth. Come on, you mean half of a tenth, right, silly dragon? Low murmurs filled the hall as the martial artists began to chatter excitedly. Some martial artists praised the boss for his years of perseverance, believing that his years of training and experience would lead him to victory. Others were curious about the newcomer, speculating about his background and strength. So how strong is this kid? No one seems to have a clue. Wait, I remember who this person is. This morning at the park, he was the slowest runner with the least endurance, just at the level of an ordinary person. That's crucial information. Now I know who would win between the boss and this newcomer. The martial artists were excitedly discussing, and the entire hall was filled with a joyful and lively atmosphere. Everyone felt that the upcoming battle would be the most spectacular fight they would witness in the next few days. One that would allow them to set aside their views on victory and defeat to enjoy the sheer enjoyment of a crushing battle. This was a battle for the boss to establish confidence in martial arts before the newcomer. If the boss wins, he should give out more bonuses so we can enjoy it too. You wish. Damn. Now I'm thinking the same thing. The gathered martial artists chuckled, ready to give Boss Me the warmest applause and the most thunderous cheers. Du Ming shrugged and obediently walked onto the stage to face Boss Me. A novice in martial arts, he took each step as it came, not feeling any pressure about how far he could go in the fight. Boss Me took a deep breath, his expression serious as he tightened the waistband of his clothing. At his age, his vitality was no longer what it used to be, and this battle might be his last. He would surely give it his all. Boss Me lowered his waist, bending his legs slightly, his fists loosely clenched, eyes fixed on Du Ming, ready to begin at any moment. Master Turtle secretly nodded, looking at Du Ming. Seeing Du Ming casually standing there without any fighting stance, Master Turtle felt a surge of frustration. But then realized he hadn't taught Du Ming a single move yet, so he couldn't really blame him. Not knowing whether he was more frustrated with Du Ming or himself, Master Turtle huffed and took half a step back, saying irritably, "Let the battle begin. Decide the victor, or I will declare it over." Master Turtle stepped back, declaring, "Let the battle begin." Du Ming reacted faster than Boss Me. As soon as Master Turtle finished speaking, he charged straight at Boss Me. "Watch your feet." Du Ming had thought it through. His greatest weapon, lacking any martial combat experience, was his youthful body. He could rely on his much younger physique to attack, perhaps with sharper reflexes and possibly greater endurance. If his reaction speed was faster than Boss Miz, he could exploit the time difference to strike before the elderly could react. If that didn't work, he could still use his youth to outlast Boss Me. However, that would be difficult since he didn't have any effective methods to exhaust Boss Miz's stamina. As he shouted, "Watch your feet," Du Ming threw a straight punch towards Boss Miz's face. However, Boss Miz's experience was far greater. His expression remained calm, unaffected by Du Ming's words. He parried Du Ming's right hand with his left, stepping forward with his back foot and thrust his elbow towards Du Ming's ribs. Hiss! Du Ming winced in pain, knocked back by Boss Miz's strike, retreating several steps before regaining his balance. Ouch! Du Ming tightened his grip around his waist, feeling that something was off. Wasn't Boss Me deemed by Master Turtle to lack martial talent? Why was he hitting like a father strikes a son, landing each blow perfectly? Oh, he remembered now. He was just an ordinary person, not even as capable as a combat novice with a gun with a level below 1. Feeling the pain subside a little as he touched his ribs, Du Ming steadied himself and observed Boss Me, who had taken a fighting stance. Let's try a little faster this time. With that thought, Du Ming charged forward once more. This time he was smarter, not putting all his strength into the punch, holding back a bit. When Boss Me attempted to strike him again, using the same tactic, Du Ming pushed off with his right foot, angling his attack forward, and delivered a powerful punch towards Boss Miz's stomach. However, Boss Miz's expression did not change in the slightest. Glancing down, he noticed Du Ming's trajectory. He stepped back just enough to evade the punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. As Du Ming received a hefty punch to the stomach, he was knocked back a few steps, gasping for breath. Boss Me remained unchanged, ready for Du Ming. "I can't take it anymore." After just 2 attacks, Du Ming fully understood the vast difference between himself and Boss Me, who supposedly had no martial talent. There was no way he could win now. Raising both hands, Du Ming turned to Master Turtle, pleading, "Teacher, is there anything you can teach your poor student quickly? If you don't teach me, I'm going to get beaten into a pig's head." Du Ming believed in his judgment. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Mimi. At the same time, he also believed that Master Turtle had a valid reason for arranging this battle, perhaps to allow him to learn something, or maybe he had a chance to defeat Mimi in this fight. Otherwise, Master Turtle could have directly intervened instead of sending Mimi as his opponent. It wouldn't make sense for his master to train Mimi by using his precious disciple as a human punching bag. Master Turtle was a person of great virtue and high moral character. How could he have such dark thoughts? Considering the significant difference in martial arts between himself and Mimi, being able to sense chi, there was only one possibility. Master Turtle perhaps wanted him to discover the method of utilizing chi during his battle with Mimi. However, despite this thought, after taking 2 beatings, he still had no clue. Du Ming was not stubborn. He didn't insist on comprehending the method of using chi on his own. He didn't feel uncomfortable if he couldn't grasp it himself, nor did he believe that his realm would be incomplete otherwise. If there were shortcuts or unorthodox methods to learn the use of chi, he would be very willing to try them as long as they did not violate his beliefs. Moreover, consulting his master for guidance and having him teach was certainly not an unorthodox method. Unless Du Ming himself or Master Turtle as a teacher believed there was a valid reason for doing so, he wouldn't be fixated on figuring it out by himself. Veins. Master Turtle's forehead suddenly had veins popping out. He immediately understood that Du Ming had grasped his meaning regarding the reason for the battle with Mimi. But upon realizing that Du Ming understood, he became even angrier. "You brat. Can't you learn to use chi with your own body?" Don't you have even a shred of a warrior's dignity, belief, or pride? Oh well, for now. I should say no, I don't have it. Du Ming's gaze wandered. After a moment, he honestly voiced his thoughts. You. Master Turtle felt teary inside, wondering how he ended up with such a disciple. Forget it. With a glance at Du Ming, Master Turtle said, every martial artist is different. Some warriors, even after being taught knowledge hundreds of times, still cannot remember it. Yet just one real battle can make them remember all the details of the techniques. Some martial artists can integrate and apply what they learn and observe, climbing up without bottlenecks, as if there are no limits to their martial arts journey. And there are a few martial artists with exceptional comprehension who can become self-taught, creating their own sect with everyone being their teacher and everything helping them dispel their inner confusion. Of course, there are also some martial artists who are rather dull. Master Turtle's eyes fixed on Du Ming as if he were about to name him directly. These martial artists require a uniquely great teacher to guide them meticulously step by step on how to walk. Wouldn't you agree, Du Ming? You are absolutely right. Du Ming, as if unaware that Master Turtle was referring to him, came over and grasped Master Turtle's hands tightly. So, Master Turtle, how should I learn next? The reflection on Master Turtle's sunglasses gleamed. He then slightly curled his lips, revealing a faint smile, and said, with such thick skin, you finally show some semblance of a martial artist. Slowly walking onto the stage, Master Turtle faced both Mimi and Du Ming, who were standing. After glancing at Mimi, he turned his gaze back to Du Ming. The essence of qi is the power of the concepts of body essence, qi, intent, and spirit within a person. You should be clear about this, right? Du Ming nodded, and Mimi listened attentively beside him. Very good. Master Turtle continued. A punch thrown out releasing qi from the body is the use of qi. Using qi as a mirror to illuminate the body's internal organs, refining inner strength, and ensuring smooth flow of qi and blood is also the use of qi. Merging with qi, indistinguishable from one another, using qi in place of the person, is also the use of qi. Du Ming, you are currently only able to sense qi. Try to use the power of qi in the midst of battle and compete with Mimi. Du Ming nodded, understanding the reasoning. Master, what specifically should I do? Master Turtle looked at Du Ming, who had an expression of, with the teacher here, I don't want to think at all, and felt a bit speechless. He continued, qi, when concentrated, reaches the peak. When dispersed, it can attack or defend and can change infinitely. Du Ming, during battle, set aside 3 parts of your energy to try to control your qi. Remember, as your feet hit the ground, your qi must synchronize. When you throw a punch, the amount of qi should gradually increase, reaching its maximum just as you hit your opponent. Additionally, when you are attacked, when you fall, your qi must swiftly return, using qi on the impacted area for defense and cushioning. And, never mind, there's nothing else for now. Master Turtle felt he had said enough. Saying more might overwhelm Du Ming's mind and body. For now, learn these few points. Once you master these and become familiar with them, we can continue with the next steps. Du Ming nodded thoughtfully, having a basic understanding. As for Mimi, Master Turtle's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses sparkled. You must go all out, not holding back like you did before when sparring with Du Ming, completely refraining from taking the initiative to attack. Even when forced to retaliate, you held back considerably against Du Ming. Such measured attacks may lead to an instant defeat in the upcoming battle. Mimi hesitated, wanting to speak. Don't think too much. Master Turtle scolded. You must go all out. My disciple does not need your mercy. Your body needs no mercy either. He looked at Mimi's lack of progress in martial arts with different frustration than when looking at Du Ming. Du Ming was one person, a whole source of annoyance. Mimi, however, caused Master Turtle to be angry for squandering his already limited martial talent. Meow. Du Ming blinked, ultimately saying nothing. Mimi took a deep breath, forced a smile, and slowly nodded. Okay, Master Qinglong, I will give it my all. Compared to the martial artists Mimi had encountered, he felt mediocre, but he believed that after decades of training, he could easily defeat Du Ming. Thus, he had been holding back somewhat. Part of the reason was the concern of injuring Du Ming, this hopeful star. More importantly, Mimi felt that his body was not that strong. It was better to hold back a bit and enjoy a few more years of life. However, since Master Qinglong had said so, he indeed would not hold back any longer. Once again, he assumed a fighting stance, his gaze sharp as he looked at Du Ming. Master Qinglong, I am ready. We can start at any time. Is that so? Master Turtle nodded, glancing at Du Ming, not caring whether he was ready, and shouted, then the match begins. Du Ming quickly regained his focus upon hearing the voice, turning his gaze to Mimi across from him. With a whoosh. Unexpectedly, Mimi, who had just been standing still, suddenly kicked off the ground at the instant Master Turtle shouted and rushed towards Du Ming at high speed. Mimi exerted force with her foot, and as she charged forward, she stomped hard with the other foot on the smooth wooden floor, creating a dent the size of a foot, as if a heavy object had fallen. Du Ming didn't even have time to curse before Mimi's powerful punch struck him hard in the stomach. Bang! The crisp sound of him falling echoed as Du Ming was knocked down onto the floor. His muscles' twisted body arched like white powder on the wall, trembling uncontrollably. It felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by a jack, and in that moment the pain was worse than falling from a two-story building, heavier still. Du Ming wanted to groan in agony, but Mimi gave him no chance. Huh! He shouted, charging at Du Ming, who was down on the ground once more. He pushed off with his back foot, launching his body into the air, elbow poised to strike down right where Du Ming lay. If that hit landed cleanly, Du Ming feared he might not be able to get out of bed for the next few days. Cheech. The succinct word from the turtle sage reached Du Ming's ears. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. With no time to escape, even as he rolled to the side, he could not evade Mimi's subsequent pursuit. At that moment, the only way for him to break free from the predicament was through the utilization of qi. With no spare time to think, Du Ming crossed his arms protectively over his chest. Instinctively, he focused on gathering his qi to 3 areas, one on the part of his back that pressed against the floor, and the other 2 on his arms, ready to endure Mimi's elbow strike. Perhaps it was the urgency of the crisis. In that moment, Du Ming's control over qi seemed to ascend a level. Unlike yesterday, when he concentrated with his eyes closed, he was now wide-eyed, intently observing Mimi, yet also managing to manipulate the flow of qi. To Du Ming's eyes, a thin mist quickly rose on his arms. Success. He felt he had done right, as the mist on his arms could withstand the damage from Mimi's elbow strike. Encouraged, Du Ming prepared to concentrate fully. Most of his focus was on his arms, with only a small fraction on his back, which had yet to accumulate sufficient qi for defense and cushioning. But it was too late. Mimi had already lunged in, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Du Ming's chest. Damn. Instantly, Du Ming's vision went dark, and he could barely utter a word. A wave of pain surged, spreading and rolling endlessly as if it were tearing at his very soul, making it hard for him to breathe. His use of qi in battle was still immature, merely cushioning a small portion of the impact. The tremendous force striking his back stiffened Du Ming for half a second, causing the solid wooden floor beneath him to sink by a centimeter. Fortunately, although his back's defense was not fully formed, the qi managed to absorb a significant part of the force, sparing Du Ming from greater agony. Enduring the numbness in his lower back, Du Ming used his hands to push Mimi, sending her rolling to the side and preventing her from crashing down on him. Coughing painfully a couple of times, Du Ming seized the brief moment to scramble to his feet, looking quite disheveled. Meanwhile, Mimi rolled a few times to cushion her fall and swiftly got back into an attacking stance. A drop of sweat had even appeared on her face. Gaining momentum, Mimi gave Du Ming no chance to rest, stepping forward again, delivering 2 punches that crashed down towards his shoulders. But Du Ming was no longer the same person he was half a minute ago. Dust clung to his clothes as he saw Mimi's continued assault and hurriedly raised his arms to defend. The qi on his arms still lingered, and when Mimi's heavy strikes landed on his arms, they produced 2 dull thuds, forcing Du Ming's body waist and center of gravity down. A hint of pain flashed across Du Ming's face. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Yet he felt a sense of joy. Though his arms, enveloped in qi, still felt considerable pain, they were able to firmly block Mimi's assault. Mimi frowned slightly, immediately changing her strategy. Pulling back her hands, she feigned a black tiger clawing the heart strike, but intentionally withdrew her arms the moment Du Ming prepared to defend, lifting one foot to sweep across, aiming to knock Du Ming down again. Beside them, the turtle sage slowly closed his gaping mouth. He watched Du Ming with a furrowed brow. Strange. He felt surprised and puzzled as Du Ming had exceeded his expectations once more. According to his expectations, in this battle with Mimi, Du Ming would first be brutally beaten, groaning on the ground, before recalling the qi knowledge he had taught him. Only then would Du Ming likely unleash his qi in bursts for offense and defense. In fact, he had secretly planned to let Du Ming take a few hard hits from Mimi over 2 to 3 days, allowing Mimi to earn more coins. At that point, Du Ming might be able to awaken his potential. The turtle sage estimated that at least once, but no more than 3 to 5 battles, Du Ming would learn. Yet he did not expect it to happen in just one encounter. In the brief instance of being struck, Du Ming had already begun using qi for defense. Surprise lingered on the turtle sage's face, with a perplexed expression flickering in his eyes. From his observations over the past 2 days, Du Ming's talent should not have been this high. A soft breath slowly filled Du Ming's lungs. He could see. No, he saw very clearly. Mimi's speed was fast, her every move even quicker than before. Yet Du Ming perceived everything distinctly. While his eyes were fixed on Mimi's hands, his heart stirred. He sensed the faint flow of qi from Mimi and noticed her legs were in motion. She was going to sweep his legs. With no time to look down, Du Ming instinctively followed his intuition, lightly leaping over Mimi's sweeping kick. What? Mimi, who had been intently focused on Du Ming, couldn't help but exclaim. Her gaze had never left his eyes, certain that he had not noticed her movements below. Had he heard the sound? That was unlikely. Not to mention, he had been careful not to make any unnecessary noise, even if there were some sounds Du Ming, who was not yet a novice in martial arts, should not have noticed. With a distracted mind, Mimi's movement slowed. Just then, in the blink of an eye, Du Ming leaped down towards Mimi, mimicking her previous descending strike. In that instant, Du Ming had no thoughts about Mimi's age. His eyes shone, with light solely focused on the possibility of winning against Mimi. Enough! In that very instant, Master Rose's voice suddenly echoed beside Du Ming and Mimi. Suspended midair, Du Ming was lifted by his collar, held aloft by Master Rashi, his full weight never pressing down upon Mimi. That's enough. Master Rashi cast Du Ming a complex glance, then gently flicked his wrist, sending Du Ming tumbling lightly onto the open ground nearby. Ouch, my poor lower back. Du Ming groaned, calling out, Master, please go easy. You're tossing around your most treasured disciple. Master Rashi's lips twitched, he snorted, and ignored him entirely. Du Ming's rapid mastery of ki continued to astonish Master Rashi. Not only could he now sense and manipulate his own ki amid combat, but he still retained enough awareness to monitor Mimi's condition. His control over ki had also improved markedly during this bout. Such progress in the technical application and refinement of ki no longer surprised Master Rashi. But what truly stunned him was Du Ming's astonishing growth in raw strength, speed, and physical capacity, all achieved within an astonishingly short span. Though the two combatants remained immersed, an unaware Master Rashi observed with perfect clarity compared to the fight's outset, Du Ming's strength, speed, and agility had each subtly, but undeniably, increased. This pace of evolution left Master Rashi speechless and deeply puzzled. Master Rashi's seemingly rough toss was in truth featherlight. Even an ordinary person would suffer no harm, and for Du Ming, whose ki control had already matured, no injury whatsoever occurred. At present, even if Du Ming stood motionless and absorbed Mimi's full-force punch, the resulting injury would be negligible compared to what he'd have sustained at the battle's beginning. Master Rashi's gaze shifted to Mimi, who lay supine on the ground. Breathing heavily, his eyes clouded with 3 parts regret and vacant exhaustion, his face etched with profound disappointment. Though Mimi remained physically capable of continuing the fight, he knew, just as clearly as Master Rashi did, that further struggle would serve no purpose. His defeat was already inevitable. He let out a wry smile and slowly rose to his feet. Once upright, he composed himself completely, shedding all traces of the dejection and anguish he'd worn while lying on the ground. When Master Rashi instructed him to fight Du Ming at full strength, Mimi had harbored, however faintly, a premonition of this outcome. Yet he never imagined that after decades of martial cultivation, his defeat would be so absolute. A gentle, envious smile touched his lips as he offered his congratulations. Master Chenglong. Congratulations. Du Ming is destined for greatness. Nothing special. Master Rashi turned his head aside with a dismissive grunt. He's barely taken his first step. He still has an immeasurable distance to travel. Du Ming rose, stepped forward, and affirmed solemnly, indeed, he still has an immeasurable distance to travel. He cannot soar across heavens or vanish through dimensions. He possesses no power to obliterate star systems with a single strike, no superhuman abilities, no capacity for instantaneous interplanetary travel, nor can he transcend this universe itself. His martial path, it seems, hasn't even crossed the threshold of true beginning. Master Rashi rapped Du Ming sharply on the skull, mistaking his words for defiant bluster rather than earnest reflection. Even he, the so-called god of martial arts, dared not claim that his Kamehameha could annihilate more than a fraction of this very planet's surface, let alone an entire star system. Was Du Ming even speaking human language anymore? Du Ming, don't jest. What you just said, your own master, dare not even imagine. Du Ming merely shrugged, offering no rebuttal. After all, how could he possibly confess he knew the plot, that in the Dragon Ball world battle power escalated relentlessly, its upper limits vanishing beyond sight? Even if the Omni King, the supreme sovereign of the Dragon Ball multiverse, were someday dethroned, Du Ming wouldn't bat an eyelash. Du Ming rephrased his thought. Yet a true martial artist must harbor aspirations higher than heaven itself, and embrace boundless vision, master. We must transform imagination into aspiration. That does hold a certain truth. Master Rashi instinctively nodded, then with mock irritation slapped Du Ming firmly on the back. Afternoon training begins soon. Sit properly and wait for my lesson. With that, Master Rashi turned with a warm, twinkling smile toward Mimi. No broken bones. No torn muscles. Mimi blinked in surprise. Gently shaking his head, Master Rashi replied, see for yourself, Mimi, your own body. It is far more resilient than you've ever imagined. Push it to its absolute limit, and it will bear no damage whatsoever. Even though age has made further breakthroughs in physical capacity increasingly difficult, your unwavering discipline has long since elevated your body far beyond the limits your martial arts currently express. So savor these years. Indulge freely in the vitality of your own flesh and bone. As Master Rashi clapped a reassuring hand upon Mimi's shoulder, Mimi lowered his head in silence. He recalled his earlier hesitation, his reluctance to unleash full power, and remembered confidently declaring, "I know my own body better than anyone." He remembered vowing to fight with everything he had, to test precisely how many rounds his skeleton and sinew could endure. At the memory, Mimi burst into self-deprecating laughter, tears welling in his eyes. Heh. Recalling it now, those words were nothing but absurdity, pure unadulterated folly. He had known his own body not at all, while Master Chunlong, having met him only a handful of times, had seen it with perfect clarity. "Master, your wisdom." Mimi choked up, tears brimming. Hey now, Mimi, shut your mouth. Not another word of that sentimental nonsense." Master Rashi, utterly flustered by such emotional displays, clapped a hand over Mimi's mouth. Only after Mimi nodded, vowing silence, did he finally release him. Yes, master." Mimi laughed, tears streaming, bright and unrestrained. Meanwhile, inside the grand arena, martial artists gathered, their eyes fixed intently on Du Ming and Mimi's duel. "Our boss is incredible. That physique, that stamina, that sheer ruggedness, it rivals even Ah Long's. He actually lost. I truly believed our boss would win. Did anyone catch how he lost? Any insight? All I saw was that newcomer's insane durability. But did you see Master Chunlong's movements? Lightning fast, utterly precise. Especially when he seized both fighters simultaneously, his hands gripping left and right. The explosive surge of power and velocity was extraordinary. Clearly, he was no mere charlatan. You don't understand? These days, a con artist must possess real skill, or else how could he have deceived even our boss Mimi? Hey, wait. So tell me, is this so-called key actually real? What? You're actually buying into it? Let me warn you, the one thing a fraud fears least is your earnest attempt to solve the puzzle he presents. The moment you take it seriously, you've already fallen into his trap. What he truly dreads is your indifference, your refusal to engage with the fiction he spins. Fair point. Enough. I won't dwell on it. Yesterday after training ended, I even warned Boss Mimi to watch out for frauds. Looks like he didn't listen. What can we do? Let's just fulfill our duties, so Boss doesn't waste a single coin on us. Thanks to his generosity, my wife and I have moved into a brand new home. By the way, time's nearly up. The key lesson should begin shortly. One martial artist glanced at the hour, realizing the scheduled class was imminent. Hey, don't say it, but look who's striding down the corridor now. It's none other than Brother Ed. Another martial artist grinned, broadly nodding toward the broad-shouldered man entering from the passageway. Good afternoon, Brother Ed. And two martial artists scurried over eagerly. In Xiaolong, Xiaohu, it's you too. Ed chuckled, gazing curiously toward the platform in the distance. Master Mimi, Master Chunlong, and the newcomer, Du Ming, is it? What on earth are they up to? Oh, looks like Master Mimi's got itchy hands again, challenging the new martial artist to a friendly spar. Xiaolong replied, then added with a puzzled frown, Brother Ed, you're acting strangely. Why do you call that old man master, just like Master Mimi does? He's never demonstrated his skills, I doubt his strength even rivals yours. Hey, not doubt. He's definitely weaker than you, Brother Ed. What are you talking about, Along? Xiaohu immediately interjected. Ed smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. After a moment's reflection, he said, Xiaolong, Xiaohu, today's qi cultivation lesson isn't one to sleep through as you did yesterday. Follow Master Chunlong's rhythm and truly sense the essence of qi. Xiaolong and Xiaohu stared wide-eyed at each other, astonished. Brother Ed, surely you don't actually believe that old man's talk. Shaking his head, Ed paused in silence, then wore an oddly contemplative expression. No, I simply feel something off. As for this so-called qi, I felt nothing of it. Yet after yesterday's qi lesson led by Master Chunlong, I found entering deep meditation slightly easier. And perhaps what this man teaches can sharpen our focus, not only in cultivation but in combat as well. If Brother Ed says so, then we'll listen. After a brief hesitation, the two martial artists nodded earnestly. The burly Ed stepped forward, then lifted his gaze toward the platform ahead. Three figures stood at its center, seemingly bickering, though the distance muffled their voices into indistinct chattering noise. He glanced at the time, nearly class starting hour, and strode straight ahead until he reached a spot just before the platform, then sat down heavily. Ed occupied the foremost central seat of the entire hall, directly facing the platform with the entrance tunnel behind him. All Mimi martial artists would sit in two symmetrical rows flanking him left and right. Non-narrow aisle, one person wide, remained deliberately empty directly behind him, a mark of profound respect from the Mimi sect. From this vantage, every Mimi martial artist entering the hall could instantly see Brother Ed's broad, steady, and reassuring back. Once seated, Mimi martial artists began filing steadily through the corridor into the hall, crowds growing denser by the minute. Ed sat motionless, eyes gently closed in quiet meditation, a faint serene smile gracing his lips. Each Mimi martial artist was to him a brother. In watching the Mimi martial art flourish, its branches spreading ever wider, filled his heart with quiet pride. His tranquil smile and unwavering presence stood like a beacon, calming, steadying, grounding, each newcomer finding solace in that steadfast silhouette. Du Ming Master came and Mimi stood hand in hand at the exact center of the platform, slightly ahead of Aide's position directly facing him. Master Kame instructed Du Ming to take a seat below and await class, but as Du Ming turned to leave, Master Kame blocked his path. In Du Ming sighed, exasperated. Master, do you want me to go or not? What's your hurry? Master Kame slapped Mimi lightly on the shoulder, gesturing for him to step aside. Who knew your sensitivity and control over chi would improve so astonishingly fast? I've set you a new goal. Oh. Du Ming's eyes lit up and a shy, modest smile flickered across his face. What goal is that? Clearly his rapid progress had already outstripped the pace of his peers. Master Kame glanced around, then said, when class begins, I'll form a chi vortex in my palm, as I did yesterday. Your task remains broadly similar since the chi within my hand. Du Ming nodded. And though the objective remained sensing chi, the nuances would surely differ. Indeed, Master Kame continued without pause, but today's task holds a crucial distinction. Yesterday you were asked to sense the chi in my hand. Today you must sense how that chi changes. Du Ming furrowed his brow. This subtle shift implied a deeper, more demanding practice. Yet precisely how to fulfill it eluded him. Master, how exactly should I proceed? Ever the diligent student, Du Ming asked without hesitation. Master Kame rolled his eyes, then, growing accustomed to his star pupil's relentless curiosity, resumed speaking. Yesterday's aim was merely to perceive chi's existence. Today you must advance further, to discern how the vortex sustains itself and how I continuously circulate chi between my body and the vortex. Study closely my mastery over chi, and above all my command over its subtle transformations. Master Kame's throat grew dry, prompting one final earnest addition. But heed this above all, each cultivator's control over their own chi must align with their unique physiology. Du Ming, you may observe my methods, yet you must discover the approach most suited to you. Never mimic blindly. Understood. Du Ming finally grasped the core of Master Kame's lengthy instruction. May I now take my seat? Du Ming was already half dozing off. Wait. Master Kame seized Du Ming's shoulder once more. What is it now, Master? Du Ming asked. Mischievous, dangerously playful glint sparkled in Master Kame's eyes. Tell me, Du Ming, will you sit in the same spot as yesterday? A chill prickled Du Ming's spine, spreading swiftly through his limbs. He sensed instinctively that mischief was brewing. Most likely. Nodding, Du Ming took half a step back, only to find his shoulders still firmly gripped. Master Kame's face bloomed with unrestrained delight. Then allow me to give you a little boost. His grip held firm as his right hand swept upward, seizing the back of Du Ming's collar. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Walking such a chore. Watch how I launch you straight there. Spare you the exhaustion of walking, my dear disciple. With a light tug on the collar, he hoisted Du Ming clean off his feet, suspended high above his head. No, please, Master, let's talk this through. If you really throw me, I'll land flat on my face and have to attend class sprawled on the floor. Du Ming panicked, fresh from sparring with Mimi, and thoroughly riled by Du Ming's unflappable demeanor. Master Kame's urge to tease his disciple flared anew. Relax. I'll calculate the angle perfectly. You'll feel the sting, but suffer no injury. Remember, you can shield yourself with chi. Don't forget to use it. In that instant, every ounce of Master Kame's inner mischief surged forth. His lips curled upward in a sly, gleeful grin. No. Whoosh! Na sharp whistle sliced the air as Du Ming shot forward like a rocket, headfirst hurtling toward the ground. Bracing for impact, he instinctively raised his arms to protect his head. Just then a voice rang out, clear, fierce, and furious. You will not bully Du Ming. Elkwood's indignant cry echoed sharply in Du Ming's ear. Whoosh! As the sound pierced Du Ming's ears, his body slammed into something, immediately enveloped by a soft, yielding warmth. He had been caught in someone's arms. Altruge, he murmured, tilting his head upward, only to find her smiling face perilously close, nearly touching his own. That smile lasted but an instant. Then her crimson eyes blazed with fierce, predatory light. Her gaze locked onto Master Rashi ahead, unblinking, ravenous, as if she meant to devour him whole within her beastly form. Her eyes brimmed with savage, territorial fury, as though declaring Du Ming her sovereign domain, and anyone who witnessed it trembled instinctively. In her vision, nothing existed beyond Master Rashi. Boom! Clutching Du Ming tightly, Altruge surged forward like a feral tempest, her path cleaving the floorboards into splintered shards beneath her feet. She charged like an untamed beast, reckless, unchained, leaving chaos and ruin in her wake. Thud! With the lethal grace of a falcon stooping upon its prey, she drove her fist straight toward Master Rashi. Master Rashi, rarely grave, stiffened instantly. At the first whisper of sound, he'd already tensed. Then, spotting those blazing scarlet eyes, he slapped Mimi's chest, sending her tumbling safely off the stage before settling into his stance. Thud! Arms crossed over his chest, he absorbed the blow. Yet in that single suspended moment, his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Her strength defied all expectation, 100 roaring lions converging their fury upon a single point. Master Rashi was hurled backward like a stone flung from a slingshot, crashing headlong into the wall. A thunderous impact shook the chamber. Stone fragments exploded outward as Master Rashi vanished into a deep, jagged fissure carved into the wall. Dust billowed, swallowing the crater where Master Rashi lay buried. Altruge, still cradling Du Ming in her left arm, tensed, ready to strike again. No, Altruge. Stop! Du Ming cried out urgently. Her speed had been overwhelming. He'd barely registered being seized before witnessing Master Rashi hurtle through the air, leaving him breathless and disoriented. Altruge stared at him in silent stillness, her crimson gaze questioning, hesitant, as if weighing why he'd commanded her halt. Du Ming scrambled down from her arms, wiped sweat from his brow, and hurried to explain. He's my martial arts master. At once the bloodlust receded from her eyes, leaving only their deep natural crimson. The murderous aura dissolved like mist under sunlight. Then almost shyly she murmured, but he was bullying you. As if sensing her own impulsiveness, she added, softly yet with quiet conviction. Thank you, but Du Ming said, already striding toward the wall. Let me check on my master first. The clash had been cataclysmic. Master Rashi embedded in solid masonry, but Du Ming held no fear for his teacher's well-being. At most a trickle of blood for the cameras, within moments he'd rise vigorous and unscathed. Such was his unwavering faith. Yet faith did not preclude concern. Hey master, are you? I'm fine. True to form, Du Ming hadn't finished speaking before the dust began to settle, and there stood Master Rashi brushing dust from his robes, left hand then right, calm as morning mist. He stood serenely, hands clasped behind his back, beaming benevolently. Master, I'm relieved you're unharmed. Seeing him utterly unscathed, Du Ming let his lips curl downward, just slightly, disappointment flickering across his face. Precisely because he trusted Master Rashi's invincibility so deeply, that no blow, however ferocious, could truly wound him, he'd secretly hoped for a drop of blood, a bruise, even a wince, to repay that earlier toss. Now revenge would have to wait, patiently, deliberately. Master Rashi, catching the fleeting shadow of disappointment on his beloved disciple's face, twitched faintly at the corner of his mouth. Then, with quiet astonishment, he turned his gaze upon this extraordinary young woman, whom he'd never encountered before. Below the stage, gasps erupted like wildfire. SSSSHHH. Brothers, did any of you actually see that? What had just unfolded left every martial artist frozen in disbelief. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Someone explain, what happened? I blinked once, and the entire arena transformed. Hey, where did this woman come from? Terrifying. Did you see her eyes? Blazing red, like she wanted to devour us whole. How can a woman possess such speed, such power? Have I wasted 30 years living like a dog? Did you see that fist? I swear, the very air split apart. You were too far to feel it, but I tell you she shot past me. Look at my face. I'm definitely injured. A gash torn open by the wind's fury. See it? Blood's already flowing. Whoa, real blood. Lucky you didn't get hit square, or your face would have been ruined. A cluster of martial artists gathered around Achi, marveling at the fresh wound on his cheek. Even Achi got cut. Another rushed over, my jaw sliced too. We'll go to the hospital together. My wife says everything below the neck is mine to manage, but above the neck, that's her domain. No scars allowed. Ha 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 ha. Mac's wife never fails to amuse. Their laughter faded as their eyes drifted back to the shattered wall on stage, growing steadily more solemn. Did you see that wall? It's fractured clean through. That wall. We sometimes train against it, right? Right. The four walls of this underground arena were custom forged by Mimi's owner, reinforced with ultra-high-strength alloys harder than steel itself. Not one among us, not even the Lot brothers or elder brother Ed, has ever left so much as a scratch upon them. I recall each wall's thickness is nearly 2 meters, correct? SSSSHHH. Shattered like that. How immense must her strength be? Truly horrifying. The deeper one advances along the martial path, the clearer it becomes to mar such modern engineered walls demands power beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet now the question isn't whether a mark remains, it's whether the wall will hold together at all. Is that even the point? One martial artist cried, trembling as he pointed toward Master Rashi. Look at that old man. How can he stand there so calmly? Uninjured. He's completely uninjured. Why? His voice sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Exactly. Wasn't he punched straight into the wall? Maybe he never actually made contact. Nonsense. Just look at the wall. Who is that old man? Or rather that master? His name is Jackie Chan. So what is his body made of? Question after question left the Mimi martial arts disciples reeling. I can't think straight. Someone help me make sense of this. Standing here won't solve anything. Let's go ask. Who is that woman? What is Master Jackie Chan? And while we're at it, I wonder if today's class is still happening. This calls for Elder Brother Ed. Yes, Elder Brother Ed must speak on this. All nodded vigorously in agreement. Time and again, whenever crisis struck, Elder Brother Ed stepped forward without hesitation. His resolute, upright silhouette was the unwavering beacon others followed with tireless devotion. He was the pillar of Mimi martial arts, a radiant guiding light. He was also a true elder brother, always smiling, always encouraging each disciple. When they faltered in doubt, he'd gently guide them back onto the path, urging them onward with courage and conviction. Even when they faced foes too formidable to challenge, Elder Brother Ed would bow with a warm smile and offer sincere apologies. Ed was their elder brother. Absolutely. Only Elder Brother Ed can handle this. Yes, he sits front and center, sees everything clearly. Exactly, right in the middle. The martial artists laughed, easily, tension easing. Wait, now that I think about it, where is Elder Brother Ed? He's always sat there. Wait, where did he go? Confused, they scratched their heads in unison. Wait. Suddenly Achi's mind flashed, cold sweat breaking across his brow. You said Elder Brother Ed sat dead center. Yeah, so what? Achi's scalp prickled. That woman flew straight from the corridor onto the stage, along a perfectly straight line, through the center right. The group froze, then broke into cold sweats of their own. They'd all been grazed by her passing wind, each bearing minor wounds. But Elder Brother Ed had been seated directly in her path. Quick, go check. Check on Elder Brother Ed. Those quickest to react sprinted toward his usual seat. Their hearts ceased. The floor, though inferior to the reinforced walls, had nonetheless caved inward, forming a distinct depression. Within it, Elder Brother Ed sat cross-legged, face pressed downward, half buried in the shattered flooring. His eyes remained tightly shut, his condition unknown. This. No time for this. Pull Elder Brother Ed out of the floor. Achi shouted, urgently rushing to lift him. Only then did the others snap out of their daze and join him. As they strained, one whispered in awe, it's terrifying. She didn't even aim for him. She simply passed by, and he was flattened into the floor like a leaf caught in a typhoon. Swallowing hard, wiping sweat. We must never provoke that woman. So, how is Elder Brother Ed? Achi, he's breathing steadily. Elder Brother Ed is our strongest, most reflexive, instinctively shielding his head with his arms. He likely fainted from pain. A few firm presses here, and he'll awaken instantly. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The martial artists exhaled, but their hearts remained heavy. That young woman, and Master Jackie Chan, stood on a plane far beyond their own. The venue was noisy, and the expected teaching session was delayed. Mimi arranged for someone to come and clean the venue a bit, clearing away some rubble and garbage without taking it seriously, as there were still many small pieces of rubble on and off the stage. As for repairs, there was no rush, as it was said they would wait until the training course was over to handle it all at once. After all, it wouldn't collapse. Below the stage, Aid was surrounded by the crowd, rubbing his head and sitting back down, feeling a bit dizzy. There was blood on his hands, but neither Aid nor the others paid it any mind. This injury was much less serious than the ones they usually sustained. Such a minor injury would heal completely with just a little care. Seeing the venue tidied up and Aid safe, the martial artists found their respective places and sat down. Du Ming also sat below the stage. Beside him was the long-lost Latte brothers, chattering on. The turtle sage stood with his hands behind his back, smiling cheerfully. Iroquois crossed her arms, stamping her foot impatiently, while occasionally glancing at Du Ming below the stage. She had originally wanted to go down and sit with Du Ming, but there was still something that required her to stay here. Mimi cleared her throat, speaking loudly. Without a microphone ahem, there was a small accident today. It's good to see everyone is all right. However, I will take the liberty to cancel tonight's regular fighting competition. Additionally, like in previous health checks, everyone should visit the health center tonight to avoid any potential issues. Is that all right? The martial artists below nodded, wearing faint smiles. Very well. Mimi smiled and continued, as for the recent accident, I will issue extra compensation. Everyone will receive additional compensation, and those who were injured will receive an extra amount. All of this will be credited to your accounts after this training session. Oh, the martial artists raised their hands high, cheering with delight. However, after a moment, Iroquois' threatening demeanor made them fall silent. All right, there's still an important matter to discuss next. Mimi clapped her hands, and the venue quieted down. Glancing at the impatient Iroquois, me quickly said, Miss Iroquois beside me will become our special advisor for Mimi martial arts starting today. If anything happens that I and everyone cannot resolve, Miss Iroquois will step in. Let's all get to know her. Mimi joked, of course Iroquois' treatment will be much better than yours. If you are interested, you can consider challenging Miss Iroquois, and I will raise your treatment accordingly. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. Iroquois, arms crossed, cast a deadly glare at all the martial artists below. Destruction, frenzy, and bloodlust permeated the venue. Not a single person dared to speak. They all felt that if they spoke now, it might not just be a simple scratch that would draw blood, it could be fatal. Even Aide cautiously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not daring to say a word. With no one speaking, Mimi turned her head and asked Miss Iroquois, "Do you have anything to say?" Iroquois shook her head in refusal, then finally revealed a faint smile. She looked in Du Ming's direction, and in an instant disappeared from her spot, reappearing next to Du Ming. Seeing this, Mimi didn't drag it out, saying, "Now that those trivial matters are settled, I'll leave the rest to Master Chung Long. Today's training course is about to start, so everyone get ready." Mimi invited the turtle sage onto the stage, stepping back to give him space. The turtle sage chuckled and stepped forward, skipping the pleasantries and starting today's lesson. "Let's begin." A vortex of chi slowly and orderly formed in his hands behind him. The Latte brothers, who had been sitting beside Du Ming, shifted their butts away, leaving space for Du Ming and Iroquois. Iroquois sat beside Du Ming, hugging her legs and looking at him with her red pupils, not saying a word. Du Ming closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the chi in the turtle sage's hands. Soon after, the uneasy Du Ming frowned and stopped. His current state was very strange, making it difficult to practice. His body was normal, his mind was normal, and when he closed his eyes, he could easily sense the chi of everyone around him. He could easily perceive Aide's chi, the Latte brothers' chi, Miss Chi, the turtle sage's chi, and even Iroquois' chi. However, when Du Ming focused his mind to sense the changes in the chi vortex in the turtle sage's hands, an unexpected situation occurred. Fatigue, nausea, aversion. The discomfort welled up from within, making it difficult for him to continue practicing. If Du Ming were to voice his thoughts, it was as if his body and mind had set a working time limit for the day. Now that the working time was over, continuing to practice felt like exceeding normal hours, causing him to not want to move at all. If he were to go home, play games, or watch anime, he would feel revitalized. But when it came to continuing his cultivation, he felt an instinctive resistance from both body and mind. It wasn't that he couldn't continue cultivating today, it was just that doing so made him feel utterly exhausted and repulsed. Both body and mind were in aversion. It was like when the boss called you back to work after hours, or being woken up at 2 in the morning by a manager's call to pick someone up. Like being assigned a mountain of homework by a teacher right before summer vacation. Very unpleasant, very uncomfortable. His body had no issues at all. As long as he didn't try to analyze the structure and formation rules of the chi vortex in the turtle sage's hands, his body would immediately relax, and his mind would feel light. It was perfectly fine to sense the existence of chi normally. Du Ming frowned in silence. It looked as if he was simply a student unwilling to do his homework. However, he was quite sure this was different. Rationally and emotionally, he wanted to continue cultivating and learn to control the chi. Yet his body and mind were unconsciously rejecting it. "Iroquois, what do you think?" Du Ming turned his head to look at the girl beside him. Iroquois blinked, showing no reaction, likely not knowing who Iroquois was. "Forget it, he'll try again." Du Ming muttered, closing his eyes once more. His consciousness expanded quickly, sensing the chi of one martial artist after another around him, with no feelings of fatigue in his body or mind. Du Ming's consciousness reached out towards the turtle sage's direction. Without any obstacles or fatigue, he easily perceived the chi vortex in the turtle sage's hands. However, when Du Ming continued to analyze the changes in the chi in the turtle sage's hands, the previous feelings of fatigue and nausea washed over him again, making it hard for him to continue practicing. Could it be that my body has a reverse involution mechanism, where after a certain amount of time practicing, my body slows down and doesn't allow me to continue? Du Ming was confused, rambling on. 7 days' time, and I couldn't fully utilize it. Sighing, Du Ming frowned and stopped. He sat with his eyes wide open, one hand propping up his chin, boredly watching the turtle sage. The venue was quiet, with the martial artists quietly meditating in place. It wasn't that they all believed in the existence of chi and were focused on feeling it. Rather, it was that Chung Long and Iroquois' strength had frightened them. They were still in a state of fear, worried that the sound of their snoring would disturb Iroquois, who might come over and devour them, so none dared to sleep. However, there were indeed more martial artists than yesterday. Under Aide's encouragement and reminders, they began to earnestly enter a meditative state and feel the ethereal chi. The surroundings were quiet, and Du Ming changed hands to prop his chin. Then he was immediately noticed by the turtle sage. Whoosh! The turtle sage flicked a pebble with his slipper, which shot towards Du Ming faster than a bullet. Iroquois' gaze sharpened as she caught sight of it. Then she quickly returned to calm, not intervening to block the stone. The stone grazed Du Ming's hair and embedded itself into the wall behind him. Du Ming looked up, a cold glint flashed in the turtle sage's eyes, urging him to practice hard and not to slack off. Shrugging, Du Ming looked at the turtle sage helplessly. Teacher, something feels off with my body, like the working time for the day is over and I can't focus on cultivation. I feel uncomfortable as soon as I try to practice. At this distance, the turtle sage would definitely hear his words if he wanted to. The distant turtle sage raised an eyebrow, lightly snorted, and said nothing further. Does that mean Du Ming doesn't need to stay here? Irquit sensed that Du Ming seemed unable to cultivate temporarily due to his physical condition. She stood up, looking at Du Ming with a hint of joy. All right, let's forget about cultivation for now. Du Ming, we have encountered the same situation coming to this world. You promised to treat me to a meal, so let's go now. Treating to a meal. Du Ming rubbed his chin, recalling that he had already treated her once. Could it be that he had made more than one promise? However, since he couldn't cultivate now, going out with Irquit to relax was not a problem at all. Then let's go to Ms. Restaurant. The empty pockets forced Du Ming to say this. In the distance, the turtle sage's ears perked up and his expression darkened. Looking at the teacher's expression. I'll explain it to him when I get back. Irquit, let's go. After waving to his teacher, Du Ming left the venue under Ms. Strange gaze. The restaurant was quiet and empty, but the food was still plentiful as always. The two of them arrived at yesterday's restaurant's private room. With some time left until dinner, Irquit was savoring her meal, while Du Ming ordered a pudding and ate it casually. Chomping away, Irquit seemed like she wanted to say something during mealtime, but the delicious food stifled her words before they could escape. Soon after a hearty meal, Irquit was full of energy, even her eyes shone brighter. How about we go for a walk? Du Ming suggested. It's getting close to evening, the weather is cooling down. Let's enjoy the breeze and take in the scenery. Irquit smiled lightly, nodding and following Du Ming. As they walked out of the restaurant, the two of them walked side by side, naturally heading towards the beach where they had first met. On the road, Irquit curiously asked what to have for dinner, leaving Du Ming almost speechless. He was eager to pry open the girl's skull to see the structure inside. Besides that, the girl was also quite curious, asking Du Ming what she was and inquiring about things from the main world. Du Ming explained with his own understanding, combining it with the words of Master Rashi regarding whether she understood or not. He didn't care. Du Ming did not reveal anything about the main world. As dusk approached, sunlight brushed over them, and the gentle breeze made everything seem so tranquil and harmonious. It should have been a great time to enjoy the beautiful seaside scenery. However, when Du Ming stepped onto the beach, he looked up at the sky, his expression darkening. In the short time walking from the hotel, the weather changed every second. The comfortable sunlight gradually dimmed, dark clouds crawled in from the corners, and the wind whipped up the waves, which began to grow violent. The air by the sea was filled with a sense of impending storm. This wretched weather seems targeted at us. I suspect that if we turn around, the weather will immediately clear up. Du Ming cursed. Irquit chuckled, stepping towards the sea. It's just normal weather changes. It has nothing to do with you. With her hands behind her back, the girl turned lightly. Let's talk about something important. Du Ming came to. A fierce wind blew and a leaf stuck to Irquit's mouth. Haha. Du Ming quickly shifted from a dark expression to a beaming smile, delighted. Irquit paid no mind, cheerfully removing the leaf and tossing it aside. Du Ming came to. A strong gust of wind howled past, snapping a thin branch, which fortuitously struck Irquit's lips. She had let her guard down, and the attack without life force did not trigger her instinctive defenses, and she failed to pay attention to her surroundings, leading to a light brush with a branch. Expressionless, Irquit removed the branch and crushed it between her fingers. Ha. Du Ming laughed until tears came. Irquit, let's just go back and talk. This crazy weather changed so drastically. If we stay here, do you believe a giant whale will suddenly charge out of the sea and hit you on the head? Irquit crossed her arms. Du Ming, your jokes are getting more outrageous. Really, branches and leaves hitting me are just unlikely events, very unlikely. That's not necessarily true, Du Ming analyzed with experience. As everyone knows, unlikely events will definitely happen eventually. Impossible events will inevitably become certain. Plus, with that silly hair on your head, you already have the characteristics of a protagonist. Your silly hair is like a magnet. I believe that whether good or bad, all events will occur around you, as if iron magnets are drawn to a magnet. Irquit rolled her eyes, not noticing her silly hair. All right, I'll be careful, she said with a happy smile. In her original world, she was the true ancestor of planetary perception, capable of acting on the planet's will, and her power was equally exaggerated. By night, her very existence possessed an immortal quality. Since her arrival in this world, due to her true ancestor nature, her connection with this planet had unexpectedly been strengthening, becoming increasingly close. This led to a minor issue. Normally, if she were completely linked to this Earth, all natural and man-made disasters should avoid her. At that time, she could even act on the planet's will. To be her enemy was no different from being an enemy of this Earth. As her connection with this Earth deepened, it became much stronger than that of other humans here. Simultaneously, some anomalies resembling natural phenomena began to frequently occur around her. Currently, her connection with this earth was still somewhat half-baked and not complete. If she were a native of this earth, it would be fine. The anomalies surrounding her would all change for the better. However, Irkte was originally not the true ancestor of this world. For her, this earth was still unable to accurately perceive what anomalies she favored, what changes she disliked, and what changes she was indifferent to. The earth only relied on its affinity with Irkte to let all sorts of strange and seemingly natural events happen around her. The extreme weather changes today, the unexpected closeness of leaves and branches were all manifestations of this. To normalize everything around her might still take half a year or even a year. Irkte looked at Du Ming and said with a smile, "Besides, do you think I would be injured by a whale? The whale should be the one being careful not to fall into my hands." Du Ming felt a little envious. Was this the ease of a strong person? In his main world on Blue Star, none of the teachers at his school could reach such combat power. Other more famous high schools and universities should have quite a few strong individuals capable of battling whales and sharks. He heard that this year on Blue Star, 3 remarkable senior students were competing for a single admission spot at the very famous Silver Sky University. Those 3 were far stronger than him, and he imagined they could also engage in a battle with great whales. "Hey Du Ming, are you listening?" Irkte scrutinized Du Ming from head to toe. "I'm listening. Please continue, I'm listening. Honestly, you're not paying attention to what I'm saying." She sighed helplessly and said, "Du Ming." Suddenly sharp raindrops began to fall quickly, turning into a downpour, interrupting the girl's words. "So should we go back and talk?" Du Ming looked up at the now pitch-black sky, stifling a laugh. The rain was pouring down, soaking him completely. He was no longer in a hurry to go back. After all, he was already drenched, so it made no difference whether he got wetter or not. Irkte lowered her head, her face darkening. The incessant weather interruptions made her furious. Damn Earth. The girl's hands formed claws, almost wanting to leap up and claw at the dark clouds above. "Humph." Swallowing her anger, Irkte pouted. "I only have 2 sentences to say, and then I'll leave." "Do." Boom. Thunder rumbled and flashed. Even worse, behind Irkte, a wave was whipped up by the wind and crashed forward. With a dark expression, Irkte angrily punched behind her. The sound reverberated, shaking the space behind her. The wave crashed down with a thunderous roar, drenching her completely. Her hair, clothes, and body were all soaked. Irkte's pale red eyes glimmered with bloodlust, yet they were also exceptionally cold. Du Ming felt unable to look directly at her, sensing the whole world was targeting Irkte. Stepping forward, Du Ming approached Irkte and said, "Should we continue or go back to change clothes first?" Irkte, hands in her pockets, still fuming, turned to Du Ming. "Did you come to this world through something called the Dimensional Gate? You can come here and also return." Du Ming nodded. He had already shared this information earlier. Du Ming. A blinding light flashed in the sky like a bolt of lightning, splitting the evening sky and piercing through the dark clouds. At that moment, it felt as if time had frozen. Whoosh. Irkte suddenly looked up. In front of her, a bolt of lightning descended silently, heading straight for her head. There was no time, she couldn't afford to think for another second. Her blood-red eyes flickered with the color of lightning, and Irkte kicked Du Ming hard in the waist, sending him flying. She couldn't hold on to Du Ming and run away. Irkte instinctively felt that if she fled, the lightning would turn and strike her due to their affinity. At that time, she might be fine, but Du Ming would very likely die. Zap! The lightning flashed, and Irkte was completely engulfed by the thunder. Then a deafening thunderclap rang out. Boom! Du Ming rolled several times on the ground, glancing at the dazzling lightning that consumed the figure of the girl. Irkte saved me. An indescribable pain gripped Du Ming's abdomen, spasms racking his body, his vision blurred, sweat dripping down his forehead, merging with the rain. He tried desperately to breathe, but each breath intensified the pain in his abdomen. His body trembled. Du Ming's consciousness was nearly fading, his hand shaking as he struggled to prop himself up, crawling several times before finally managing to stand. "Hey, Irkte." His legs were trembling, abdominal pain radiating through his entire body as Du Ming advanced step by step. Though the hope was slim, Du Ming wished that Irkte, who saved his life, would be all right, hoping her true ancestor bloodline would have some effect. As the lightning dissipated, the figure of the girl appeared before Du Ming. He looked carefully without hope, and then he was dumbfounded. What is it, Du Ming?" The girl tilted her head with an expression of indifference. Oh, there was still a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth, indicating that the lightning had indeed had an effect. You're fine." Du Ming looked at her with a confused expression. This outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. "You have to be affected." Irkte, looking upset, said, "If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been struck by lightning at all. If I were here for a year, no, even just a month, I wouldn't be bleeding." Damn Earth. Du Ming fell into a deep silence. Irkte, feeling a bit embarrassed, tilted her head away, not daring to look at Du Ming, but awkwardly stole a glance. "That is, I'm sorry." That lightning was originally meant to strike me, but because of my relationship, Du Ming got caught and almost died. So I apologize. The girl looked quite embarrassed, but spoke her mind feeling awkward. It's a fact that you saved me. Du Ming shook his head, not arguing. By the way, you hadn't finished what you were saying earlier. Will we talk about it here, or continue later? Let's talk about it here. Irkte regained her focus, nodding. Du Ming said that after finishing a task you will go back. Irkte's voice gradually grew serious. Du Ming paused for a moment, sighed, and replied, in less than a week when this course ends I will leave here. Hearing this, Irkte's eyes narrowed as she asked, Du Ming crossed into other worlds through the dimensional gate and can also return. Will you be the only one going back then? Du Ming nodded slowly. How long will you be gone? I don't know. When will you come back? I don't know. Irkte's gaze turned cold. So you brought me to this world without permission, and then you plan to swagger back like this? Hey. Du Ming quickly corrected. I wasn't lying. That was an accident. Besides, didn't you say you observed for a whole day in your world before coming here? Clearly you came here on your own initiative. That's not important. Irkte declared emphatically. Du Ming's heart sank. How could that not be important? I didn't deceive anyone. I'm innocent. Every cell in his body screamed innocence. Irkte scoffed. You want to take me to your world? Du Ming sighed, cursing this annoying Dragon Ball Earth. Not long after their initial meeting, due to an accident, the dimensional gate allowed him and Irkte to exchange, acquire, and provide any information. Yet until just now he had not revealed any significant information. The information about himself was also minimal. He merely hinted at the existence of the dimensional gate and the main world, giving less information than what Irkte had provided him. Even when he mentioned that the dimensional gate could allow travelers to return to the main world, it was to emphasize that his side was more advanced, aiming to position himself favorably in negotiations for more information and benefits. This was something taught in textbooks, methods and techniques on acquiring information in a copy world, though he had nearly forgotten the specific format. This was his first time entering a copy world, and he didn't perform exceptionally well. He might have inadvertently revealed some information, but the outcome was still acceptable. Yet 2 minutes ago the lightning had inexplicably granted him a savior, which was quite amusing. Irkte was a girl, a vampire, a straightforward fool, and utterly naive. She was also quite beautiful. In their brief interactions, Du Ming could clearly sense that Irkte's emotions were very direct. She was a child who did not yet deceive herself about her feelings. Based on his current understanding, Du Ming could judge that Irkte was a very good girl. However, even so, he did not have the thought of she's a good person, I will give her information for free. Being a good person only heightened Du Ming's willingness to interact with her and made him more inclined to exchange information. But this sudden lightning left him feeling disoriented. Irkte had thus become his savior in the main world's home. His sister Wei Wei often taught him. After entering the copy world, he had to repay any kindness received from every pretty kind girl he met. He had to repay any debts of gratitude. Du Ming had been repeatedly instructed for years, and his sister's words were naturally ingrained in his DNA. His sister Wei Wei had indeed taught him. If the favor was too great, and he could not repay it, just tie the person up with a rope and make them family. That way he would never have to repay the favor. However, Du Ming felt deep down that such thoughts were wrong, and he rarely agreed with Wei Wei. I will return in a few days, and that won't change. Let me tell you some information. Du Ming revealed the dimensional gate is a marvelous thing. To bring an intelligent being like you from this world requires meeting stringent conditions. He decided to listen to his sister and repay some of the favor with information, which was also a concession to his own heart. The coldness in Irkte's eyes had completely vanished, replaced by curious brightness. The first type is tasks and rewards. Normally, as a traveler like me, I cannot reveal information about the dimensional gate and the main world, but the dimensional gate gives travelers some tasks, which when completed yield rewards. Most task rewards are fixed, while some can vary within a certain range, allowing for personal choice. Some travelers exchange all or part of their rewards for items, living beings, or even a living person like you to leave the copy world. Du Ming's words were not fully understood by Irkte, but she comprehended the last sentence. Irkte beamed as she leaned closer, pointing at her own nose. Then take me with you, Du Ming. I want to leave with you and go to your world. No way, Du Ming shrugged. This world is the first I traveled to. There are no tasks and likely no rewards either. Even if there were rewards, my life level is so low that there wouldn't be an option for self-selected rewards. Irkte's expression immediately fell. The second method is smuggling. Du Ming continued. Smuggling was a method devised by a predecessor in cultivation. That predecessor forcibly maintained consciousness, while the dimensional gate sent him into the copy world, linking the coordinates of the main world and the copy world. Once in the copy world, he would use spatial secret techniques to transport those he desired back to the main world. But I do not have that ability. Normally, capturing the coordinates of a dimension or world is quite difficult primarily due to 2 points. One cannot observe or record the coordinates of a world from within it. To capture a world's coordinates, one must observe and record from outside the world. That is the first. Second, including the main world coordinates of other dimensions and copy worlds are not static, but continuously changing unpredictably. To connect two worlds, one must constantly record the coordinate data of both worlds and maintain spatial secret techniques. Thus, the dimensional gate is formidable. After capturing a new world, it can completely track and record the dynamic coordinates of the new world and the copy worlds it produces, ensuring that awakeners can traverse to the correct copy world. Currently, the dimensional gate has evolved multiple times, obscuring the coordinates of the main world and the copy worlds, rendering smuggling methods nearly useless. Only some ancient and powerful families still retain and continue to record the coordinates of certain copy worlds. The third method is disguise. Disguise was also a method devised by a predecessor from that era, using a strange, indescribable drug to erode the bodies and souls of the natives, making them indistinguishable from people of the main world. However, this drug is not only impossible to mass-produce to this day, but it also comes from a mysterious, terrifying world that cannot be fully conquered with very low and unstable production. I heard that the primary use of this drug is for conquering high-difficulty copies, and now the stock of the drug has already been divided up with no circulation. In any case, I don't have this stuff. AI Air Kuwait's expression grew even more dismal. The fourth method purely depends on strength. Du Ming said, "In my world, some powerful beings are extremely strong. Although they cannot traverse parallel universes, protecting a person for a short time is not a problem. They bear the cost and forcibly bring the living back to the main world. You see, I know that too. I don't have that kind of ability." Oh. AI Air Kuwait stared at Du Ming and after a moment asked, "What about other methods?" "I don't know," Du Ming replied. "Actually, all these methods share a common problem. One must first be able to return to the original copy world to utilize them. I heard that there are some secret techniques and items in my world that can accomplish this, but I've never seen them. Just assume they exist, but they seem to be concentrated in the hands of certain large families and powerful beings unrelated to me." AI Air Kuwait lowered her head for a while, then lifted it again, her eyes shining with light. "When will Du Ming become strong?" "If you become strong, you can come back, right?" "Maybe," Du Ming replied. At least for now, he had no desire to become that kind of strong being. To put it bluntly, with his ordinary talent and aptitude, even with effort, there was no hope. However, AI Air Kuwait seemed unconcerned, smiling happily. "I can live forever, so I can wait a long time." Indeed, she was a long-lived species, Du Ming thought. In his understanding, vampires generally had lifespans much longer than normal humans. AI Air Kuwait also said he was special, a true ancestor, so she must be even longer lived. "If I am fortunate enough to return to the Dragon Ball world and become powerful enough to have that ability, I can take you with me," Du Ming promised, gently shaking his head. "Just know that this is not my goal. Oh, I would only do it if I happen to meet those conditions. Perhaps next time, if I accidentally return to this world, I still won't have the ability to take you with me. At that time, you mustn't twist my head off and use it as a basketball." AI Air Kuwait's smile never faded. "At that time, shall we come to this beach to see the sea together?" Looking at the rain-drenched sky and the fierce sea breeze with garbage occasionally blowing and then being crushed by AI Air Kuwait on the beach, Du Ming nodded slowly. "All right." He then curiously asked, "AI Air Kuwait, have you ever thought about returning to your original world, or are you planning to stay in this world?" "I don't even know how to return to that world, so either is fine," AI Air Kuwait said nonchalantly. "But since you are in this world, I am very curious about pumpkins. I want to see what you eat for breakfast tomorrow, what you have for lunch, what you have for dinner, and I want to keep watching your face when you practice at the venue." Du Ming couldn't take it anymore. He realized too late that he had previously thought AI Air Kuwait was just straightforward and that many of her words were simply spoken due to her naive and foolish nature. However, with this current statement from AI Air Kuwait, he finally felt something was very off, extremely off. AI Air Kuwait, you seem to eat a lot during dinner. Do you usually eat this much?" His sister Wei Wei had taught Du Ming. In the copy world, if a pretty kind girl appeared and something fell off, if he was uncertain about his feelings for her, he must first shift the topic. AI Air Kuwait shook her head with a smile. "I actually don't need to eat. It's just that this earth seems very strange. After my connection with it deepens, my power has increased too rapidly, and my body feels a bit uncoordinated, sometimes producing a sensation similar to hunger which humans experience. In another 6 months to a year, once I am completely connected with this planet, this illusion will also disappear." "Oh, I see." Du Ming nodded in understanding and was thinking about asking something else when raindrops fell on his lips from the sky. He looked up at the pitch-black sky and smiled. "Shall we go back first?" After the rain started, they had originally planned to say just 2 sentences, but he and AI Air Kuwait found themselves talking a lot. Their clothes, pants, and hair were all drenched. The two walked back to the secret hotel. By the way, AI Air Kuwaite, what do you mean by being connected to this planet? In my original world, I inherited the power of someone and received the support of that planet existing as a sort of sensory extension of the planet. That is the fruit. After crossing to this planet, I first had this sensory extension of the planet as a result, so this fruit began to trace back, and I thus established a connection with this planet. I see I don't understand, but it sounds very advanced. The sound of their conversation gradually faded away. In the early morning, Du Ming leaped through the flower bushes in the park, catching up with the Lotto brothers running alongside them at the back of the group. His breath steadied with the rhythm of his jumps, and his chi surged with each leap. The Lotto brothers turned back in surprise, unknowingly quickening their pace. Alkert leaned against a tree in the park watching intently. Master Rashi was under another tree, reclining on a lounge chair, looking quite relaxed. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Du Ming trained rhythmically every day, jogging in the morning and facing Master Rose's various bizarre physical and mental training after breakfast. In the afternoon, after resting, he focused on chi training. After 3 days of steady progress, Du Ming was just one step away from reaching level 1 in his life tier. On the other hand, his physical fitness had significantly improved, allowing him to easily keep pace with the Lotto brothers, although he still struggled to keep up with EDS morning running team. He found it strange that despite having some basic physical training at school, he had never improved this quickly. He wondered if it was due to the Dragon Ball world becoming an awakened or learning to use chi. Du Ming's daily training volume was quite fixed, much less than that of other martial artists in Mimi martial arts. After returning with Alkert, that day Master Rashi finished his course just in time to check Du Ming's body. Then Master Rashi was shocked and speechless. Just like Du Ming felt once his body and spirit reached a certain training threshold, they would reject the training from within, feeling exhausted, nauseous, and repulsed. However, if he used his body, instead of exercising, these negative feelings would immediately vanish. Master Rashi furrowed his brow and asked Du Ming how he had never discovered this in all his years. Master Rashi, quite exasperated, adjusted Du Ming's training plan to ensure he could complete his afternoon chi courses. Du Ming also began to enjoy a leisurely training life, clocking in and out on time, running basic physical training, concentration training, chi manipulation training, and more. Master Rashi was amazed to see that Du Ming's growth rate remained unaffected, continuing to improve steadily. Du Ming himself also heeded Master Rose's advice and began exploring and researching his own method of controlling chi. He tried to circulate chi within his body like in a cultivation-themed dungeon, hoping to develop like a cultivator. In the main world, Du Ming worried that he couldn't enter the dungeon world after practicing the cultivation technique. He had never practiced a cultivation technique, but he remembered the basic chi technique Qi Yu Shao Tian Gong from the school library. With the incantation, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the chi to circulate throughout his body while slowly accumulating and refining it. Du Ming attempted to control his chi properly, following the route described in Qi Yu Shao Tian Gong, letting it flow within him. He quickly realized it was ineffective. After some thought, he speculated that the technique was incompatible with the chi of the Dragon Ball world, which might require a different circulation route. At first, he cautiously let the chi wander within his body, fearing that its energy would harm him or damage strange things like his spiritual roots or meridians. But he soon discovered that it was still useless. Eventually, he let the chi roam chaotically inside and outside his body, and nothing happened. The results were rather pleasant. There were no adverse effects. The chi flowing within his body caused no harm at all. Yet it was also quite disappointing. It had absolutely no effect. The wandering of chi did not enhance his combat power, physical strength, or overall ability. It might be due to the differences between the chi of the Dragon Ball world and the spiritual energy of the cultivation world, or perhaps chi required a unique incantation. Coming out of his introspection, Du Ming glanced at the time. There was still some time before Master Rose's small class began. He had mentioned to Mimi yesterday that he would have his training allowance divided into 2 parts, one for Alkert and one for Master Rashi. However, the portion he intended for Master Rashi was refused by the nose-picking master who came out. He had shamelessly eavesdropped and heard Du Ming's conversation with Mimi. He even asked Du Ming where he was going. As for the allowance for Alkert, she was very happy and willing to accept it all. Alkert cheerfully ran over, pulling him along to browse nearby shopping malls. In the mall, Alkert picked out a white dress to show Du Ming. Du Ming, what do you think of this one? It's okay, I guess. Du Ming glanced at it. The white dress and the white clothes she wore suited Alkert very well. What about this one? It's also okay. Du Ming glanced again. And this one? It's fine. Du Ming nodded. Then, how about this one? Du Ming casually looked up, about to speak, when he suddenly widened his eyes. This one won't do. According to Vivi's teachings in the dungeon world, if a pretty and kind girl asks for your opinion on her outfit, you can be casual about good or average clothes, but you must clearly voice your dislike for anything you find unattractive. Alkert exclaimed, I thought Du Ming would like it. How could that be? Du Ming stared wide-eyed in disbelief. White silk just doesn't suit you at all. Isn't black better? Why change it? Alkert looked at Du Ming with a knowing smile for a moment before tossing the white silk back and having the rest wrapped by the attendant. Then I will buy these, okay? The days passed in a hurry and the sounds of martial artists running echoed around Mimi's hotel. The sun set again and again while Du Ming sat quietly in his room, quietly sensing the growth of his qi. Since the day Du Ming knocked Lotto out with his twisted logic, Lotto hazily returned to his room to contact Cat. This cat was no ordinary woman. Though it was clear that Lotto was quite conflicted about her cat demon identity, she never brought up the fact that he had previously shown disdain for her. Du Ming heard from Harlow that Cat had spent a few days restoring her romance with Lotto, and that Lotto had decided to rush over to Cat for some happiness immediately after the special training. Du Ming also felt quite happy. During these days he reveled in the joy of his qi's growth, immersing himself day and night in training. Every afternoon, he listened quietly to Master Rose's lectures with the others. On the first day, Harlow's brothers and many martial artists simply followed Mimi's instructions, quietly staying in the venue and staring eagerly at the Master Chung Long, who stood with his hands behind his back. That day some even took the teaching time as a break, or even a nap. But after Alkert and Master Rashi unexpectedly clashed, they both changed. Alkert and Master Rose's strength, which surpassed their understanding, became the best persuasion tool to make them calm down and train. However, many martial artists were still convinced by sheer force. Their bodies complied, but their hearts remained unconvinced. They still thought of qi as something ethereal, a scam. Of course, they only spoke out of frustration. It would be impossible for them to confront the seemingly kind Master Rashi. On the third day, Harlow informed everyone that although he still had not sensed the so-called qi, his ability to focus quickly seemed to have improved through this method. After each teaching session, the Harlow brothers fell asleep faster, their muscles relaxed more quickly after training, and they woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. The two brothers confirmed what Ed had said on the second day. After Harlow's comments, several more martial artists stood up claiming they had experienced the same over the past days. Starting on the fourth day, the number of martial artists seriously attending classes significantly increased, and there were no more martial artists sleeping in class. Then on the sixth day, even more explosive news came from Ed, the top martial artist. After the 6 days class, Ed claimed he still had not sensed the so-called qi. However, after 6 days, he had diligently trained and unexpectedly made some progress. Ed told everyone that after a few days of qi sensing training, he had made slight improvements in his previously stagnant martial arts, becoming a bit more agile. Moreover, his dynamic vision seemed to have undergone very subtle changes, allowing him to see more clearly during combat. Wow. Ed's words stirred many martial artists in Mimi martial arts, even more surprising than what Harlow had said on the third day. Many who had wasted 3 or 4 days regretted it, bitterly wishing they had paid more attention on the first day. Fortunately, they had listened to Harlow's words on the fourth day and hadn't completely wasted their time. It was said that many martial artists were determined to actively prepare for the qi course on the 7th day, the last day, striving to achieve some results by the final lesson. Master Rashi had learned about Ed's changes. Du Ming heard from Master Rashi that Ed continued to refine his training, hoping to sense qi within 3 to 5 years. By that time, Ed's martial arts path would likely enter a period of explosion. Ed was still under 40. If he achieved something before turning 40, perhaps he could temporarily halt the decline of his energy, leading to one final glorious stretch in his martial arts journey. As for the others, according to Master Rashi, Harlow's brothers and a few others had a chance to grasp qi within 10 years, while the remaining individuals had a chance, but it was slim. Teacher, Du Ming came to Master Rose's room the night before leaving. Sit down. Master Rashi lay on the sofa reading a magazine and chuckling, not looking at Du Ming. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, where to? A place I can't say. Master Rashi flipped a page of the magazine, glancing at Du Ming. When will you be back? Can't you say that either? He had already known Du Ming was leaving when he overheard him saying he would give him half of the allowance, but Du Ming hadn't answered him seriously that day. I don't even know when I can come back. Master Rashi asked, when are you leaving tomorrow? Du Ming thought for a moment. It should be shortly before the qi class starts. Master Rashi raised an eyebrow. After this training, I plan to take you with me to set a long-term training plan for you. Du Ming, you should be able to figure that out, right? Leaving with Master Rashi would allow Du Ming to receive more complete and more comprehensive training. He would be able to learn from the Turtle School and various other martial arts techniques. But that was impossible. This time the time for crossing over was only 7 days. I have my reasons for needing to leave, Du Ming said regretfully. I see. Master Rashi stared at Du Ming, and after a while he revealed a faint smile. Remember to find me when you come back to continue your training course, which has just begun. Teacher. Du Ming stood and remained silent for a moment. Then teacher, you'll leave tonight. All right, go on. Master Rashi replied, then suddenly shouted, wait. Do you know how to find me when you come back? Du Ming thought for a moment. Teacher must have a phone, right? They'll write it down and call you when I come back. Phone. Master Rashi stiffened. I haven't used my phone in a long time. I don't even know if it still works. Oh, Master Rashi slapped his thigh. Mimi's company is quite big. You just look for Mimi when you come back. I occasionally come back here. Okay, since that's the case. Master Rashi raised his head. Du Ming, where is Mimi? She should be watching today's fighting tournament downstairs. Go down and ask Mimi to come up. Remember to tell him it's your teacher Wu Tian who asked him to come up. Du Ming said, oh. With a grin he chuckled. Is teacher planning to tell Mimi your title? However, I think in Master Mimi's eyes Cheng Long and Wu Tian have no significant difference in status. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. Master Rashi rolled his eyes at Du Ming and said irritably, it's just because of you that I'll have to interact more with him in the future. Always using Cheng Long will be more tiring. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you are leaving tomorrow and I need to conserve some energy for your training tomorrow, I would have sent you to the hospital right now. Du Ming smirked smugly. Teacher, just enjoy your moment of pride. You are the noble god of martial arts, but I am just a nameless nobody. You can bully me all you want now, win against me countless times. But in Young, all I need is to win against you once, haha. With a slap, Master Rashi rolled up the magazine and hit Du Ming on the head, his forehead veins bulging. You only know how to talk tough. Wait until you have 1/10 of my strength before you talk. Hurry up and call Mimi, and let Mimi tell everyone. Tomorrow's Chi class has been moved to 10 a.m. After exchanging a few words with Mimi at an open-air bar, Du Ming returned to his hotel room. Before the door, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against the doorframe, hands clasped behind their back, gazing quietly at him. Ultruge, Du Ming smiled. Still awake? Oh, right, I nearly forgot your energy peaks at night, doesn't it? Ultruge lowered her head slightly, tilting it to one side as she watched Du Ming. Her hands hidden behind her back pressed gently, but nervously, against the door. A momentary lapse in focus caused her to press just a little too hard. A section of the door panel buckled inward. She wore the dress they had bought together that day. A white gown edged with black, its delicate cut revealing smooth shoulders. Black tights contrasted elegantly against the pale fabric, lending her an ethereal grace. Du Ming, I can't sleep. Lying in bed I try, but my thoughts keep returning to the image of you leaving tomorrow. Will you come back? Du Ming froze, drawing a slow, deep breath. Yes, I will return. Truly. I owe you my life, and still have more than half left to repay. I have no choice. Ultruge's eyes widened. That's terribly unfair, Du Ming. Does that mean you'd only return out of obligation? Du Ming turned his gaze aside, unable to answer. Say something, Du Ming. Next time I return, we'll go to the cinema. Together. Is that acceptable? Du Ming sighed, offering a promise as intangible as mist. I won't forget. And neither will you, Du Ming. Yes, I won't forget. A faint, quiet smile bloomed across Ultruge's lips. Silence reigned through the night. The following day marked Du Ming's final day in the Dragon Ball world. After his morning run and a brief rest, martial artists from Mimi's dojo gathered in the underground arena. Master Rashi stood upon the stage, awaiting their arrival. Murmurs filled the hall, confused practitioners wondering why today's lesson had begun earlier than usual. Only Mimi knew the truth. This was Master Matato's special instruction for Du Ming, though in that moment he still believed the master's name was Jackie Chan. His gaze lingered on Du Ming seated quietly in a corner of the arena. Last night, Master Mi, Du Ming murmured, lifting his head just slightly. What is it? Master Mi, absorbed in watching Ad's performance in the finals, glanced over in response. Do you know who Master Jackie Chan truly is? Master Mi blinked. Who else could Master Jackie Chan be? Who indeed? Well, if pressed for specifics, he is the martial sage who saved my life. He once told me himself that he has long withdrawn from worldly affairs, wandering freely among mountains and rivers for decades. Is that how your teacher misled you? Du Ming offered a faint, knowing smile. Master Mi, my teacher Master Matato requests your presence in his chamber. Matato, Master Mi repeated softly. The previous evening he had puzzled over whether Matato might simply be another name for Jackie Chan. By morning, however, he understood fully just how extraordinary the name Matato truly was. Master Mi, will you continue training with the same dedication for another decade, eh? As Master Mi pondered the question, Master Rashi's voice rang beside him. Yes, Master, he affirmed, nodding firmly. Very good. A gentle smile touched Master Rashi's lips. You are perceptive. Even without explicit explanation, you understand. Your path in the martial way will soon reach its natural limit. Master Mi smiled in reply. Step behind me. This is your final lesson. Watch closely. And with that he stepped quietly to stand behind Master Rashi. The arena now brimmed with martial artists, all assembled. Master Rashi swept his gaze across the crowd, then smiled faintly, before his voice thundered forth, resonating in every ear. Today's lesson is the final one on Qi, the vital energy that flows through all things. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, silencing every whisper. I suspect not a single one of you can yet sense Qi, am I right? Judging by my experience, even the swiftest among you will require several years before first perceiving its subtle currents. Glances flickered left and right. Hushed murmurs rose and fell. Master Rashi's eyes briefly met Du Ming's seated in a corner, with Altruge beside him. Du Ming, come to the stage, he bellowed, his tone thick with affectionate exasperation. On my way. Altruge, wait here. I'll be right back. At Master Rashi's call, Du Ming turned to his companion and hurried onto the stage. Master, what would you have me do? Du Ming blinked innocently. What? Master Rashi retorted dryly. Be my target. Du Ming, huh? Master Rashi glanced once more at the whispering crowd below. Today is no ordinary lesson. He surveyed the assembly again. Today I shall show you the true power of Qi. In truth, he intended for Du Ming to feel that power, not abstractly, but viscerally. Below, martial artists exchanged bewildered glances. Du Ming, stand over here. Master Rashi directed him toward the eastern side, the direction of the open sea. Raise both hands above your head and trace a perfect circle. Like this. Du Ming frowned, circling his hands slowly above his crown. Yes, exactly. Master Rashi chuckled. Now hold still. Raising one hand palm, facing the imaginary circle Du Ming held aloft, Master Rashi paused. Du Ming stiffened, whispering, Master, surely you aren't aiming the Kamehameha directly at my head. So you already know quite a bit. Saves me the trouble of explaining. Master Rashi grinned. Still, this time it's merely a standard energy wave. Close your eyes. Gather your own Qi into the circle formed by your hands, and feel the resonance of the energy wave. Next time you return, if you cannot even generate such a wave, do not dare face me again. Please, don't tremble, Master. Du Ming's voice quivered. Humph. Master Rashi gave no reply, instead turning his head toward the audience. Now watch closely. Watch my right hand. A thunderclap of sound erupted in every practitioner's ears. They all snapped their heads upward, eyes locked on Master Rashi. Huh. Huh. Master Rashi drew a deep, resonant breath, the subtle swell of muscle beneath his robes stretching the fabric taut. Energy coalesced within him, gathering point by point into a brilliant, incandescent light upon his right palm. The light intensified, brighter, purer. Below, martial artists gaped, stunned, speechless by a sight none had ever witnessed. First a pinpoint of radiance, then a luminous sphere. The air around Master Rashi's right hand shimmered and warped. Practitioners rubbed their eyes frantically, yet the distortion veiled the light entirely, rendering it impossible to perceive clearly. Huh! With a thunderous cry, Master Rashi released the sphere. A straight, blinding beam of white light shot forward, whistling cleanly through the circular space, traced by Du Ming's upraised hands. Boom! The ceiling exploded outward in a shower of debris, the beam piercing straight through, vanishing into the distant eastern sea. When the light faded, shattered stone and dust rained down. Below, Mimi's martial artists stood frozen, mouths agape, breath stilled. So profound was their awe that the vast arena fell utterly silent, not even a whisper of breath disturbing the hush. Even Master Mi, who stood upon the stage and had glimpsed Qi before, was struck dumb with reverence. Slowly, deliberately, Master Rashi withdrew his energy. This energy wave differed fundamentally from the gentle spirals of Qi Du Ming had cultivated in his palms these past days. The disparity in sheer energetic density was staggering. The wave contained far greater Qi, compressed to a density incomparable to any spiral. So immense was its localized energy that the surrounding air itself twisted and rippled, obscuring its core completely. To perceive its inner structure clearly would demand either extraordinary innate talent, or more realistically, the ability to sense Qi first. By contrast, the daily spirals held milder energy, making them far more suitable for gradual step-by-step cultivation by novices. Yet this was no ordinary lesson. It was Du Ming's final class, and also his first true initiation into advanced mastery. He had quite deliberately leapt ahead. The energy wave from the turtle sage left the venue enveloped in an enduring silence, a profound stillness prevailing. Yet the turtle sage showed no signs of halting, continuing with his teachings. This time it was a method that the martial artists were quite familiar with, sensing the Qi within the swirling energy. Just like the previous days, it was a 1-hour lesson. An hour later, amidst the restless hearts of the Mi martial artists, the turtle sage's lesson came to a close. With a mix of impatience and anticipation, everyone gradually dispersed. When Du Ming and Ire quite arrived on stage, Mi and the turtle sage were engaged in conversation. Master Wu Tian, are you saying that Ai Da and Hao Yuode along with the others have a chance to learn Qi? Mimi exclaimed with delight. The turtle sage smiled and replied, it's not just a matter of hope, they originally had the potential. I initially estimated it would take many years. However, over the past few days I've observed them. The martial artists of Mi always support each other, striving together and communicating. The atmosphere is quite good. Perhaps this environment will allow them to learn Qi more quickly. Upon hearing the turtle sage's words, Mi was overjoyed, dancing with glee. He resembled the innocent child who, after scoring 100 on an exam, received praise from teachers and parents. His Mimi martial arts had already produced a genius like Du Ming, who could sense qi, and now, according to Master Wu Tian, there might be a few more. He truly felt happy for Aida and the others. During the Turtle Sage's daily lessons, he always positioned himself closest to the Turtle Sage to sense the qi. However, due to his poor aptitude, even though he had witnessed the energy orbs in the Turtle Sage's hands, he could not feel any trace of qi whenever he closed his eyes. In terms of sensing qi, he had made zero progress. Thankfully, he had finally made advancements in martial arts, showing signs of breaking through his own martial arts ceiling. After his battle with Du Ming, Mimi attempted to be a bit more relaxed during combat, yielding some results. It seemed he could make slight progress in martial arts. However, more than his own progress, he was happier for the others, for Ai, to the Lot brothers Du Ming, and all the practitioners of Mimi who were making strides in their martial arts journey. Du Ming's combat strength was nearly catching up to Haluot and the others. Mimi gazed at the approaching Du Ming, sighing, Teacher, have I been doing okay these past few days?" Du Ming smiled as he spoke to the Turtle Sage. Unlike the first day, by the end of the 7th day of teaching, the martial artists of Mi displayed expressions of great reluctance, not wanting the Turtle Sage to leave. Nevertheless, just moments ago the Turtle Sage had cheerfully declined their pleas to stay. The 7 days of learning had merely ignited their journey towards understanding qi. If they wished to progress further, they would need to put in more solid effort and have fleeting moments of inspiration and comprehension. Or perhaps the Turtle Sage would need to continue teaching them for many more years. That would be fine. Casting a sidelong glance at his capable disciple, the deep bond formed over these 7 days made him involuntarily scoff. Humph. This kid was undoubtedly a rare talent, a realization the Turtle Sage had. In just 7 days, this kid had shown growth as if he were soaring through the skies. At first, although he showed a hint of control over qi, he still stumbled frequently. Each day Du Ming transformed in how he emitted qi and the timing of his control. However, this was not the reason the Turtle Sage considered him exceptionally talented. The most peculiar and important aspect was that Du Ming possessed a unique physique that yielded results as long as he trained. After several days, as long as Du Ming practiced, he would certainly experience growth after each session. This was truly beyond the capability of ordinary martial artists. After you leave today, you must continue to strive, the Turtle Sage said. These past few days have only been a warm-up, laying the foundation upon a foundation. There is still much to learn ahead. I will master. Today marked the 7th and final day in the Dragon Ball world, after which he would return to his original world. The book mentioned that when returning, it was best to find a place that was unoccupied and free of surveillance to avoid drawing the attention of any powerful beings who might sense anomalies. He planned to spend the afternoon alone in his room waiting for the time to leave, or perhaps he would leave the Mimi Hotel and find a secluded corner in the park to await his return. It was also possible that he would depart under the watchful eyes of Iyer Quite. Reflecting on it, he thought that aside from the others in the Dragon Ball world, the Omni King should be capable of sensing interdimensional travel. Perhaps in the eyes of the Omni King, Du Ming was no different from dust or debris unworthy of attention. As for when he would return to the Dragon Ball world, he was uncertain. After traversing through the dimensional gate into a new instance, Awakeners would still have the opportunity to enter again, but he was not sure when such an opportunity would arise. Moreover, he was equally uncertain about how much time would pass in the Dragon Ball world after his return. There were several methods to return to the Dragon Ball world. One method was through the dimensional gate. In the future, when he entered an instance world again, there would be a chance he could re-enter the Dragon Ball world, though he had no idea what the odds might be. The second and third methods were artificial, involving tools or powerful individuals forcibly entering. These methods had no relation to him. He had heard of other methods, but they were all hearsay, and Du Ming could not take them seriously. Thus, he could not provide the Turtle Sage and Iyer Quite with any guarantees regarding the timeline, nor could he inform them how long he would be gone. After hearing Du Ming's words, the Turtle Sage furrowed his brow and fell silent for a moment, revealing little expression. He then added, after lunch, "Come to my room, I will write you a simple training plan." All right, Du Ming nodded. In the short span of 7 days, he had not pushed himself to the limit, and training. His regimen was orderly and appropriate, involving occasional exploration and frequent consultations with the Turtle Sage. Though his training volume and quality were not high, the results were evident. It could be considered a small achievement. "You should return now." The Turtle Sage waved his hand. Not feeling very energetic, huh? During lunch, Du Ming chuckled and cut the pork chop that Iyer Quite particularly liked in half, offering it to her. "Who told you, Du Ming, to leave so early?" Iyer Quite tore into the pork chop with her teeth and swallowed it. "I have to go see the teacher for a moment." All right, I got it." Iyer Quite took another bite of the pork chop and swallowed it. "I will wait in Du Ming's room." In the afternoon, Du Ming arrived at the 28th floor of the Mimi Hotel at the Turtle Sage's room. "Come sit here," the Turtle Sage said. There are a few questions I should have asked you earlier, but it's fine to ask them now. Du Ming served tea to the turtle sage and then sat opposite him, his eyes filled with respect. Du Ming, what does it mean to be a martial artist? Du Ming was taken aback. A martial artist is someone who practices martial arts. Those who discipline themselves and cultivate their bodies, those who battle against heaven and earth, those who cherish life and never admit defeat, are all martial artists. The turtle sage squinted slightly, looking at Du Ming. If you become powerful, extremely powerful in the future, what do you wish to do? Du Ming pondered for a moment and replied matter-of-factly, support my family. If possible, I want to learn more from the experiences of my predecessors who have shown their prowess, but I suppose I need to do that incognito, otherwise if I get recognized, wouldn't I have to act low-key? And find a lucrative job that requires no effort to do. As he listened, the turtle sage's serious expression started to falter and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Stop. That's enough. Oh, let's leave the questions here. The turtle sage did not want to continue hearing his disciple's honest thoughts. He coughed and finally managed to maintain a serious demeanor. He pulled out a small metallic object the size of a finger from behind his waist and handed it to Du Ming. Here is a collection of training videos I've compiled. It should be enough for you to build a foundation. As Du Ming accepted it, the turtle sage added, "Oh, and the contents inside are nothing that needs to be destroyed after viewing. If someone asks for guidance or needs it, feel free to share it with others. I don't mind." Du Ming took the device, resembling a USB drive, without checking the interface, feeling assured. Awakening individuals often received similar storage devices from dungeon worlds, each with different interfaces and vastly different structures. In the original world, there were data companies with solutions. No matter how many differences there were in the interfaces and structures of storage devices, using auxiliary data reading equipment from the original world could retrieve the data within. History books mentioned that once an awakening individual attempted to obtain vast amounts of data from certain technological worlds, but ultimately failed. After continuous testing, they summarized certain patterns. The items one could take out of the dungeon world had to be small in size, light in weight, and minimal in data quantity. In short, it was heavily restricted and few items could be brought out. Additionally, living beings and intelligent life forms faced another set of rules when attempting to leave the dungeon world. They could not be taken directly. Du Ming believed that the storage device he received from the turtle sage would not exceed the limit for taking items out. Yes, Master Wu Tian. Du Ming smiled. Leaving aside the turtle sage's questionable character, his accomplishments and virtues on the path of martial arts were absolutely worthy of respect. All right. Get out of here. Just seeing you annoys me. He said this with a demeanor that suggested he wanted to dismiss Du Ming. Du Ming paused for a moment in silence, then put on a smile again. Then I shall take my leave, master. He clasped his fists in salute and stepped back outside. During these 7 days, the turtle sage had been patient and unyielding, embodying the role of a teacher. Once Du Ming stepped outside and was about to close the door, the turtle sage's voice echoed again from within the room. The next time I see you, if I'm not satisfied with your strength, I will break your legs. Du Ming halted in his tracks, quickly shutting the door behind him while the corner of his mouth tilted slightly. Outside the door, Mimi was unexpectedly standing there. Seeing Du Ming come out, he approached. You're not here to stop me from leaving, are you, boss Mimi? Du Ming said with a cheerful smile. Of course not, Mimi said with a smile, shaking his head. He pulled out a card from his pocket. This is an extra bonus for you along with a year's worth of advance salary. Use it as you wish. Du Ming was indeed quite interested, but the Dragon Ball World Sony currency was virtually useless in the main world. Moreover, he had no idea when he would next return to the Dragon Ball world, and considering the time discrepancies between the main world and the Dragon Ball world, he was unsure whether to carry the card with him. It might be better to leave it behind. Just leave it with AI Air Quite. I won't need it where I'm going. So remote. Mimi exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't considered that Du Ming's departure meant leaving the Dragon Ball world. He thought he was just going to someplace on Earth. That works. Mimi nodded. Keeping your money with Miss AI Air Quite is indeed the best option. Arriving at the elevator, Du Ming saw it was stopped on the first floor and walked towards the nearby stairs. Walking down the stairs for a few floors, he arrived at the 25th floor where his room was located. He noticed several martial artists from Mimi Martial Arts also packing their luggage, preparing to return to their original residences in the next couple of days. Du Ming, when do you plan to return? He ran into Harat, who was also heading back to his room. Harat smiled at Du Ming while his brother Lot was not by his side. Soon, you definitely won't see me tonight. Haha, is that so? Soon, huh? Harat looked somewhat forlorn. In just a few days, he had made a new friend in Du Ming, yet it was already time to part ways. We'll meet again in the future, right? He patted Du Ming's arm and chatted with him for a bit, looking at the people around them who were about to separate, feeling a bit downcast. Yes, we will. What about Lot? He's video chatting with Kat in his room. Du Ming, you must achieve great things in the future. The two walked back to their respective rooms with their backs to each other. Du Ming entered his room, closed the door, and found it shrouded in darkness with only a hint of light. He was momentarily taken aback, turned on the light, and discovered that the curtains had been drawn up. AI Air Quite. Du Ming glanced around and walked into the bedroom to find AI Air Quite. AI Air Quite lay on the bed fast asleep with her lips slightly pursed. Even upon Du Ming's return, she remained undisturbed, her gentle smile in slumber suggesting she was having a pleasant dream. She's quite lovely. I never knew you had this side to you. Du Ming chuckled and turned off the other lights in the room, leaving only the small light at the entrance. Seeing that AI Air Quite was still asleep, Du Ming thought for a moment and took out the clothes he would wear in the main world. After taking a shower and changing into his own clothes, Du Ming sat down in a calm mood. There were no other items he needed to bring back to the main world. His life level card was just shy of reaching level 1, yet it had not broken through. Du Ming sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. In meditation, he quietly felt the qi that had grown robust within him over the past few days, patiently waiting for the moment of return. Half an hour passed. Du Ming. AI Air Quite's voice rang out. Du Ming had not reacted in time before he was suddenly tackled down from behind by AI Air Quite, as if he were a motorcycle that had been hit by the accelerator fully pressed down. Haha, you fell. Du Ming, if you have too many flaws, this is what happens. After a struggle, Du Ming managed to push AI Air Quite away to catch his breath. He then stood up and opened the bedroom curtains, letting the light in. A bright smile, smooth and fair skin, delicate and soft curves, golden hair that seemed to radiate light. She was exquisite and beautiful. In that moment, AI Air Quite seemed almost unrecognizable to Du Ming. As he gazed, he found himself unwittingly captivated. What's wrong, Du Ming? Why do you keep staring at me? AI Air Quite asked, tilting her head in confusion. Du Ming took a step closer to AI Air Quite, drawing nearer to her before leaning in. In that instant, the qi within Du Ming came to a halt, then brewed, expanded, and exploded. The qi broke through the limits of the mundane. Du Ming's life level rose from 0 to 1, signifying his entry into the extraordinary realm. Before entering the Dragon Ball world, Du Ming never imagined he could break through in a different realm, yet unexpectedly, he achieved a breakthrough just as he was about to leave the Dragon Ball world. He felt somewhat fortunate. Du Ming knew he was considered a genius, but he was also very clear-headed. He had merely surpassed ordinary individuals. If those who exceed ordinary people are called geniuses, perhaps out of 1,000 people, only one could be regarded as such. Extending the scope to 10,000 people on average, there might be 10 such geniuses. If we further expand this to a large city within a population of 10 million, there would be 10,000 such geniuses. However, among those 10,000 geniuses, their talents clearly vary in quality. Within this group of 10,000, there would inevitably be a top genius, average individuals, and those of lesser talent. Continuing to expand the scope, within a larger city or even a planet, the top geniuses would have a distinct talent disparity compared to those who are merely well-known in smaller cities. This disparity might not be significant within a single planet, but when viewed across a star system or the universe, the gap between geniuses is often much greater than that between ordinary geniuses and ordinary people. Du Ming believed his talent could rank among the best in Jianshui City, yet when compared to those from other planets and unparalleled prodigies across the universe, there was truly no comparison. Furthermore, aside from talent, the resources and connections that those planetary geniuses possess are utterly different from his. It's a difference as vast as heaven and earth. As time and the dungeons progressed, this gap would only widen. Du Ming was not someone who aspired to stand atop all others in the universe, suppressing an entire era. His thoughts were many, but ultimately quite simple. He desired a profession that would allow him to earn money while lying down one that was both easy and capable of supporting his family, especially his younger sister. When Du Ming first traversed to Blue Star Jianshui City, his body was only the size of an 8 or 9-year-old, nearly on the brink of death. At that time, he happened to meet his younger sister Wei Wei, who was a year younger than him. Wei Wei took him home with a delicious meal, having found the starving Du Ming. Wei Wei appeared mature for her age in childhood, and even as she grew up, she still looked young. When she first took Du Ming in, he thought she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. According to Wei Wei, her parents had passed away early, and she longed for a family member, which provided Du Ming with an opportunity. As for Du Ming's identity, Wei Wei claimed that a relative had helped alter his records, but Du Ming suspected she had used her parents' leftover money to buy it. Du Ming wanted to enter the Dimension Gate, driven by his interest in traversing dungeons, and also hoped to secure a high-paying job in the future. He had researched and found that many companies in society particularly liked to hire awakened individuals for positions that required no actual work, earning a few hundred a month without entering dungeons. Those who had entered dungeons more than 6 times or reached a life level above 3 could earn enough in a month to live comfortably without financial worries. If someone had entered dungeons over 20 times or had a life level above 10, it was said that their position would ensure that everyone in a family could live happily for their entire lives. Du Ming's goal was to at least reach life level 10. For higher levels it would depend on luck. However, now Du Ming had an additional goal. He hoped to return to the Dragon Ball world. In leaving, Du Ming glanced at the time. Finally, the moment to depart had arrived. Du Ming held hands with Alquette. Damn, Alquette, don't bite next time. Look at me, my lip is bleeding. It hurts. Because you were too close, it was hard to breathe. So I thought I should give you a little trouble. Alquette mumbled softly. Du Ming replied speechlessly. You're so quiet when you sleep, how come you change into a different person when you wake up? Oomph. Alquette said, I just wanted to bite. Fine then, Du Ming chuckled, patting her head. We'll meet again next time. Yes. See you next time. In the next second, Du Ming vanished without a sound. Alquette's eyes instantly turned red, but she could no longer sense Du Ming's presence. For Du Ming, the Dragon Ball world was a vast and complex realm. Much of its complexity stemmed from its parallel universes and timelines. In Du Ming's understanding, the Omni King is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, having eliminated 6 out of the 18 universes, leaving only 12. But do these 12 universes encompass the entirety of the Dragon Ball world? Is the Omni King omniscient and omnipotent within it? Probably not. In the Dragon Ball world, past and future timelines do not exist within the 12 universes and can only be traversed using time machines or similar devices. And the Omni King, although his abilities and power surpassed all the great powers that Du Ming knew within the main world, yet he still cannot unify the past and future. In the past timelines there exists a past Omni King. In the future timelines there exists a future Omni King. Moreover, this is still considered the orthodox setting of the Dragon Ball world. Beyond the orthodox, the Dragon Ball world also contains many bizarre and unconventional universes, worlds, and stories. Whether those settings and stories exist within the Dragon Ball world he traversed, Du Ming did not know and had no interest in discovering. His power was too weak to have any interest in such matters. At this moment, Du Ming lay in slumber, protected by the power of the Dimension Gate on the temporal path leading back to the main world from the Dragon Ball world. Wow, where is this? A voice that sounded gentle would lead one to think the person was very kind. A girl was piloting a spaceship, unexpectedly appearing in this space. She simply wanted to fly her spaceship to the next planet, but along her flight path, a strange time vortex suddenly appeared, pulling her and her ship into it. She was a teenage girl with black hair and black eyes. What caught attention was the orange scarf tied in her black hair, giving her a lively appearance. With her bright eyes, the girl curiously looked at the bizarre scenery outside the simulated spaceship. I need to find a way back quickly. While she was admiring the strange sights outside the spaceship and searching for the way back, suddenly, bang! A solid sound echoed. Beep, beep, detecting impact on the spaceship. Damage too high, imminent emergency landing. What? The black-haired girl instantly became furious. What dares to hit my spaceship? She hurriedly looked at the external monitoring screen at the rear of the ship. A sleeping boy protected by a light shield flashed by, but was still caught by the spaceship's camera. Damn, let me see who you are, and next time I see you, I will definitely beat you up. As the spaceship fell, it analyzed the captured image. Soon a clear picture of Du Ming appeared on the spaceship's screen. I remember you. Don't let me see you again. The black-haired girl huffed angrily. Then her spaceship protected her as it reluctantly descended into the temporal space Du Ming had just vacated. When Du Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a void space. What lay before him was a starry expanse devoid of ground above and below, and the distance was shrouded in mist leading to an unknown destination. He stepped lightly in the void, feeling calm. Is this what they call the dimensional space? Du Ming gazed around with curiosity. The book had mentioned that the dimensional space was a transition point for awakeners to leave the instance world and return to the main world. Its primary function is to provide a resting and recovering place for awakeners, preventing them from being attacked and perishing when leaving the instance in a severely injured state. It is also a place where the Dimensional Gate grants rewards to awakeners. Open personal data. Name Du Ming. Age 18. Life level 1. Instance count 1. Task World Dragon Ball World in transition. World task growth, learn martial arts within 7 days. Progress requirement none. Completed. Ability chi. Special notes, new world discovered 1. Seeing the one following his life level, Du Ming smirked. In Jiangshui City, I should be ranked quite high. He had been hesitating between breakthroughs in the Dragon Ball world. Although he felt he was close to breaking through life level 1 by the time he was about to leave the Dragon Ball world, he still fell a bit short. But he had finally stepped through this extraordinary door. Life level 1 signifies a standard of combat power equivalent to that of an ordinary adult male wielding a handgun, though the standard is somewhat vague, primarily relying on the recognition given by the Dimensional Gate regarding life level. Life level 1 is a proof of transcending human limits, a breakthrough from 0 to 1, the first step from mundane to extraordinary. Some individuals, even after becoming awakeners, may remain stuck at life level 0 until they grow old. The teacher had mentioned such examples during class. It was said that there is a difference in talent between awakeners and non-awakeners. If an awakener cannot break through to life level 1, it is likely due to a problem with their own understanding. Among those who remain at life level 0, some cannot recognize or comprehend the supernatural, the mysterious, the extraordinary, while others, despite witnessing various extraordinary phenomena on television or around them daily, still fail to break free from the constraints of mundane thoughts and bodies, unable to reach life level 1 and enter the extraordinary world. From life level 1 onward, awakeners will grow rapidly. I consider myself fortunate. Despite taking some time, I naturally progressed from life level 0 to 1 without any major upheavals. Du Ming reflected. Among awakeners, the most fortunate are not those like him who transitioned from an ordinary life to the extraordinary, but rather those true prodigies who have been exceptional since birth, standing tall above others. Awakening has a very special aspect. Awakening itself is regarded as the key to entering the extraordinary, the key to the dimensional gate. However, the act of awakening is not specially favored by the dimensional gate based on a person's talent, strength, abilities, mysteriousness, or extraordinary nature. Whether you are an ordinary person or a born prodigy, standing above others, whether you are a mere fish, not yet at life level 1, or someone whose life level exceeds 100, the probability of awakening remains unaffected. The factors influencing awakening probability are primarily centered around the term innate. It generally takes about 16 to 20 years for a person to awaken from birth. During this period, while ordinary body strengthening techniques are another matter, the abilities and strength derived from innate talent are also another matter. Aside from this, if one practices immortality techniques, body refinement methods, magic, or has their strength instilled by elders or strangers, or is entangled with the mysterious or the unseen, or if their mysteriousness fluctuates, the success rate of awakening will sharply decline. In summary, the greater the distance from one's source at birth, the lower the success rate of awakening. More than 60 years ago, a very malicious criminal organization emerged across various planets in the universe, specifically targeting ordinary boys and girls under the age of 15 for a heinous religious ritual. After the ritual, these boys and girls inexplicably gained certain superpowers. At first glance, it seemed marvelous, yet it nearly blocked any hope for these ordinary boys and girls to enter the dimensional gate. This upheaval, spanning tens of thousands of planets in the universe, erupted 60 years ago, after 35 years of brewing, and after 10 years of investigation, suppression, and containment, it gradually calmed down, leaving a profound impact. The might of the dimensional gate is well known throughout the universe. It represents the hope of ordinary individuals leaping into the extraordinary, and likewise the hope for prodigies to charge forward towards greatness. The texts also mention that the current great powers have not yet reached the pinnacle of the instance world's top experts. To become stronger, and to do so faster than anyone else, they still need the dimensional gate and the instance world in the foreseeable future. Those great powers believe perhaps in the infinitely distant future their main world will surpass any instance world in level, and the strong in their main world will be stronger than any instance world strong. By then, whether there is a dimensional gate or whether to continue being an awakener may indeed become irrelevant to them. But for now, the dimensional gate, awakening, and the instance world remain the most discussed topics, and this will not change in the foreseeable future. Even when that time comes, even if the great powers of this world can traverse myriad worlds and control countless realms, awakening and the dimensional gate will likely still be the most crucial tools for ordinary individuals to leap to higher levels. Of course, in the unfathomable ancient times following the emergence of the dimensional gate, many obstinate pure-blood factions believed that the powers gained from the instance world were ultimately not pure enough and did not entirely belong to oneself. However, these individuals have since been weeded out by the wheels of history, leaving only a few. For various reasons, whether from ordinary families or descendants of strong individuals, most parents tend to adopt a more lenient approach to their children's education before awakening, not pushing them too hard. Typically, there are no instances of newborns being soaked in medicine pools, random training after the age of 3, or undergoing body refinement with heavenly thunder at 5, or tirelessly practicing spells and arcane arts at 10. Knowledge education, character education, and the cultivation of learning abilities are of utmost importance. Naturally, all of this has nothing to do with Du Ming. In this world, Du Ming has only one sister who adopted him, becoming more and more unreasonable and peculiar as she grew up, that self-important girl named Wei Wei, whose surname and name both start with Wei. Neither Du Ming nor Wei Wei received parental education in this world, but they are not the kind to complain about their fate. Du Ming being a transmigrator and his sister being an optimist, they do not rely on each other, but instead live an ordinary life, finding joy and comfort together. In the void space, a massive screen appeared before Du Ming. World Dragon Ball World. Task Evaluation A. Note: highest S, lowest B, S excellent, A average, B poor. Extra factors: new world discovered. Task rewards, Chi enhancement, Chi compression. Extra rewards, companion fragment 1-2. Note this task is non-mandatory. Our rewards are half of the normal value. Du Ming sensed the Chi within him, which had not suddenly increased. A stream of light from the void flew into his body, transforming into Chi identical to his own upon contact. Over the course of 5 minutes, the two streams of Chi gradually merged into one. After 5 minutes, his Chi had increased by about 1/3, and the stream of light vanished. Then another stream of light flew in from another void wrapping around him. After 1 minute, Du Ming felt the quality of his Chi had also improved. Following that, the final stream of light flew in, circling above his head before landing in the palm of Du Ming's hand, transforming into half of a colorful coin. This was the hard currency used to invite intelligent beings to leave the instance world, the companion coin. One full companion coin could carry one intelligent being out of the instance world, but half a coin could not. When he next collected another half piece, the two halves would merge into a complete companion coin. At that time, the person holding the companion coin would be able to leave the instance world with Du Ming and enter the main world. Companion coins are tradable and highly valuable. Such special items are rarely seen as rewards for ordinary tasks. In additional rewards, and rank evaluation would likely yield 2 companion coins with a minimum of 1, and a rank evaluation would yield 1 companion coin, and a rank evaluation would have a low probability of yielding half a companion coin. The dimensional gate is so stingy, Du Ming complained indignantly. Discovering a major world like the Dragon Ball world is rewarded just like any other new world. He wondered if the dimensional gate's evaluations had considered the fact that the Dragon Ball world cannot be instantiated. Returning from the dimensional space, Du Ming was back in the Awakener Hall of Jianshui City. The crowd was bustling with one Awakener after another entering the light gate, having become stronger from their previous experience in the instance world. I survived last time. That was close a hair's breadth from death, but it was worth buying that item. After barely surviving 7 instances, I finally reached life level 1, but this time I'm trembling at the thought of entering the instance again. If you're trembling again, you've been trembling before every instance. Aren't you going to continue into the next instance? There's no helping it. I don't have the same addiction to instances as you do, but I bear the financial burden at home alone. The voices of those two reached Du Ming's ears, snapping him back to reality. He straightened his collar and stepped outside. It wasn't just those two. There were also women crying, holding their husbands' hands, trying to prevent them from entering the instance. There were also awakeners looking dejectedly as they slowly walked into the light gate. A boy watched the light gate with a worried expression. I've heard that in these 2 years prodigies have emerged one after another. If this continues, my old face won't be able to take it anymore. What does that have to do with your face? Didn't you see oldly? Sigh, after such serious injuries last time, he definitely won't be joining us in the instance world this time. Forget it, let him go back and spend time with his family. We shouldn't make them worry any further. Du Ming glanced up at the current time displayed in the hall. It was even earlier than when he entered the Dragon Ball world. It was actually noon at 12 o'clock. It's earlier than when I entered. Oh, does that mean at least a day has passed in the main world? Du Ming glanced at the prominent calendar on the hall's large display screen. Star calendar year 139. The year is correct. It is indeed this year. The month is also fine. The date. 2 weeks have passed. Du Ming's eyes widened. It had been 2 weeks since he entered the dimensional gate. He needed to hurry home to check what had happened. Du Ming lifted one foot, just about to move forward when there was a commotion at the front door. Wow, everyone look, it's the Demon King Lu Feng. A gasp erupted, and the dimensional gate was suddenly filled with a buzzing noise. What? Lu Feng? Isn't he from Jinan City? Why is he in Jianshui City? Wow, that imposing stride, it really is Lu Feng. Does that mean Lu Feng is going to enter the instance world from Jianshui City? Even though it doesn't matter which dimensional gate you enter. Du Ming looked up and saw a haughty boy sharpied and looking down his nose at everyone who appeared to be around his age. He was slightly thin, with a healthy, rosy complexion, walking step by step, as if soaring like an eagle in the skies. On either side of him stood 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses, standing straight and exuding a chilling energy wave, warning every awakener present not to act rashly and to give Lu Feng the respect he deserved. Du Ming recognized Lu Feng, one of the strong competitors for the 3 admission spots at Silver Sky University. Beyond Blue Star, various universities exist, some better than Blue Stars while others are inferior. Silver Sky University is one of the most renowned universities outside of Blue Star, and while a few institutions are recognized as better, they are exceedingly rare, with only a handful like Starry Sky University. Furthermore, all of these superior universities do not recruit students from Blue Star. Unless a prodigy of extraordinary talent emerged from Blue Star, these universities would not extend an olive branch to recruit students. Normally, Blue Star students cannot enroll in these universities. As for Silver Sky University, it is the best university among all those outside of Blue Star that accept Blue Star students. There is no other university that can compare. Every year students from Blue Star compete fiercely for this spot. After all, Silver Sky University recruits from the entire universe, and the only reason it reserves a spot for Blue Star is that there is a teacher from Blue Star in the admissions office, making it more accessible. Lu Feng is also a celebrity among their senior high school students. He had the fortune to awaken nearly a year ago, and after awakening his family provided resources and planned the pace of instance participation. In the early stages, he participated in instances once a week, leveling up each time. Even when the pace slowed down later, he still achieved rapid growth in less than a year. The most recent news about his strength came 3 months ago when Lu Feng himself confirmed in an interview that he had reached the astonishing level of 11, stating he would no longer enter lower-tier instances. The next time he challenged the instance world, he would take on the dangerous mid-tier instances to prepare for the entrance examination of Silver Sky University in the best possible form and with the strongest abilities. For the past 3 months, people have been wondering where Lu Feng has gone, whether he was in closed-door training at home, and when he would be ready to challenge the mid-tier instances. Now the answer to that last question had appeared. Lu Feng was challenging the mid-tier instances right at this moment. The sound of whispering buzzed in the hall. Lu Feng has come to Jiangshui City looking for women. Du Ming's ears perked up as he realized that the two people not far from him knew a little secret about Lu Feng and were whispering behind their hands. I heard from my brother that Lu Feng has been indulging in wine and women for the past year, staying in each city for no more than a week, hiding in the arms of women every night. What's infuriating is that he really has talent and his family is wealthy and resourceful, yet he remains unambitious and still ranks among the top 3 seeds. If he weren't so indulgent, then the admission quota for Silver Sky University would be a foregone conclusion. It's still because his father is too formidable to provoke. His father. His life level is probably within the top 30 on our Blue Star. Wait. Don't say anything. Lu Feng is coming over. The two stepped back, quickly making way in the middle of the path. Du Ming noticed that those ahead of him preparing to step into the dimensional gate halted their steps, clearing the sides of the gate. Some were even chuckling as they watched Lu Feng, all waiting for him to step through the dimensional gate into the dungeon world. They might not necessarily be worse than Lu Feng, but they knew he had a good father and a good family, so it didn't matter to give him face. Shrugging, Du Ming felt that he probably didn't have any serious issues, and wanting to stand out amid the crowd, continued walking straight out, while everyone else paused, naturally walking to the side of the path. Seeing the crowd parting for him, Lu Feng's expression grew more arrogant, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. His disdainful gaze swept over Du Ming and everyone else, unable to suppress a chuckle as he walked over at an exceedingly slow pace. His steps were so slow they rivaled that of an ant. After 3 steps, Lu Feng deliberately stopped, walked up to an uncle beside him, and asked with a beaming smile, "Hey," this uncle dressed simply, "do you have a life level of 1? The uncle was taken aback, quickly forcing a smile. "Thanks to your good fortune, I managed to break through in the last dungeon world." "Not bad, not bad." Du Ming frowned at the sight. Lu Feng was such a show-off, treating others as capital for his own ostentation. This Lu Feng was said to have a rather nasty personality, yet always managed to toe the line in everything he did. Nasty yet cunning, making those who disliked him grit their teeth in helplessness. He particularly enjoyed showing off in front of others, wanting them to see how imposing he was. Sensing something was off and fearing he might be used as an NPC for Lu Feng's show, Du Ming silently retreated behind the crowd, lowering his head. He glanced at the 2 bodyguards beside Lu Feng and decided to be even more low-key. With a satisfied Lu Feng taking even slower steps, he finally reached a woman with a sad smile. "Hey miss, have you encountered something sad? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Right here at night, in your heart. Tell me your number." I. The woman was flustered. "Young master," one of the bodyguards whispered to Lu Feng. "Sir, the old master is urging again, saying if you don't enter the dungeon, soon you won't be allowed to enter the house anymore." Lu Feng stiffened, displeased, and gave up on his slow play, teasing the woman with a smile. "It's fine, I have plenty of time. After I come back, we can talk slowly." He walked 2 more steps and saw Du Ming hiding behind 2 people in the corner, his nostrils immediately flaring and the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "Little brother, at such a young age you're already here in a place meant for adults. Haven't your family told you to hurry home?" He was actually the same age as Du Ming. Du Ming let out a soft sigh, lifted his head with a fake smile. Yes, I will leave right away." Is this what it means to have the physique of a traveler? He had been obediently keeping his head down, waiting for this annoying Lu Feng to hurry into the dimensional gate. How could he still be stuck with this dirty business? Is it that travelers are doomed to be stuck with dirty things? He couldn't possibly fight back. Lu Feng had a life level of 11 and 2 bodyguards with him. If a fight broke out, it was impossible. What does a life level of 11 mean? This needs to start from discussing life levels. The dimensional gate uses life level instead of power level to classify awakeners. If we were to classify awakeners by power level, then power level 2 is greater than 1, power level 10 is greater than 5, and power level 100 is greater than 99, making it easy to differentiate the strength of awakeners. However, power is something that can easily change over a longer period and even in a short time. One moment you might have a power level of 100, and the next you could bounce to 200 or 300. Anger can affect strength, an outburst can power infusion, can even having an upset stomach can. Power is influenced by too many factors, making it hard to fix. Life levels are different. Most creatures, including humans, reach a certain stage in their life level and find it hard to change. When a cultivator reaches the tribulation transcendent stage, even if they hide their aura, their life level remains that of the tribulation transcendent stage unless they employ other secret methods. If they were struck by heavenly tribulation, leaving their strength diminished, their life level would still be at the tribulation transcendent stage unless the tribulation knocked them down a rank. Of course, there are also cases like in the Dragon Ball world where transforming or dancing can lead to dramatic changes in life level. Life levels like power levels can change in a short time due to various reasons. However, overall life levels tend to be more stable than power levels. Lu Feng's life level is at 11, just surpassing life level 10. A life level of 11 has specific standards based on the peak strength of a martial arts grandmaster. More specifically, it is based on the standard of the first grandmaster of a foundational martial arts world known as Qing Yin Realm Ling Wanxiu. The grandmaster Ling Wanxiu could produce a deadly threat within a spherical range of 100 meters with a full force strike. Lu Feng is not someone I can provoke. Reluctantly putting on a forced smile, Du Ming was extremely unwilling. He could only wear a fake smile to deal with it. Lu Feng's expression froze. Du Ming's calmness and lack of fear made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "You, young master. If you don't go in soon," the old master. One of the bodyguards hastily spoke to him, urging him. "Oomph." Lu Feng shot a dark glance at Du Ming, and in his resentment walked into the dimensional gate. He cast a few hostile glances back at Du Ming. However, recently he had been indulging in pleasures for too long, truly angering his father. It was likely at this moment that his father would split his attention to monitor him to see if he indeed entered the dimensional gate for training. At this crucial moment of entering the dimensional gate, Lu Feng did not dare to delay any longer. "Finally, I've gone in." The 10-second walk took 2 minutes. Once Lu Feng stepped inside, the chatter resumed incessantly. "Forget it, let's go in too. Let's go. We're going in." The awakening hall returned to its previous uproar. "Wei, I'm back." Half an hour had passed since he returned home. With a spirited demeanor, Du Ming used the key he had temporarily left at the property management to push open the door, calling out as he entered. He and his sister Wei lived in a neighborhood about a 10-minute walk from Jiangshui No. One high school known as Jianghua Community. Jianghua Community was an ordinary residential area accessible to families with regular jobs. It's not that old. When this community was built, some consideration was given to greenery and scenery. However, after more than 20 years, it indeed looks somewhat aged. Apart from that, living in Jianghua Community was quite comfortable. The house left to Wei by their parents was on the 6th floor of a building in Jianghua Community, neither too high nor too low. The residential building had an elevator that could not only run on electricity, but also on various other energies, such as magic power, spiritual power, blood vitality, and mental force, allowing residents to save themselves in case of a power outage. This was the unique elevator energy supply of that era. Even some of the more advanced communities built at that time had multiple energy supplies that extended into homes, enabling the use of spiritual power to turn on lights, provide electricity, and heating, among other functions. However, in retrospect, it was not very practical. Those who possessed magic or spiritual power, though not all, were generally able to protect their own safety in case of an elevator malfunction. Yet, ordinary people without such abilities would still be left helpless, waiting for a grim fate. As for using one's own spiritual power to generate electricity at home, those who had awakened were more inclined to use their powers to work and earn more money so they could relax when they got home without worrying about anything. In terms of cost-effectiveness, electricity was still the most economical option. "Back. Who is it?" The voice of his sister, suppressing her excitement, came from inside the house before he could see anyone. There were only 2 of them, Du Ming and his sister, in this house, which had 2 bedrooms and a living room sufficient for their activities. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and in less than 2 seconds, Du Ming saw a figure of a girl flying around the corner. The girl was disheveled, wearing a blue outfit with ocean-like blue hair and mesmerizing sapphire-like eyes that seemed to come from the depths of the sea, her petite figure graceful and delicate. She needed no elaborate attire, simply clad in casual, where she stood out as a captivating splash of color in the crowd. However, she was a typical otaku girl. Who else could it be? "It's your brother Du Ming." Du Ming huffed impatiently. Was Wei so engrossed in her games that she couldn't even recognize his voice? Or perhaps she had been caught up in some weird storyline from a manga. There were only 2 keys to the house, one with Wei and the other he used. Who else but him could enter so boldly? It seemed he needed to let her play fewer games. Her mind was clearly getting muddled. And know who? Who are you? The girl in front of Du Ming suddenly took a step back in fear upon seeing him covering her partially exposed body, with one hand, her fearful eyes revealing a mix of curiosity and sadness. You are someone important, someone I don't want to forget, someone I absolutely cannot forget. Who are you? Du Ming understood in a glance. Indeed, she must have watched that recent animated movie that had taken the entire Blue Star by storm. Snap. Ouch. Du Ming walked over and flicked her forehead. So did that hurt enough for you to remember your brother's name? Brother. If you hit me again, I'll turn into a fool. Wei Wei cried, and Du Ming recognized her fake tears. Du Ming rolled his eyes and adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes, saying, "It's fine. Even if you turn foolish, I will still take care of you." Humph. Wei Wei puffed her cheeks, sulking and refusing to engage. But just 3 seconds later, as they reached the living room, she couldn't help but want to talk to Du Ming again. Brother, you've been home for 10 seconds. Why haven't you shown any affection towards me today? Her puzzled expression seemed to ask Du Ming where he had been playing. Du Ming felt a black line across his forehead, his fist immediately tightening. Bang. Ouch. Carefully tapping her head, Du Ming couldn't help but say, "Am I that kind of person? Don't speak as if I've always been affectionate towards you every time I come home. You little rascal." Unable to resist saying this, Du Ming remembered what Wei Wei had said when he returned home last time and reminded her, "It's fine at home, but if you don't understand the difference between light and heavy, you must pretend to be a normal person when you're outside, understood?" Du Ming recalled the last time he returned home after class, when Wei Wei had blurted out, "Brother, you're already dead." At that moment, Du Ming's vision darkened. He thought his sister was hopeless. Later he found out it was because she had killed the character from the game he played, ruining it completely. With a sister like her, Du Ming didn't dare let her go out. He originally wanted to tell Wei Wei to act like a normal person and do some regular things, but then he thought better of it. For Wei Wei, pretending to be a normal person would be 100 or 1,000 times easier than actually being one. "Don't worry, Wei Wei never goes out," Wei Wei said proudly, pulling Du Ming's hand to the dining table. "Brother, these are the new dishes I learned today. This one is pan-fried salmon, and this one, what's it called again? Burgundy beef. Finally, this dish is my improved stir-fried bok choy. How about it? Hurry and try it." Wei Wei's eyes sparkled as she stared at Du Ming. Du Ming took a gentle sniff and glanced at the 3 dishes, smiling. This second dish was bought from a nearby restaurant, right? How did you know? Wei Wei widened her eyes in disbelief. Du Ming chuckled. "How could I not know the level of my sister's cooking? Hurry and sit down to eat, don't let it get cold." If Wei Wei were out in public, anyone who glanced at her would surely be charmed, but after spending a minute with her, the only thought that would come to mind would be extraordinary. However, for him, her adopted brother, she couldn't be any better. Every day, when Du Ming returned home, there would be hot meals waiting, clean clothes, a spotless room, and neatly arranged furniture. Everything in this house was kept in perfect order by her, to the point that Du Ming's stomach was trained to grow hungry the moment he returned home. It was truly impressive. After a few bites of the fragrant dishes, Du Ming felt something was off. Today's meals are for 2, right? Wei Wei, you actually knew I was coming back today." "Of course," Wei Wei said proudly. "Brothers and sisters were husband and wife in the last life. It's only natural to have a telepathic connection. Why are you surprised, brother? The moment you return, Wei Wei feels it in her heart." Ridiculous. However, Wei Wei has been claiming since childhood that she possesses a unique sense of perception, able to sense where Du Ming is and what he is doing. Knowing that he could return from the Dragon Ball world today, it wasn't surprising. After taking a few more bites of the fragrant meal, Du Ming felt that something else was amiss. "Wei Wei, I mentioned to you a week before last that I was going to the Awakener's Hall. It has been 2 weeks already. Oh, I've been there for so long. Aren't you even a bit concerned? Brother, seeing you like this, you must have awakened, right?" Wei Wei took a couple of bites of rice, yawning with disinterest. "Looking at the timing of your return, it seems you took a detour through the dimensional gate. You look so relaxed and happy. Did you gain some benefits in the first world? Could it be that you've broken through to the first level of life stage?" Du Ming felt very annoyed. Clenching his chopsticks, Du Ming replied irritably, "You're so clever. This is just a good start for me. Once I clear a few more side-world instances, I'll retire, find some job where I don't have to do anything and live off a salary while taking care of you, playing with you every day until you become so chubby that you can't get married." Du Ming added silently in his heart, "I still need to gather a companion coin to go back to the Dragon Ball world and bring Iroquois to the main world. Not getting married. Isn't that better?" Wei Wei was even happier after hearing Du Ming's words, adding, "Brother, actually, I can also take care of you." "Don't do that." Du Ming firmly refused. "I owe my life to you. I've been using the money left by your uncle and aunt. Shouldn't it be my turn to perform for you now?" "Brother, actually, I can earn money and you can live off me. At worst, I could start a new novel to earn extra cash and save up some dowry for you." 9 years ago, the year Wei Wei found Du Ming was the most difficult period they had gone through together. Wei Wei, who always relied on her parents' legacy, and Du Ming, who could not earn money after crossing over, were indeed a perfect match. Seeing that if she continued to idle her savings would be consumed, Wei Wei ran to a website called Let's Write Novels Together to serialize light novels, writing one titled Dragon Avoidance Mage. The novel had unique settings and a magical system, gaining a small fan base, especially for its overly dramatic spells that some youngsters enjoyed chanting along. However, it ultimately did not become a mainstream work, but it did help the family escape poverty. Over the years, Wei Wei wrote slowly, taking 1.5 to 2 years to barely produce one volume, earning a bit of household money. Beloved readers gritted their teeth and felt helpless. That year, seeing Wei Wei earn a little money writing novels, Du Ming thought that since he was a transmigrator, he should at least borrow some ideas. After being inspired by the anime Attack on Titan, Du Ming excitedly drew a chapter, but after finishing it, he felt so embarrassed that he tore it up and burned it. Though he remembered the overall story, specific details were forgotten here and there. Not only that, but the characters he drew looked completely different from his impressions, and the background was non-existent. He couldn't even recall the exact structure of the three-dimensional maneuvering equipment, just remembering 2 jet thrusters at the waist and 2 swords for slaying titans in hand. As for the composition and storyboard that Wei Wei mentioned, he understood nothing. He could only lament that without any cheat, he couldn't even replicate a masterpiece he had watched. Regarding Wei Wei's suggestion to live off her, Du Ming thought of directly refusing. While he admitted there was a tiny spark of temptation in his heart, but he still resolutely rejected it, with tears flowing in his heart. Let me at least have a bit of the usefulness of a transmigrator, okay? Don't let me fall any further, Wei Wei. Let me be the one to strive. You just enjoy being a homebody. You can also casually mix in as an awakener and experience the extraordinary world. Being an awakener. Let's skip that. But you're still the best brother. I will definitely be all cleaned up waiting for you tonight. Du Ming replied unhappily, all you think about is this, but you don't consider that I have been in the instance for 2 weeks, occasionally encountering dangers. You could show a bit of concern for me. Awakeners entering the dimensional gate often cannot return on the same day. This is considered normal. The flow of time in instance worlds and the main world differs. Once you enter an instance world, one cannot know how long the tasks assigned by the dimensional gate will take, and no one can be certain when they will return to the main world. However, beginner-level instances are different. Based on past data, awakeners at life stage level 10 and below rarely take more than a day to return from instance worlds, even if the task difficulty is high. At most, it's 2 or 3 days. If it truly exceeds 3 days, the family should prepare for the worst. Du Ming had been in for 2 weeks this time. Any normal person would be worried sick. Why care about that? Wei Wei looked up and said curiously, wait, there is indeed something important to be concerned about. Suddenly recalling something, Wei Wei put on a serious expression. Brother, did you establish a harem in this instance? Did you bring back a few younger sisters for me? Why didn't you bring anyone home? Du Ming. Wei Wei, aren't you concerned about my life's safety? Is it necessary? Wei Wei disdainfully replied, brother, you are a transmigrator. Isn't it obvious that you have the fate of a protagonist? You definitely want die? Du Ming was speechless. There are many cannon fodder in this era of transmigrators. But he had more to complain about. Wei Wei, don't you want to ask how my first experience in an instance went? Du Ming smiled. This time, not only did I successfully awaken, but I also crossed into a new world and completed my training, leaving the Dragon Ball world as a proud talent from Jianshui City at level 1. The original plot should have been Wei Wei concernedly asking about his awakening, and he inadvertently revealing the major event of not only awakening, but successfully breaking through to level 1. Such an exciting plot needs Wei Wei to compliment him a bit, otherwise the food wouldn't taste as good. Harvest. Wei Wei giggled, nudging Du Ming with her small hand. Brother, it seems your harvest was good. At least you found 2 girlfriends in the instance world, right? You didn't bring anyone back. Was it due to the lack of a companion coin? You didn't even get one, did you? No way, right? Du Ming's eyelid twitched, then he began to smile with pride. Wei Wei, you're still young and don't understand yet. This time I went to a new world, and the gains were greater than if other awakeners combined their experiences from several instance worlds. We are one step closer to the day we can retire together. No harem, not even showing off your girlfriends, not to mention you didn't bring back a girlfriend to introduce. Who cares how much you earn? Wei Wei lowered her head, picking at her food, mumbling. In the afternoon, Du Ming opened an object resembling a USB drive given to him by the Turtle Hermit. He tried it out, and after using a converter, he was able to directly plug it into his computer without any issues. Upon opening it, he found only a short video of the Turtle Hermit taking a selfie, apparently shot just after Du Ming mentioned he would leave. The video was only 10 seconds long. Yay. Du Ming, remember to stay diligent in your training, just like these past few days, don't slack off. The video concluded with the Turtle Hermit posing for several selfies, sporting a large eggplant smile. It was indeed a straightforward and no-nonsense video, filled with personal insights, which left Du Ming impressed. In any case, it seemed that training could be taken at a leisurely pace according to one's own rhythm. After dinner, Du Ming and Wei Wei completed a coup game they had previously left unfinished, and then they sat in silent meditation. Soon drowsiness began to overtake him. Checking the time, it was 11 o'clock at night as he crawled into bed. Not every awakened being enjoyed such comfort. He was fortunate that his return coincided with daytime in both the Dragon Ball world and the main world. The time difference was minimal. Some awakened beings returned to find that time in the dungeon world was night, while in the main world it was noon, resulting in a complete disruption of their daily routine. At night, Du Ming fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, he opened his eyes with a furrowed brow. Just then he heard a knock on the door from Wei Wei. "Brother, I'm here to wake you up." She knocked twice and then pushed the door open to enter. "How was your night? You slept well at home, right?" Wei Wei asked with a bright smile. Du Ming propped himself up on his hands, casually dressed, and twisted his neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it was due to overexertion in the Dragon Ball world a few days prior. He felt that his neck was stiffer than usual when waking up. "Not great, my neck is a bit stiff," Du Ming said, twisting his neck. "Wei Wei, has anything ever happened in this house before?" "Not that I know of," Wei Wei giggled. "I've never heard of anything like that. Have you been pressed down by a ghost again?" "Yeah, it's quite strange," Du Ming replied. "I never felt anything like that when I was in the dungeon." Since being brought into this house by Wei Wei and becoming part of the family, Du Ming's bedroom had always been here. For nearly 10 years, whenever Du Ming slept in this bed, he often felt as if he were being pressed down by a ghost, as if some ghost were forcefully lying on him, hugging his neck, while he slept, unable to wake up. Fortunately, every time he woke up after dreaming of being pressed down by a ghost, although his neck felt very stiff, his sleep quality had never been affected. Du Ming said, "Now that I'm at least an awakened being, I should learn some magic that allows me to see ghosts one day to check if there's anything unclean in our house." "There's nothing to see, brother. You won't be able to see it anyway," Wei Wei said nonchalantly, then immediately put on a cheerful face. "Brother, hurry up and get up for breakfast, then play a game with me." "Sure," Du Ming replied with a smile. As for whether Wei Wei liked going out or wanted to make friends, Du Ming didn't care. "I'll go wash up first. I probably drooled while sleeping. You see, the corner of my left lip is still a bit wet, which is not very comfortable," Du Ming said with a smile as he walked towards the door. "All right, that's true." With a flicker in her gaze, Wei Wei carefully concealed a small expression on her face and pretended to casually walk out with Du Ming. "Wei Wei, how has your studying at home been lately? Is everything still going smoothly?" Du Ming casually asked. Wei Wei enjoyed reading, watching dramas, movies, animations, and comics. Even when it came to textbooks, she would calmly and elegantly finish them. However, she only skimmed through everything and never delved deeply or commented. Since turning 12, Wei Wei had not entered a school again. Teachers had come to persuade her multiple times, but none were successful in their attempts. Some concerned teachers even tried to force Wei Wei to go to school, but in the end they were unsuccessful. Wei Wei often stayed at home, occasionally going out with Du Ming. In today's age, aside from entering dimensional portals, Wei Wei could learn anything she wanted to say. Du Ming truly didn't worry about her. If she wanted to learn something, there were plenty of legitimate online courses available, though the knowledge might not be as systematic. Du Ming thought that Wei Wei would easily say everything was going smoothly when he casually asked, "It's a bit rough lately," Wei Wei said with some frustration. "What?" Du Ming exclaimed in surprise, turning around. "What are you studying that you're having difficulties with?" "Brother, you know I've been playing a gacha mobile game lately." "Yes, I know," Du Ming nodded. Wei Wei had been engrossed in a beautiful girl card draw game for a while, and what impressed Du Ming the most was that Wei Wei had managed to maintain a zero spending status. "I'm currently playing 32 mobile games at the same time." Wait. Du Ming felt something was off and quickly waved his hand to confirm 32. 32 mobile games at the same time. You can continue," Du Ming said, feeling a headache coming on as he waved his hand. "Well, brother, you know, I only have 2 phones, another notebook, and 2 desktop computers totaling 5 screens. It's very challenging to operate 32 mobile games simultaneously. I need to clear all the stamina daily activities and events for all 32 games every day. I've planned out all the stamina management, but the screen tapping frequency is a bit high now, and I'm currently thinking of how to reduce the tapping frequency while finishing all the daily tasks faster. I'm also considering whether to give up on some lower reward levels that require manual operation. There are also quite a few PvP games that I need to set aside." Du Ming listened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was not just work, this was like being imprisoned. "Wei Wei, why don't you give up on a few? No, why don't you just keep a few mobile games? This was way too exhausting. If you really want to play so many, why not write a script to run them? You've learned that." "That won't do," Wei Wei said proudly. "There are so many girls with different personalities, languages, identities, powers, cultures, and postures in there. I must learn from all of them to like them, to marry them home, and to find out the reasons for their charm. And to adapt early so that in the future my brother will have many beautiful girls surrounding him. I also want to strive to capture my brother's soul as soon as possible." Du Ming rolled his eyes. "I can't believe you. I just want to ask you, do you want to draw a wife and do daily tasks in the mobile game every day, or do the daily tasks for 32 games? What difference does it make?" Wei Wei was momentarily speechless. If we're talking about connections, there could be a roundabout way to link them, but it's clearly a game about drawing beautiful girls aimed at learning advanced seduction techniques. Yet in reality, she still ended up immersed in the daily grind of the games. Pretending to be unconcerned, Wei Wei urged Du Ming to wash up while pushing him, saying, "Brother, don't worry about that. I've already absorbed a lot of wisdom, and I'll uninstall the game as soon as I get back. Don't rush me, don't push." Du Ming chuckled. Du Ming and Wei Wei were having breakfast at the dining table while the television projected the news from Jiangxue City. A dignified woman smiled as she reported, "According to our latest statistics, the number of awakened individuals in our city increased by 18 last month. The average number of dungeons cleared to reach level 1 for awakened individuals decreased from 10 to 198, finally surpassing 0. The number of awakened at level 10 finally broke through." Wei Wei was not listening at all, shoveling food into her mouth while casting sideways glances at Du Ming. "Wei Wei, the trend now shows that awakening is becoming easier and easier." Du Ming glanced at the television and said, "In my opinion, your chances of awakening are quite high. Do you have any thoughts of venturing into the dungeon world in the future?" Wei Wei tilted her head in contemplation, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. "Probably. Not really interested. It's all just things I've seen on TV and in movies. No need to watch them a second time. Maybe you'll give it a try later. If I become an awakened, I can go along for the ride. By the way, brother, I uninstalled the mobile game all at once. Today you have to play Demon Companion with me. I just bought it. I heard it's a great game for improving family relationships. Playing together as a family is particularly good. Today? That works." Du Ming nodded again. "Today is the last day of the weekend. I can play some games with you." "Yage!" Wei Wei exclaimed happily on the other end. The next day, when Du Ming was preparing to return to school, he received an astonishing bad news. All the students in Class 4 of Jiangxue City High School's third year, led by their teachers and school leaders, left Jiangxue City to attend a week-long semi-closed training session at the nearby Jianghai City Training Center, along with a special exchange meeting with Jianghai Junior High. This semi-closed training session does not allow entry or exit, although they can video call their family. Du Ming was incredulous. "Wei Wei, didn't you say that a time traveler should have the fate of a protagonist? This exchange meeting should be the perfect opportunity for you to show off, right? How did they filter out the protagonist?" Wei Wei chuckled. "Brother, you should hurry up and prepare to add some excitement to the family in the next dungeon. Don't you think it's rather quiet at home with just the two of us? It would be best to bring back 9 or 10 good women at once." Du Ming puzzled. "Wei Wei, our home is quite small. We can't fit that many people." Wei Wei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled. "No problem, brother. Just bring them home first. We can discuss the rest later." During the week with the entire class absent, Du Ming had no interest in going to school. 2 weeks earlier, when Du Ming went to awaken, Wei Wei had wisely arranged for him to take an indefinite leave of absence. Du Ming arrived at the small public martial arts arena in the community, exhaling slowly. "I still need to practice. My current life level is 1, which indeed exceeds that of most peers on Blue Star, but it's still lacking. The transition from life level 0 to 1 is a significant milestone difficult to achieve. Starting from level 1, while life levels may not soar rapidly, combat power can grow swiftly. I am currently in the novice phase below level 10. The last time I entered the Dragon Ball world was an accident. Normally the dungeons I have noted down are likely to be the 13 foundational worlds emphasized in class. Even following the guides and books, encountering danger is still probable at life level 1 within the 13 foundational worlds, so caution is necessary. In the upcoming week, I can roughly divide each day's time into 4 parts: 1/3 for sleeping peacefully, 1 part for reviewing the guides to the 13 foundational worlds, 1 part for practicing chi cultivation, and most importantly, 1 part for eating and playing games with Wei Wei. The 13 foundational worlds will accompany me for most of my novice phase, and I need to review the knowledge of these worlds several more times. However, I must take it step by step. There's no need to rush. Training time should be appropriate to ensure steady progress." He leaped, vaulting over several obstacles in the martial arts arena, and began to run. Du Ming could utilize chi and control it, with his body being tempered by chi steadily improving and the chi being reciprocated by his body flourishing. With a slight push from his feet, he propelled himself forward several steps, turning back to see that he had already circled the martial arts arena. "I should run in the park instead. This martial arts arena was too small." Du Ming glided low and ran out of the community, while one part of his mind focused on adjusting and controlling the chi within his body, steadily increasing his proficiency. Thus, over the course of 5 days, Du Ming continuously ran and practiced diligently, honing his body and chi without forcing a breakthrough in a short time. As time slowly passed, the distance he could run in a unit of time increased day by day, and his legs became more agile. The energy within his body gradually expanded with every inch of muscle and every cell being permeated by chi, his bones becoming tougher and his blood more vibrant and active. Every part of his body seemed to enjoy the comfort of growth with each breath. With the rewards from the last dungeon and the training over these days, although I am at life level 1 of my strength may be close to, or even reach that of a level 2 awakened individual. Du Ming's mouth curved slightly. Each level of life level is a hurdle, and there are 100 levels meaning 100 hurdles. However, in reality, life levels are a simple classification of the realms and strengths of countless worlds by the main world and dimensional gates used to differentiate the strengths of various powerful individuals across different worlds. An awakened at life level 100 could not have truly experienced 100 hurdles. Take the cultivators from the Sword Immortal world as an example. In the Sword Immortal world, the realms of cultivators are divided into Chi Cultivation Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divine, Transformation, Unity, Tribulation, Transcendence, and Great Ascension. These 8 major realms correspond to life, levels 1, 10, 20, 35, 50, 70, 99, and 150 respectively. It's easy to understand, cultivators in the Sword Immortal world or awakened individuals based on the Sword Immortal world's techniques will have their life levels stop at 1, 10, 20, 35, etc., which are hurdles that require breakthroughs to achieve. For other life levels, they can achieve corresponding strengths, but will not remain stuck at intermediate life levels. A newly emerged normal foundation establishment cultivator whose life level is determined to be 10 can continuously grow stronger before the next qualitative change, which is the Golden Core at level 20. The strength of a foundation establishment cultivator can be anywhere between life levels 10 and 20, but their life level will always be determined to be 10. Of course, if in the main world, it can equivalently convert the specific strength of a foundation establishment cultivator into a specific life level. Last weekend when I met Lu Feng, his life level was 11, which was data obtained from a strength certification he specifically went through. The Dragon Ball world is a newly discovered realm where Qi is a new subcategory of cultivation. Du Ming still did not know where he would eventually get stuck at a life level. Perhaps in some special worlds, after becoming an extraordinary individual, there would be no realms that require breakthroughs, only constant growth. Du Ming was unsure whether Qi in the Dragon Ball world would work this way. Saturday morning. I had a good sleep last night. As Du Ming awoke, he felt light and relaxed. After a week of cultivation and adjustment, he was in good spirits. During dinner yesterday, he discussed with Wei Wei about entering the dimensional gate again today to tackle another instance. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the time spent on the basic instance shouldn't be too long. According to Du Ming's judgment, he should be able to return that same day. Even if there are some unexpected tasks, he would only return tomorrow or the day after and still make it in time for class next week. Finally, I didn't dream of being pressed by a ghost last night. Du Ming sighed. Reflecting on the week from Monday to Friday, every night as he fell asleep, he felt as though he was being ridden by a ghost. It was quite absurd. He had often dreamed of being pressed by ghosts before, but it wasn't as frequent as it had been these past few days. This morning, he woke up feeling refreshed, finally free from those dreams. It seems that the ghost has a bit of conscience, knowing he was heading into an instance today and finally refrained from disturbing him. I have to learn some skills from Taoists or cultivators to see how many ghosts are in the house and what kinds they are. Du Ming muttered to himself. He got up and washed up, enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Wei Wei. Afterwards, he played Gal game with Wei Wei for a while, watching her happily strategizing with the game's little sister character, leaving Du Ming somewhat speechless. As noon approached, Du Ming quickly ate something and prepared to head out, starting this journey into the instance world. Given his level of experience, the instance world he was heading to would definitely be a beginner-level instance. Du Ming assured Wei Wei not to worry, he would most likely return on time in the evening. Even if there are some surprises, I will definitely be back tomorrow or the day after. Wei Wei showed no signs of reluctance, waving her hand with a smile to bid Du Ming farewell, seemingly very confident in him, adding, "Have fun in the instance." She returned to her room without a worried look. Half an hour later, Du Ming arrived once again at the Awakening Hall, slowly walking towards the dimensional gate. The hall was as lively as ever, with voices rising and falling. Just to Du Ming's left front, 2 young men looked nervous, sweating as they spoke. "This is my first time entering the dimensional gate after awakening. I'm so nervous." The 2 students, looking about half a year older than Du Ming, were sweating. "We still have a few minutes before our planned entry time. How about we quiz each other on instance knowledge?" "All right, I'll quiz you. How many important teacher out options are there in the Blood Chi realm, including starting and ending points, and what are the rest stops? Recite them." "I'm so nervous." "Don't be nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about in the instance world. After all, we graduated from university, and our foundational knowledge is definitely solid." "That's right. The Blood Chi realm, the Fire realm, the Three-Leaf world, the non-martial realm. I have been reviewing this knowledge since graduating from high school, and I still remember it well. Once we enter these beginner worlds, we just need to follow the steps to grow." "Exactly. The book says that the first world has no mandatory tasks, so there's no way we can fail in the first world, right?" Right. We became Awakeners during high school, so we must have some talent, right? Yeah, after hesitating for 4 years and encouraging each other for so long, we finally made it to this point. By the way, it's been 4 years since we decided to dive into the instance. Is it too late? Of course not. Many great figures achieve success later in life, like the Night God. Really, I remember that the Night God started diving into instances the day he awakened. He just happened to be older when he became famous. No worries, we just started working hard now. We're only a few years behind. Compared to an eternity, it's definitely not late. All right, in the future, the two of us brothers will also one day become great figures. Let's go. Listening to their conversation, Du Ming couldn't help but smirk. Unlike you newbies, I've already crossed a world. There's a thick, sad barrier between us, and I'm no longer an awakener from the same world. With a proud smile, Du Ming leisurely stepped past the two who were slow to move forward. The biggest difference between the basic instance world and the main world is that the basic instance has strategies. As long as one follows the strategy step by step, the danger level is very low. For instance worlds entered by those below level 10, the danger level is as low as it can get. However, even so, there are still occasional news reports of awakeners dying in these low-level instances. Most of them are due to self-sabotage. A few simply cannot comprehend the tasks and fail to complete them, and some are just too lucky to encounter absurd events like being hit by a meteor. Even in the first instance world, which has no mandatory tasks, there are still reports of awakeners meeting their demise. Due to the existence of strategies, statistically and probabilistically, awakeners have a higher survival rate in the first instance world than in the main world. Outside of the first instance world, the survival probability in instances below level 10 is only slightly lower than in the main world, indicating that the safety levels are not that different. As long as one doesn't self-sabotage and patiently follows the strategies, safety can still be somewhat guaranteed. However, the differences in worlds create differences in perceptions. Being killed by a meteor is considered bad luck in the main world, but if the same happens in the instance world, awakeners often cannot see it in the same light, always fearing it as a danger in the instance world. Thus, this low probability event becomes a barrier preventing people from entering. Like those two young men, they might have been deeply influenced by harmful videos, unable to make a decision about entering the dimensional gate, possibly worrying about the unknowns of the instance world, hence taking this long to decide. But once they drink from this cup and enter the instance world, they will eventually create more and more differences between themselves and ordinary people, as well as awakeners who have never entered. Those who enter the instance world will drink from the poison called power. Du Ming thought that these two likely came from decent families, able to wait 4 years before finally entering the instance world. Unlike him, who didn't think too much at the time and directly went to awaken and dive into instances. Taking a shallow breath, Du Ming smiled lightly and relaxed, stepping into the light portal again with the crowd. At the moment he stepped into the light portal, Du Ming felt an unprecedented calmness. As an experienced individual, he expected to navigate smoothly through the instance world. Would it be the passionate fire realm, the picturesque three-leaf world, or the perfectionist non-martial realm? Du Ming smiled slightly. Ding. The world you are about to enter is the new world. Naruto world. Please prepare within 30 seconds. Du Ming fell silent again. This time of crossing is unknown. Tasks have been assigned for you. Please check upon entering the world. 3, 2, 1. Entering Naruto world. Huh. Du Ming felt dizzy. It was quite a headache. He never expected that the second world he entered would be yet another new world, and it should be one he was quite familiar with, the world of Naruto. This was yet another world that someone of his awakening level should not be in. As the name suggests, the Naruto world is a realm where ninjas are extremely active. This world has beings known as ninjas who are essentially superpowered individuals. Ninjas use abilities called ninjutsu, as well as taijutsu and genjutsu, to engage in combat. Among these ninjas, many are organized into various settlements that are referred to as ninja villages. Ninja villages contribute military power to their respective countries in exchange for rewards, such as money. Among these countries, the 5 largest are known as the 5 great nations: the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of lightning, and the land of earth. Each of these nations corresponds to one of the 5 largest ninja villages. The Naruto world is fraught with danger, which varies based on region and time period. During times of war, safety is scarce, while periods of peace are somewhat better. The best times may belong to the period after the war in Naruto Shippuden, just before Boruto's era. Konoha village is relatively safer, while other ninja villages are slightly less so. Outside the villages, the danger level is chaotic and unknown, where sudden death is also a possibility. Among these ninja villages, Konoha village is often the strongest with the hardest fists, as other villages must look to it for approval. For a long time, the ninja world war has been jokingly referred to as Konoha's family affairs. The protagonist of the Naruto world, the child of destiny, is named Uzumaki Naruto. He was born in Konoha village, one of the ninja villages located in the land of fire, and is a good person who cares for friends and is willing to understand others. If he were to arrive after Naruto became Hokage, Du Ming would likely be taken in as an ordinary resident in Konoha. However, Du Ming murmured, but Konoha doesn't seem very safe either, recalling the high-level powerhouses in the Naruto world. In his peak, Naruto may seem impressive in the anime, but his range and destructive power appear limited. Yet Du Ming estimates that Naruto's combat strength could be comparable to a level 50 expert in the main world, enough to pose a threat to small nation-level regions. If we don't get too picky, it might even exceed level 50, reaching levels of 70 or 80. In the Sword Immortal World instance, a tribulation transcender who has passed through a heavenly tribulation, considered a true tribulation transcender, has a life level of 100. Such an expert, when swinging with all their might, could even cleave the earth, leaving deep fissures across vast expanses. However, whether peak Naruto can match a level 100 expert, Du Ming cannot confidently assert, as he has never witnessed it himself. Even such a Naruto cannot guarantee the safety of his friend's family or the villagers in the Naruto world. Villages can be easily destroyed, turning into massive craters after a single attack with all its inhabitants wiped out. In the Naruto world, the energy cultivated by ninjas, chakra, can be traced back to the boss Kagaya Otsutsuki, who hails from the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan. Their powers rival or even surpass Naruto's, and perhaps one day a member of the Otsutsuki clan with a level exceeding 100 will emerge. By the time of Boruto, with extraterrestrial beings invading, the combat power in the Naruto world becomes even more terrifying. In summary, the Naruto world is fraught with danger at any moment, and with high-level extraterrestrial powers lurking, it is undeniably a perilous world. Compared to those novice worlds learned from textbooks, this one is far too dangerous. But what does that have to do with me? I'm just a level 1 passerby. Sai, please, Dimension Gate, let me cross over to peaceful Konoha for a simple task. Du Ming sighed, his eyes moist, filled with mixed emotions. Sorry, Mr. Dimension Gate, I spoke too loudly earlier, thinking about what an old hand I am. Such a lack of self-awareness for a newcomer. In any case, I should first check the situation around me and see what the task is. As the second instance begins, the Dimension Gate will have a mandatory task to complete. Given my current level, it will surely be a simple task, like helping an old lady cross the street. Looking around, he found himself standing on an empty plain. In one direction, there was yet another endless expanse of flat ground, while in the other, he could see towering trees in the distance resembling a forest. Desolate and uninhabited. Just as he was about to initiate the task for the Dimension Gate, Du Ming heard a ding sound again. Ding, preparing for the Naruto world instance. Error, instance creation failed. Attempting again. Abandoned retaining coordinates of this world. A series of messages flashed through his mind. Du Ming was slightly taken aback, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This meant that, like the Dragon Ball world, the Naruto world could not generate other instance worlds. With no second Naruto, the Naruto world became a realm that only he could enter. His encounters and experiences with every individual in this world would be unique, just like in the Dragon Ball world. Not bad, the beginning is quite beautiful. Du Ming nodded in satisfaction, though he also felt puzzled. The inability to create instances in the Dragon Ball world led him to initially speculate that it was because the Dragon Ball world was more unfathomable than the main world or the Dimension Gate, hence the failure. But what could be the reason for the Naruto world? Although the combat power in the Naruto world is not low, even considering the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki beings whose powers can devour planets, it should still be incomparable to the Dragon Ball world. There are other universes with even greater strength than what is evident in the Naruto world, and the Dimension Gate has successfully created instances in those worlds. Either the hidden powers of the Naruto universe are as unfathomable as those in the Dragon Ball world, or there are reasons I have yet to discover that have caused the instance creations in both worlds to fail. Without enough information, it's hard to fathom. For now, I'll focus on opening the task for the Dimension Gate. But upon glancing at the task, he immediately furrowed his brow. Ding, the task has been assigned. Task: within 1 year, find a professional swordsman and achieve victory by decapitation in an unknown environment. Failure to complete the task means being unable to leave the Naruto world for 50 years. If the task is not completed in the junior instance, it could trap the Awakener in that world potentially until their death. As for intermediate and advanced instances, there are various scenarios, such as countless tribulations, soul extinction, and reincarnation within the instance world occurring, leading to diverse outcomes. What kind of ridiculous task is this? Let alone anything else, I have come to the world of ninjas, and yet the task you gave me has nothing to do with ninjas, but is related to samurai. You can't be thinking I can't take on a ninja, right? Well, I probably indeed cannot, but I also cannot take on those powerful samurai. For those ninja students who have just graduated from ninja school and have yet to obtain their official ninja qualifications, they are all capable of running up walls and walking on rooftops. With their sets of combat techniques, along with basic shadow clone techniques, transformation techniques, and substitution techniques, it would be a piece of cake to deal with a novice like him. Let's not discuss that for now. Where on my body can you see even a hint of malice? Why can't you assign me a more enjoyable task? Moreover, how can the very first mandatory task have a time limit? Isn't that just making things difficult for me? Although the time limit has been extended to a year. Though Du Ming complains about this task, it is actually quite simple. The task only mentions the profession as a samurai, without specifying any requirements regarding strength or rank. With a year of time, he could grow immensely as long as the samurai has not fallen to the point where there are hardly any left in the world. Du Ming can easily find a samurai to kill and be done with it. However, Du Ming does not particularly enjoy killing like that. Entering the instance world, he is mentally prepared for the day when he might have to draw blood. Perhaps one day he would kill to survive, to protect someone out of anger, or for various reasons. But Du Ming believes that these would all be his choices, decisions made by himself. Yet now the Dimensional Gate has issued a task for him to kill someone he doesn't even know and has no connection with. If he really goes through with it, he would be like a tool without his own will, willingly becoming an instrument to complete the task of the Dimensional Gate. He does indeed have the psychological preparation to complete the Dimensional Gate's tasks to return to the main world. But it's too early. Such a task that requires killing according to textbook definitions has come too soon. Du Ming's eyes flickered as he frowned, thinking about how unsatisfactory his first task is. He is not very pleased. But if he gives up, who knows what the time flow difference is with the main world? How much time will pass in the main world after 50 years? What will happen to Wei Wei alone? What will happen to El Ket in the Dragon Ball world? Ding! Just as Du Ming was troubled, the task notification sounded again, and he frowned as he looked up. Detected rejection emotions from the Awakener. Changing task. Changed. New task issued. Chain task companionship, part 1, join Konoha village. Huh. Du Ming's expression slipped, unable to maintain his composure. So the Dimensional Gate's tasks can change. I've never heard of such a situation from textbooks or teachers. But that's quite good. This task is straightforward and aligns with his own thoughts. It's great, and it even removes the time limit. Such simple tasks are more suitable for me. Du Ming felt a surge of joy. However, he is still unclear about the location of Konoha village. What he needs now is to find his own position and the direction to Konoha. Looking around, there is only one direction that seems to have a forest, while the other directions are desolate with no visible end. It doesn't look like it was originally devoid of anything, rather it seems to have been destroyed by exaggerated powers. He doesn't have much experience in the wild and doesn't know how to determine direction in this situation, so he instinctively heads toward the direction of the forest with plants. If there is a forest, there is a possibility of finding water flow or a stream. Perhaps following the river could lead to a village where he could ask about the current time period and the way to Konoha. The forest looked small, but Du Ming walked for nearly half the day before reaching the edge of the forest. Looking closely, the outskirts of the forest are sparse, but the interior is completely hidden from view. Taking a deep breath, Du Ming stepped into the forest. Worried about getting lost deep inside, he didn't venture too far in, and instead moved along the area close to the edge. As night fell, he still hadn't found any water source or river. Du Ming took out some biscuits from his pocket to eat as he continued deeper into the forest. Are you kidding me? Am I supposed to spend the night in the forest? The sky grew darker, especially in the forest where the moonlight couldn't penetrate many places, and his vision began to be affected. Thankfully, I saved a trick. Du Ming extended a finger, focused his mind, and gathered chi at the tip of his finger. A faint white light lit up in the dark forest, illuminating about a square meter around him. I can only see a space the size of a palm. The atmosphere has become a bit more terrifying. Du Ming sweated. I'll just use this to see the way. If I can't find a river, I'll retreat from the forest and spend the night outside and continue in the morning. His week of training has had some effects. The last lesson from Master Rashi taught the Kamehameha wave. At that time, he experienced the entire process of the Kamehameha wave, going from nothing to something and then being released at almost zero distance. Du Ming mimicked him step by step, first learning to concentrate chi in one place. Unfortunately, his time in the Dragon Ball world was still relatively short, and he didn't have more time to learn how to control chi. The chi at the tip of his finger has been radiating light, and after a week of training, the current limit for Du Ming is that he still cannot release it like Master Rashi. But don't underestimate the small size of the chi vortex. Du Ming has tried to forcefully fling the chi vortex from his finger, which could break a branch the size of a fist. Continuing forward for another half hour, the forest was completely dark. Better to come back tomorrow. Just as Du Ming prepared to leave the forest, his right foot instinctively stepped on a dry branch on the ground. Crack! Who? A crisp and decisive voice echoed from deep within the forest, reaching Du Ming's ears. Swish! Swish! Two flying objects came rushing at high speed. Thud! Thud! Du Ming only felt two flying objects pass by his neck on either side and embed themselves into the tree behind him. Shuriken! This is bad. Du Ming was already contemplating whether to flee. Shuriken are standard equipment for ninjas. Seeing a shuriken is no different from seeing a ninja. The ninjas he encounters in this deserted forest are either fallen into becoming thieves or are on secret missions, any of which could lead to his death. Even if neither is true in the world of Naruto, it is hard to encounter good ninjas in the wild. He immediately extinguished the chi at his fingertip, eliminating the light around him to reduce the chances of being discovered. Du Ming slowed his breathing and carefully moved along the tree trunk. "If you move again, I will kill you." Suddenly, a light laughter came from above him, very near. "I surrender." Du Ming felt distressed. In just the second world, how did he encounter life-threatening danger? "Oh, it doesn't seem like you're a ninja." The voice belonged to a cheerful young girl. Du Ming looked towards the direction of the voice. A beam of moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the girl's face. Byakugan. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a girl before him. Her face was not clearly visible, but her particularly striking eyes stood out in the moonlight. Byakugan. In the ninja world, it is one of the top ocular techniques belonging to the Hyuga clan of Konoha village. In simple terms, it can see everything. More strictly speaking, it offers a 360 field of vision without blind spots, capable of seeing both far and near, and can even see through a person's body to observe their chakra and internal conditions. It is said to have predictive abilities as well. It can even reveal how much money is hidden in a husband's wallet. In short, it's quite absurd. With the Byakugan, there's no escaping at night. One can only hope the other party harbors no murderous intent. "Where is this place?" the girl from the Hyuga clan asked. She did not mind that Du Ming recognized her Byakugan, as it was indeed too famous. Du Ming answered honestly, "I accidentally came here, and am not sure." "Are you? Then do you know which direction the Land of Fire is in?" The girl frowned. "I don't know either." Du Ming remained vigilant, worried that the one opposite him would attempt to kill him, deeming him no longer valuable. "Is that so? Then you can go." The girl waved her hand dismissively. Du Ming faced her cautiously, stepping back step by step. It wasn't until he was far out of her sight that he let out a sigh of relief and headed towards the forest's edge. "Fortunately, I encountered someone from the Konoha Hyuga clan who are not known for senseless killing. If I had run into a ninja from another village." Du Ming recalled the Hyuga girl he had just seen. She seemed to be about 1.6 meters tall. Her face was unclear, making it hard to identify which member of the Hyuga clan she was. Not daring to gather chakra at his fingertips, Du Ming continued to feel his way north in the dark. After walking for about 10 minutes, he reached the edge of the forest and searched for a place to spend the night. The sky's moon and the light from the stars were enough to illuminate the ground, accompanied by a slight chill in the air. Is it late autumn? It should be early spring. Du Ming quickly dove back into the forest, walking for a short half-minute until he found a large tree that shielded him from the wind, leaning against it to sit down. Here he hadn't ventured deep into the forest, and the moonlight and starlight still filtered in, making it not too dark. He'll just eat something and sleep. He took out a piece of biscuit from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. Swish! Du Ming's ears perked up. It seemed he heard a sound, and he quickly sat up. Swish! Again the same sound came from the grass on his right. Roar! Crash! Crash! A huge creature resembling a wild boar charged towards him. What the hell? Du Ming was startled, glancing once before swiftly darting behind the tree trunk, evading the wild boar's line of sight, and sprinting away. Looking back once more, the moonlight filtered through the treetops, and Du Ming discovered that this boar-like creature was actually as tall as a building. Its mouth was open, saliva dripping with jagged teeth that seemed to be grinning. But the monster seemed to have locked onto Du Ming. It sniffed the air, crashed through a tree with a snap, and charged straight at him. "Aren't you going to sleep at night?" Du Ming, filled with despair and fury, ran even faster. His training in the Dragon Ball world seemed to have prepared him for this moment, with the wild boar monster hot on his heels as he sprinted ahead. He continuously used the trees as cover to run forward, but the boar monster charged straight ahead, smashing through every tree in its path. The distance was closing in. "Damn, you're forcing me to reveal my power." As he ran, Du Ming began to gather more and more chi at his fingertips, enough to form a marble-sized orb. With a heavy flick of his hand, he sent the marble-sized orb of chi flying towards the boar monster's face. Pia? Oh, no, a faint, nearly invisible mark appeared between the boar monster's eyes. Crap, it had almost no effect. Du Ming felt like crying. How could his luck be so poor since arriving in the world of Naruto? Haha, what is this? Could it be your chakra? A mad voice echoed in front of Du Ming. While running for his life, he looked up and saw the familiar figure of the Hyuga girl atop the tree. "Hero, save me!" Du Ming shouted in a frenzy. Uft! The Hyuga girl gracefully leaped down from the top of the tree, landing on a thick branch 3 meters high, and chuckled. "I've been following you. I thought you were a ninja from some village. Based on your chakra level, it seems you've casually learned a bit of chakra cultivation, so you're not a suspicious person. Sister, save me." Du Ming was too focused on escaping to pay attention to what the girl was saying. He dashed right past her feet. The wild boar monster behind him didn't seem to care about the Hyuga girl above and charged towards Du Ming without hesitation. Raging fire palm. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out, and Du Ming instinctively turned to look. The boar monster was sent flying into the air by the girl's attack. The girl unleashed a flurry of palms in the blink of an eye. The boar monster couldn't even touch the ground. Moments later, with a loud crash, the boar monster fell back to the ground devoid of any breath. Du Ming did not stop his steps and continued to flee. If you don't stop, I'll kill you. The Hyuga girl's voice reached his ears. Her tone held no hint of malice, yet Du Ming dared not run any further and came to a halt. I'm not running, not running. Du Ming flashed a friendly smile, holding a half-eaten biscuit in one hand. Before him, the Hyuga girl approached, slowly silhouetted against the moonlight. Then, she quickly glanced at the biscuit Du Ming had not yet finished. Hey, I still have a few questions for you. Du Ming showed a helpless expression. Sister, I'll tell you anything you want to ask except for my life. Just ask for anything else you wish. Sister. Upon hearing this address again, the girl's expression brightened slightly. She was only 14 and she used to call others sister. She quickly glanced at the biscuit in Du Ming's hand, still looking at him against the moonlight. What do you have in your hand? Energy biscuits, they stave off hunger. Oh, seeing that your honest hand over everything you have in your hand. Know half of the biscuits in your pocket and he'll let you go. The Hyuga girl said this, but in truth she had no intention of doing anything to him. Sister, as you wish. Without hesitation, Du Ming took out half of the biscuits from his pocket and offered them up. Looking up, the girl against the moonlight gave Du Ming a familiar feeling. It seemed like he had seen her somewhere before, yet she resembled no one. The Hyuga girl joyfully accepted the biscuits, bouncing 2 steps over to another tree before sitting down. Hey, what's your name? Du Ming. Du Ming felt somewhat reassured. This Hyuga girl seemed to harbor no ill intentions, unlike someone who wanted to dispose of him. Where's this place? You really don't know? I truly don't know. Although the girl seemed to lack murderous intent, Du Ming obediently replied, I accidentally ended up here and was looking for any nearby villages. Du Ming took a quick glance at the girl, finding her increasingly familiar. But with her back turned to the moonlight, he couldn't see her clearly. Can you roast wild boar? The girl took a bite of a biscuit, feeling somewhat satisfied. Du Ming glanced at the wild boar monster not far away and awkwardly said, I can't do that either. What's the use of you then? The girl took 2 more bites of the biscuit, finally feeling less hungry than before. She had been drinking all night and forgot to eat. When she woke up in the morning, she was just about to eat something when she suddenly found herself in this forest. Initially, she thought she was under an illusion, but it seemed otherwise. Then she suspected she had fallen victim to some spatial ninjutsu. But at that time, she was in the Hyuga clan in Konoha. Who could possibly use spatial ninjutsu on her so precisely? If she had been affected by spatial ninjutsu, it would still be quite strange. She remained vigilant in the forest for about 10 minutes, keeping alert all the way until she was almost out of the forest, yet she hadn't encountered any enemies. Oh, it wasn't that she hadn't encountered anyone. When she heard Du Ming stepping on a dry branch, the Hyuga girl thought an enemy had finally appeared, feeling a secret sigh of relief. The existence of enemies made her feel more at ease than not having any enemies. However, she quickly realized that this person seemed to. You were also suddenly teleported here, right? The Hyuga girl suddenly asked Du Ming out of the blue. She activated her Byakugan, staring intently at Du Ming. He hesitated for a moment. No need to say more. The Hyuga girl closed her Byakugan, concluding that Du Ming was the same as her, having arrived here due to some unknown spatial ninjutsu. It doesn't matter if you can't roast wild boar, take this opportunity to learn quickly. Alright. Du Ming was unsure of what she had figured out, pointing at the oversized wild boar. I don't have any tools. Could you help me cut the wild boar into smaller pieces? It's too large to roast. Alright, let's just keep the outer layer of meat and skin, and the inside seemed too troublesome to clean. Alright. The Hyuga girl pondered for a moment. You wait here for me, don't run away. After saying this, she dashed over to the recently slain wild boar monster. Swish, swish, swish. Using shuriken to tear apart the wild boar's body, chunks of pork the size of palms stacked up beside the girl. Soon there were more than a dozen piles stacked upright. Now you can roast it, right? The girl wiped her sweat, and with the moonlight behind her revealed a happy smile resembling a starving beast seeing rice. Du Ming pondered for a moment, revealing a troubled expression. It seems we can't roast it without fire. I need to ask you for another favor. What? I don't have any tools. Could you bring me some branches that can be burned? Oh, and I'll also need your help to start the fire. Du Ming stood still, not moving. That's true. The girl didn't sense anything wrong. You wait here for me, I'll be right back. After saying this, she dashed into the forest. With a crackling sound, she swept through with shurikens, creating piles of firewood, 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles, and more. Then Du Ming saw the girl in front of a pile of firewood, making several sounds of ha-ha, before she worked on the firewood, and the flames rose. Now we can start roasting the pork, the girl said proudly, happily wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Her stomach was already cheering and eagerly waiting. Still not quite right. Du Ming thought for a moment. I'll need your help again. You say, I don't have any tools so I can't help you. You need to use shuriken to carve the branches into chopstick shapes with one end sharp enough. We'll use these chopsticks to stab the meat chunks and make skewers for roasting. Du Ming placed his hands on his hips, feeling very exhausted. That's indeed the case. The Hyuga girl nodded in agreement, then disappeared from the spot. All around the sound of rustling could be heard, and soon a large pile of sharp chopsticks appeared in front of Du Ming. Du Ming glanced at the girl's face, unable to hold back his complaints. Why does this girl always come back with her back to the moonlight, making it impossible for him to see her face? Could it be that this is a ninja's training, always keeping the other party from seeing their true face? Is this enough? The Hyuga girl showed an expectant expression, and her mouth almost drooled. Then you should wait and see how my first attempt turns out, Du Ming said with confidence, and the girl looked on with anticipation. 1 minute later, Du Ming gritted his teeth, stabbing the sharpened chopsticks into the cut pieces of meat. The Hyuga girl eagerly awaited the start of roasting the pork. Another minute passed, and Du Ming finally inserted the chopsticks 1 centimeter in. The skin of this monstrous pig seemed a bit tough, despite his extraordinary physique and strength, he found it difficult to easily insert the chopsticks into the meat. The Hyuga girl blinked her eyes. Another 5 minutes passed. Crack! The chopsticks broke. The Hyuga girl displayed a look of despair, lowering her head. Let me do it. Are you going to do it? You've already done enough, just leave the rest to me. Du Ming was quite surprised. Let me do it. The girl stepped forward, squatting down, grabbing the piece of meat from Du Ming's hand and picking up a sharp chopstick. With a poof, the chopstick was directly inserted into the meat chunk. Soon chunks of skewered meat were placed on the fire, and the meat finally began to roast. Du Ming had nothing to do, staring blankly, just waiting to eat. Finally, the girl was no longer turned away from the moonlight, and he could finally see her face clearly. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. He felt that this girl must be someone he knew from the Hyuga clan, but something was still slightly off. Among those with Byakugan, Du Ming could still feel a familiarity, particularly with the females. He visualized 3 figures in his mind: Hinata, Hyuga, Himawari, Uzumaki, and Hyuga, Hanabi. Du Ming's eyes flickered as he tentatively murmured. However, he really didn't have much impression of Hanabi at this age. He barely remembered her. If it weren't for the Byakugan and her resemblance, he wouldn't have thought of it. You know me. Hyuga Hanabi didn't seem surprised that Du Ming recognized her. She was the daughter of the Hyuga clan, although not many people recognized her, there were still quite a few. I've seen the 2 genius girls of the Hyuga clan before, but of course you've never seen me. Du Ming laughed awkwardly. He estimated. Hanabi Hyuga first appeared at age 7, and now she should be in her teens, probably not yet 18. At this age, Hanabi Hyuga should be at the point where Naruto Shippuden has ended and Boruto hasn't yet begun. Did he enter the timeline of Boruto? The 2 ate the roasted pork in silence. Truth be told, it was not particularly palatable. This much was evident from the furrowed brows of Hinata, Hanabi, and Du Ming. Both were novices with no prior experience roasting meat, so after each had grilled just 2 modest portions, neither could bring themselves to eat another bite. Hanabi swallowed her portion without relish, sighing inwardly. It had staved off hunger, but offered little in flavor. How wonderful it would be back home, where she could draw upon a rich array of seasonings. A sudden thought stirred within her, and her hand drifted instinctively to the wine gourd concealed beneath her sash. Last night had been her first time tasting wine, stolen furtive and unbidden. All she recalled was stumbling to her elder sister Hinata's side afterward, clinging to her like a child, whispering anxiously, "Sister, now that you're together with Naruto, what will become of me?" Now the memory flushed her cheeks with quiet embarrassment. Upon waking that morning, she'd resolved never to drink again. Yet before she knew it, she'd already retrieved a gourd and filled it to the brim, ready for an impromptu sip. Glancing sidelong at Du Ming, who remained oblivious, Hanabi swiftly drew the hidden gourd from her waist, uncorked it, took a generous draught, and concealed it once more. Yesterday had been her first clandestine foray into wine, timid, hesitant. Even now she still felt ill at ease drinking openly before others, convinced that imbibing was somehow improper. Yet the lingering taste of wine haunted her senses, and before reason could intervene, she found herself stealing another sip. Strangely doing so before a stranger stirred within her a quiet, illicit thrill. Hic! What on earth was that sound? Startled by the sudden noise, Du Ming turned, and there sat Hinata Hanabi, her gaze hazy, her eyes soft and unfocused. Her cheeks bloomed with warmth, her expression grew drowsy and dreamlike, a faint foolish smile playing upon her lips. "Hey, you've been drinking." Du Ming hadn't seen where she'd hidden the gourd, but the faint sweet aroma drifting through the air betrayed her secret instantly. Du Ming. Hanabi's tolerance for alcohol was astonishingly low. Just a single drop sent her spiraling into intoxication. "How can you not even roast meat properly?" she slurred, her head swaying gently. "I slew the wild boar, felled the tree, whittled the skewers, kindled the fire, and threaded the meat. I did everything." "How utterly useless you are." Du Ming had no retort, only silence. We were both cast here by some bizarre space-based ninjutsu, so why must I be the one tending to you? Why wise? He offered a sheepish smile. Indeed. Perhaps inheriting a quiet virtue from her elder sister Hanabi had watched over him attentively ever since the wild boar appeared, especially after realizing he possessed no chakra or ninja training. Such half-hearted effort. If this roasted pork is any indication, you'll need serious practice. Understood? Actually, you roasted it. I merely ate. He dared not voice that thought aloud, fearing it might provoke the inebriated girl. All right, good girl. Once you master it, your very first batch must be tasted by me. All right, let me tell you, every dish in my home is exquisite. My palate is discerning, satisfying. It demands true mastery and dedication. Yes. Hey, Du Ming, are you listening? I am. Truly I am. Oh, good. Du Ming, that is your name, isn't it? Where were you headed, Du Ming? If our paths align, I'd be happy to escort you part way. Given how frail you seem, you're fortunate to live in this era of peace. Thanks to Naruto. Back during the 4th Shinobi World War years ago, hick, you wouldn't have lasted a single step down the road without falling prey to danger. Hey, Du Ming, I asked you where are you going? Glancing briefly at his quest objective, join Konoha Village, he replied, Konoha Village. Konoha. For the first time that night, a spark of genuine excitement lit Hanabi's drunken features. What perfect timing. We're headed the same way. Once we reach Konoha, I'll invite you to my home, and we'll drink more wine. Du Ming eyed her slender, youthful frame with deep skepticism. Your father, is he the renowned Hyuga Hayashi? Would he truly permit you to drink openly? Oomph. She patted her chest, still tender with youth yet undeniably blossoming, with defiant disdain. I'm grown now. Father has no authority over me. And if I wish to host you for wine, he cannot stop me. Du Ming remained profoundly unconvinced. They exchanged light banter beside the crackling fire, fragmented, unhurried, effortless. Gradually, Du Ming's eyelids grew heavy, his replies lagged behind Hanabi's words. Then sleep surged, deep and insistent, until her drunken murmurs faded into indistinct hums. Leaning against the trunk behind the fire, he let his eyes drift shut. All he managed were hollow mechanical affirmations. Hey, Du Ming, are you even listening? Hey, Du Ming, where are you from? Hey, Du Ming, wake up and talk to me. Du Ming, where did you learn your chakra? It differs slightly from mine. Don't fall asleep, Du Ming. Stay awake and keep me company. Though the hour had long passed midnight, Hanabi had only just awakened a few hours earlier. Drunken though she was, drowsiness eluded her. She muttered softly, persistently nudging him. At first, Du Ming heard only a gentle buzzing murmur and responded with dutiful sleepy grunts. Soon, however, he lay utterly still, breathing deeply, surrendered fully to slumber. Whether it was the comfort of knowing she was a Hyuga, or simply the ease born of hours spent in her presence, he slept soundly, untroubled. Hey. Hanabi crept close, nudging him gently, whispering near his ear, Du Ming. Her face flushed, she sat beside him, lightly shaking his shoulder. Gradually her chatter subsided. A soft breeze stirred, gentle, persistent, brushing across her cheeks again and again. The chill of early spring night air seeped into her skin, slowly cooling the wine-flushed hue upon her face. An hour passed, or perhaps two. Then, suddenly, Hanabi froze. Her intoxication lifted. Hand flying to her mouth, she nearly cried out in shock. Without hesitation, she scrambled away from Du Ming's side, leapt clear, and only settled trembling beneath a distant tree. Her cheeks flared anew. Never again shall I drink wine. Every word spoken in her inebriated state remained vivid in her memory. Awake, she felt mortified, yet relieved he remained unconscious. I'll simply escort him to Konoha, as thanks for enduring my rambling all this time. Muttering to herself, she drew her knees to her chest and buried her face against them. Morning. Du Ming woke up to a notification sound, drowsily gazing at the image projected by the dimensional gate. It seemed that a secret lay hidden deep within this forest. What else is hidden in the depths of the forest? You are about to embark on. Side quest: explore the secrets of the forest's depths. Reward unknown. Failure penalty: extended stay in the ninja world for 30 years. The grand prize awaits you. Do you accept? Yes, no. Reminder: entering a certain range in the forest's depths will automatically trigger the side quest. Du Ming suddenly jolted awake. He quickly clicked no and swiftly dismissed the side quest prompt. Only then did he wipe the sweat from his brow, let out a sigh of relief, and got up. What's going on? Why is a side quest popping up? As a traveler who had read Infinite Terror and countless stories of infinite flows, Du Ming had some understanding of side quests. Side quests in dungeon worlds are generally not much different from those in infinite worlds. They are additional tasks that provide extra rewards outside the main storyline. Side quests can also be referred to as variables. However, there are some differences. In textbooks, there is a general rule concerning side quests in dungeon worlds. The degree of difficulty of a side quest is positively correlated with the riddle level of the dimensional gate. The more puzzling the dimensional gate, the more troublesome the side quest. This troublesome degree may not necessarily refer to difficulty, it could also relate to complexity, time consumption, or mental strain among other factors. In short, it's quite troublesome. Additionally, the clarity of the reward description is similarly important. The more explicit and quantifiable the reward, the lower the troublesome degree of the side quest. Conversely, the troublesome degree of side quests is absolutely not lower. It wasn't just the troublesome nature that made Du Ming sweat. Side quests were typically something that appeared in mid to high-level dungeons. Basic dungeon worlds and low-level dungeons have small variables, and side storylines generally do not trigger. The fact that something that typically appears in mid to high-level dungeons showed up in his second dungeon left him quite alarmed. Du Ming recalled a widely circulated story about a teacher named Zheng from Jiangshui High School. It was said that before becoming a teacher, Zheng was known for his boldness in dungeons, charging headlong through any dungeon without hesitation. Until one day, Teacher Zheng unexpectedly encountered a side quest that still lingered in his mind. Side quest: explore the secrets of the forest's depths. Indeed, Teacher Zheng's task looked just like Du Ming's side quest, both shrouded in riddles. Only after Teacher Zheng accepted the side quest and ventured into the depths of the forest did he discover the deep pit. Side quest prompt: in the depths of the forest, a boy whose hometown was destroyed by the tyrant Lord harbors seeds of hatred in his heart. He longs for revenge, desiring the deaths of all 100,000 inhabitants of Tyrant City as compensation for his family. Side quest content: raise and educate the boy for 10 years, change his mindset, and save at least 500 civilians from Tyrant City. Failure penalty: world stay time increased by 20 years. The final outcome was well known among the students. Teacher Zheng spent a full 10 years in that dungeon, returning looking weary and melancholic. It was from that time on that Teacher Zheng became a teacher in the main world and came to Jiangshui High School. He felt that apart from being a teacher, he had lost all other skills. Secrets hidden in the depths of the forest. Should we continue to explore? Du Ming looked at the prompt and chuckled coldly. Did he even need to think about it? Of course he would dismiss the quest as if he hadn't seen it. Hey, Miss Hinata, over there, it's time to get up. We need to leave here. Upon waking early, Du Ming saw Hinata Hanabi far away, sitting against another tree with her legs hugged, seemingly asleep. Just call me. It's fine. No need. Hinata Hanabi, not actually asleep, looked up upon hearing Du Ming's voice. But her voice was softer than a mosquito, and Du Ming could barely hear what she said. As he walked closer, Du Ming asked, "What did you just say?" Hanabi's face turned crimson with anger as she darted away to a tree further away, exclaiming, "You're too close, you jerk." Du Ming estimated that they had only been about 3 meters apart. With Hanabi's leap, they were now 5 meters apart. Du Ming remarked, Am I really that scary? You can't even hit me with your kunai, shouldn't I be the one afraid of you?" Hanabi was about to retort when Du Ming interjected, "By the way, what did you say just now?" It was too quiet for me to catch. Hanabi's ears turned red and her anger flared. "You not only can't roast me, but also can't even hear what I say. I said just call me Hanabi." "I see now, I understand." Du Ming laughed heartily. With Hanabi's Byakugan, their journey to Konoha became much easier. Utilizing the Byakugan's distant vision, they soon found a river flowing east. They followed the river eastward for half a day. "We should be at the border of the Land of Wind, quite close to the Land of Birds," Hanabi said, standing a meter away from Du Ming. "Shall we rest in the capital of the Land of Birds for a few days before moving on? It's nearby, right?" "No, we won't go to the capital," Hanabi shook her head. "Du Ming, it's not that you are in any trouble, but my Byakugan stands out too much. Although the Ninja World War is over and everyone respects Naruto, if someone like me from the main branch of the Hyuga clan goes to the capital of the Land of Birds without any notice, it would inevitably raise suspicion and cause trouble for Naruto. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Birds doesn't mind, there might still be unscrupulous people coveting the Byakugan. It doesn't matter for me, but it's dangerous for you." Du Ming chuckled. Naruto indeed turned the tide during the Fourth War. His strength is known even to those from this small place. "Haha, right." Hanabi laughed happily. "He's the one Hinata likes. How could he not be strong?" That said, while she verbally expressed admiration, she had secretly harbored some doubts about Naruto for quite a long time. "So if we're not going to the capital of the Land of Birds, are we heading straight to the Land of Fire?" "No," Hanabi shook her head again. "There's a small town at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Birds where trade is frequent. Let's stay there for one night, and you can stock up on some provisions. I'll leave the arrangements to you, and I'll try not to let anyone notice." "That works out. Replenishing some energy is definitely a good idea," Du Ming nodded. He then kept staring at Hanabi. She blinked, looking quite confused. "What are you looking at me for?" Do you have any money?" "I don't have any." Hanabi's face instantly turned red and her anger flared again. "You can't roast me, you can't hear what I say, but why don't you even have money in your pocket? How have you lived so long?" "No money is just no money, there's nothing I can do about it," Du Ming argued back. Here, take this. This is 10,000 Rio. Remember to find a comfortable place to stay, preferably with a bath. 2 rooms. Hanabi angrily shoved the money into Du Ming's hands and marched off toward the land of birds. In Bai Niao town at the Bai Niao, and the innkeeper cheerfully said, "All right, your rooms are on the 2nd floor. Just go up the stairs from here, and it's the 2 rooms at the far right." The innkeeper nodded and smiled as he escorted Du Ming and Hua Hua upstairs. Hua Hua and Du Ming walked up the stairs one behind the other, just a meter apart. After they went upstairs, the innkeeper sighed and shook his head, then laughed again. Young couples are always prone to arguments. Hey, they even chose to stay in separate rooms, making it perfect for me to earn a little more. That little girl has been keeping her head down, as she must have been bullied by that little brat and lost her precious proha. On the 2nd floor, Hua Hua's voice, filled with killing intent, echoed behind Du Ming. Hua Hua paused, glaring at Du Ming's back. Du Ming responded, "You don't mean to kill me, do you?" "Humph." Hua Hua snatched the key from Du Ming's hand. "This room is mine. You hurry up and get ready to prepare food. You have money, your word is law, I'll do as you say." Du Ming laughed, showing no signs of anger. After all, he was counting on Hua Hua to provide him with free food and protection in the next few days. Thinking about the fact that she was a little rich girl and he was being temporarily supported, he had no reason to be angry. However, he still felt a little curious. In his memory, Hua Hua was quiet as a child, but now she had grown into a lively and cheerful person, appearing gentle and approachable, yet hiding a stubborn and proud nature. Moreover, it seemed she had grown significantly after her transformation. Yet he had never seen this version of Hua Hua in the animation. Is it puberty? Du Ming pondered for a moment about her current age and confidently deduced. Bai Niao town was a small place bordering the Wind Nation, but life there was not easy either, leading to average business. "Boss, I'll take 2 portions of this, and this." "All right. You don't seem like a person from the Wind Nation." Du Ming raised an eyebrow. "Boss, if you're trying to cheat me, you might want to find someone else. Did you not see that I ordered 2 portions? One of them is for the esteemed ninja, and if you charge too much, be careful of the ninja coming to find you tonight." The vendor's face beamed with a smile. No, I wouldn't dare." "That's good to hear. By the way, the esteemed ninja wants me to ask where I can find some delicious grilled meat skewers." "Well, that's easy, sir. You just go to the next intersection, turn around the corner, and you'll see a yakitori shop." "Thanks, boss." "Oh, no need to thank me. Actually, I have something I want to ask you." The boss scratched his head. "Go ahead. You and that esteemed ninja, did you come from the fearsome wind forest?" The boss asked cautiously. "Huh? How bold. You think you can inquire about the esteemed ninja's whereabouts?" Du Ming feigned authority, portraying Hua Hua as someone who was hard to approach. The boss wiped his cold sweat and said with a bitter smile, "Sir, it's not that I'm inquiring. I just heard too much commotion over there yesterday, so I wanted to ask about the situation. I sell many items that require materials from the forest." "I see. So the fearsome wind forest is over there." Du Ming pointed to the southwest, where he and Hua Hua had come from. The boss was overjoyed. Yes, it's over there. I don't know. That area seems to have been devastated, completely desolate, but there shouldn't be any danger. Oh, deep in the forest there seems to be some strange sounds. You better not go in there." The dimensional gate had hinted that something strange could trigger a side quest deep in the forest, which Du Ming directly dismissed. He had no idea what lay deep within. To be safe in case there was any danger deep in the forest, he deceived the boss into not going there. The boss' expression changed, but he soon felt somewhat relieved, saying, "That's good. Besides a certain type of fruit, everything else can be found on the outskirts." Thank goodness. Upon hearing the boss mention that forest, Du Ming felt a stir in his heart. "Boss, what happened over there in the forest yesterday?" Shaking his head, the boss said, "First, there was an earthquake that felt like it would bring down Bai Niao town. Then there was a bright light. After that, the forest fell silent for a moment. In the end, just when we thought it was over, there was another, even stronger tremor. It was very strange." "I see. Thank you, boss." Du Ming thanked him with a smile, then left, heading towards the yakitori shop to buy meat skewers. His expression was strange. This commotion, why does it increasingly sound like some powerful individuals are using spatial techniques, causing spatial tremors due to uncontrolled energy? Considering the location and timing, it looks like it could be a result of the dimensional gate sending me over with energy being mishandled. That shouldn't be possible. Oh, I haven't heard of the dimensional gate acting this way in the main world. It shouldn't be possible. As Du Ming pondered, he passed by the yakitori shop, bought 10 portions of grilled meat skewers, and returned to the inn. "Hua, what are you looking at?" Du Ming asked as he entered Hua Hua's room carrying a pile of food and drinks. Hua Hua, leaning against the window, looked at the street and smiled lightly, turning to glance at the sound. "Wait, have you been drinking again?" Du Ming was quite speechless upon seeing the gourd in Hua Hua's hand. "Who said they would never drink again?" "Well," Du Ming, pointing to the street outside, while holding the wine gourd, Hua Hua, her face flushed from drinking, said, with a light laugh, "Hee, do you see those 2 sneaky ones?" "Who?" Du Ming curiously leaned forward to look out the window. "It's those 2 people. They are ninjas from the country of rivers, truly." "What era is this?" It's long past the Fourth War, yet there are still so many ninjas sneaking into other countries. It seems even Naruto couldn't completely change this world. Where's that? Du Ming strained to see in the direction Hua Hua pointed and couldn't figure out where the ninja was. It's those two guys in green clothes. Hua Hua pressed Du Ming's head down to look. You see, those two ninjas with poor skill must have only learned a bit of killing ninjutsu. It seems they haven't even mastered the art of disguise. Hua Hua, her face tinged with red from the alcohol side in this day and age. The education in the country of rivers remains stuck in the past. Haven't they made any progress? Du Ming looked seriously again. Outside the window there were indeed two men in green clothes laughing and chatting together, but to him, they looked like ordinary people from Banyao Town. I can't tell if they look very ordinary, Du Ming doubted. You didn't cheat and use your Byakugan to check their chakra, did you? If those two are such obvious ninjas. If you can't tell, it just means you're also a nobody. Hua Hua laughed heartily. Nobody, Du Ming. Du Ming felt a jolt run through his body. Haha, nobody, Du Ming. How irritating. Nobody, Du Ming. It was a bit ticklish. Nobody. Du Ming quickly covered Hua Hua's mouth to stop her from continuing to speak in her drunken state. He felt like something was wrong with his body. He couldn't bear to hear her talk. Hua Hua looked at Du Ming with a puzzled expression, remaining silent. Look at what I brought back for you. Du Ming released his grip, immediately changing the subject as he fetched the skewers of grilled meat he had just bought and handed them to Hua Hua. Oh, Hua Hua, slightly tipsy from the alcohol, felt a bit fuzzy-headed. She took out the skewers. Smell this, it's chicken skewers. I also got you 2 skewers of pork, give them a try. Hua Hua picked up a skewer of meat with suspicion, staring at him. Is Du Ming just going to keep using the skewers bought from the store? I'm getting angry. You promised to learn how to grill meat, don't forget. Alright, I'll learn. But once I grill it, you have to eat it all. Du Ming thought that grilling meat was indeed something worth learning. When he returned to the main world or someday back to the Dragon Ball world, he could let Wei Wei and AI Air Kue taste his skills. My appetite isn't as big as Hinata's, but it's not small either. I'll eat as much as you grill. Hua Hua huffed, patting her chest proudly. I mean, if the meat I grilled doesn't taste good, don't you dare complain. Du Ming felt a bit restless. Although he was somewhat embarrassed, treating Hua Hua as a source of grilling experience seemed like a good idea. Then go grill now. No way. Du Ming immediately refused. Why not? Let's not say that learning to grill here isn't very convenient. I haven't practiced at all today and need to work hard to improve my chi chakra level. Enough already, you're so annoying. Hua Hua angrily said, at your age you should be learning to grill meat properly. Why are you only learning chakra now? What were you doing before? Isn't it because I had unsuitable conditions when I was young? Du Ming smiled and said, I'm leaving now, after saying that he was about to return to his room. Wait. Hua Hua pinched her own face, forcing herself to wake up. What? Hua Hua opened her Byakugan and pointed at Du Ming's abdomen, then smiled triumphantly. I've pressed some acupoints on you, blocking the flow of your chakra here. Chakra is the refinement of mental and physical energy, and I've set up obstructions on the acupoints in your body. To train your chakra, you need to properly impact these acupoints with your chakra. Each time you impact the acupoint, it can further refine your chakra, enhancing its quality, and each impact will also refine your spirit. Hua Hua scoffed, you're older than me, and still just a beginner with chakra, so focus on laying a good foundation and building your strength. Don't end up grilling pork and not being able to lift the meat. Du Ming was at a loss for words. Why are all these people like this? Teacher Wu Tian is like this, and Hua Hua is too. Just the thought of having him cultivate made her want him to break through the constraints within his body and strengthen himself. His body is so attractive that it makes one unable to resist pressing acupoints. Sigh, if only I could learn the cheating ninjutsu of multiple shadow clones, but that probably won't happen. Ninjas who can use multiple shadow clones only come in 2 types. One doesn't teach outsiders, and the other is afraid that your body can't handle it and firmly refuses to teach, worrying it might harm you. It's better to honestly train. Then I'll thank you. Du Ming rolled his eyes at Hua Hua, feeling the chi was indeed flowing somewhat sluggishly in his belly. No need. Hua Hua's cheeks were still flushed from the alcohol, her eyes revealing a charming glow. She grasped Du Ming's neck, the scent of alcohol lingering in her gaze. No need, Zai Yu sang with a giggle. Hua Hua pushed Du Ming away. Hissed. Du Ming felt a sudden chill throughout his body. I'm leaving. Feeling he could no longer listen to the drunken Hinata Hua Hua, Du Ming hurriedly rolled back to his room. The next day, Du Ming and Hua Hua left Banyao Town with a large amount of food and drinking water, departing from the land of birds. They continued eastward. After leaving the land of birds, they arrived at the border of the land of rain, along the border of the land of wind. This time, they didn't even enter the land of rain, but found a place to rest at the border of the 2 countries before continuing their journey. After that night in Banyao Town, Hua Hua surprisingly stopped drinking. Moreover, she kept a distance of 1 meter from Du Ming, and if others saw them, they would never guess they were companions returning to Konoha. Only, it's so bad. Du Ming's grilled meat is terrible. This sound echoed in their ears. In 3 days, Du Ming's chakra, or chi, steadily grew under Hua Hua's torment. Unlike in the Dragon Ball world when Master Roshi used the binding technique, Du Ming couldn't yet control his chi to break free. Now it was different. After Hua Hua pressed his acupoints, he could control his body's chi to break through the sealed acupoints. And when Du Ming broke through one acupoint, Hua Hua would come over and press 2 new acupoints. When Du Ming broke through 2 acupoints, Hua Hua would come over and press 4 new acupoints. It was just like playing a game. As he broke through levels, his spirit and chi also slowly leveled up. After several days, the quality of his chi had further improved and his physical condition had slightly enhanced. They continued eastward, and another day passed. The two completely left the land of wind, entering the border area between the land of rain and the land of rivers. Du Ming learned to step. No, learn to climb trees with me. This day, Hua Hua could no longer hold back. Behind them was a large lake. Crossing this lake would indicate they had crossed the border of the land of rivers and entered the territory of the land of fire. Originally, Hua Hua wanted to supervise and see how Du Ming's water stepping technique was and prepare to give some pointers. But Du Ming completely couldn't step on water. If they were to cross the lake, given the width of the lake, Du Ming's physical strength would likely take a lot of time to swim across, so she would have to carry Du Ming. Could she agree to that? In the end, because taking a detour would require an extra half a day, she still carried Du Ming across the lake. After crossing the lake, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hua Hua angrily said, "You can't even climb a tree. What use is all that chakra? Learn to climb trees with me." Du Ming didn't take Hua Hua's anger to heart at all, his eyes sparkling as he happily said, "Sure. Let's learn right now. Hurry up." In the Naruto world, climbing trees and stepping on water were classic training methods. Could he miss this opportunity? Absolutely not. The journey eastward remained unchanged. The only change was Du Ming. On the way to the eastern side, near the short book street in the western land of fire, Du Ming had added a new training. Climbing trees to train chakra control had similarities to the methods of controlling chi in the Dragon Ball world. Concentrating chi underfoot, allowing the feet to walk vertically up the trunk while the person remains parallel to the ground. If too little chi was used, the feet wouldn't stick to the trunk. If too much was used, they would sink into the trunk. The amount of chi released needed to be just right. After stopping and going along the way, they reached the short book street in the land of fire after 3 days. A small town filled with casinos, taverns, and entertainment venues, or rather a street. But the moment Hua Hua stepped into the short book street, she panicked. What's going on? The short book street here looked completely different from what she had seen recently. It looked like it did 5 or 6 years ago. Short Book Street, also known as Tsunade Street or Fat Sheep Street, is both a street and a town, a small city. It is a place where Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, often lingers, and it is a well-known entertainment town in the land of fire. It is also a place of adult happiness and depravity. The ancient buildings in this small city are arranged in an orderly fashion with a constant flow of people on the main street shoulder to shoulder, and the various calls to attract customers are louder than one another. In view of Short Book Street, the farthest point ahead is a towering building that Du Ming observes resembles Himeji Castle. Nearby, there are countless casinos of all sizes on both sides, both above ground and underground. Snack shops, ramen shops, and izakayas and kabuki theaters are all available. Additionally, it is easy to find brothels and loan shops. On both sides of the street, there are flags labeled takoyaki, goldfish scooping still like a ball, skewers, as well as some plaques that one would never see in other towns. For example, milk. This is the most materialistic area in the land of fire, with a haze of indulgence where the scent of hell and heaven lingers throughout the town. This is probably where Naruto meets Tsunade, urging her to return to be Hokage. Du Ming chuckled, curiously looking left and right. He had never thought of looking for Tsunade here. From Hanabi's age, it can be inferred that this is the time when Naruto's story ends and Boruto's story has yet to begin. At this point in time, Tsunade may have already handed over the Hokage position to Kakashi Hatake. She should now be enjoying a leisurely and pleasant life, chatting with the other retired Kage. Wait, that's not right. Du Ming frowned. By the way, wasn't Short Book Street destroyed by Orochimaru? Looking at how lively and prosperous it is now, could it be that the place destroyed wasn't here? Or was the destruction still to come? Or did he remember it wrong? Just then, Hanabi displayed a panic that Du Ming had never seen before. What's wrong, Hanabi? No, Short Book Street isn't like this. Last month I had a mission as a bodyguard, and one of the stops was Short Book Street. At that time, Short Book Street was completely different from now. How could it change like this in just a month? Du Ming suddenly felt something was amiss. Hanabi, you haven't been hit on the head and woken up after a long sleep, have you? I haven't. Hanabi replied, her emotions agitated and her tone impatient. We aren't trapped in a genjutsu, right? I possess the strength of a jonin. It's impossible for me to be under a genjutsu for so long without realizing it. Let's find a place to rest first, Du Ming suggested, frowning. They'll follow your lead, Hanabi replied, a bit irritated. This is truly problematic. Du Ming felt a headache coming on. He could think of 3 possible scenarios for the current situation. Having watched many sci-fi movies, Du Ming's first reaction as an awakened one capable of traversing worlds is that he and Hanabi entered a strange parallel universe of Naruto or a bizarre timeline. However, the dimensional gate indicated that the Naruto world replication had failed. Logically, if the dimensional gate's replication failed, the Naruto world itself would have a high resistance to producing different timelines. This possibility can be ruled out. The second possibility is the ultimate Jinjutsu of the Naruto world. If he was pulled into a Jinjutsu world created by infinite Tsukuyami, he truly wouldn't know how to escape. Yet this possibility is also quite low. Unless it's a horror world or an unnamed world, the dimensional gate wouldn't allow awakened ones to traverse into a false world. Moreover, Hanabi also believes she hasn't fallen into a Jinjutsu. The reason for keeping this possibility is Du Ming's slight distrust in the quality of the dimensional gate, which often produces unexpected occurrences. The third possibility is related to the timeline. This is what Du Ming considers to be the most plausible. He has normally entered the Naruto world, while Hanabi has been pulled through a time-space gap from the future or the past to this point in time. There is also a reason. The information he gathered from the vendor in the Land of Birds pointed out that when he entered the Naruto world, there were signs of suspected time-space fluctuations in the area. Perhaps it was this fluctuation caused by the dimensional gate that brought Hanabi to this time. Dimensional gate. You really have fallen into disrepair. Du Ming sighed as he received 2 door keys from the puzzled innkeeper. What are you talking about, Du Ming? Hanabi did not understand what Du Ming was saying. I mean, Hanabi, you look quite cute when you're angry too. Du Ming sighed. What are you talking about? I'm already very annoyed and Du Ming is saying things I don't understand. Hanabi became more and more confused and irritated. Du Ming chose to remain silent for the time being. Seeing this, Hanabi also decided to ignore him. She fixed her Byakugan gaze firmly on the innkeeper. I have a few questions for you. Previously, Hanabi hadn't made eye contact with him, but now the innkeeper noticed this distinctive white eye and felt weak in the knees. Sir, please ask. Naruto know where is the 7th Hokage? The last few words went unspoken and Hanabi failed to finish her question. Whether it was Naruto's name or mentioning the 7th Hokage, there was a look of confusion in the innkeeper's eyes. It was as if he had never heard of them. Forget it, I won't ask you this. Hanabi's heart grew increasingly tense, as if she had come upon something taboo. She lowered her head and then raised it again. 5th Hokage. No, do you know where Lady Tsunade is? Her nervous hands fumbled, accidentally brushing against Du Ming's hand, gripping it tightly. I know Lady Tsunade. A few days ago, she accrued a mountain of debt and went out to earn money again, the innkeeper said, wiping sweat from his brow with a smile. Last question. Sir, please ask. The innkeeper replied humbly. What year is it this year? Hanabi's expression changed slightly, as if her Byakugan had already activated. Huh. The innkeeper was taken aback for a moment, but the next instant saw the Byakugan of the Hyuga family staring at him intently. He quickly replied, It's the 63rd year of Konoha, sir, the 63rd year of Konoha. Hanabi's expression was not good. Just like in the Dragon Ball world, Du Ming was not entirely clear about what year the 63rd year of Konoha was. However, he had a guess in his heart. Du Ming quickly asked, Is the current Hokage still the 3rd? Yes, sir. Just as expected, the dimensional gate had led him astray. Du Ming's heart was racing. After seeing Hanabi's age, he thought he had traversed to the time point after the conclusion of the Shippuden series. Thus, when Hanabi talked to him about Naruto, Du Ming spoke under the assumption that she naturally knew the 7th Hokage was Naruto. But now it all exploded. If it's still the time of the 3rd Hokage, then the ordinary Du Ming at this time should not naturally know of the ongoing 4th Shinobi World War, or that Naruto would reverse the situation during it. Everything exploded. No, at least the information from the dimensional gate has not exploded. Du Ming quickly turned his mind, pondering that perhaps he could also be a person from the future. Hanabi tightly grasped Du Ming's hand, not giving him a chance to escape. Du Ming could only sigh inwardly, waiting for Hanabi's next interrogation. Beep. At this moment, the long-lost prompt from the dimensional gate sounded. Detected a special situation caused by the time-space explosion triggered by the traversal energy and the subsequent information leakage. Processing. Special handling note: it has been determined that the future individual, Hyuga Hanabi, entered due to this time-space explosion, and it has been ascertained that the awakened individual, Du Ming's interaction with the future information of Hyuga Hanabi is caused by this time-space explosion. Special handling result: in this world, awakened individuals are allowed to exchange, obtain, and provide any information with the future individual, Hyuga Hanabi. Du Ming discovered it. This dimensional gate is quite slippery. Du Ming and Hanabi have been out of the Fear Wind Forest for about a week now. During this week, the dimensional gate did not appear even once, nor did it provide any hints or explanations regarding the time-space explosion and its effects. Only now, after being noticed by Hanabi, did it hurriedly send a message prompt. Du Ming did not believe that the dimensional gate only just now discovered the effects of the time-space explosion. Yet it still possesses a bit of conscience as its own problems have not been transferred onto him. However, he currently has no time to deal with the dimensional gate. Sit down, Hanabi said in a voice filled with concealed anger, hesitation, and expectation. After questioning the innkeeper, Hanabi pulled Du Ming's hand without hesitation and entered her room, closing the sliding door behind them, leaving only the two of them. Hanabi rolled her eyes in surveillance, wanting to ensure that her next words were not overheard by anyone else. She still held on to one of Du Ming's hands, not allowing him to leave. Du Ming shook his hand, but could not break free. Hanabi held his hand tightly. Thus he obediently sat on the bed. Du Ming, you have something to say to me, right? Hanabi had a fierce expression on her face. Indeed I do, Du Ming replied calmly, having prepared a draft in his mind. Although the dimensional gate allowed him to explain various situations to Hanabi, Du Ming did not plan to reveal all of his secrets. He would fabricate a lie. It was not that Du Ming found Hanabi untrustworthy, but rather that he had other doubts and concerns. If he were to tell Hanabi that he was an awakened individual who could traverse worlds coming from the main world, Du Ming speculated based on Hanabi's character and integrity that she would be shocked and incredulous, but she would not harm or kidnap him for it. However, just because Hanabi would not react that way does not mean that other issues wouldn't arise. What kind of relationship do Du Ming and Hanabi have? Du Ming could clearly state they are friends and partners who have traveled together for a few days. Nothing more than that. Yet Hanabi is not like her quit in this world. She has friends other than just Du Ming. Even though this is the world of Naruto from Hanabi's memories from a few years ago, this world still contains Hanabi's father family and most importantly her older sister Hinata. Outside the Hyuga clan, there is also Konoha, a home. If Hanabi's sister Hinata or her father Hyuga Hisashi were to ask who Du Ming is, should Du Ming expect Hanabi to keep his secret? Actually, if Hinata were to find out, it would be fine. In Du Ming's impression, Hinata would not speak carelessly. However, Du Ming does not have a good impression of Hyuga Hisashi. He worries that if Hisashi were to learn about his situation, wouldn't the entire higher-ups of Konoha also know? If the higher-ups of Konoha know, it would be equivalent to the entire ninja world knowing. This is not the outcome Du Ming desires. Hanabi stared at Du Ming. Scratching his head, Du Ming smiled helplessly and said, Hanabi, you should have realized by now that like you, I also came from the future. If you hadn't noticed that something was off with the short booklet street today and asked the owner what the current year was, I wouldn't even know we came back a few years ago. You know we are good brothers from the same place. Speaking of which, Hanabi, isn't this your great opportunity? You must have a future you want to change, right? With memories of the future you can prepare in advance and avoid an undesirable future. I envy you, Hanabi. Someone like me who lacks strength probably can't change much even after coming to this world a few years ago. After speaking, Du Ming made an effort to appear innocent. Hanabi held onto Du Ming's hand tightly. Without loosening her grip, she listened to every word Du Ming said. When Du Ming finished speaking, she smiled, crouched down, and slowly leaned closer to Du Ming. The girl pressed against Du Ming's shoulder, her lips gently brushing against his ear. She chuckled softly and whispered, Du Ming, did you know that your chakra is very dishonest when you lie? Want to know what your chakra looks like when it's dishonest? Du Ming quickly turned inward to check. Hanabi whispered with a smile, it's like this. Jia Yu sang. Her words were like a bolt of lightning shattering the calm energy flowing within Du Ming. In his inner vision, Du Ming saw a spectacular scene. His chi leaped like blazing flames, burning fiercely, with every strand of chi resembling an excited, joyful little bird joyfully fluttering within his body. At that moment, Du Ming felt the chi within him. Some were like sharp sword chi, some flowed gracefully, like clear water, and others were as powerful as mighty thunder. Each strand of chi craved to leap out of Du Ming's body, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. These energies soared and grew, visibly expanding in circles. Du Ming was stunned. In just this brief moment, he felt as if he had ascended to a higher level. Although his life level remained at 1, his strength might be comparable to that of a level 3 or even level 4 expert. Your chakra is more than 10 times more intense than when you lie. I must say, Du Ming, you are quite interesting. Hanabi laughed heartily while sitting on the bed, kicking her feet. Du Ming stood up from the bed, touched his chest, feeling his heart beating like a drum, pounding vigorously. Hanabi, I'm going back to my room first. I'll come call you for dinner later. With that, Du Ming ran back to his room without looking back. Behind him, he heard Hanabi's uncontrollable laughter. Oh no, what's wrong with my body? Just like the dimensional gate, it seems broken. Sigh, just like the dimensional gate that can't be repaired. I don't know how to fix this broken body. Du Ming lay back on the bed sighing, but it seems there are some benefits. Although his body reacts strangely to Hanabi's words, it unexpectedly promotes the rapid growth of the chi within. Could this be my true way of not being able to hang on? Du Ming's mind was filled with a jumble of thoughts. As for whether Hanabi discovered his lie when he was speaking or while he was checking inwardly, it no longer mattered. That night, Du Ming calmly pulled Hanabi out of her room, and the two found a ramen shop to eat heartily. Hanabi did not continue to question Du Ming about why he lied, nor did she ask why he knew about future events. She asked none of it. The next day the two set off again, heading east. No longer in a hurry, the two of them walked slowly and finally arrived at the entrance of Konoha village after a week. A massive gate stood tall, already opened. A few days ago, Du Ming was walking with Hua Hua when she asked him a question. It was the only question concerning Du Ming's identity. Is Du Ming's purpose for coming to Konoha to be a spy? Or does he want to destroy Konoha? Du Ming still remembers the pressure behind Hua Hua's fully opened Byakugan when she asked him this question. She held two kunai tightly in her hands, one in each. Though her eyes devoid of emotion were the Byakugan, Du Ming could sense her seriousness, determination, fear, and anticipation. Deep down, Hua Hua hoped that Du Ming was not an enemy. Even though she was aware that he was hiding something from her, she smiled and did not pursue the matter. However, there was one thing she had to clarify before they entered Konoha. She needed to give herself, Konoha, and her family from the Hyuga clan an explanation. If Du Ming intended harm against Konoha, the kunai in her left hand would pierce his windpipe. Du Ming, without a hint of psychological pressure, replied to Hua Hua, "My purpose for entering Konoha is to join Konoha village and become a good villager of Konoha. Side quest: join Konoha village." Du Ming was not lying. "Oh really? That's great." Hua Hua said, her kunai lowered as she revealed a relaxed smile. "Leave the matter of you joining Konoha village to me. Leave it to you. You should first think about how to enter Konoha. This is not the Konoha of a few years from now. Oh, no one recognizes you here." "Hee, no problem." The massive gates of Konoha loomed as Hua Hua led Du Ming forward. "Who goes there?" As they approached, two ninjas from Konoha leaped out unexpectedly. The current Konoha was not the technologically advanced version from a few years later during the Boruto era. In the Boruto era, even if the gates of Konoha were wide open and it seemed there was no monitoring of those entering and exiting, in reality, a chakra monitoring system enveloped Konoha capable of surveilling everyone coming in and out. Though the current Konoha could sense movements around the village using chakra, it was far inferior to the systematic monitoring of the Boruto era. Ninjas were still needed to monitor and patrol by the gates. Just like the two Konoha Chunin who jumped out now. Du Ming glanced over and thought, hey. He recognized these familiar faces. One was named something like Yuin, whose hair covered his right eye. The other was named something like Tetsu, with a bandage running horizontally across his face. These two were seen as exceptionally capable Chunin in the eyes of Konoha's leaders, quite popular. They participated in the Chunin exams, went on missions as vanguards against the Akatsuki, served tea and water when the Hokage was tired, and were always present when intelligence gathering was required. In short, all sorts of trivial matters in Konoha could be entrusted to them. They were the best choices for guarding the village. They were praised by past Hokages as adaptable. You are a blessing to Konoha. Then they continued to be assigned miscellaneous tasks while occasionally acting as guards for the Hokage. Yuin and his companion jumped out from their hiding spot, and as usual needed to conduct a check. However, upon seeing them, the two were surprised to find that one of the individuals before them was an unfamiliar girl with Byakugan. Byakugan was unique to the Hyuga clan, and even if they were not familiar with the individuals, they all had some impression of those from the Hyuga clan. Tetsu, Yuin. "Aye." Hua Hua walked over with a smile. "Stop right there." Yuin and Tetsu immediately tensed up, drawing their weapons and becoming highly vigilant. However, since they were still unsure if Hua Hua was friend or foe, they did not act recklessly. An unfamiliar Byakugan user who could call out their names. Very suspicious. No, it should be said that she was even more suspicious. Generally, they wouldn't be so alert, but this unfamiliar girl with Byakugan was 100 times more suspicious than the ordinary boy beside her. "Hua Hua, are you stronger than them?" Du Ming curiously whispered in Hua Hua's ear. In the days that followed, the distance between Hua Hua and him had increasingly narrowed from 3 or 4 meters to walking closely side by side, their relationship improving significantly. Hua Hua no longer deliberately kept her distance from Du Ming as she had at the start. She shot a glance at him. "How could I attack someone from my own side?" She added quietly. "Although Yuin and Tetsu are only at the Chunin level, neither of them is a match for me individually. But if they work together, many Jonin would struggle against them." Hua Hua didn't mention that she was one of those Jonin who would also find it difficult. "So what will you do?" "Of course I will have my father come and pick me up," Hua Hua said with a laugh, confidently walking over to the edge of Yuin and Tetsu's alert range, and said, "Call Hyuga Hayashi over. He knows my identity. Oh, just tell him that a girl with Byakugan is looking for him." Yuin and Tetsu exchanged glances as they looked at the girl who resembled a member of the Hyuga clan and nodded. It seemed they could avoid a fight. "Tetsu, go notify the Hyuga clan leader. I will wait here." "Got it." "Yuin, you think faster than I do. Be careful. They might try to divert me. If anything happens, send a signal to the village immediately." "Will do, don't worry." As the other ninja Tetsu went to notify the clan leader, Yuin remained vigilant by the gate, while Du Ming and Hua Hua chatted happily a little distance away. Speaking of my hometown, haha, there's a story about Konoha that you absolutely haven't heard, a brand new version, hua. According to legend, before the fourth Hokage became Hokage, when the three Sannin faded from public view, 8 great genius warriors emerged in Konoha. Oh, do Ming, hurry and tell me who they are. Hua asked eagerly. The Golden Flash. You know who that is, right? Lord Fourth. Konoha White Fang. I know Kakashi's father. The Blue Beast. Are you talking about Guy? The timing doesn't match. Guy's father might do away. The Green Seedling. Who is that? Asuma's older brother Shino. The Night Dancer. Who is that again? The father of the Moonlight Gale. The last one, the Red Setting Sun. It wouldn't be the father of Yuhi Kurenai, would it? It is. Hua laughed heartily without restraint. Du Ming added, these 8 great genius warriors were revered, as Mu Yi Ba say. Ha! Hua laughed until her stomach hurt. What kind of ridiculous story is this? So absurd, so interesting. Du Ming, do you have more? I want to hear more. That's all for today. Du Ming chuckled. He'll tell you more interesting stories another day. Du Ming, don't forget. Don't worry, I remember how to grill meat. How could I forget to tell you stories? The fictitious tale of the 8 colors of Konoha was something Du Ming only thought of after arriving outside the gates of Konoha. Since he was waiting anyway, he simply shared it with Hua. However, in reality, after coming here, a shadow had cast over his heart. There was still a story he had not shared with Hua. Something that one inevitably thinks about after arriving in Konoha, the third Hokage's conspiracy theory. The theory of conspiracies across 3 generations is something Du Ming often encountered in the past. In essence, it refers to conflicts in the storyline of comics, where viewers noticing inconsistencies can only fill in the gaps on their own. Why was the Senju clan nearly extinct during the 3 generations? Why did the powerful Uzumaki clan suffer annihilation? Uchiha's massacre. Where exactly were you, the third Hokage of Konoha? Why is Naruto entrusted to others treated as a demon fox by the villagers? As the third Hokage of Konoha, how much do you truly understand about the darkness of Danzo and the Root, and how much have you turned a blind eye to? Some arguments in these conspiracy theories regarding the 3 generations lack solid logic. Some are merely because the comics did not depict certain events, leaving the blame to be placed on the third. Indeed, it is hard not to consider it a fault of the third, especially regarding Naruto's discrimination. Originally portrayed as a demon fox, the narrative shifted to him being the orphan of the fourth, leading to complications. Of course, blaming the third for Naruto drinking expired milk is also problematic. In Du Ming's memory, Naruto had particularly poor living habits as a child, stuffing the fridge full of milk without paying attention to the expiration dates, carelessly drinking a carton, and inadvertently consuming expired milk. In the past, Du Ming thought of the world of Naruto as simply a passionate anime, not needing to concern himself with such details. However, when he arrived at the gates of Konoha, he felt a sense of worry. The Naruto anime could overlook unreasonable elements due to its passionate nature, but now the Naruto world is a real one, with the third being a real person, a genuine ninja. It was difficult for him not to speculate whether the third was a good or bad person. What happened? You were just smiling, and now you're suddenly silent. Hanabi pulled Du Ming closer, touching his forehead. Did your brain suddenly break? Of course not. I don't believe you let me feel again. Stop it, everyone is here. Du Ming shot her a glance. Hanabi's hand froze, turning to look. Hinata Hisashi had arrived, standing at the gate of Konoha, staring in a daze at the familiar, yet unrecognizable girl. Behind Hisashi, the 2 members of the Inuzuka clan leaned against the gate, waiting from afar. Who are you? Hisashi's voice held no accusation, only confusion and an overwhelming fatigue. The past 2 weeks had been extremely hard for him. His 7-year-old daughter Hanabi had suddenly vanished with a loud bang, right before his eyes while she was learning Gentle Fist with him. Initially, his first reaction was that it was a shadow clone technique, but he immediately realized it wasn't, as he possessed the Byakugan and could see through clones. It didn't seem to be a space ninjutsu either, as there was no spatial fluctuation. Hisashi immediately began searching, but couldn't find her. During the first week, he led a team from the clan to search within the confines of Konoha, while the remaining members stayed behind to protect Hinata and others. In the second week, he directly led a team to try to infiltrate the Water Country to the east and the Land of Lightning to the northeast, as these 2 countries were the most likely to have kidnapped Hanabi with the greatest suspicion. To prevent the situation in Konoha from becoming more dire, and to avoid conflict with other major nations, his infiltration team into the Water Country faced some obstacles. Just yesterday, he had returned from the Water Country still without any news of finding Hanabi. The third had also instructed a few reliable jonin on missions outside to try to gather information about the 7-year-old Hanabi. Yet there was still no news. He had planned that after thoroughly searching the most suspicious water and lightning countries, the next step would be to head to the Wind Country and other smaller nations. Hanabi had no idea what her father was thinking or how exhausted he was these past few days. She wanted to see how her father's skills were at her age of 7. Byakugan. Hanabi activated her Byakugan, striking a pose for Gentle Fist. "Hey," she called out unceremoniously, "come and spar with me, head of the Hyuga clan." To make Hisashi recognize her as his future daughter, Hanabi thought of a clever method. The Byakugan can be stolen, the bloodline of the Hyuga clan can also be taken. While the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga is difficult to imitate without the Byakugan, it is not impossible to mimic the form. None of these things are unique to the daughters of the Hyuga clan. What truly is unique? The Gentle Fist taught by Hisashi himself, the techniques of Kaiten he personally demonstrated. These moves bearing Hisashi's mark are what make them unique. Hanabi wanted her father to witness with his own eyes that the daughter he had nurtured since childhood, Hyuga Hanabi, had grown strong enough to challenge him. Byakugan. Gentle Fist. I see. Byakugan. Hisashi also activated his Byakugan. He did not know who this familiar girl was, but he accepted her challenge not only because she possessed the Byakugan, but also because her stance was so familiar to him. The two stood facing each other, adopting identical stances and gazing into each other's eyes, the air thick with an indescribable atmosphere. Who-s? Even their breathing rhythms were remarkably similar. Suddenly, in the next moment, Hanabi's white pupils flickered, her feet moving swiftly as she elegantly dashed towards Hisashi. Huh. Hanabi struck out with her palm, and Hisashi immediately stepped forward, his left elbow connecting with her wrist, twisting it, as the same palm struck towards Hanabi's face. Humph. Hanabi remained unhurried, anticipating this, as her right wrist snapped upwards, deflecting Hisashi's left hand. The two retreated half a step and assumed symmetrical stances, causing Hisashi to momentarily lose focus. Take this. Hanabi shouted, channeling both hands, as a continuous flurry of palm strikes erupted, the speed so fast that Du Ming could barely follow, creating a series of whooshing sounds. Hisashi was unwilling to fall behind, and likewise struck with his palms. Their movements were almost identical, although Hisashi might discern slight differences due to his level of experience. Enough. Who are you really? After deflecting Hanabi, Hisashi jumped back a step and asked sternly, "Hey, come on, can't you see yo?" Hanabi replied in frustration. Then she turned to Du Ming, who was watching with his hands on his hips. "Du Ming, throw me my 3 spare kunai from my bag." "Oh, are you going to?" Du Ming appeared eager to see Hanabi's performance. "Yes, throw them to me, aim well." "All right." Du Ming pulled out the kunai from his bag, calling out, "Here it comes, Hanabi." With that, he tossed 3 kunai over. Hisashi frowned at Hanabi, saying, "What do you intend to do?" "What do you think?" Hanabi replied with a smile resembling Hinata's, "You should know this very well." "Father." Hanabi's eyes widened, and the stance she adopted shocked Hisashi. This stance, could it be? It's exactly that. Bagua Palm Kaiten. In an instant, a surge of chakra erupted from Hanabi's body. Pa! 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 The sounds of the 3 kunai being deflected rang out, shooting towards Hisashi, who caught all 3 kunai with swift movements. He focused his gaze. One of the kunai had the characters Hanabi engraved on it, the very kunai he had gifted to her on her birthday 2 years prior. In Konoha at the Hyuga residence, Du Ming leisurely poured himself cup after cup of tea. In the courtyard, the joyful shouts of Hanabi and Hyuga Hisashi echoed in waves. Though it felt somewhat uncomfortable over the course of a day, Hyuga Hisashi gradually accepted the fact that his daughter had suddenly grown 8 years older, transforming into a 15-year-old girl. Especially after he spoke with Hanabi, he realized that her appearance coincided exactly with the time when the 7-year-old Hanabi had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps there is only one Hanabi in this world. For now, she had only revealed her arrival from the future to Hyuga Hisashi. She initially wanted to boast about it to her sister Hinata, but Hisashi stopped her, telling Hanabi not to disclose this to anyone else. Outwardly, the explanation from the Hyuga family was that Hanabi was abducted by a mysterious organization for experiments resulting in her abnormal growth, and he had personally rescued her. As for the guards, the 2 from the Izumo clan, as well as the 3rd Hokage, Hisashi personally visited the 3rd Hokage. In summary, the outcome was both gratifying and commendable. Ding. Just as Du Ming was enjoying his leisure, a notification from the Dimensional Gate arrived. Chain Quest Companionship Part 1, Join Konoha Village. Complete. Chain Quest Companionship Part 2, Partners. In progress. Chain Quest Companionship Part 3, Konoha Team. Task pending activation. Chain Quest Companionship Final Part Companionship. Task pending activation. Quest tip: find 2 partners you can trust with your life and become companions. Partners. Du Ming looked at the 3 new quests that appeared one after another with a puzzled expression. The Dimensional Gate suggested finding partners to trust with his life. Although it wasn't a strict requirement, the suggestions from the Dimensional Gate often provided the greatest benefits to the awakened who should heed these recommendations. But 2 partners to trust with my life. Are you trying to make it difficult for me? Can't you just give me an easier task? Du Ming silently thought. The last time he had such thoughts, the Dimensional Gate had directly changed his quest. After waiting for a full 10 minutes without any compromise from the Dimensional Gate, Du Ming pouted and closed the Dimensional Gate notification. He marked the keywords of the task. Putting aside the second task, looking at the third one titled Konoha Team, it seemed he might need to become a ninja of Konoha so he could prepare himself. Lifting his teacup, Du-Ming took another delightful sip. Hanabi, who is that little brat? After chatting enough with Hanabi, Hisashi immediately turned to Du-Ming. Hanabi's eyes sparkled. When I arrived here from the future, I was unconscious and almost got eaten by a wild boar. Fortunately, Du-Ming happened to pass by and saved my life, otherwise I would have already been digested in the wild boar's belly. Really? Hisashi felt he should believe Hanabi, but couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I'm serious, Dad. I've never lied to you. Hisashi pondered for a moment, recalling that he had no memories of his daughter lying to him. Did you also tell others about your arrival from the future? Dad, you can't lay a hand on my savior. Is that how you see me? Hisashi felt as if his daughter's heart was floating away from him and flying towards someone else. Talking to Hanabi didn't feel as reassuring as before. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Hey, are you Du-Ming? Hisashi strode over with a commanding presence, clearly displeased with Du-Ming. Hey, yes, I am Du-Ming. A smile of flattery adorned Du-Ming's face. Anyone who could provide him free food and drink was a good person, and he certainly wouldn't provoke anyone. Dad. Hanabi followed Hisashi over, pouting. Are you going to ask Du-Ming something? You can just ask me. Du-Ming has been with me for the past 2 weeks coming to Konoha. His health isn't great, so let him rest. Hisashi finally understood the strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that Hanabi drifting away was not an illusion. He shot a glare at the bewildered Du-Ming and turned to Hanabi, trying to appease her. Hanabi, can I just talk to Du-Ming for a moment? Fine, just don't tire him out, okay? All right. Hisashi chuckled, turning around with a look of jealousy and hostility directed at Du-Ming. Gritting his teeth, he leaned closer to Du-Ming's ear and spoke angrily. Hanabi is still just a 7-year-old child. How could you take advantage of her? Du-Ming. Du-Ming looked confused. No, isn't Hanabi already in her teens? Besides, wait, what do you mean by taking advantage of her? You admit that you've taken advantage of Hanabi. Hisashi glared, interrupting Du-Ming's words with a raised voice. Dad. Hanabi shouted from behind, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Du-Ming inadvertently spilled out the unfinished words, I didn't take advantage of her, Dad. Instantly the room fell silent. Hisashi opened his mouth, pointing a finger at Du-Ming, but he couldn't utter a single word. Hanabi lowered her head, hiding her expression. This is bad. Du-Ming looked up, feeling helpless. The way Hanabi interjected with Dad had slipped out too easily. His mind hadn't processed it, and he had said it without thinking. His journey through the copy world wouldn't end today, would it? Oomph. Hisashi snorted angrily and left the room. Du-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His life was spared. Only 2 people remained in the room. Hanabi, this. You should understand me. Could you help me explain to your dad? I will explain. Don't worry, Du-Ming. Hanabi's eyes were filled with innocence. By the way, Du-Ming, you want to join Konoha, right? Why not just join our Hyuga family? Let's skip that for now. Du-Ming declined. In this period, even the Branch family needed to be bound by the caged bird seal, and it wasn't clear whether it still existed, even in Boruto. As for Hinata not having the caged bird seal, it was either due to her status as the Hokage's wife, or the Hyuga clan no longer using the seal. Neither had been clearly stated. Du-Ming certainly wouldn't dare to stay here. I plan to open a barbecue restaurant and train my chakra, striving to become a disposable ninja as soon as possible. I see. Hanabi felt a bit disappointed that Du-Ming wouldn't stay. Becoming a ninja is very dangerous. Du-Ming was expelled from the Hyuga family. The day after the incident, while Hanabi was distracted, Du-Ming received a brilliantly executed kick to his backside from Hinata Hisashi, sending him flying out of the Hyuga family door, leaving behind a remark, "Don't let me see you again." After saying that, a bag was tossed out from the door. With a loud bang, the heavy door was firmly shut. Well, how should I put it? It's much better than I expected. Du-Ming picked up the bag that Hisashi had thrown him from the ground and opened it, grinning widely. Inside the bag were quite a few good items. The first was a certification from the villagers of Konohagakure. With this, he could live a normal life in Konohagakure. Hanabi had asked Hisashi to arrange this, and with Hisashi's guarantee, it was quite easy to obtain. However, this document was only useful for being a villager. If he wanted to become a ninja of Konohagakure, Du-Ming, as an outsider, would still have to undergo a background check by the Hokage's Direct Intelligence Department. Du-Ming was quite curious. He arrived in this world of Hokage through a dimensional portal, so what kind of information would they uncover about him during the Konohagakure ninja investigation? Surely they wouldn't just randomly find information about his parents. The second item was a letter of introduction. Upon seeing it, Du-Ming's mouth twitched. Barbecue Q Employee Introduction Letter. Attached to the introduction letter was another piece of paper, which was clearly Hisashi's warning. Make sure to learn how to grill well here. If the next meat you grill doesn't satisfy Hanabi, I will break your hands. It seemed that Hisashi had also heard about how terrible Du-Ming's grilling was for Hanabi. Below the warning, there was another line of text. The bag contains 3 months' worth of rent and food expenses. Don't spend it too quickly. Du Ming opened the bag, further revealing the coins Hisashi mentioned in a stack. All good items, Du Ming carefully tucked them into his inner pocket. Over the course of a week, Du Ming was busy looking for a place to live and interning. For the rented house, Du Ming found a modest place that was reasonably priced, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, foyer, and the indispensable Jenkan. The internship at Barbecue Q also went smoothly. In recent years, the influx of customers at Barbecue Q had increased significantly, and they often lacked manpower. At such times, having more staff made the boss smile broadly. Du Ming was fortunate to join the team responsible for cutting and grilling meat. Barbecue Q has two main types of grilled meat. One is pre-cut meat for customers to grill themselves. The other is for customers who are too lazy to grill and want it ready to eat. In this case, the restaurant also assigns dedicated staff to grill the meat in the kitchen and serve it directly to the customers. The reason Du Ming successfully joined the grilling team was due to his unique chakra. It is well known that grilling meat can result in varying flavors and textures, depending on the quality of the meat, the seasoning, and the skill involved. Moreover, Barbecue Q possesses a unique skill. Through a chakra conversion device, the restaurant can transform the chakra of ninjas into a flame form. Using this flame not only makes the grilling fire different from that of ordinary barbecue shops, but the flavor and texture of the grilled meat are also superior. Compared to charcoal fire, meat grilled with this flame has a richer aroma and is more tender. The meat grilled with Du Ming's unique chakra was said by the boss to have a taste from another world. However, Du Ming couldn't detect it or taste it. In any case, Du Ming not only engaged in various tasks at the barbecue shop, but also worked alongside another retired ninja with a limp as a fire supplier. As for the salary, it didn't increase. No wonder the other staff members at the shop were unwilling to do this job. Du Ming had noticed several employees had faint traces of chakra within them. Perhaps the only benefit of being a fire supplier was that he could control the chakra more precisely. Ouch, my back hurts. After a day of work at the barbecue shop, Du Ming walked out while holding his waist. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a familiar face. Du Ming, you're done for the day? I just happen to want to go to the back mountain, and it's just on the way home with you. Standing there with a sunny smile was Hanabi. For the past few days, Hanabi had coincidentally had a place to visit every day and then would head home with Du Ming. However, every time they reached Du Ming's house, Hinata Hisashi would immediately arrive to call Hanabi back for her gentle fist training. Have you learned some grilling techniques? We should go to your house and grill some chicken. Hanabi smiled, waving a bag of chicken in front of Du Ming. I can grill, but once we get to my house, your father will definitely come and take you back. No way. I gave him something to eat today, but he won't wake up so quickly. Hanabi whispered. All right, I'll cook something special for you today, but just so you know, if it's bad, you're not allowed to cry. Who would cry? Then Hanabi was once again taken back by Hisashi. Just as Du Ming was ready to savor the grilled chicken with Hanabi, Hisashi barged into Du Ming's house, forcing his nearly closed eyelids open and dragged Hanabi away. Hanabi, who hadn't even tasted Du Ming's grilled meat, was taken away with tears in her eyes. Alone, Du Ming finished the grilled meat and began his training as usual. Over the week, he had been learning the training methods from Guy and Lee, but without their energy and strength, his training was a watered-down version. For aerobic training, Du Ming only ran in small circles. The strength and explosive power training with push-ups and sit-ups, as well as balance and agility training by jumping around trees, were also done in moderation. But it was still tough. After returning from the barbecue shop yesterday, he trained until 9 o'clock at night and unexpectedly triggered his Bodis alertness, resulting in a feeling of nausea. Much like his training in the Dragon Ball world and the main world, Du Ming found that as long as he practiced, regardless of how much, he could slowly improve. His body and chi were gradually becoming stronger. His strength had approached the level of a normal life stage for expert. However, the progress is a bit slow. Du Ming felt unsatisfied. Going from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is difficult. Before coming to the Hokage world, he was quite satisfied with his slow yet steady progress. Yet because of Hanabi a few days ago, after a sudden burst of power, he felt that the current progress, while not enough to make him give up on training, was starting to feel a bit monotonous. Firstly, as we all know, I am definitely not a freak. It's impossible for me to explode just because Hanabi called me a weakling, Du Ming reassured himself. Could it be that Hanabi obtained some sort of curse targeting me after traveling to this world? Du Ming pondered with lingering thoughts. Maybe one day when Hisashi is not around, I could visit the Hyuga family and let Hanabi scold me a couple more times. Although it probably won't help, I have to try to understand why my body was able to undergo explosive upgrades. However, Du Ming had not yet waited for such an opportunity. Hisashi kept a strict watch on the soon-to-be-adult Hanabi, allowing her to go out less and less while he himself stayed home every day, continuously training the two sisters Hinata and Hanabi. Meanwhile, Du Ming, who was working at the barbecue shop, unexpectedly, yet not unexpectedly, encountered familiar faces dining at the shop. Kakashi's team of 4: Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Du Ming, guests have arrived. Coming right away. Du Ming cheerfully approached the entrance to greet them, then froze. You're off for guests. A table by the window, please. Hey Kakashi-sensei, why did you invite him too? Just me and Sakura-kun would have been fine. Humph. Idiot Naruto. Of course we're together. We're a 3-person team. Window seat, got it. Du Ming beamed as he ushered the 4 guests inside. These 4 were instantly familiar to Du Ming. The first speaker, the one with sleepy fish-like eyes, was Kakashi. The one who refused to speak yet always responded with a disdainful grunt was Sasuke. Outwardly harmonious, yet inwardly seething with silent critique, yet still declaring with unwavering sincerity that team unity mattered most Sakura. And most crucial of all, the future 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, now wearing the unmistakable guileless expression of a blissful fool. During his last visit to Konoha's shopping district short-lived, as it was Du Ming had confirmed that the 3rd Hokage still held office. Over the past few days Hanabi had told him that this was the time of graduation from the Ninja Academy. Fresh Jonin had just emerged, and their Jonin instructors were evaluating whether they truly qualified for official team assignment. Cross-referencing Hanabi's remark that her elder sister Hinata would graduate imminently, Du Ming pieced together a rough chronology of what had already transpired and what was about to unfold in the world of the Hokage. It was precisely the moment when Naruto graduated from the academy, formed a team with Sasuke and Sakura, and was placed under Kakashi's mentorship. A time when even the most basic drank mission remained untried by Naruto. Seeing the 4 of them confirmed it beyond doubt. He'd quite liked the idea of following the narrative thread, shadowing Naruto walking the path laid out by fate. Yet at this juncture forcibly inserting himself into their ranks as a teammate was no longer plausible. Building familiarity with the main cast, however, would certainly prove advantageous. Still, it was a pity. His primary quest directive explicitly urged him to find 2 companions bound by mutual trust. Hanabi, he trusted her implicitly. Yet she was likely already a Jonin-level shinobi far exceeding the eligibility threshold for standard Jonin team formation. How much simpler it would have been had he arrived earlier. Back when Konoha's new generation of 9 prodigies were still academy students, each one a comrade worthy of entrusting your back to. Now assembling a team from among them was impossible. Finding 2 suitable allies would be no easy feat. Hey, Sasuke, that piece is mine. Idiot. Kakashi-sensei, this guy has 0 team awareness. He'll definitely hold Sakura-kun and me back. Kakashi meanwhile devoured skewers at lightning speed, ignoring his students entirely. His mask remained firmly in place while the pile of grilled meat before him dwindled steadily. Naruto, don't disturb Kakashi-sensei while he's eating. Just as Du Ming pondered whether to strike up a casual conversation with Naruto, perhaps earn a friendly nod, he heard another group approaching. Du Ming, more guests. 4 of them. Ah, coming. Du Ming hurried over to greet them. Oh, it's you again. Wait. No, I mean welcome all 4 of you. He paused again, unable to suppress a quiet internal sigh. The newcomers were Team Asuma himself, Shikamaru Ino, and Choji. He hadn't yet seen the other 3 in his shop, but Choji, he'd already visited 3 times. Among the 9 prodigies, Choji was one of the most frequent patrons he'd met. A regular who dropped by 3 or even 4 times a week, so often he might as well call the place home. Oh, it's Du Ming. Choji knew every staff member's name by heart. Bring the meat, quick. I'm starving. As he tore open a bag of chips and dumped them into his mouth, he urged, Hey, Choji. Asuma-sensei's treating us. Don't eat my portion. Shikamaru, say something too. What a drag. Huh. Asuma alone stood apart, unable to fully join his students' exuberant banter. Listening to their cheerful clamor, Asuma sighed and absently patted his wallet. Being sensei to an Akimichi was never easy. This outing would cost him dearly once again. Choji was particular about his grilled meat, refusing anything cooked by others, preferring to grill it himself. So Du Ming carried out only pre-sliced raw cuts from the kitchen. No sooner had he set them down than another call rang out. Du Ming, guests. She specifically asked for you to escort her in. Who? Curious, Du Ming rushed over. Yay? Du Ming, I'm here. Hanabi bounded in, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable delight at the sight of him. Du Ming led her inside with a smile. What brings you here today? Has your father finally loosened his grip? Humph. Today he and Hinata went out, so I slipped away the moment they left. Figures, you're always up to mischief. Du Ming handed her the menu with a grin. What would you like? Since you came all this way, consider it my treat today. Then I want you to grill it. Hanabi raised her hand eagerly. Absolutely not. Why not? The shop has strict rules. Staff without proper grilling skill aren't permitted to cook. Reputation matters. Huh. She flipped idly through 2 pages of the menu, propping her chin on one hand. Fine. Just recommend something for me then. All right. I'll prepare it right away. Elsewhere, Kakashi-sensei, is that girl from the Hyuga clan, Hinata's older sister. She does look similar. Huh. Sakura. Where? Let me see too. Huh. That person. Kakashi glanced briefly, paused, then said calmly. Yes, she is from the Hyuga family, but she's not Hinata's elder sister. Then who is she? Tell us, Kakashi-sensei. You'll find out soon enough, he replied with a gentle, knowing smile, and said no more. Given his position, his knowledge extended nearly as far as Hayashi's, and matched the third Hokage's in depth. Yet he would never utter aloud, "She is Hinata's younger sister." Rather, the young man who had just spoken with Hanabi caught his attention, enough to lodge firmly in his memory. Is this boy's connection to Hanabi deeper than even I know? Elsewhere? Huh. Asuma-sensei. But Hinata only has one younger sister. She never mentioned an elder one. Ino blinked, startled upon spotting Hanabi. Shikamaru's gaze followed hers. Their graduating class had been consumed entirely by preparations for becoming shinobi, leaving no time for social visits. Hinata had said nothing, and thus they knew nothing of the changes within the Hyuga household. Asuma's hand still mid-motion. As the third Hokage's son, he knew Hanabi was Hinata's younger sister, abducted and subjected to strange experiments. Though something about it felt deeply amiss, he chose not to probe further. Every clan in the village guarded its own secrets, some more fiercely than others. Who she is, you'll learn in due time. Perhaps Hinata herself will tell you. Shikamaru fell silent, lost in thought. Asuma too reflected inwardly, curious about this boy named Du Ming and the nature of his bond with the Hyuga clan, with Hanabi. It was clearly extraordinary. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Look quickly. It's Shikamaru's team, right behind us. Naruto's loud exclamation drew everyone's attention to the partition separating them from Team Asuma. Idiot. Sasuke snapped coldly, having noticed them long before. Kakashi's lazy eye flickered faintly across the way. Asuma let out a soft, resigned sigh. Both men had tacitly pretended ignorance, until one careless remark shattered their shared pretense completely. Hey, Naruto. Shikamaru sighed with an expression of weary resignation, but he was the first to respond to Naruto. Ino, just spotting Team Kakashi, immediately slid over and tried to squeeze Sakura aside, flashing a forced smile. Sakura, you surely don't like these grilled meats. Why don't you wait outside for me and Sasuke? Who said that? I love grilled meat. Sakura held her ground fiercely, the two girls jostling for space on the same seat. All of this is mine. Choji's eyes widened as more people gathered, and he instantly circled a pile of meat slices with his arms. Troublesome, Sasuke muttered, turning his head away in disdain to eat alone. What do you mean, Sasuke? Sakura is talking to Ino, yet you're sitting there all smug and aloof. Naruto pouted, visibly disgruntled. Sakura and Ino. Naruto, shut up. TCH. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged deep, resigned sighs. Their quiet meal of grilled meat shattered in an instant by a single careless remark from Naruto. They glanced at each other, and simultaneously exhaled another heavy sigh. Their commotion in turn drew yet another person over. Hey, Naruto. Hanabi laughed as she dashed forward, squeezing Sakura and Ino into the corner of the seat. She'd been chatting with Du Ming the whole time, and hadn't noticed anyone else around. Ugh, who are you? Sakura and Ino, shoved into the cramped corner, glared with exaggerated eye rolls and shouted in unison. Yeah, big sister. Who are you? Naruto squinted curiously. Huh, who are you? Me? Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi replied cheerfully. What a... No way. She's so much older than Hinata. Is this even real, eh? Hey, Sensei Kakashi, quickly expose this imposter. Hey. Even Shikamaru looked stunned. Sensei Asuma. Wait, isn't Hanabi only 7? I saw her last month. She's even more earnest and petite than Hinata. Well, there was a slight incident. But yes, this is Hanabi. Asuma winced as Choji steadily devoured slice after slice of meat. Interesting. Sasuke cast a cool, detached glance her way. Heh. Hanabi watched these future legends of the shinobi world, still mere children, bursting with irrepressible energy, and her heart swelled with quiet delight. Naruto, you still look so hopelessly clueless. No wonder my sister fell for you. Though Hanabi, mused the Naruto who'd come later, had changed profoundly. What a... Hanabi's words briefly calmed the chaos, only for it to erupt anew. Yet amid the clamor some remained perfectly still. Well, that's obvious to anyone, Shikamaru murmured, propping his cheek on one hand. What's with everyone staring at me? Naruto pointed at his own nose, utterly bewildered, his expression radiating complete detachment from the matter. Instantly Sakura and Ino forgot their earlier squabble, and even Hanabi's age ceased to matter. Leaning in close to Hanabi's face, they exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Hanabi-kun, tell us everything. How did Hinata fall for Naruto? Oh no, I forgot. Hinata hasn't confessed yet. Hanabi froze inwardly, her cheeks flushing with awkward silence. With a sharp thwack, she punched Naruto square on the forehead, leaving a small bump, and vented her flustered frustration on the one opponent she could still easily overpower. Just ask him. In the kitchen, Du Ming had just been assigned a new task. Du Ming, take these over to that table. The chef gestured toward Naruto's group, his face etched with impatience. Du Ming glanced over. It was a fresh batch of perfectly grilled meat slices. Sure, I'll take it. But didn't you deliver the last order to that table? Why suddenly you won't go now? Domain frowned. Just moments ago the chef himself had carried over Naruto's grilled meat, beaming all the while. He'd even been smiling then. Noticing the chef's unusual irritation, uncharacteristic of his usual self, Domain asked curiously, "Aren't you the one who always says, once inside this shop, wear a smile at all times? Never let guests see a frown. Why do you look so irritable today?" The chef choked slightly. "That one's different." Leaning in close, he whispered furiously into Domain's ear, "I didn't see him before." "Domain, you're not originally from Konoha, so you wouldn't know. See that guy? The one with whisker-like marks on his face. He's the nine-tailed fox, a monstrous entity that once ravaged our village, laying waste to everything in its path." Domain paused, just slightly. "Brother, you almost made me forget Naruto's being treated as the fox." In the early days of the Hidden Leaf, only a handful truly ignored Naruto's identity. Most civilians regarded him with cold, distant eyes. "Fine, I'll handle it." Domain chuckled. "It doesn't bother me. I'll go." He picked up Hanabi's portion and Kakashi's, as well, carrying both trays together. "Grilled meat's here. Hanabi, this one's yours." Seeing Hanabi seated with Naruto and the others, Domain brought the platter straight to their table and placed it before her. "Hey old man, you're so slow." An impatient Naruto snatched the second tray from Domain's hands. Domain's eye twitched. "I'm only a few years older than you. Why old man? Hanabi, could you do me a favor?" Domain's expression darkened. "Say it, Domain." Hanabi beamed. "Punch that guy. The one who just called me old man, again." "No, wait." Thwack. Hanabi's blow wasn't hard, just enough to sting faintly. Thwack. Thwack. Two more bumps bloomed on Naruto's face, though this time they weren't Hanabi's doing. Ino and Sakura each landed a precise, synchronized punch, one on either cheek, swelling his face red. "You jerk, Naruto. No stealing the meat." They bullied him in flawless harmony. Yes, I got it." Watching from the side, Domain couldn't help but smile. A hot-blooded fool, truly magnetic, forever drawing kindred spirits to his side. "Naruto, for striking you twice your table's on my tab. Since I've already treated Hanabi, adding you lot is no trouble." Domain grinned. "A day's wages, plus the chance to meet the legendary core team. Worth every coin." "Yay, old man." Naruto cheered, though he'd never have paid a single Ryo anyway. "Oh my. How terribly embarrassing," Kakashi murmured softly, breaking his silence the moment good fortune arrived, and instantly lighting up with a warm, knowing smile. "Thank you, truly." Over at the next table, Asuma heard Kakashi's good fortune, and sighed so deeply it echoed 10 meters outward. The thought of Kakashi dining for free, while he emptied his wallet, filled him with profound sorrow. "Domain." Hanabi gently poked his side, eyes gleaming. "Since you're treating us, why not treat that table too?" Domain glanced at Choji's mountainous plate and winced. Treating that table would erase a full week's earnings. But wasn't Hanabi offering him a rare chance to forge bonds with these people? His heart ached with bittersweet gratitude. With a strained, determined smile, he told Hanabi, "Then Hanabi, please tally the bill for me. I'll cover everyone's tonight." Yay. Time flowed on. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy, Naruto and his companions embarked upon an endless procession of drank missions. The 9 youngsters changed little. The sole noticeable shift was that Hinata blushed more easily than before. After Hanabi let slip that Hinata admired Naruto, Konoha's genin, led by Sakura and Ino, began deliberately or not to contrive chances for Hinata to come into contact with Naruto. Because Sakura learned of Hinata's feelings, she treated Naruto far more kindly than before. Hanabi, by contrast, found herself less comfortable than Hinata. Lately she had been unhappy. In the original timeline, 7-year-old Hanabi had already been singled out and groomed, steadily rising as the likely heir of the Hyuga family. Now possessing strength bordering on Jonin level, Hanabi earned even greater favor from Hyuga Hisashi. Her position as the Hyuga heir seemed more secure than ever. Yet Hanabi was not at ease. In the old timeline, her anxiety would have been simple fear for her sister Hinata, afraid that Hinata might be branded with the caged bird seal. But now she knew that in the future Naruto would marry her sister and protect her. Thus Hanabi no longer worried for Hinata. In recent days she had been subtly interrogating the clan. What if she married outside the family, even a commoner? The answer was plain. The entire clan was vehemently opposed. Her father Hyuga Hisashi was more reasonable than most, but he hinted that she might still associate with Du Ming for now, though it would be best to bring that affair to an end soon. Lately Hanabi smiled less in Du Ming's presence. When he asked, she merely shook her head and said she was bored at home. He could only make do by offering a mediocre portion of grilled meat to cheer her. Those days Du Ming's circumstances had shifted as well. The Yakiniku barbecue where he worked had become quieter than before. Konoha's Jonin had begun leading fledgling students out on drank sorties, and the Chunin were frequently leaving the village on missions. Fewer people stopped by the shop, so the shop had some idle hours. Some time ago, while continuing his training, Du Ming took a step. He mailed a Konoha ninja application to the Hokage. In Konoha, natives need no such paperwork. Attend the academy, study diligently, graduate, and thereafter receive careful instruction as a chunin and jonin until one becomes an excellent ninja. Outsiders like Du Ming had it harder. A non-villager could only join the ranks if he were a renowned shinobi invited by the Hokage or otherwise granted entry. For someone like Du Ming who wished to become a Konoha ninja, a background investigation was unavoidable, followed by a ninja interview. Submitting a Konoha application meant consenting to Konoha's scrutiny. At Du Ming's home, he asked, curious, did they find anything about my background? Du Ming, hopeful, questioned Hanabi. He wondered what history the Hokage's investigators would uncover about him under the protection of the dimensional gate. Hanabi held a sheet of paper she had procured from her father Hyuga Hizashi. Her expression was odd. Here, read it yourself. I do not trust everything written on it. Du Ming took the paper. The report read, Origin, Duluo Village branch in the western reaches of Jifenglan Wind Country. 13 years ago, he and his father were expelled from Duluo Village and thereafter lived together in Jifenglan. 5 years ago, his father's old wound flared, and he passed away, leaving Du Ming alone. About a month ago, a strange explosion reduced parts of Jifenglan to ruins. Subsequently, Du Ming unexpectedly encountered Hyuga Hanabi, who had escaped from the mysterious organization Yuan. Later, using Hanabi as an introduction, he joined Konoha Village. Supplement 1. Hanabi's abnormal growth is suspected to have resulted from experiments by the mysterious organization Yuan. The organization Yuan is suspected to be the perpetrator behind the Jifenglan explosion. Supplement 2. Du Ming's chakra cultivation method is inherited from his father. His father's method derives from the basic chakra training long circulated in Duluo Village. Supplement 3. Regarding Hyuga Hanabi's escape from the mysterious organization, the Hyuga clan head externally claims personally rescued Hanabi. When transmitting this message to the Hyuga clan head, be sure to delete this item. All of the above information shows no abnormalities. Du Ming's ninja assessment may be authorized. It was a convoluted tale. Du Ming could not help but laugh. Quite the story. Who fed this to your family? They didn't even bother to remove the third supplement. Hanabi snorted and laughed. My father and I received this same report. His expression at the time was priceless. Laughter over, she turned serious. Once your application succeeds, the exam follows. Du Ming sat up straight. Hanabi's presence here signaled the beginning of his assessment. Hanabi warned him with concern. Du Ming, your chakra reserves are lower than those of a typical academy graduate. Your taijutsu is merely average, and you have not learned ninjutsu or jinjutsu. You could give up now if you wished. Recently, she had been kept at home by her father and had little time to meet Du Ming. But lately my strength has grown and I can spar with father and can force my way out to see you. I'll fight with everything I have. In half a year, no 3 months. Once I defeat father, I can come out to see you every day. Then I will be your teacher, Du Ming. After you learn ninjutsu and taijutsu from me, you can go to take this assessment. Hanabi. Du Ming, what is it? Thank you. Hanabi's face flushed. Why do you suddenly say such messy things? Du Ming chuckled. I am lazy, truly. I wish to grow stronger just by sleeping, to have fortune fall from the sky to gain without labor. Every day I half wonder if some undiscovered cheat inside me will launch me skyward without effort. Still, I have a few crooked principles. I dislike certain things. He walked closer and looked at Hanabi. I cannot sink so low as to accept the efforts of a girl who risks everything for me while I lie supine and take that kindness for granted. Thank you for worrying, Hanabi, but I think there is no longer any need to wait. I have inquired about the ninja assessment. It is challenging, yes, but akin to drank missions. So long as one does not act recklessly, lethal danger is unlikely. At worst, I fail this time and try again next time. Hanabi sighed. Since you say it so plainly, I will not try to stop you. She opened the mission scroll she had kept confidential until now. Mission: investigate the explosion in Jifenglan. Difficulty: drank. Objective: use any means to discover any accurate intelligence concerning the Jifenglan explosion. Importance: level none. In the Hidden Leaf Village in the Hokage's office, a report on the Kaze no Hayashi explosion incident lay atop the desk as the third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette and glanced at it. It has been nearly a month since the Kaze no Hayashi explosion incident. The moment he received the news, he dispatched a highly skilled special jonin to investigate. After half a month of investigation, the special jonin returned a couple of days ago. The intelligence gathered was both present and useful. There were energy residuals indicative of a suspected space ninjutsu, and 2/3 of Kaze no Hayashi had been destroyed, yet the devastated forest did not exhibit the characteristics of an explosion, presenting a desolate landscape. As for the remaining third of the forest that was untouched by the explosion, the investigation was thorough, yet no anomalies were discovered. Given that Hinata Hanabi, who had been kidnapped, was also last seen in Kaze no Hayashi, it is tentatively assumed that the mysterious organization behind her abduction is the same as the one responsible for the explosion codenamed Yuan. The third Hokage remained silent, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hands. The missing vital information left him unable to ascertain the specifics of the explosion at Kaze no Hayashi or to identify the precise cause. He even speculated whether the Wind Country was developing some kind of secret weapon. Since the Wind Shadow had mentioned he would be coming during the Chunin exams, the third Hokage decided to confront him about the Hinata Hanabi kidnapping incident and to extract some information regarding the explosion. Since there's no immediate danger, I'm thinking of sending another Chunin over. You should go, the third Hokage said, shaking his cigarette. Observe for another 2 months and see if there are any changes. Yes, Hokage-sama. Additionally, there's this. The third Hokage pulled out a file containing Du Ming's information. I have a good grasp of Du Ming's background. The likelihood of him being a spy is low. But since he hails from the Wind Country, while monitoring Kaze no Hayashi, allocate some attention to Du Ming. If he proves reliable and can bring back accurate intelligence, I'll approve his ninja application and assessment. Understood, Hokage-sama. And one last thing. The third Hokage took another drag from his cigarette. If you sense danger near Kaze no Hayashi, it's not wartime, so don't rush the intel. Just bring Du Ming back directly. Yes, Hokage-sama. All right, off you go. The Chunin nodded and swiftly left the Hokage's office. After the Chunin left, the third Hokage took out his cherished crystal ball and began to secretly observe Kakashi's team as they carried out drank missions in the village. Occasionally, he chuckled quietly. At Du Ming's home, Hanabi looked at the unsealed mission on the scroll. Mission: gather intelligence on the Kaze no Hayashi explosion. This mission. Upon seeing the mission description, Hanabi felt relieved. Although this mission requires leaving the village, it poses little danger to you. If it were other ninjas, they might be intercepted by the Sand Ninjas. However, all village intel indicates you are from Du Luo village outside Kaze no Hayashi, so the Sand Ninjas likely wouldn't find any issue with your identity. The task of investigating the Kaze no Hayashi explosion could be rated D or C without major issues, but as long as there's no conflict with the Sand Ninjas, you should be fine. The Sand Ninjas wouldn't target a civilian from the Wind Country, thus the danger level for you is indeed very low. For someone originally from the Hidden Leaf village, this mission is an outside village task, but it seems the third Hokage and the others consider this mission for Du Ming as a true return to his own village. It appears the third Hokage also took this into account when assigning the mission and its difficulty. Du Ming, remember this, Hanabi earnestly reminded him. Once you arrive, just act like an ordinary person. This mission has minimal intelligence requirements. Just look around casually and return as soon as you discover any reliable information. Remember? All right, I'll remember, Du Ming nodded. When do you plan to leave? Right now? Let me think. I have everything ready, and I've informed the boss at the barbecue place about my absence, so there's no issue. I'm heading out immediately. Be careful, Hanabi said. I will. Du Ming collected his luggage and stood before Hanabi, his eyes shimmering. Hanabi, you know I previously mentioned I wouldn't take it for granted that you would go all out to help me. But well, Hanabi, if there's something simple that doesn't require much effort to assist me with, like helping me cheat a bit, I would be very willing to enjoy that. You know what I mean. Hanabi chuckled softly. That time she whispered into Du Ming's ear, and the gentle utterance of the words "little fish" seemed to trigger something in Du Ming, causing his strength to leap forward in a short time. Du Ming certainly wouldn't let go of such simple, yet impactful progress. Over the past 2 weeks, Du Ming secretly had Hanabi call him a little fish several times. Although his body felt numb, it never achieved the same level of advancement as that one time. Yet Du Ming did not give up and continued to diligently research ways to activate his cheat. Hanabi, with her hands behind her back, laughed playfully. Little fish. Du Ming's body tingled slightly, but his strength did not change at all. Looks like it's useless, Hanabi said with a smile. It's all Du Ming's fault, making me say little fish so smoothly now. If it doesn't work, then so be it. Du Ming sighed in regret, then said, this method of boosting strength is indeed very unstable. Thankfully, I haven't abandoned steady and solid cultivation. Well, I'm off. Hanabi, MHM will come by often to clean up at your place. Really? Thanks. Du Ming opened the door and walked out. Hey, Du Ming. Just as Du Ming stepped out of the room, a warm breath leaned against his back, the gentle presence drawing close to his ear. Don't die, little fish, San. In that instant, the energy within Du Ming surged like a flash of lightning, stirring up waves. The energy rippled like a raging flame, tumultuously coursing through his body, each current leaping and dancing gracefully. Boom. The energy expanded, permeating every part of Du Ming's body, flooding into every single cell, instantly transforming him. Du Ming's body and energy rapidly grew simultaneously. His strength leaped dramatically, reaching life level 4, then advancing to life level 5, finally halting just shy of life level 6. He remained at life level 1, Yet his strength disregarding combat experience was already close to that of a master at life level 6. Hanabi and Du Ming exchanged glances, then both burst into laughter. Haha, you really are something, Du Ming. Hee, it's all thanks to Hanabi. When I return, let's explore how to use this cheat for my body together. MHM. Du Ming left the Hidden Leaf Village. Before departing, he heard that Naruto and the others were still engaged in drank missions. Naruto seemed to be gradually losing his patience with the drank tasks, eager to try something more challenging, though he had not yet raised a fuss. I wonder when Naruto and the others will start the mission in the Land of Waves, truly beginning the main storyline. While lost in thought, Du Ming had already said his goodbyes to Hanabi at the main gate of Konoha and set off westward alone. His speed was now incomparable to before, able to match the freshly graduated academy students. Whoosh! Du Ming jumped onto a treetop, pushing off a thick branch with force, propelling himself forward. On his way, he casually opened the Dimensional Doors prompt list. Side quest: explore the secrets of the forest's depths. Seeing the side quest still lingering on the task panel, Du Ming stayed alert. This time he was undertaking a ninja assessment task from the Hidden Leaf Village to explore the secrets of the fearsome wind forest, aiming to obtain at least one piece of accurate information. However, he didn't need to delve deep into the forest. As long as he could find clues in the forest's outskirts and the desolate areas, he wouldn't have to go into the forest's depths. The fearsome wind forest, located in the northern part of the Land of Wind, adjacent to the Land of Birds, had recently seen a surge of activity. Ninjas from both large and small nations were coming and going, while many civilians from the neighboring countries of the Land of Wind, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Rain also flocked here to join the commotion. They heard that there had been a great disturbance and speculated whether there might be treasures hidden that could be sold for profit, eagerly rushing to dig and investigate. However, "Is there no movement on your end?" asked a concealed ninja from the Land of Earth. "No, it seems the secrets here cannot be found for the time being." Another concealed ninja from the Land of Earth complained. "It's been over half a month, and we haven't found anything of value. I think we should retreat for now." "Indeed, as you say, well, leave this afternoon." The ninjas from the Land of Earth felt this way, and the local sand ninja from the Land of Wind felt the same. "Captain," I asked the villagers around the fearsome wind forest again, and just like before, they know nothing of the intel. A sand ninja reported from the side. "How's the third team that ventured deep into the fearsome wind forest?" "Captain, they just returned, and I confirmed that there were no new findings either." "Pack up, we're preparing to go back." "Yes, Captain." The curious sand ninja asked, "Captain, this is our third time here. Will we have to come back again after we return?" "That shouldn't be the case." The sand ninja captain shook his head, his eyes flickering. "Have you forgotten? The Chunin selection exam in Konoha is about to begin soon." The sand ninja suddenly realized, sneering, "I almost forgot about such an important matter. Before we leave, let me ask you one last time, you have thoroughly searched the remaining one-third of the fearsome wind forest inch by inch, right?" The sand ninja captain asked seriously. "Yes, Captain," the sand ninja replied without hesitation. "We turned the entire forest upside down. The intel is the same as the last search. No new information was found." "That's good." The sand ninja captain smiled upon hearing this. "That means our mission can be considered accomplished." The ninjas who had explored found that there were no more secrets to uncover in the depths of the fearsome wind forest. At least for the time being, there was nothing. But that was not the case. Deep in the forest, there was a small wooden cabin. Such cabins were rare in the forest, but they did exist. Inside the cabin, a girl with pointed ears looked out at the scenery, her expression calm. A wand was gently held in her hand. A middle-aged man from the Land of Wind walked past the cabin, noticed the girl inside, paused slightly, and nodded. She was also someone who wanted to find treasures in the forest, but with such pointed ears, which ninja clan's bloodline limit did she possess? He had never seen such a thing, and to build a cabin in the forest for the sake of treasure hunting, it seemed he had to put in more effort. The middle-aged man thought. Thus the middle-aged man from the Land of Wind began to feel anxious. Half an hour later, 4 more people passed by the wooden cabin in the forest and saw the girl with pointed ears. "Captain, that girl is so beautiful, how about?" They were ninjas from the Land of Waterfall, also here to investigate the fearsome wind forest. "This is the Land of Wind, don't stir up trouble. And look at this girl, chakra is emanating from her body, as she might be a ninja." "No way, Captain, I sense her chakra is weak. The chakra overflowing must be due to a novice's poor control." "How about this, Captain? If we still find nothing today, we can come back tonight and secretly abduct this little beauty." "Fine. I'm somewhat interested in those strange ears too. While they might be a bit flat, her face is undeniable." Inside the cabin, the girl yawned, her expression indifferent, feeling drowsy. Her name was Freelian, a girl from the elf clan, and she was a mage. She had been sleeping in the forest, but upon waking up, Freelian discovered she had come to a new forest. With exceptional talent, Freelian quickly noticed that the magic here was quite different, leading her to wonder if she had entered the realm of the goddess. The eternally youthful elf girl was naturally adaptable. She could stay in any quiet place for over a decade. After arriving in this forest, Freelian remained calm and collected using magic to fell some trees and build a wooden cabin to settle down. Since coming here, she had been trying to understand and deconstruct the magic of this world. After a month of attempts, Freelian was now able to easily switch between her original magic and the magic here, and her use of magic was largely without issue. Her strength was also able to manifest to a considerable extent. Once again, it's someone with ulterior motives. Freelian complained in a flat tone, her lifeless eyes following the few ninjas from the land of Waterfall until they disappeared from view. They'll find a tree to hide behind tonight. They won't see me, and they'll eventually leave. Freelian muttered to herself. In this month, she had encountered many people with ill intentions, and she had carefully avoided each one. Not having fully recovered her strength was not the most important reason, and in fact, apart from the demon clan, she rarely made a conscious effort to harm others. There are still many people, it's noisy. They'll get up early tomorrow morning to find a new residence in another forest. The elf girl spoke to herself in the wooden cabin. She had said this many times, but every morning she would sleep in and wake up at noon, thus never going out to find a new residence. If no one were to take her out of this forest, the girl might end up living here for several hundred years. A week later, Du Ming arrived at the edge of the fearful wind forest. The spring breeze wafted through, bringing a hint of greenery to the barren ground. Treading on the newly sprouted grass, the breath of life surged from below his feet, providing a sense of comfort amidst the urgency felt by every ordinary person and ninja present. On the endless expanse of barren land, Du Ming, dressed plainly with some dirt on his clothes, was walking towards the only direction where a forest existed. With each step, Du Ming remained unremarkable, striving to blend in. He carried a bamboo basket on his back, indistinguishable from the ordinary people entering and exiting the forest, as well as the other ninjas disguised as ordinary. I'm back again. Halting his steps, Du Ming glanced around. Compared to when he left, there were many more signs of life nearby, and he could see quite a number of tents in the distance. There are quite a few people here. Du Ming sighed. Shaking his head, he continued onward. No wonder the ninja's assessment task was at least one accurate piece of information with a difficulty rating of D. Given the sight of so many people here, a month had passed since the spatial explosion, and no matter what information was available, the Chunin and Jonin of Konoha must have already gathered it, not expecting him, an unqualified ninja, to provide anything. His purpose for coming this time was to collect some information, confirm its accuracy, and ultimately select the useful pieces to bring back to Konoha. Konoha would then compare the information they had gathered with that of the ninjas they had previously dispatched, and if they matched, it would signify that he had passed the assessment. My objective remains the same as originally planned, to search for clues in the barren area and around the forest perimeter. Du Ming understood that the explosion in the fearful wind forest was actually caused by a dimensional gate. Therefore, if he truly could not find any other useful information, Du Ming planned to fabricate some seemingly plausible intel based on the premise of the dimensional gate causing the spatial explosion. However, this was merely a last resort. If possible, Du Ming wanted to uncover some additional useful, yet inconspicuous clues and information. In this task, the one thing he wanted to avoid was side missions. Each side mission filled with riddles and hints was akin to starting a pitfall. Fortunately, activating a side mission could happen in two ways, either by directly accepting it or by getting close to the mission target within a certain range, triggering it automatically. As long as he proceeded cautiously, he would avoid any side missions. Du Ming still remembered the general area where he had previously operated near the forest perimeter. As long as he stayed within that previous range, he would be quite safe. Today, I'll first examine the barren area outside the forest. As darkness gradually descended, entering the forest at this point could be dangerous if he encountered reckless ninjas. 3 hours later, as night fell, Du Ming, having wandered around outside the forest, found no clues. As it neared midnight, Du Ming reached the northwest corner of the forest's perimeter. Finding a sheltered spot with no one around, he sat down. He took out some tough hard meat products, bit into them, and drank a mouthful of water. Sitting in the shadows, he observed the surroundings. For a whole hour, no one passed in and out of the forest from his position, allowing him to finally close his eyes and drift into a light sleep. Inside the forest, several ninjas from the land of Waterfall were anxious. Damn it, this cursed forest has yielded nothing of value. What can we do? If there were any good finds, they would have long been taken by those upper ninjas and special upper ninjas who arrived first. We're just here to see if we can pick up any scraps, any information they might have overlooked. That's true. Captain, that girl we saw today, I think I'll tie her up and soothe our wounded hearts. Look at you still dwelling on that. The captain scolded him, his eyes revealing a lewd glint as he chuckled. But it can't be helped, we haven't found any new information today, so we need to find some fun on our way back. The captain understands. Captain, I still remember where that wooden cabin is. Let me lead you there. Good. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Freelian picked up her magic staff, sighed lightly with a calm expression, and stepped out of the cabin. I'll find an unoccupied place to sleep tonight. She exhaled a breath of cold air and leisurely walked towards the northwest corner of the forest. The northwest corner had fewer people, making it less likely to be discovered. However, just half a minute after Fulian stepped out, she was confronted by several ill-intentioned ninjas from the land of Waterfall. "Captain, that little girl is trying to run." "Haha, lucky us, we just ran into her." Hee brothers, go for it." With a slight sigh of resignation, Fulian exhaled and raised her magic staff. Bang, bang, bang. Several spells hit the ninjas, kicking up clouds of dust. Now you know my prowess, you should just lie down, Anne." Fulian's tone was calm, yet filled with emotion. However, before she could finish, the ninjas from the land of Waterfall dashed out and scathed from the dust cloud. "What a little woman, still has some skills." "Brothers, go for it." The leading ninja shouted, charging forward again. Was the power too weak? I remember the previous spell's power was enough to keep a human down. Without changing her expression, Fulian raised her magic staff again, which glowed with white light. Boom, boom, boom. 3 spells 3 times more powerful than before were launched, completely enveloping the figures of the ninjas. The obscured trees also snapped a few branches. "Now you charge, brothers, this little girl is quite interesting." Similar voices emerged from the dust cloud. Fulian raised her staff again and then put it down. She turned and ran. "Are these people immortal?" Fulian complained. Even if they are warriors, the previous spell's power should have made them groan on the ground. As she ran, she glanced behind and thought, they don't seem to be from the demon clan. Killing them doesn't seem right. I should use a slightly stronger spell. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens flew towards her. Fulian glanced, dodged, and continued running. Then she raised her staff again. "I should really teach you a lesson." She looked back. The ninjas had all jumped onto the trees, leaping from branch to branch, closing in on her. What an outrageous method of movement. Fulian remarked on the excessive means, but her expression remained unchanged. "Then I shall." As she finished speaking, she took to the air. As she flew backwards, she noticed several ninjas raising their staffs. Then a spell of power double that of the previous one was unleashed. "Now you won't be getting up."